Liu Xuan had been woken up by sheer hunger. It wasn't the soreness after a hangover but the ultimate extremity of hunger, his stomach cramping violently, gastric acid burning the lining as if countless red-hot iron wires were twisting inside his abdominal cavity. A metallic-tasting sour fluid surged up from the depths of his throat and every breath pulled painfully at his internal organs. He snapped his eyes open, no harsh white fluorescent lights of a shoe factory assembly line nor the yellow moldy ceiling of his rented room. Only a dead grey boundless sky. The sun hung high, scorching like a red-hot branding iron ready to crack the parched earth beneath. Ugh. His stomach churned violently, he dry heaved a few times, only spitting out a mouthful of bloody sour liquid. His body was frighteningly weak, worse than working 30 consecutive all-nighters. Every bone screamed in protest, limp as if his tendons had been ripped out. Chaotic memories flooded into his mind production workshop. Cardiac arrest. He had died on the capitalist assembly line like an overworked beast of burden. But now he was alive again, yet living in a true hell. 3 years of plague had drained the world's vitality, 3 years of drought had cracked the earth, and 3 years of extreme cold had frozen humanity's last spark. Civilization had shattered into nothing. Order. What the hell was that? The survivors, like cockroaches, huddled behind scattered high walls, barely breathing under the howls of mutant beasts and the shadows of corpse people tribes. The world had overnight regressed to the bloodiest, most barbaric city-state era. Using all his strength, Liu Xuan barely managed to prop himself up on his elbows. Everywhere he looked there was only despair. Cracked asphalt roads, rusted hollow shells of abandoned cars, distant collapsed skyscrapers like the carcasses of giant beasts piercing the grey sky. Dead trees stretched their gnarled branches menacingly, and overgrown weeds were the only, yet even more unsettling, living things in this dead silence. The air was thick with dust, rotting matter, and an inescapable stench of corpses that burrowed into the brain. He was not alone. On this abandoned highway a massive, silent and ragged procession was slowly crawling forward. It was less a procession and more a herd of walking corpses driven by despair. Tens of thousands of refugees, families in tow, gaunt and hollow-eyed, numbly moved toward the north, toward a great city called Anchi that was said to offer shelter. Brother. Uncle. Have mercy. Just one piece of bread. One shot. My wife. She used to be a flight attendant. By the roadside a man hoarsely hawked the vacanted, barely clothed woman beside him. What? Dad. Get up. Look at me. Further off a child reduced to a skeleton futilely pushed at a corpse that had long gone stiff. No. I beg you. That's my wife, she's about to give birth. Help. A piercing wail erupted, immediately drowned by a few harsh curses and sounds of scuffling. Liu Xuan looked down at his own black cracked hands, bones almost piercing the skin and the filthy rag barely covering his body, plunging into endless despair. Hunger like a crazed beast roared and gnawed inside his stomach and his mind. He stared fixedly at the withered buttocks of a woman ahead, swaying with each step. Beneath that grimy cloth was flesh. A voice screamed in his skull, eat. Eat and you'll live. I heard it tastes like horse meat. Just don't eat the head. Disgusting. In this world surviving is the least disgusting thing there is. Bottom line. When you're about to die, what bottom line? Another voice, weak but stubborn, resisted. No. No way. Better eat shit than eat human flesh. If I eat, I'll no longer be human. It's all over. The two thoughts clashed ferociously, nearly tearing apart his last shred of sanity. Phut. He suddenly bit down on his own chapped lower lip. The taste of blood and sharp pain brought him temporary clarity. Damn it. A muffled curse rolled from his throat. Other transmigrators become princes or war gods surrounded by beauties. I worked myself to death on an assembly line and end up here as a starving ghost. Goddamn you. What the hell did I do wrong? Just give me a sign and I guarantee I'll be wrong till the end. Fuck your mother. He staggered, swept along by the human tide. 40-degree heat baked him, the heat waves distorted his vision, his ears buzzed, and every step felt like treading on red-hot coals. From a distance he looked no different from those wandering skin and bone first-generation corpse people in the wilderness. Corpse people, the living dead of this world, were no longer the mindless walking lumps from movies. They had evolved for 10 years. Their skin was withered and tough as old tree bark. They usually lay still but eerily maintained human form and could even gather in tribes under the command of a corpse king. Rumor had it that high-level corpse people even used tools. Amid a vast forest of dead trees, 3 ragged men stumbled forward with difficulty. When Liu Xuan's eyes were bloodshot, nearly swallowed by hunger and madness, 2 weak yet restless calls came from behind Xiao Liu. Guan. Smell that? What smell? Hiss. This smell. Hot pot. Roast duck. Damn, could it be ice-cold beer? Even just one sip before I die, I'd trade 20 years of life. Liu Xuan suddenly stopped, inhaling deeply. It wasn't the scent of food. It was an overwhelming stench of corpses. An unusual corpse stench. The two who spoke were the only ones he could call companions on this hellish journey. The tall, thin one was called Guan. According to his own scattered mutterings before the apocalypse, he had held an iron rice bowl job, usually quiet as a gourd, but when starving he'd blurt out cold absurd remarks. The stocky short one was called Zhong. Word had it he used to run a slaughterhouse and do earthwork. His face was full of rough flesh, looking like a troublemaker, yet he had strong principles. When robbing food he only targeted the strong and large groups, never the old weak women or children. What's his real name? No one asked, no one cared. Among the 300+ refugees who had fled together, most had died or scattered. Only these three, without burdens, all seemingly rough, and Liu Xuan had the advantage of height, had banded together over trivial matters, finding each other tolerable and barely establishing the most fragile yet luxurious trust in this apocalypse. No backstabbing and a helping hand when starvation was near. 2 days ago, when Liu Xuan finally decided to leave this seemingly safe but slowly suicidal highway and risk turning into this withered forest in search of a way out, only Guan and Zhong followed without a second thought. The squad was down to just the three of them. They were each other's last shield. Its corpse stench. Liu Xuan's voice was hoarse but low, hiding an uncontrollable excitement. The scent of a lone corpse person. Very strong. There's no cover nearby, doesn't seem like a corpse king's territory. In Guan and Zhong's deadfish eyes a wolfish green light instantly burst forth. Like hyenas catching the scent of blood, they lunged closer, swiftly pulling out 2 rusted but gleaming daggers from their tattered clothes. In this godforsaken world, a lone corpse person was a moving treasure chest for refugees. These creatures had an instinct to hoard food. Their lairs might hide anything good. More crucially, every corpse person had a source core inside its body. The big shots inside the high walls had offered a price of 100 catties of grain for each one. It was said to be some incredible new energy. Finding a lone corpse person's nest meant food to stave off hunger in the short term, and also a windfall that would drive every pauper crazy. Do we do it? Guan licked his cracked lips, eyes glowing green, looking at Liu Xuan. Along the way, this intelligent and well-traveled young man had unwittingly become the one who made decisions. It couldn't be helped. In his past life, Liu Xuan had held 7 jobs, worked in over a dozen trades, a typical corporate beast of burden, seen more naturally, had broader experience. Liu Xuan didn't respond immediately. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze cutting like a blade into the deep valley ahead where bizarre rocks stood and twisted dead trees clustered. That intense aura of death was drifting out from the shadowy side where sunlight never reached. Danger, as always, wore the same pants as opportunity. Don't be rash, he said hoarsely, his voice dry but fierce. First find out what we're dealing with. Instantly the three fell silent like 3 wolves melting into the shadows, following the nauseating stench of death, holding their breath and silently creeping toward that unknown peril deep in the valley. Life or death, all hinged on this one gamble. Liu Xuan pressed himself against the ground like a lizard crawling on all fours, silently scaling the small hilltop. His starving eyes green with hunger scraped like knives across the valley below. After observing for less than 10 minutes, he was certain. The chaotic but clear footprints in the valley revealed at most 3 corpse creatures. The risk was enormous. Yet the 3 of them were starving, weak and trembling, unable even to catch a rat. If they couldn't find food by sunrise, there would be 3 more corpses by the roadside. Guan Zhong. Liu Xuan slid down, his voice barely a whisper. At most 3 inside. Well, do this. He quickly explained the plan. Who would lure, who would ambush? Too dangerous. Xiao Liu, let me go. Guan's brows were twisted into knots, deep worry etched in his weathered face. No arguing. Liu Xian's tone was hard as stone, his gaze meeting his. I'm younger, I can run. You 2 handle the killing, that's risking your lives too. He glanced at Zhong, who remained silent, simply nodding heavily. He was the strongest but the slowest runner. The bait job truly wasn't for him. Brother, be extremely careful. Guan's hand, rough as bark, pressed heavily on Liu Xian's shoulder, heavy with meaning. Don't get too close. Curse them. Curse their ancestors. After rolling through piles of dead for over a month, pulling each other back from death's door countless times, that life and death bond needed no words. This single word, brother, weighed heavier than a mountain in this world. Got it. Liu Xuan forced a weary smile, bent down to pick up a crooked fire poker as a walking stick, took a deep breath of scorching air, and without looking back stepped into the empty silent valley thick with the stench of decay. The moment his foot touched the valley floor, Liu Xuan slipped into character. Now he was the most pitiful, most vulnerable lone refugee, one who could drop dead any second. Tattered rags hung on his bony frame, fluttering in the wind. His broken shoes scraped on the gravel, each step unsteady as if he would collapse at any moment. He deliberately exaggerated his weakness, swaying with every step, letting out dying groans from his throat. It was necessary acting. Ridiculous as it sounded, humans feared the undead and the undead feared humans. A lone zombie was craftier than a fox, paranoid of running into a group of people. Only by making himself look like free bait could he lure them out of their relatively safe caves. A horde. That was another story. Under the unified command of a corpse king, the zombies' brutality multiplied like a plague of locusts, drowning countless small cities, leaving not even a clean bone. The stench was so thick it clung to his tongue, making his head ache. Liu Xuan stopped, his feeble steps, eyes fixed on the pitch-black cave mouth beneath the cliff. He clearly sensed that deep in the darkness of the cave a pair of pupilless eyes were staring right at him. Less than 50 meters from the cave, a twisted, emaciated figure shot out from the shadows. Liu Xuan flinched violently, nostrils flaring, eyes exploding with award-worthy terror. He let out a distorted scream, "Mom!" A zombie. In his panic he threw his only weapon, the fire poker, far away. He spun around, limping and stumbling, frantically fleeing out of the valley. Ditching the weapon, feigning a disability, Liu Xuan played the bait role to perfection. Perfect prey. A shadow flickered at the cave mouth. A noticeably small zombie burst out on all fours like a wild dog off its leash. Its bald skull gleamed sickly white under the poison sun, its murky glass-like eyes locked onto Liu Xian's back throat, emitting excited growls as it lunged. It's a female. Liu Xuan felt a little reassured, even deliberately slowing his stumbling pace by a fraction. Female zombies were usually weaker, their muscles more degenerated, far less ferocious than males. Zhong once joked about a KTV in Guangzhou having female zombie escorts. That had made Liu Xian's stomach churn. Roar! The roar behind suddenly stopped. Liu Xuan hastily looked back, his heart sinking. The female zombie had skidded to a halt exactly on the line between sunlight and shadow. It pawed the ground in agitation, baring black fangs, and growled threateningly at Liu Xuan. Gah! But it wouldn't take another step forward. What are you growling at, you bald freak? Scared me to death. Failing to lure it, Liu Xuan instantly switched to taunt mode, hopping and cursing. I thought you guys had a nest, turns out you're just a saggy sack. Pa. He stopped fleeing entirely, turned around and made an extremely insulting come hither gesture with his finger, his voice hoarse but full of provocation. Come on. Oh? The taunt worked. Extreme humiliation seemed to detonate the female zombie's meager rationality. All ferocity overwhelmed everything. It shrieked, bursting out of the shadow's shelter, charging on all fours like a mad female monkey, stench rolling toward Liu Xuan. Weak as it was still a zombie. Liu Xian's scalp tingled. No more faking a limp. Instinct for survival squeezed the last ounce of strength from his bones. He shed all pretense, his spindle-shanked legs churning, sprinting for the predetermined death trap. Behind him the stench of decay nearly touched his nape. Run. 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 Ready, bro. Behind a weathered boulder, Zhong poked out half his head, face taut, eyes gleaming with ferocity, a butcher waiting for livestock. Huff. Huff. Female. Female. Hit it square. Liu Xian's lungs were like a broken bellows, throat on fire. He rasped and dashed past the boulder without stopping. Watch this. Zhong grinned savagely, muscles bulging, hefting a 20-odd-pound sharp stone. He swung his waist and hurled it with force at the female zombie, hot on Liu Xian's tail. Thump. A sickeningly dull sound. The stone hit the female zombie square in the hip. The crack of breaking bones was terrifyingly clear. It let out a short piercing shriek, its body thrown forward, lower body twisted like a pretzel, only its upper half still thrashing on the ground. Damn. If I'd known it was a female I wouldn't have bothered. Zhong jumped off the rock spout, picked up the blood-stained stone again and grinned at the female zombie's still growling bald head. Die. The female zombie's murky deadfish eyes seemed to foresee its end. It didn't look at Zhong raising the stone. With its last bit of strength it twisted its head toward the dark cave and let out a piercing, despairing warning shriek. Ah. The shriek had barely faded in the valley. Ah. A response came from the cave's shadows. A small figure burst out of the darkness. It was barely over a meter tall, emaciated, out of shape, the same bald head, the same murky eyes, now fixed intently on the howling female zombie. The instinctive fear of sunlight seemed completely overwhelmed by something stronger and more primal. It let out a young but equally hoarse roar, recklessly charging into the light, stumbling toward the female zombie. Roar. The fallen female zombie let out an even more urgent, sharper roar filled with frantic dissuasion. But the little zombie had only taken a few steps when its small body stiffened. A withered but iron-tight hand shot out from the grass beside it, seized its thin neck midair and yanked it off the ground. Guan rose silently from the tall grass like a shadow seeping up from the earth, his face utterly expressionless save for a pair of eyes cold as frozen ice. With his left hand he clamped the small corpsey human's thrashing neck in an iron grip. With his right he reversed his chipped, battered dagger and drove it deep, swift, ruthless and hesitating, into the desiccated chest just left of center. The motion was clean, precise, no hesitation, no wasted effort. Thwip. A muffled hollow thud echoed faintly as the blade pierced dry leathery flesh. Almost simultaneously Zhong hurled a blood-smeared stone, a heavy wind-whistling blow, that crashed like a sledgehammer onto the female corpsey human's still snarling skull. Squelch. A wet visceral explosion ripped through the air, a sound so grotesque it made the scalp prickle and crawl. Black-white, viscous, thick, splattered with shards of shattered bone, it erupted outward in a violent radial spray across the ground. Liu Xuan instinctively squeezed his eyes shut, his stomach churning violently. He had never endured the infernal horror of a corpse tide storming a city, and especially not the unnerving bestial intimacy between this pair of corpse humans, the mother and her daughter, whose final moments stabbed at his psyche like shards of glacial ice. They were not the mindless lumps of meat from last live films. No, they resembled something far more disturbing: degenerate, malformed, hairless apes, stripped of humanity yet eerily unsettlingly close to it. Xiao Liu. Zhong didn't so much as blink at the carnage before him. With practiced ease he used the dagger's tip to slit open the ragged cloth over the female corpse-human's abdomen, then deftly carved a precise incision just above her navel, extracting a dark-stained crystal in one smooth practiced motion. He wiped away the blackened gore with his calloused fingers, held the freshly harvested source core aloft and squinted at it under the blinding sun, then spat contemptuously. What kind of wretched world is this? Pity them. To them we're nothing but walking meat. To us they are nothing but source cores, currency for survival. Life and death are natural law, compassion is merely digging your own grave. The source core was thumb-sized, translucent and radiant. Within its depths liquid light seemed to swirl slowly, pure and dazzling, casting a cruel luminous irony against the filth and death from which it had been torn. Damn, beautiful. Zhong's cloudy eyes gleamed in the core's glow as he muttered absently, what the hell do those high-ups inside the wall use these things for? Watch out. In that single heartbeat, Liu Xuan's pupils contracted to needle-fine points. A wave of glacial dread surged up his spine, freezing his very marrow. All he could manage was a raw guttural off-key scream tearing from his shredded throat. A black shape, faster than sight, colder than nightmare, exploded from the dense grass beside Zhong, trailing a new fiercer stench, brutal, rancid, primal. Its target, Zhong, still holding the glowing source core, momentarily dazed. Before the shock could even register on his face, Zhong was struck like a freight train, hurled backward with a thunderous impact. The shimmering source core flew from his grasp, arcing through the air in a brief, brilliant, desperate arc. Uah! Zhong's heavy frame crashed to the ground with a pain-suffocated groan. It was a male corpse human, vastly larger, stronger, more terrifying than the female. Its arms, withered as ancient bark yet coiled with monstrous strength, locked around Zhong's throat like iron bands, pinning his thick body helplessly beneath. Zhong's face purpled instantly, blue veins bulged like writhing earthworms at his temples, his eyes flooding with crimson capillaries. Driven by raw courage and the primal terror of death, he shoved upward with both hands against the creature's grotesque bald skull, his biceps knotting and trembling violently, barely holding back that black tooth, more reeking of decay, inches from his throat. Man and monster wrestled in a silent, desperate duel, strength versus annihilation measured in inches and heartbeats. Zhong's labored breaths rasped like a broken bellows, each gasp edged with the rattle of imminent extinction, his strength bleeding away second by second. Death, by strangulation or by fang, felt inevitable mere seconds away. Shit. From afar, Guan's eyes bulged with panic. He'd just flung aside the small corpse-human's remains. He sprinted with every fiber of his being toward that razor-thin line between life and oblivion. He knew his comrades' limits, knew their exhaustion, their fragility. Xiao Liu possessed no combat prowess worth speaking of in such a direct clash. If Zhong fell, Liu Xuan would be dead before the next blink, exposed defenseless prey. Liu Xuan's body was already hollowed out from his earlier life or death flight, waves of adrenal crash-induced exhaustion now surging through his limbs. But there was no time for weakness. Seeing Zhong about to be torn apart, Liu Xuan's vision flooded red. A feral growl tore from his throat as he staggered forward and lunged full force onto the male corpse-human's back. In that mortal instant, long-forgotten combat techniques, discarded years ago during auxiliary police training, surfaced from memory like instinct. His right arm shot around the creature's neck from behind, his ulna locked like tempered steel beneath the jaw, crushing down onto the trachea. His left hand braced hard against the back of the skull, pushing with all his might, while his left foot drove into the earth, his torso twisting downward, hips rotating, generating brutal torque. A textbook rear-naked choke snapped into place. HRRGH. The sudden pressure triggered a guttural, enraged snarl from the corpse-human's throat. It thrashed wildly. Liu Xuan clung on, pouring every last ounce of will into dragging it backward, away from Zhong. In that suspended moment of stalemate, the corpse-human's free arm lashed forward. Blurring with speed. Thwip. Claws sliced flesh. For deep bone exposing gashes ripped open across Zhong's cheek. Warm blood sprayed forth. Had Liu Xuan's desperate pull not thrown the creature off balance, had its strike not lost half its force, those claws would have peeled away half Zhong's face, eye and all. I'll curse your ancestors to the ninth hell. The searing agony across Zhong's face ignited the feral, untamable fury buried deep in his marrow. Pain vanished from his awareness. Seizing the split second when the corpse-human, pinned and off-kilter by Liu Xuan's grip, was vulnerable, Zhong roared like a wounded cornered bull and charged again headlong. He knew better than anyone with Liu Xuan's meager strength and spent reserves that choke would never hold this beast. Boom. Yet the male corpse-human reacted with terrifying speed, its coiled legs snapping like sprung steel, delivering a devastating center mass kick straight into Zhong's chest. Uah. Struck like a battering ram, Zhong flew backward over 2 meters, slamming hard onto the unyielding earth. He curled inward, convulsing like a shrimp dropped into boiling water, retching acidic bile and blood, chest agony blinding him, rendering him utterly combat incapable. Ice flooded Liu Xuan's heart. It was over. At the same instant, a searing bone-deep pain exploded up his right arm. The corpsey human's gaunt iron-hard hand had twisted, its claw-like fingers sinking deep into the muscle of Liu Xuan's choking arm like the jaws of a steel trap. Hot blood gushed instantly from the black needle-like nails rapidly soaking his tattered sleeve. The coppery tang of fresh blood acted like a narcotic, driving the creature beneath him into even more frenzied rabid violence. It writhed with savage power straining to break free of Liu Xuan's desperate hold. Liu Xuan felt his arm tearing apart, pain threatening to drown his consciousness, but he clenched his teeth until they cracked, refusing to loosen his grip. Not a millimeter, not for an instant. He knew with absolute clarity if he let go, if that horror turned to face him, death would be instantaneous. Heavy rapid footsteps pounded closer. Guan was racing toward them, giving everything he had. But, too far. Far too late. Liu Xuan felt despair as the strength drained from his body like an ebbing tide, every muscle screaming in agony and tearing under the strain. He had squeezed the last ounce of energy from his frame, yet found himself utterly incapable of budging the male corpse's neck, thick as an ancient tree root. Can't hold on. Truly. Can't take it. Going to die. The corpse sensed the weakening grip around its neck. With a sudden lurch it twisted its body violently. The chokehold had utterly failed. That hideous grotesque head spun around in an instant, its murky lifeless eyes, void of pupils, fixed with primal bloodlust on Liu Xuan, so close he could almost smell the stench from its mouth. The corpse's wide mouth bristling with black fangs and dripping foul saliva open to an exaggerated degree, and with suffocating deathly aura lunged to bite down viciously on Liu Xuan's exposed fragile neck. Damn it. I've transmigrated here, haven't laid eyes on a single beauty, haven't had a decent meal, and every day has been a desperate escape until I'm utterly spent. Is this how my story ends? Boom. At that critical moment, a muffled yet piercing explosion erupted without warning. That sound. It was like a gunshot. The corpse's jaws, about to clamp down, froze stiff. Every motion halted instantly. Then a viscous, warm and indescribably foul milky pus oozed from a fresh small hole near the corpse's temple, smearing over Liu Xuan's eyes. A gaunt yet steady hand shoved the corpse off Liu Xuan and helped him sit up. Xiao Liu. You all right? Guan's voice held a trace of urgency. Liu Xuan gasped for air, his chest heaving like a bellows, darkness swimming before his eyes. He wiped the foul pus from his face, his throat dry, still hanging on, just exhausted. Quick check on old Zhong. Him. Guan's tense face relaxed slightly as he casually brushed dirt off Liu Xuan. He won't die. That guy's tough as nails. If Head had a full stomach, he could have handled this one alone. Warden Guan, Zhong grimaced as he sat up, wiping the blood-caked grime from his face and pointing at his battered visage. That's a harsh thing to say. Look at this handsome face of mine. TSK ruined. Catching his breath, his gaze lingered on the standard issue pistol Guan had just holstered under his arm, a grin spreading across his face, a mix of survivor's relief and his usual roguishness. Hey boss Guan, you've been keeping secrets. Over a month on the road and not once did you show this piece. You can really hold out. Guan's face remained impassive as he expertly ejected the magazine, revealing its empty chamber, then clicked it back in and returned the gun to its holster. The last round. His voice was flat as ice, saved for myself. You two knew each other all along. Liu Xuan struggled to sit upright, looking between them in shock. For the entire month the two had acted like complete strangers who'd just met on the road. Of course. Zhong winced in pain, but his tone carried a hint of pride. Boss Guan runs a hotel and I'm a VIP regular, stayed there 3 times for real. Hotel. Liu Xuan was even more confused. Yangcheng first prison. Zhong gave a thumbs up. First prison, old Guan has the best. Liu Xuan felt a lump of frustration stuck in his chest, glaring at the two Oscar-worthy performers. His own clever act seemed childish and amateurish next to these seasoned pros. He fumed. Fine. You've been pretending not to know each other this whole time. It's all in the past. Guan's voice dropped rough as sandpaper as he gazed at his calloused, scarred hands as if they bore the indelible marks of a past that could never be scrubbed clean. Everything's gone. Just live again. Forget the last 10 years and you can survive. Those words fell like a cold hard stone into the brief silence, stirring no ripples. Zhong's mockery vanished. He brooded for a long while, then looked up with a grin more bitter than a sob, fierce and defiant. Right. Look ahead. Live on for those who didn't make it. And see just when the hell this godforsaken world will end. He scrambled to his feet, limping toward the male corpse, his eyes gleaming with a mix of survival and greed. Fellas, it's blind box time. Let's see what surprises this family of 3 has left for us. The apocalypse night was harsh. But tonight the 3 refugees, Liu Guan and Zhong, felt a rare long-lost taste of living comfortably. The campfire crackled its dancing flames, driving away the cave's damp chill, warming their bodies. A gulp of fiery liquor, a savage bite of sizzling smoky dried meat, the hot food hit their empty acid-churning stomachs, sending a solid wave of warmth through their limbs, nearly making them sigh in contentment. If not for the faint lingering stench of the family of 3 in the air, this place could pass for a 5-star shelter. The cave was deeper than expected, with a thin trickle of a hidden spring at the far end. Charcoal marks on the wall, crudely scratched tally lines, froze the trajectory of time's collapse. Beside the highest childish scratch, a half-dried blackened wildflower petal still clung. In a corner lay a tattered blanket scattered with a few polished bone toys. A grass-woven grasshopper lay still on the edge of a stone table, as if it had long seen that this so-called refuge was merely a temporary coffin delaying decay. Clearly this family of 3 had fled here at the very start of the apocalypse. All human supplies had long been exhausted. Only a dust-covered bottle of liquor and half a rusted expired can of luncheon meat were found in the corner. In contrast, a long string of dried pheasants, rabbits, field mice and even snake meat hung inside the cave, stored as provisions by the corpse, enough to last them a good while. No one knew when or how this family of 3 had turned into corpses. But it was certain they had perished almost simultaneously. Otherwise the living would have been devoured by the transformed. Humans cannot be infected by corpses. This was common knowledge in the apocalypse, a small mercy. Otherwise not so many desperados would risk their lives hunting corpses for food. How one becomes a corpse remains a mystery. For the living, that's a blessing. First, no fear of mutating from injury. Second, no worry that the bigwigs behind high walls would mass-produce corpses for a steady supply of source cores. Liu Xuan leaned against the cold stone wall, holding a dust-covered family photo head found in a corner of the cave, staring at it thoughtfully by the flickering firelight. The female protagonist in the photograph has a bright smile, long straight black hair and an alluring figure with her proud curves prominently displayed. The male protagonist is tall and handsome, wearing gold-rimmed glasses that give him an elegant and refined appearance. The little girl in the middle snuggles closely against her parents, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. The flickering firelight dances across their faces, alternating between light and shadow. Xiao Liu, Guan broke the silence by handing over a chipped cup filled with water. His deep gaze fell upon Liu Xuan, carrying an unspoken scrutiny. What did you do before? After a month of traveling together, Liu Xuan's keen observational skills and the striking kindness that seemed almost silly in the apocalypse made him feel something was off. Last time he had carried a 5-year-old boy he didn't know, who was on the verge of death for 3 whole days, refusing to let go no matter how he pleaded. It wasn't until the child had completely passed away in his arms that he seemed to awaken, and he never engaged in such foolishness of helping the elderly or carrying children again. I am a patient. Liu Xuan took the cup but did not take his eyes off the photograph, his voice somewhat drifting. I have been bedridden for many years. Just woke up not long ago. At home. There's only my old mother left. She passed away when the disaster first began. He wove what he believed to be a reasonable lie. A vegetative state. Zhong beside him was gnawing on a half-eaten roasted rabbit leg, and upon hearing this he slapped his thigh in realization, laughing broadly. Hey! You kid. Is this fate good or bad? After waking up from a long sleep, the world has changed colors. If you ask me, in this damn day and age it would be better to stay asleep and avoid this suffering. He scrutinized Liu Xian's tall and thin frame without any courtesy. No wonder. You look big and strong, but your strength is even weaker than a woman's. So it turns out you're just a waste. Guan nodded, not pursuing the matter further. The flickering firelight cast deep shadows across his rugged face. This explanation seemed to make all of Liu Xian's irrationality suddenly become reasonable. A person who has struggled to survive in this apocalypse for 10 years has had their heart turned to iron and stone, hard and cold, and could not possibly retain the foolish and naive quality that Liu Xuan still possessed, a blend of cleverness and occasional absurdity. The leaden-grey sky revealed a hint of pale light, and the scorching sun rushed up impatiently like a red-hot iron pressed fiercely against the cracked earth. The air was scorching, carrying a burning pain as it entered the lungs. In front of 3 newly piled earthen graves, Zhong sang a dissonant lament in a hoarse voice. If you have many regrets about this world, you're dead. Hurry up and follow the king of hell. Do not linger in this world. When you look up in the sky, the people living down here who isn't starving while working. You should be grateful you went to the Yang Wang temple. Guan and Liu Xuan remained silent, placing the last few stones heavily on the grave. The 3 of them threw on their backpacks and tightened their straps, preparing to set off. Normally they would not waste precious energy dealing with corpses. But as the old saying goes, if you take from someone you should also give back. This family not only supplemented their supplies with a large amount of food, but also contributed 3 precious source cores which justified their burial. Buried, and that would settle it. Just as they were about to step away, Liu Xuan seemed to remember something. He turned back to the grave, took out the worn family photo from his pocket, carefully placed it under the stone on the grave, then poured out a large portion of precious white liquor onto the mound, and after bowing deeply 3 times he turned to catch up with the group. Guan and Zhong exchanged glances filled with the helplessness of this foolish kid is acting up again. Yet it was precisely this kind of outdated foolishness that acted like a magnet, pulling them along to follow Liu Xuan. Being with him, witnessing his occasional ridiculous actions, allowed the tightly wound string in their hearts to loosen somewhat. 10 days later. The road leading north had entirely turned into a river of refugees. Faces that were sunken and yellowing bodies that were hollowed out crawled in the same direction. Liu Xuan and the others blended in, standing out starkly. With rosy faces and firm strides, their bulging backpacks were a silent declaration: we are not lacking in food. Especially Liu Xuan, whose face had even rounded out a bit. Wow, have you really put on weight with all that meat? Zhong grinned, his 4 scars twisting into a centipede shape. It wasn't that no one was envious. But every time Zhong suddenly looked up, his scarred face grim and his copper bell-like eyes glaring, all prying eyes would instantly retreat, no one daring to provoke this grim figure. The further north they went, the more corpses they encountered. The 3 of them moved cautiously with some surprises but no dangers. Until only half a box of expired luncheon meat remained, a giant silhouette finally loomed on the horizon. Anshi City. The 14-meter-high walls were made of bricks from the Hongwu era. Who would have thought that after hundreds of years they would still serve a purpose? What seeped through the cracks of the bricks was no longer rainwater but rust and congealed blood. On the Kuaishing Tower, the barrel of a heavy machine gun coldly protruded. Soldiers on the enemy platform were armed to the teeth, their hawk-like gazes sweeping over the ants below. The city gate was blocked by a sea of heads. The mingling stench of sweat, mud and urine formed a noxious stream that choked the breath out of people. Standing in the crowd, Liu Xuan suddenly felt dazed. The girl who used to sing under the Yongning Gate in his past life, Han Xiaoju, was also surrounded by a sea of heads. Only this time there were no neon lights or songs, just the glint of cold steel glinting from bayonets. Some say the land and water of Xi'an make people lazy. Come take a dig and I'll show you what life is like. Who left this impression of Xi'an on the Lur's high slope? Liu Xuan hummed that tune softly and a pale face floated before his eyes. Line up to enter the city. Firearms, explosives and knives longer than 50 centimeters will all be confiscated. Those who resist, kill without mercy. The thunderous roar shattered his daze. An officer blocked the entrance, commanding soldiers to conduct rough inspections. The dull thuds of rifle butts hitting flesh and the sudden screams suppressed all unrest, and the line instantly fell silent. It was their turn. Apart from 3 broken daggers, Da Guan's empty pistol was also taken away. Surprisingly, no one deducted from the half box of expired luncheon meat, indicating that the city did not lack food. Once inside, there would be a way to survive. Population is a resource. As long as they can support it, whether as cannon fodder or labor, those in power have always welcomed newcomers. Passing through the chilly entrance, a cacophony of heat and complex odors rushed toward them. The wide main road of the city had turned into a chaotic and boiling marketplace. Carts collided and the noise of vendors filled the air. The aroma of food surged from the shops on either side, gripping every refugee's stomach tightly. Liu Chen experienced a moment of daze, as if he had suddenly stumbled back into the bustling human world of the past. Until the cries of vendors tore through the illusion. Rujiamo. Selected rat hind leg meat. Chewy and satisfying fare to young and old. Lamb soup with flatbread. 5 new coins a bowl. I guarantee with my head that it's not human flesh. If it's fake, I'll pay 10 times. Steamed cake. Soft, sticky and sweet. Other than saccharine, there's not a single chemical ingredient. Sweet enough to rot your teeth. Youth hostel. Hot showers. 18-person rooms. Only $10 for a night. The locals welcomed the new refugees with excessive enthusiasm, almost like welcoming a god. No one complained about their ragged clothing, instead everyone's eyes sparkled green, eager to pounce and strip them of their skin. Da Guan, having navigated the bureaucratic system, noticed Liu Xuan's frown and lowered his voice. City folks have subsistence allowances, enough to keep from starving but not enough to thrive. Few jobs, many people. Who has money to dine out? Everyone's just clinging to relief rations. He gestured toward the stall owners with a smirk. But newcomers like us. We've been starved too long. Seeing food, if we have anything in our pockets, well, spend it. No cash. They'll squeeze gold jewelry heirlooms out of you somehow. He tilted his chin toward the largest shop in the market center. That's a pawn shop. Dirty. Stinky. Compared to making money, none of that matters. Da Guan smiled bitterly. Here money makes you king. Zhong squinted, his triangular eyes locking onto the most flashy storefront on the street corner. Its black sign with gold characters read, Tongshengshang, with a smaller line below, government operated. It flaunted itself in the greasy air, exuding an unyielding toughness. Right here. Without another word, Zhong grabbed both of them and charged inside. The shop was steaming hot. On the cutting board sat a mountain of snowy white soaked flatbread. A giant pot bubbled with thick milky lamb broth, its fragrance aggressively filling everyone's nostrils. A bleached lamb head could be faintly seen bobbing in the creamy soup. Zhong. Da Guan grabbed his arm, frowning deeply. Our pockets are cleaner than our faces. Let's trade the cans for cash first and grab a meat sandwich at the entrance to stave off hunger. This place. He glanced at the respectable diners and uniformed staff. Eat without paying. Are you asking for death? Zhong chuckled, his centipede-like scar twisting with cunning. Officer Guan. Think only you have aces up your sleeve. I've got some too. When it comes to surviving disasters, you government folks still have lessons to learn from us riverfront roamers. As he spoke with sarcasm, he swiftly unbuttoned his greasy coat, pulled out his belt and dug his fingers into the hidden layer. Snap. He broke off a pinkific gold chain and slapped it onto the oily table with a crisp sound. boss. 3 big bowls of lamb palmore. Extra meat. Extra bread. Plenty of pickled garlic. Hurry it up. Coming right up. 3 VIP guests at table 3. 3 large bowls of lamb soup with extra portions. Please tear the bread yourselves and mind the heat, take your time. A fair sharp-looking waiter chimed in a drawn-out cry, deftly serving 3 steaming bowls of rich oily broth. He casually picked up the gold piece, weighed it with a flick of his fingers, and his smile broadened. He then quickly brought over a basin of water and 3 slightly worn towels. Gentlemen, please wash your hands. You sly dog, Zhong. Dagwan stared at the gold chain, laughing in exasperation. A thick gold chain is a belt. You're something else. Today this criminal's treat, he'll take it. He pulled up a stool and sat down, a mix of frustration and rare relief churning inside him. Right back at you. Zhong shrugged it off, too lazy to tear the bread finely. He took a big bite of the whole flatbread, then slurped a mouthful of scalding soup from the bowl's edge, wincing but looking utterly satisfied. In the underworld, a big gold chain and a Rolex are standard gear. You uniformed types are way behind. Little Liu's the honest one. Dagwan shook his head, methodically tearing his bread into soybean-sized pieces with a motion ingrained with order. No such scheming. He sprinkled the crumbled bread into the soup, watching it soak up the broth and bob up and down, then picked up his chopsticks and ate unhurriedly. Liu Xuan buried himself in his meal. The scalding lamb soup and bread warmed his stomach but couldn't suppress the turmoil in his heart. Who said he had no backup plan? He had a secret, a colossal secret. It burned like a red-hot iron, unsettling him. Should he tell? Could he tell? His fingers unconsciously scraped the rough bowl's edge. He owed Zhong for this meal. In the apocalypse, a truly filling meal was a great kindness. But this secret? He dared not gamble. Once inside the city, what are your plans? Dagwan's voice broke the silence, carrying a subtle farewell. If you have nowhere to go, come with me to find my old subordinate. No official post, but a security gig, isn't hard. He looked at them both, his gaze complex. Forget it, Officer Guan. Zhong scoffed, foot on the stool, picking his teeth. Me in that uniform. The brothers lying underground would visit me every night to chat. Can't do it. He spat. And those big companies with their signs. Phut. They are darker than my old gang. Playing both sides makes me sick just looking at them. The smile on Dagwan's face froze instantly. Going down the dark path will get you killed sooner or later. How about starting over fresh? He lowered his voice, frustration in his tone. And that stash of yours, don't flaunt your wealth. See those guys at the door? They've had their eyes on you since you pulled out the gold. Zhong triangular eyes flashed with menace as he scanned the loafing thugs at the entrance. They shrank back under his glare. He sneered. Breaking into places and eating for free. They are nothing. Believe me, in a few days those fools will be kneeling to call me boss. His tone dripped with pure contempt and control. You. Dagwan's professional instincts flared, his hands trembling with rage at Zhong's ruffian attitude. He nearly crushed the bread, head just torn into powder, and threw it but held back. He gritted his teeth and shoved the crumbled bread hard into his bowl. Food was not to be wasted. All right. Liu Xuan quickly intervened, his voice pleading. We made it through the toughest times, now we can finally catch our breath. Why are you still fighting? He looked at them both. Before my mother passed, she told me to find my grandfather in Anchi City. He runs a factory, has some foundation. If things don't work out, he'll come to you, Dagwan. All right, take care of yourselves. Dagwan, seeing they had plans, didn't insist. The atmosphere grew heavy, the aroma of lamb soup mingling with unspoken parting sorrow. They were about to separate. The days and nights of life and death camaraderie, having shielded each other from blades and shared the last morsel of food, had forged a bond deeper than blood. True brothers were no more than this. Hey. Zhong slammed the table, sending grease flying, and grinned broadly to break the gloom. Why don't we become sworn brothers? In ancient times, Liu Bei Guan Yu and Zhong Fei had their peach garden oath. Today Zhong Guan and Liu have our Tongxingshang pact. Ha ha, fate. He deliberately emphasized the character, Zhong. Great. Liu Xuan nodded immediately, a spark lighting in his eyes. Why Zhong Guan Liu? You put yourself ahead of me. Dagwan raised a thick eyebrow, the earlier frustration dissipating in the warmth of memory. He knew these two men's characters and true colors inside out. Zhong, that rascal, was a headache, but everyone had their own path. Rats had their ways, cats theirs. In the apocalypse, what was black and white? Surviving was what mattered. TCH. Whoever's older is the big brother. Don't pull rank on me. Zhong stuck out his neck stubbornly. Seeing that the two were about to clash again, Liu Xuan quickly interjected, for a sworn brotherhood we need incense and a shrine at least, don't we? This dump doesn't even have a decent altar. What are we going to worship? The three of them scanned the cramped shop, their gazes finally resting on the electronic fortune cat on the counter, its paw waving endlessly. Zhong slapped his thigh and grinned. I reckon this thing is perfect. It brings fortune and treasure, how fitting. At the end of the world, sincerity is what matters. What do you say, brothers? All right. Dagwan was both amused and exasperated by his twisted logic, but he agreed readily. Good. Liu Xuan nodded too. Waiter. More soup. Fill it up. Zhong bellowed toward the kitchen. Steaming hot lamb soup was poured into the bowls again. Liu Xuan pulled out the half-empty bottle of liquor from the depths of his backpack and carefully poured a little into each bowl, just enough to finish the bottle. The pungent aroma of alcohol mingled with the strong smell of lamb, rising with an unexpected intensity. The three stood up with their bowls, walked to the electronic fortune cap blinking with an eerie red light, knelt on one knee and raised the bowls above their brows. Zhong, clearly the more worldly one, spoke first, his voice booming like a bell. Heavens above. Today we three swear brotherhood in this rundown shop. We don't seek to be born on the same day or die on the same day. Damn, that's bad luck, forget it. I Zhong Debiao am 35. He turned to look at Dagwan. Guan Changhai 38. Dagwan shot him a smile that said, indefinitely the big brother here. Liu Xuan this year. This year 21. From now on we share joys and hardships. Never abandon, never give up, never betray. Never betray. Three low roars collided, making the air tremble. They tilted their heads back and down the lamb soup mixed with liquor, none daring to smash the bowls for fear of being charged. As they rose, three rough calloused hands stained with dirt and blood clasped tightly together. The ceremony was complete. This absurd yet strangely solemn scene drew the gazes of the few diners in the shop. Three ragged refugees swearing brotherhood in front of an electronic fortune cat. Someone sneered their contempt and mocking amusement almost undisguised. The three paid no heed and returned to their seats. Guan Changhai straightened his expression and said in a deep voice, second brother, third brother. From now on the first weekend of every quarter we gather here to report that we're safe. His gaze turned to Zhong Debiao, carrying an undeniable warning, second brother, the city is different from the wild. Keep a low profile and keep your hands clean. Deal? If there's any trouble out there, I'll count on you, big brother, to look after me. Zhong Debiao chuckled, his eyes darting around, clearly already calculating the benefits of having a police officer as a brother in the underworld. Suddenly remembering something, he unfastened a thick gold chain as big as a pinky from his waistband, forcefully broke it into 3 pieces and pushed 2 of them toward Guan Changhai and Liu Xuan. No way. Too precious. Second brother, the bond from this meal is already enough. They immediately refused. Huh? Zhong face instantly darkened, his eyes glaring. We just shouted share joys and now you're backing out. Are you slapping me in the face? Second brother, it's not that. Taking this gold would weigh on our hearts. Liu Xuan said urgently. Second brother. Dagwan slapped the gold back in front of him, his tone resolute. Brothers are brothers, money is money. If a man has no ability and only thinks of sharing his brother's fortune, that's leeching, not brotherhood. Zhong stared at them for a few seconds, knowing their stubbornness, and sullenly stuffed the gold chain fragments back into his pocket. Fine. You're so noble. He paused, his voice muffled. I won't take a single cent from the money we got for that half case of canned goods. If you keep nagging, don't blame me for severing ties on the spot. Phut, he couldn't help but laugh himself. Having just sworn brotherhood and then talking about severing ties, this bond was far too flimsy. The atmosphere eased slightly. Liu Xuan took a deep breath as if he had finally made up his mind and looked at them with burning eyes. Big brother, second brother. Do you trust me? His voice was low but carried a resolute determination. Nonsense. Third brother spit it out. Stop being so damn hesitant. Zhong waved his hand impatiently. Dagwan also cast a questioning glance. Those 3 source cores? Liu Xuan said word by word, give them to me. 3 months later he'll give you an explanation. I don't want anything else. Guan Changhai was momentarily stunned, then smiled in relief. I thought it was something serious. Third brother, if you need them, take them. He looked at Zhong. Second brother, what do you think? Zhong Debiao stood up abruptly. What's so special about source cores? If third brother likes them, take them and play. He grabbed the greasy worn-out jacket from the back of the chair and slung it over his shoulder. I'm off then. There are some tough newcomers hiding among the refugees. I need to go scope them out. If I'm late, there won't even be scraps left. His eyes gleamed with a wolfish hunger. Take care. He gave Guan Changhai and Liu Xuan each a firm, brief hug. The embrace was rough and fleeting, reeking of sweat, dust and a brash worldly air. Releasing them, he grinned, revealing a set of yellowed smoke-stained teeth, then turned and plunged into the chaotic surging crowd outside without looking back. His figure was almost instantly swallowed by the tide of grey humanity. That rascal. Guan Changhai shook his head with a chuckle, then turned to the shop and raised his voice. Manager. Is the manager here? Do you buy canned luncheon meat that expired 8 years ago but has a 3-year shelf life? Before he finished, a woman emerged from behind the counter as if by magic. Around 40, she wore a tight figure-hugging slip dress, her plump figure and meticulously applied makeup starkly out of place in the grimy surroundings. From a distance, a cloying pungent perfume aggressively invaded Liu Xuan's nostrils, making him instinctively hold his breath. We do take them, of course. Handsome, this kind of hard currency only our government-operated store dares to accept it, and we offer the fairest price. The woman swayed as she approached, her voice drawn out in a soft, seductive tone. Her gaze flickered over Liu Xuan's instantly reddening ears and she let out a chuckle. Oh, we have a shy little brother here. Liu Xuan's ears burned and he hurriedly lowered his head. After inspecting the goods and haggling, Guan Changhai's rough hands ended up with 5 crumpled 100-yuan notes. The woman swayed away, the lingering perfume in the air a testament to how much she had overcharged them. Third brother, Guan Changhai leaned close to Liu Xuan, his voice dropping to a whisper. I have to go too. Remember, if you're in real danger, go to Yintao prison and find a man named Duan Peng. Mention my name and he should be able to reach me. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings and he quickly stuffed 4 of the new notes and a small heavy cloth pouch into Liu Xuan's hand, gripping it tightly. You're young, your road is long. Take the money. The source cores are in the pouch. This stuff is hot, keep it hidden, don't show it to anyone. I trust you, brother, but let me add this, in this world people's hearts are more poisonous than ghosts. Big brother, I really can't take this money. Liu Xuan's throat tightened, his eyes burning. Take it. Guan Changhai's tone brooked no argument, his large hand gripping Liu Xuan like a vice. Just live well. He gave Liu Xuan's shoulder a heavy pat, then turned and strode out with long determined steps. His tall figure paused at the shop entrance. He turned back, flashed Liu Xuan a grin and gave him a thumbs up. Then without hesitation he plunged into the surging chaotic sea of grey humanity outside, disappearing without a trace. Liu Xuan sat alone by the greasy table, his eyes burning with heat as his vision gradually blurred. A man's tears are not easily shed, but he has not yet reached the point of heartbreak. The bond of brotherhood forged through life and death is heavier than mountains. No wonder those old soldiers who crawled out of the sea of corpses in their past lives could cry like dogs when parting. Oh, little brother, why are you here dropping golden beans all alone? The overly sweet and cloying fragrance wafted back, interrupting his thoughts. Liu Meng sniffed, quickly blinking away the moisture in his eyes, and looked up at the returning glamorous manager. The exaggerated smile on her face couldn't hide the gleam in her eyes. Little brother, how old are you this year? Just arrived in the city, right? She leaned in, her voice low, the smoky breath brushing against Liu Xuan's face. Do you have a place to stay? If not, why not stay here with your sister as a waiter? A monthly salary of 300 new coins with food and accommodation included. Look at your good looks, just standing at the door is like a living advertisement. Thank you, but no need. Liu Xuan shifted half a step to the side, creating distance, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. I have somewhere to go. His brother's words, the world is dangerous, still echoed in his ears. Flattering without cause is either deceit or theft. The calculations in this woman's eyes clicked loudly, audible even from 2 miles away. He, the woman maintained her smile, her eyes shifting as she directly got to the point. So, little brother, how about that bit of yellow goods in your pocket? He'll give you the highest price in the city, absolutely fair. Gold. Liu Xuan frowned, genuinely caught off guard. What gold? It's your second brother. The manager giggled, covering her mouth, a hint of mischief in her eyes. The one ranked second, right? You were just swearing brotherhood earlier, quite lively. When he left, he hugged each of you swift with his hand, slipping a little gift into your and the tall guy's pockets. Liu Xuan's heart jolted violently. He immediately reached into his coat pocket, his fingertips brushing against 2 cold, hard little rings. Upon pulling them out, he realized they were the 2 segments ripped off his second brother Zhong Er's big gold chain. Heavy, carrying the warmth of brotherly loyalty. Not exchanging. Liu Xuan declared decisively, gripping the gold rings tightly in his palm. These are my second brother's belongings, I must return them to him. With that, he no longer glanced at the woman, grabbing his backpack and heading for the door. In this place, apart from that bowl of lamb soup, everything else disgusted him. The seductive manager watched Liu Xuan's indifferent retreat, the professional smile on her face instantly crumbling, shifting to an unpredictable expression. Her long nails instinctively scraped against the greasy table edge, her eyes darting around, her mind calculating some malicious scheme. In the next moment, she suddenly plastered a dazzlingly bright smile back on her face and quickly approached the returning youth. Auntie, sorry to bother you, how do I get to Chiffon Group? Liu Xuan looked completely harmless. Hey auntie. The manager's smile instantly froze on her face, her mouth twitching fiercely, her meticulously drawn eyebrows trembling with anger. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the curse that rose in her throat, her voice slightly strained. Do you know anyone at Chiffon Group? Yes, Liu Xuan nodded, his tone as casual as asking for directions. My grandfather is a shareholder of Chiffon Group. Shareholder? The manager's pupils suddenly constricted, her anger deflating like a balloon pricked by a needle. Whoosh, it was all gone. In the blink of an eye, a smile 10 times more enthusiastic filled her face, her voice dripping with sweetness. Oh my. I thought so. The moment I saw you, I felt you were extraordinary, not someone from the mud-legged rabble. Turns out you're a young master. She hurriedly pointed toward the end of the street. Just follow this main road straight ahead. At most 4 or 5 miles. The tallest and grandest building is Chiffon Group's headquarters. The sun is harsh. Would you like me to call a rickshaw for you? You're so delicate, don't get sunburned. No need, thank you, auntie. Liu Xuan still wore that innocent smile, politely nodded, turned around and stepped lightly onto the cracked bluestone road, leaving the enchanting manager frozen in place, her fragrant shoulders stiff as if suppressing something. Is there no director with the surname Ma at Chiffon? But looking at this kid, he doesn't seem to be lying. Just a few steps out, Liu Xian's gaze swept across the small blackboard standing at the entrance. There the fair-skinned waiter had just used chalk to revise the special offer information, beautifully penned: today's special sealed canned luncheon meat, scarce resource, price 300 new coins, can limited quantity while supplies last. Liu Xian's steps came to a sudden halt. Half a box. A full 10 cans. The government exclusive store makes a profit of 250 on each can. Government exclusive. What a damn exclusive. A wave of cold, furious humiliation surged up, feeling like he had been played for a fool. Liu Xuan gritted his teeth, forcing out a harsh curse between clenched jaws. Damn. Anxi City, like a skinned, haphazardly stitched steel beast, lay prostrate beneath the grey-yellow sky. Liu Xian's gaze swept over this so-called main road. Gone were the glass curtain walls piercing the sky from his memories, replaced by low twisted concrete remnants, the tallest being a rugged 4 or 5-story skeletal structure. The smooth walls had long disappeared, replaced by layers of patches, rusted corrugated steel door panels ripped from abandoned vehicles, thick logs and even large chunks of concrete haphazardly piled, blocking every hollow window, leaving only narrow shooting holes and lookout slits. On the walls the stains and rust left by a decade of natural disasters intertwined, forming grotesque abstract paintings. Atop a few slightly intact buildings, crooked wind turbines barely survived, their blades creaking as they turned, a sound that made one's teeth ache. Low factories had been completely hollowed out, crammed with people becoming overcrowded nests. Leaning chimneys continuously belched out the black smoke of inferior fuels, merging with the ever-present murky air, dust, rust, the smell of burnt things and a faint hint of decay seeping into the bones. Liu Xuan frowned. Every breath of filthy air, every inch of mottled rust seemed to mock his existence. In his past life a corporate slave traversing the apocalypse, was he now reduced to scavenging like a wild dog amidst the decaying remains of civilization? His brow furrowed tightly, his mood sinking like lead into the cracked asphalt beneath his feet. Suddenly a burst of silver bell-like laughter unexpectedly shattered the gloom. He abruptly lifted his gaze. On the other side of the road a sprawling shanty town stubbornly stretched out. Torn clothes flapped in the wind like flags rising from despair. The mottled walls were covered with crude territorial markings. A dozen dirt-streaked children were encircling a cleared patch, shouting, running, playing the game Liu Xuan had played in his childhood, the eagle catching the chick. And right beneath his feet in the crevices of the rubble a striking shade of goose yellow suddenly caught his eye. A nameless wildflower stubbornly held its head high, blooming defiantly in the shadow of this wasteland. Children. Wildflowers. City of ruins. Liu Xuan froze abruptly. A surge of indescribable bitterness rushed up, stinging his nose and making his eyes heat up. Damn it. Humanity, this thing is truly both cheap and resilient, very much like cockroaches. 10 years of apocalypse gnawing on scrap iron and rotten mud, somehow it regrew flesh and blood, standing up crookedly. Although civilization has collapsed, a new order is brutally sprouting from blood and mud. He shook his head vigorously as if trying to throw that heavy malice out of his mind. A faint yet real light actually managed to forcefully break through the heavy haze in his heart. Heh. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, raising his gaze toward the grey cloudy sky. Damn it, since you let me live this life again. Fine. You'll thank you, Heavenly Lord. Even if this world is a pile of dog shit wrapped in glass shards and corpse oil, I will pry it open, smash it and taste its saltiness. Moreover, two faces flashed through his mind: the second brother who aspired to become the leader of the underworld in Anxi City, and the older brother who still clung to the old rules even in hell. This game of rotten chess is not played alone. And that secret buried deep in his heart, capable of igniting this entire wasteland once again. From the very first second he opened his eyes in the apocalyptic ruins, Liu Xuan sensed something extra lurking inside his body. It was a bizarrely shaped insect, entirely translucent, coated in a gelatinous slime resembling a miniature slime. Instead of settling in his internal organs, it stealthily wandered deep within the dense network of his blood vessels. This strange bug didn't suck his blood, but incessantly whispered faint yet stubborn thoughts into his mind. Flesh. Source core. Eat. Symbiosis. Decompose. Purify. Transform. During the first month of desperate fleeing, Liu Xuan himself was so starved, his stomach pressed against his spine, 1 foot already in the grave. How could he possibly feed it? Thus this creature, which Liu Xuan privately called Little Bug, completely wilted. Apart from its daily unyielding transmission of those nearly breathless thoughts of eat, it remained as silent and dead as an old blood clot clinging to the vessel wall. Fortunately, the generous meal provided by the corpse family not only filled his shriveled stomach but also revived the lifeless little bug within him. Well fed and satisfied, the little bug was noticeably more spirited. The consciousness it transmitted was no longer just the monotonous eat, the information was complex and clear, allowing Liu Xuan to truly understand for the first time. This thing was his transmigrator's golden finger in this damned apocalyptic wasteland, the means to secure his foothold and dominate all. Liu Xuan gave this golden finger a rather imposing name, the Apocalyptic Mutual Development Alliance. As for the slime-like bug, he couldn't be bothered to think of a name and simply called it Little Bug. Little Bug's core ability was exactly what it chanted repeatedly: decomposition, purification, and transformation. For instance, when Liu Xuan consumed a large amount of meat nutrients, Little Bug would transform them, secreting a highly concentrated active nutrient fluid. When he swallowed a source core containing violent unknown energy, Little Bug would refine and convert it into something even more precious, an unknown energy essence fluid. According to the information from Little Bug, it was called Source Essence. Based on Liu Xuan's experience of devouring online novels for 10 years, this Source Essence undoubtedly possessed the terrifying ability to cleanse the marrow, refine the body, and dramatically elevate one's life level. These precious fluids transformed by Little Bug could be excreted through glands designated by Liu Xuan: fingertips, corners of the eye, saliva, or even the place for urination. But there was a cost. When Little Bug decomposed toxic substances or transformed source core energy while generating Source Essence, it also produced two byproducts: waste residue and byproduct. The stench of the waste residue was potent enough to make one vomit up last night's meal, acting like a spotlight in the dark, attracting bloodthirsty corpses and rabid mutant beasts. As for the byproduct, its effect was unpredictable, entirely dependent on the properties of the absorbed material, fortune or calamity, purely a matter of luck. This was precisely why Liu Xuan insisted on those three source cores. He planned to have Little Bug convert them into Source Essence, and then share it with Guan Changhai and Zhong Debiao. Whether he'd have them swallow his saliva or receive something else would depend entirely on how glib second brother's mouth was at the time. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable malicious smirk crept onto Liu Xuan's face. The sky was gloomy, dusk pressing down. At the edge of his vision, the silhouette of a 20-plus-story skyscraper standing conspicuously amidst the ruins gradually came into view. As he drew closer, two burly men stood like pillars on either side of the security booth outside the grand portico. Dressed in black uniforms emblazoned with security, rifles in hand, their eyes swept like blades across any living thing daring to approach the restricted zone. Get lost. One of the guards suddenly raised his rifle, the pitch-black muzzle aimed squarely at the ragged Liu Xuan, his voice harsh as a cracked gong. The Chiffon Group headquarters, is this a place for a beggar like you to loiter? Looking for death? Finally I've arrived, Liu Xuan murmured to himself. His face instantly contorted into a fawning, obsequious smile as he scurried forward. Brothers, you've worked hard. I'm here to find a relative. My maternal grandfather is a director of the group, surnamed Ma, named Ma Feng. There was no expected warmth or ingratiation. The two armed men were momentarily stunned, then burst into unrestrained mocking laughter as if hearing the funniest joke. Ha! Your grandfather? Director Ma Feng? Then I'm the biological grandson of Bailey Zhong, the chairman of Chiffon Group. Chairman Bailey is my own grandpa. Ha ha ha. One laughed so hard his whole body shook, the rifle barrel trembling along with him. The other, full of contempt, spat on the ground. Dream on, you bastard. Quit your bullshit here. We don't have any director named Ma. Even if we did, would a lowlife like you be worthy of claiming kinship? Get lost now or I'll blow your brains out and trade your corpse for a bottle of booze. Liu Xuan's cheekbones tightened, 3 deep furrows creasing between his brows. Fragments of memory held no clear image of his grandfather, but on her deathbed his mother had clung to him with withered hands, her voice faint yet exceptionally clear. Go to Anshi. Find your grandfather. Chiffon founder. Ma Feng. Those words could not be wrong. Could it be? His grandfather was already dead. Just as Liu Xuan's heart sank, caught in a dilemma, the heavy frosted glass window of the security booth slid open with a clatter and a gleaming bald head poked out. The bald captain's gloomy gaze swept over Liu Xuan, his voice rumbling like thunder. What's all the racket? Letting a beggar block the entrance for so long, you think this is a charity house? The guard, who had been laughing widely, quickly fell silent, scurried over and pointed at Liu Xuan ingratiatingly. Captain, it's this kid claims his grandfather is a group director named Ma Feng. Ma Feng. Director. The bald captain's thick brows furrowed, his squinting eyes raking over Liu Xuan several times. After a moment of thoughtful silence, he suddenly crooked his short thick finger at Liu Xuan. Kid, you come here. Yes, sir. Coming. Liu Xuan's heart leaped. He quickly approached the window, his face instantly switching to a mask of utter deference and flattery. Captain, your orders. The bald captain sized Liu Xuan up and down with a condescending gaze a few times before speaking slowly. Director Ma. There does seem to be such a person indeed, holding a director's seat in our Chiffon Group and also heading a major department. He deliberately drew out his words, his right hand as large as a palm leaf silently sliding under the windowsill, his thumb and forefinger rubbing together in an unmistakable gesture. Liu Xuan understood instantly, not bothering to wonder why a mere security captain would dare so blatantly extort the director's grandson. He swiftly fished out a 100 yuan note from his inner pocket, sweat-soaked and soft, its edges curled, and holding it with both hands respectfully offered it forward. "Captain, a small token of my appreciation. Please do accept it. Don't think it too modest." Liu Xuan's face was plastered with a fawning smile, yet his heart was bleeding. This was a full 100 new dollars. Enough to swap for 20 solid rat meat sandwiches, enough to keep him alive and kicking for an entire month. A sharp glint flickered in the bald captain's eyes. With a seemingly casual flick of his fingers, the banknote slithered like a ghost into the depths of a drawer. Only then did he smack his lips in satisfaction, clear his throat, and adopt the tone of one offering sage advice. "Oh, Minister Ma. Well, the esteemed gentleman doesn't work in this building. He's in the back in the family quarters, the first row of bungalows. Go around the main building and you'll spot it. There's a sign on the door. Find cleaning department and you're there." Ha ha. Those final chuckles were as dry as a crow's caw, brimming with undisguised mockery. A powerful sense of unease seized Liu Xuan. Steeling himself, he skirted around the steel and concrete behemoth ablaze with lights in the twilight, a monument to boundless power. The scene behind the building violently yanked him back into the brutal reality of the apocalypse. A cluster of low, cramped, dilapidated bungalows clung like a festering sore to the city's glossy facade. The acrid stench of rot mixed with the smell of urine permeated the narrow alleys. After walking a short while, he stopped at the end of the first row of bungalows. A wooden board was nailed askew onto the mottled wall, its faded black paint proclaiming, "Chiffon Group Cleaning Department." He steadied himself, stepped forward and rapped 3 times on the rusted sheet iron door. "Not too hard, not too soft. Excuse me, is anyone there?" Silence reigned for a moment inside, followed by the grating screech of an iron bolt. The door creaked open a crack, revealing the wary, numb face of a young man in his 20s. He looked Liu Xuan up and down. "Who are you looking for?" Liu Xuan instantly mustered his most harmless smile. "Hello, I'm looking for Minister Ma. My name is Liu Xuan. I'm a refugee from Yangcheng." Yangcheng. A flicker of confusion passed through the young man's eyes. He frowned as if searching his memory. Without another word, he simply said, "Wait here," and slammed the door shut with a clang. The wait was not long. The iron door opened again, just a crack. The young man stepped aside, his tone as flat as water. "Minister Ma says to go in." Liu Xuan sidled through the door into the yard and was taken aback by the sight. The yard was spacious but almost entirely filled with mountains of garbage. Rotten vegetable leaves, shattered plastic, twisted metal, filthy rags. All kinds of refuse emitted a suffocating stench. Over a dozen workers, elderly in years, clad in canvas work uniforms emblazoned with Chiffon Group Cleaning Department, were silently sorting through the piles in a corner. Usable cardboard was flattened and bundled into cubes, clinking bottles and cans were tossed into baskets, burnable scraps of wood and cloth were stacked into small mountains, the remaining dregs and filth were laboriously loaded onto creaking handcarts and pushed out through a hole in the back wall. Liu Xuan's heart pounded. This was the cleaning department of a major post-apocalyptic corporation. It was nothing but a vast filthy dump. Resource scarcity made waste recycling unsurprising. But how could his mother's co-founder of Chiffon and director, his grandfather, be holed up in a place like this? As a mere head of the cleaning department. The small print on the guide's chest, Chiffon Group Cleaning Department, was glaringly conspicuous in the dim light. Silently he led Liu Xuan to the main door of the house. Carefully pushing open the paint-peeled wooden door, he spoke softly into the gloomy interior. "Minister Ma, the person is here. Let him in. You go on about your work." An aged, icy voice devoid of any discernible emotion drifted from within the room like a stone dropped into stagnant water. "Go on in." The young man tossed this remark at Liu Xuan, turned and walked briskly to a raised platform in the yard, his gaze fixed on the workers toiling below in the garbage heap. Creak, the wooden door groaned with a jarring friction. Liu Xuan took a deep breath of air laced with an indescribable odor, pushed open the heavy door and stepped into the dimly lit room. The light was filtered into a somber gloom by thick layers of dust and the small window. The room was nearly bare, furnished with only a hard bed, a desk piled high with yellow papers, and an old sofa draped in a grey cloth revealing tattered foam. An old man well past 60, dressed in faded threadbare cotton clothes, was sunk deep into the sofa. He cradled a chipped enameled old thermos in his hands, his cloudy yet sharp gaze like a cold probe silently piercing the newly arrived Liu Xuan. The moment Liu Xuan's figure fell into his sight, a barely perceptible sharp gleam flickered deep within the old man's seemingly dim eyes. The resemblance was uncanny. This face. It was as if it had been carved from the same mold as his dearly missed second daughter. Escaped from the hell of Yangcheng bearing a face like this. The old man had already guessed Liu Xuan's identity with near certainty. Yet his deeply lined face was sealed like millennia-old ice, not a single ripple stirring for this reunion he had longed for who knows how long. "Ma Sume," the old man began, his voice dry and flat as if reciting an irrelevant name. "What relation is she to you?" Liu Xuan gently placed his worn backpack at his feet, bowed deeply to the old man, his posture extremely humble. "She is my mother. Grandfather. HNPH. A snort laden with suppressed anger and bitterness squeezed out from the old man's nose. The knuckles on the hand gripping the cup turned white from the strain. The apocalypse comes, you've suffered, and with no way out you finally remember you have a father. Back then. That good mother of yours personally severed ties with me, dead set on marrying that bastard of a father of yours. What's the matter? Can't survive now, so you know how to crawl back. The old man's speech quickened like a volcano erupting after years of pressure. The pain of losing his daughter and his resentment poured out in barbed words. At the peak of his agitation he was seized by a violent coughing fit, forcibly swallowing back the even more venomous curses that were on the tip of his tongue. A silent bitter smile tugged at the corner of Liu Xuan's mouth. That Liu bastard. The way he said it, it felt like he was cursing himself out as well. He dared not argue, nor did he know what to say. He could only lower his head further, staring at his mudcaked shoe tips, silently enduring this storm that had been far too long in coming. Where is she? Having vented his fury as if drained of all strength, the old man caught his breath. He picked up his broken thermos again and blew on the non-existent scum on the surface of the water, a gesture of deliberate indifference. She died of illness. Liu Xuan squeezed out these words in a voice barely audible to himself. She died of illness. Though the memories of this mother in his mind were now nothing but a few fragmented blurry images, as he uttered those 3 words Liu Xuan's eyes still uncontrollably welled up, quickly turning red. Thump. The thermos slipped from the old man's suddenly limp hand, crashing heavily onto the cold hard concrete floor. Scalding tea splashed everywhere, instantly soaking his drab trouser leg. The old man seemed to have his soul ripped away, staring blankly and woodenly at the cup still faintly rolling on the ground, his murky pupils completely unfocused. An eerie silence filled the room, as if time itself had frozen. After an unknown stretch of time, as if dragged back by some invisible force, he raised his head with agonizing slowness, his hollow gaze landing on Liu Xuan. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping. Since she's dead. Why are you still here? Liu Xuan bowed deeply to the old man once more, his posture exceedingly humble. A few months ago a massive zombie horde suddenly erupted west of Yangcheng. The entire city fell. Anyone who survived was fleeing for their lives. At that time, I had just recovered from a severe illness, waking from a long coma. I was so weak I could barely stand, let alone care for my ailing mother. Before she passed, she used her last breath to tell me that if I managed to survive I must find a way to come to Anshi City. To find you, grandfather. And your damned father. The old man suddenly pushed himself up from the sofa, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Liu Xuan. His gaze wasn't that of a grandfather looking at his grandson, but seemed to pierce through him to see that scoundrel Liu Jingqing who had lured away his precious little girl all those years ago. Mother said. Liu Xuan struggled to piece together information from the fragmented memories. In the 2nd year after my coma, father joined a local supply search team. After only 3 months. He never came back. This half-truth was the only explanation he could offer now. And you? What's your story? What coma? One piece of bad news after another violently battered the old man's once hardened heart. His chest heaved violently, clearly suppressing a storm of emotions as he ground out his icy words. At 16 I joined the Yangcheng City Defense Force, Liu Xuan said, lowering his eyelids as he fabricated a plausible past. In a conflict. I was severely injured and fell into a coma. I only woke up slowly last year. Ha. Fine. 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 The old man laughed in fury, spitting out 3 fine each one like a knife dipped in ice. His murky yet sharp eagle-like eyes fixed on Liu Xuan once more, filled with boundless resentment and a nearly despairing sorrow. My little girl. That foolish girl. What sin did she commit in her past life to be saddled with you 2 debt collectors named Liu? That short-lived Liu Jingqing made her a widow while she was still young. When the apocalypse came, she had to drag you, her little debt collector, all alone. Her fate is so bitter. Watching the old man completely consumed by immense grief and rage, Liu Xuan wisely continued to play the silent ostrich, suppressing all his emotions deep within as he awaited the final judgment, whether it be shelter, expulsion, or even worse. The old man seemed drained of all strength, collapsing back into the worn-out sofa with a dull groan. Yet his gaze still flickered over Liu Xuan like a viper's tongue, scrutinizing him with an indescribable complexity. That gaze lingered for a long time on the thin face that still faintly resembled his mother's, so long that the light in the room dimmed further, before the old man finally spoke in an utterly weary, emotionless voice. Since you are the descendant of an old acquaintance, you can stay here for tonight. Tomorrow morning go to the group headquarters for the temp worker recruitment. Whether you can survive and earn a meal depends on your own ability. He waved his hand, a gesture full of irritation and impatience. Now get out. Wait by the door and call the person who brought you in. Thank you for taking me in, Minister Ma. Liu Xuan immediately bowed respectfully for the 3rd time, his address having already shifted from grandfather to the cold Minister Ma. Since the other party had clearly drawn the line, positioning him as a descendant of an old acquaintance rather than a blood relative, he naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to force himself closer. Furthermore, as a reincarnated soul, he felt little attachment to this body's original blood ties. But the necessary surface formalities had to be observed. Your kindness in taking me in today, I will remember this debt. Whether you believe me or care is a matter for another day. Liu Xuan withdrew from the room thick with the stench of decay and silent anguish, gently closing the door behind him. The young man Xuan standing guard outside cast him an indifferent glance before pushing the door open and entering. Soon the faint sound of picking up broken porcelain came from within, followed by the sound of pouring water. Xuan refilled the old man's cup with hot water, gently placing it on the coffee table before him. He then stood silently by the old man's side, tilting his head slightly, clearly listening attentively for further instructions regarding Liu Xuan. What a damnably humiliating way to acknowledge kinship. Should he just leave? Go find his eldest brother and become a poorly fed auxiliary cop? Or follow his second brother and live a life on the edge, scraping by in the streets? Liu Xuan gazed at the workers stooping among the towering piles of garbage, silently toiling, and momentarily lost himself in thought. Follow me. A flat greeting sounded beside him, snapping him out of his reverie. Without another word, the young man Xuan led Liu Xuan past the reeking garbage heaps toward the backyard. The backyard was equally packed to capacity. Besides the neatly stacked recyclables and tools, a long row of low crude sheet metal shacks suddenly caught the eye on the eastern side. They were even more dilapidated than the temporary construction site shelters Liu Xuan remembered from his past life. Rust-streaked iron sheets and rotting cracked wooden planks were haphazardly nailed together, barely partitioning off cramped spaces. Through the open doorways one could see continuous bunk beds inside. The stench of sweat, mildew, and an indescribable mixture of odors hit him. At a rough glance, the place could fit over a dozen people. My name is Xuan. I'm the office director of the cleaning department. The young man stopped, his tone flat, carrying a maturity beyond his years. Just call me Director Xu. Minister Ma said you can stay here for now. It's getting dark, someone will call you for dinner after work. Tomorrow at 7 sharp he'll wait for you here and take you to the recruitment fair. He stated his position first, then issued the orders, clear, logical, and brooking no argument. Thank you, Director Xu. Sorry for the trouble. Liu Xuan tossed his backpack beside the sleeping mat and watched Xuan walk away until his figure vanished around the corner. Only then did he turn and duck into the empty tin-paneled room. His gaze swept quickly across the room. There was a vacant spot by the door and he walked over to sit down heavily. The hard wooden bed beneath him was unforgiving and the surroundings were utterly dismal. Yet compared to sleeping outdoors where one might never wake again, this place at least offered shelter from the wind and a semblance of safety for now. This would have to do for now. Liu Xuan had no luggage to organize. He listened intently for sounds near the entrance, then moved with lightning speed. From a hidden spot against his body he retrieved 300 crumpled new bills and a small gold bar, wrapped them in several layers of rag and stuffed them into a specially sewn secret pocket inside his underwear. Next he pressed the small pouch containing 3 source cores tightly against the innermost layer of his chest. Just as he was pondering how to endure the frigid night ahead, a harsh piercing creak sounded from behind. The rickety tin door swung open and a sturdy rough-hewn man in his 40s walked in, carrying a bundle of black and threadbare bedding whose original color was nearly impossible to discern. He glanced at Liu Xuan, who was seated on the bed by the door, his tone carrying a hint of something between envy and mockery. New arrival. Lucky you managed to get in through Director Zu's connections. Here, the bedding Director Xu ordered for you. Just dug it out of the garbage mountain. You're really in luck, we got a relatively intact one today. Just when you needed a pillow someone handed it to you. With a dull thud the man tossed the blanket onto Liu Xuan's bed, sending a cloud of fine dust swirling in the dim yellowish light. Liu Xuan stared at the black blanket, which reeked of a suspicious sour and musty odor, his brow instinctively furrowing. Having struggled through the apocalypse for so long, he had long lost the privilege of being picky. But this protection from the cold just dug out from the deepest piles of trash. The man caught the subtle change in Liu Xuan's expression, grinned, revealing yellow teeth stained by smoke, and said with a brutally frank laugh, "Kid, don't be disgusted. All of us temporary workers in the cleaning department, the clothes on our backs, the bedding we sleep on, the things we use daily, every last bit is treasure salvaged from the garbage heaps. Director Ma is kind-hearted. Whenever there's anything decent he makes sure we get it first. This blanket, if you took it to the black market outside, it'd be worth at least this much." He held up 2 fingers to indicate the price. "Make do with it tonight. As long as you don't freeze to death, it's fine. Tomorrow when I have time I'll go to the laundry and scrounge up some leftover soap scraps for you. Give it a good scrub, then let it bake under the scorching sun for a day. When you wrap yourself in it at night, hey, you'll be laughing to yourself." Liu Xuan looked up, forcing a grateful smile onto his face. "Thanks, big brother. For someone who fled here as a refugee, just surviving is a blessing. I've no right to be picky." "Oh? Fled from where?" The man seemed to have found some interest in conversation. "South Yangcheng. Yangcheng. I know that place." The man's gaze grew distant, as if stirred by some long-buried memory. "Back when I was fleeing the famine, I passed by the edge of Yangcheng. My hometown was further south. Back then people, frozen to death, starved to death, devoured by corpses, fell like wheat before a side row after row. My family. 15 people, young and old. Only I was tough enough to survive and make it all the way to Anxi. Lucky to have been taken in by Director Ma. I've been working in the garbage sorting group for over 2 years now. 1 more year and maybe I'll sign a formal contract and become a regular employee. He spoke with an eerie calm as if recounting someone else's story. The great catastrophe that had swept away all his kin had left behind only the numb ashes of memory. Chow time. A drawn-out shout suddenly rang from beyond the courtyard wall. Let's go, let's go. Hurry up. If you're late there won't even be soup left to lick. Snapped instantly from his reverie, the man hurriedly pulled 2 chipped old enamel bowls from a crooked wooden cabinet beside the sleeping mat. He shoved one into Liu Xuan's hands and without explanation grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the front yard. Liu Xuan followed the rushing crowd to the front yard. Director Ma was nowhere to be seen. Only Director Xu stood there, one hand gripping a long-handled ladle beside 2 waist-high wooden barrels, his face cold and hard. A ragged line of over 20 people had formed, but no one dared to cut in. What made Liu Xuan's eyelids twitch was the sight of several elderly men and women well past 60, their bodies stooped and frail, mixed into the queue. In this world the elderly were a rarity. Even rarer was seeing someone of that age still able to work. These people with 1 foot in the grave could actually earn a meal at Chiffon Group. Outside there were plenty of strong, hungry young men and women with nothing to do. Yet they chose to take in these old folks who could barely walk. This cleaning department had an unsettling, inexplicable air about it. For elders without children to support them in the apocalypse, there were only 2 paths: beg humbly for food or wait quietly for death. Dinner was distributed with brutal simplicity: a large ladle of thick grain porridge stiff enough to hold a chopstick upright, topped with half a ladle of steaming mixed soup. The soup's contents were a motley affair. Dull grey potato chunks and some wilted yellowish nameless wild greens were the main ingredients, with a few pathetic sparse drops of oil floating on the murky surface. Out of the corner of his eye Liu Xuan saw a man beside him using a chipped enamel spoon to carefully fish a trembling white slice of fatty meat from the bottom of his bowl, his face instantly breaking into a look of almost devout ecstasy. Director Zu's young but rigid face showed no emotion when he looked at Liu Xuan. So what if he knew Director Ma? The same heavy ladle of thick porridge, the same half ladle of thin watery mixed soup was precisely dumped into the old bowl Liu Xuan held, not a single grain more, not a single drop of oil extra. Cold impartial fairness was the greatest rule here. There was nothing to say. The warm grain-scented porridge and the faint tantalizing trace of grease were an irresistible temptation to his ravenous stomach. Liu Xuan, imitating those around him, buried his face nearly into the bowl, using his tongue to meticulously scrape every inch of the rough glaze until the enamel shone clean as new, reflecting the flickering dim halo of the oil lamp on the wall. After the meal the weary workers drifted out of the yard in 2s and 3s, seeking a moment's respite in the crevices between the garbage mountains. But Liu Xuan dared not dawdle. He hurried back to the tin room, grabbed the sour-smelling thin blanket, gave it a vigorous shake and hung it over a rusty iron wire in the corner. Then he began to rain a storm of slaps upon the blanket. A cloud of grey-black dust erupted, spreading through the dimness. He had to race against the fading daylight to at least rid the blanket of its nauseating layer of grime. After all this, the last embers of the setting sun sank completely below the horizon. A bone-chilling cold like a silent tide surged and engulfed the entire world in an instant. The scorching heat that could roast a person during the day was devoured in the blink of an eye by the frigid air. Liu Xuan, clutching the beaten quilt, which still reeked pungently enough to sting the eyes, returned to the prefab hut. An oil lamp burning inferior grease hung on the wall, its tiny jumping flame emitting a nauseating stench of burnt fat and rancid animal tallow, making one's eyes water. Several workers were already curled up on the large communal bed deep inside the hut, wrapped in similarly tattered bedding, their snores thundering through the space. Without a word, Liu Xuan walked to his spot by the door, placed his backpack under his head as a pillow and tightly wrapped himself in the foul-smelling thin quilt, curling into a tight ball as he lay down. Sleep. Like hell. Come on, Golden Finger. Show me what you've got. Let me see what kind of backing you can give me in this godforsaken apocalypse. Feeling the insatiable hunger of the tiny creature within him, Liu Xuan carefully pulled a sauce core from the innermost layer of his chest pocket, clutching it tightly in his palm. The object was hard and rough, offering a fleeting sense of false security. Swallow it. Now. Swallow it. The creature's message was clear and frantic. He felt the sauce core harder than stone and faintly glowing in his palm, and his throat instinctively tightened. This thing. Could he bite into it? He had no doubt that biting it would shatter his teeth. A surge of recklessness shot through him. He tilted his head back and shoved the cold sauce core deep into his mouth. The sharp edges immediately scraped against his tender throat, causing a burning pain and intense nausea. The foreign object lodged in his esophagus, and the suffocating agony made his vision dark and his temples throbbing. Ugh, ha. A suppressed dying beast-like cough forced its way from the depths of his throat. Fortunately, after a violent physiological reaction, the sauce core finally slid into his stomach with a tearing pain. Aside from the terrifying choking sensation, there was no other immediate effect. But inside him the tiny creature erupted with indescribable ecstasy. Like a shark scenting blood, it lunged at the sauce core in Liu Xuan's stomach, plunging into it. Under Liu Xuan's inner sight, the hard sauce core visibly shrank and dissolved as if corroded by an invisible powerful acid. In just a few breaths the sauce core was completely gone. The unabsorbable impurities turned into a sticky dark current carrying an indescribably foul aura and rushed towards the deepest part of his intestines. Phut. PFF. A faint sound like a bubble popping echoed in the prefab hut filled with snores so weak it was almost inaudible. But Liu Xuan's face turned deathly pale. He strained every muscle to clamp down, desperately trying to hold back the impending torrent of filth. But it only slowed the inevitable like a dam on the verge of bursting. Though the main force was barely contained, a small vanguard of gas had already broken through. Gag. They say loud farts aren't smelly and smelly ones aren't loud, but this gas lethality was terrifying, and its first victim was Liu Xuan himself. An indescribable horrific stench, a mix of rotting entrails, fermented feces, strong sulfur and spoiled chemicals, like thick poisonous fog, instantly filled his nostrils and shot straight to his brain. The intense stimulation churned his stomach, sending acid surging into his throat. What the hell is that smell? Damn it. Who the hell shit their pants? No. This? A million times worse than shit. This is definitely a biological weapon. Poisoning. Someone's poisoning us. Trying to destroy our cleaning department. Bullshit. Who the hell would be stupid enough to poison the cleaning department's dump? I can't take it. I'm gonna puke. Liu Xuan had no time to care about the instant chaos of wails and vomiting symphony in the prefab hut. Like a rabbit branded with a hot iron, he shot up from his bed, both hands clamped over his rear, and scrambled out of the hut door in an awkward thigh-clenching posture, diving headfirst into the shadow of the nearest garbage mountain. As soon as he crouched, the last line of defense collapsed. Splash! Swoosh! A hair-raising sound of foul excretion, a mix of gas and liquid, echoed from behind the trash heap. Ha! Liu Xuan let out a long trembling breath of post-calamity relief. With the expulsion of the creature's waste, the suffocating internal pressure finally subsided, but the terrible stench lingering in the air made him gag a few more times. The impurities in this source core. The toxicity was too fierce. Just this little bit was as nauseating as a small biological weapon. If there were more. Liu Xuan shuddered. This could definitely be used as a weapon of mass destruction. After recovering a bit, forcing back the nausea, he moved back to the prefab hut. He crawled back to his spot by the door, intending to focus and see what good things the creature had transformed, but when his gaze swept over the backpack by his pillow, his heart skipped a beat. The backpack's buckle had been roughly torn open, the once bulging mouth wide open. The small items inside were rummaged through, scattered messily on the dirty bedding. Though nothing was valuable, many were small survival tools from the wild that had helped him through the hardest times. A worn polished flint, a broken-toothed wooden comb, a few sharpened hardwood sticks, a small folding knife with a chipped blade, a cracked mirror. Rage instantly boiled over. Who touched my bag? Liu Xuan's voice was extremely low, but each word was like a shard of ice carrying a chilling fury that exploded clearly in the stench and snore-filled prefab hut. Dead silence. Only the snores continued. Who did it? Brave enough to steal but not to admit it. Liu Xuan suddenly raised his voice, shouting fiercely. He knew the rules of the apocalypse too well. Showing weakness was an invitation for everyone to trample you. Today it was small trinkets. If he let it slide, tomorrow it might be his life. A soft persimmon who wouldn't want to squeeze. Who the hell are you yelling at? I did it. So what? A hoarse voice came from the bedding next to Liu Xuan. The blanket was thrown back, revealing a bald head covered in irregular white patches on a man in his 30s. Under the dim oil lamplight, his scarred face was full of provocation and disdain. Give the stuff back. Liu Xuan slowly stood up, making no extra moves, but a bloody, chilling, murderous intent forged from crawling out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood like an invisible ice spike instantly pinned the bald man. Having fled for his life all the way from the hell of Yang City, he was no longer the docile factory worker from his past life. The blood on his hands was not just from one person. Give it back, my ass. Brothers, let's tighten this new stray dog's skin. The bald man grinned viciously and lunged at Liu Xuan. The brawl erupted instantly. Before Liu Xuan could even see how the other moved, darkness abruptly descended upon his vision. The thin, sour-smelling blanket was flung over his head. Immediately after, countless heavy fists and feet, accompanied by the sound of wind, rained down like hail upon his covered head, face and torso. With his vision blocked, he could only rely on instinct, fiercely shielding his head and vital areas, with both arms curling his body into the most resilient ball-like shape, like a quail in a storm, enduring the chaotic blows from all directions. Thud. Thud thud. Thud thud thud. The dull sound of flesh colliding echoed densely within the tin shack. Liu Xuan felt as if he had been stuffed into a torn sack, pinned down by several violent hands in the cold corner of the bunk, enduring a torrent of pounding. A sharp, piercing pain shot through his ribs, something scraped across the corner of his eye, leaving a burning sensation, and a warm liquid trickled down his cheek. Enough. Bald Wang. Are you tired of living? A familiar, angry voice exploded like thunder, overpowering the sounds of beating and heavy breathing. The newcomer was personally arranged by Director Shu. Do you want to get yourself kicked out? These words acted like a binding spell, and the fists and feet raining down on Liu Xuan abruptly halted. Director. Director Xu. The arrogance in Bald Wang's voice instantly deflated. He withdrew his fist, sullenly arguing stubbornly, even Director Xu has to be reasonable, right? This bastard crawled out of the wilderness, ate some filthy thing, and his farts could wake the dead. His bag is just a bunch of junk. What's wrong with checking it out? What treasures aren't there in the garbage mountain? Do I covet his lousy scraps? Though his words were tough, his eyes flickered uneasily. If this kid really had some connection to Director Xu, he might be packing his bags tomorrow. Reasonable. Go take a piss and look at yourself in the reflection. How many days have you been in the city? Strip off that skin, and who in this room isn't a refugee? Get to the back. The voice that stopped him was blunt, carrying the authority of an old seasoned worker. A figure shoved Bald Wang aside and lay down directly on the bunk beside Liu Xuan. It was the middle-aged man who had exchanged a few words with him during dinner. The one whose entire family had perished. Bald Wang's face turned pale and then red from the rebuke, but he dared not utter another word. Clutching his own blanket, he slunk away to the innermost part of the bunk. Are you all right? The middle-aged man turned sideways and yanked the blanket off Liu Xian's head. In the dim light, a streak of fresh blood dripped from the corner of Liu Xian's mouth. A dark bruise marred his cheekbone. His eye was split and lumps the size of eggs bulged on his forehead. He wiped the bloody foam from his lips, his voice hoarse. "I'm fine." Then sleep. Well, talk about it tomorrow. Sleep easy. The man said no more, turning to face the wall. In the apocalypse, getting beaten was just another part of daily life. No one would make a fuss over it. Liu Xuan silently stuffed the scattered items back into his backpack, pulled the sour-smelling thin blanket over his head and curled up. These people struck with immense force. The split corner of his eye, the swollen and painful forehead, and especially his ribs, every breath pulled at a tearing agony. Liu Xuan was badly injured. The cold tin shack, the foul air, the pain racking his body. His first night in the city seemed far from pleasant. Without his elder brothers to shield him, this body already drained by the hardships of escape felt as fragile and vulnerable as a lamb to the slaughter in this lawless garbage dump. Suffering had only just begun. The craving for strength grew like a poisonous vine, twisting around his heart, constricting it until he could barely breathe. He needed power. The power to crush any threat. And the symbiotic worm within him was his only hope. He sank his consciousness inward, reconnecting with the gel-like worm in his bloodstream. This time he clearly saw a single drop of liquid suspended at the core of the worm's translucent body. Strangely, though the worm felt only 2 micrometers in size, the drop of liquid within it was substantial, as if the worm's body contained another spatial dimension. The drop of liquid, as large as half a thumb, emitted a pure, gentle, moon-like luster. A refined, vast and intoxicating wave of energy radiated faintly from within it. Essence of origin. This was the finished product after the worm devoured the crystal core, broken down, purified and transformed. Release. Liu Xuan issued an unquestionable command to the worm in his mind. The worm, swimming through his vascular network, seemed to wriggle joyfully, its tail slightly lifting. The precious drop of liquid essence instantly detached from its body and silently dissolved into Liu Xian's surging bloodstream. An indescribable warmth, like a thawing spring stream or the gentlest embrace of a mother, instantly swept through the young man's cold, agonized limbs and bones. Fatigue receded like a tide, and the pain was miraculously soothed and eased. An unprecedented sense of comfort and satisfaction relaxed his taut nerves instantly. Before he could even savor this transformative sensation, his heavy eyelids drooped like lead and his consciousness rapidly sank into a warm, dark ocean. Liu Xuan fell into a deep slumber. At 5 in the morning, as the leaden sky just began to show a hint of pale light, the scorching heat was already impatiently starting to rise. That damned workshop manager not turning on the AC in this heat and hypocritically spouting off about responding to the nation's call for energy conservation and emission reduction. I curse your ancestors 18 generations back. In a haze, Liu Xuan thought he was still slumped over the workbench in the airtight, sweltering workshop of the Jiangnan shoe factory, the air as suffocating as a steam box. Xiao Liu, time to get up. A pair of large hands covered in calluses and rough as sandpaper shook the sleeping Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan snapped open his heavy eyelids. The illusion of the spacious, sweltering workshop vanished, replaced by the low, oppressive ceiling of the plank shed. The middle-aged man's face, weathered and etched with the furrows of time, was right before him, his murky eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. The man casually tossed Liu Xuan a faded but clean old short-sleeved shirt, his voice low. Out the door and turn right, there's an old well. Get yourself cleaned up quick. The HR bastards look down on everyone. If they see you looking like a refugee, they'll send you straight to the mines as a laborer. Dress decently and you might have a chance to stay in the sanitation department. Liu Xuan quickly took the clothes and nodded vigorously, his voice raspy from just waking. Brother, thank you. May I ask for your esteemed name? The man raised an eyebrow in slight surprise, the wrinkled corners of his eyes twitching. You're quite particular with your words, kid, using esteemed. I'm just a worthless life not worthy of that. Head of garbage sorting team 2 in the sanitation department, Huang Guozheng. Call me by my name or just Brother Xiong like the others. Got it, Brother Xiong. Liu Xuan replied promptly, flipped up from the bunk, grabbed the clean old clothes and shot out the door like an arrow from a bow. The well water was bitingly cold, splashing over his head with a rush, jolting Liu Xuan's entire body. He tore off his tattered clothes stained with blood and rank with sweat and scrubbed himself vigorously. The cold water coursed over his skin, sending a clear shiver through him, but even more distinctly he could feel that something within him had changed. A strange scorching force surged through his sinews and bones. To borrow the crude words of his second brother Zhong Debiao, he used to be a scrawny chick like a girl. Now the strength hidden in his muscles and frame was at least the equivalent of 5 sturdy women combined. Beneath the lean exterior lay a seething volcano of molten magma. He changed into the faded old short-sleeved shirt that Zhong Ji had given him, a bit too large, hanging loosely on his frame. Silently he stood in the dappled shadows of the front courtyard, hands hanging down, head slightly bowed, his posture one of instinctive submission. It was as if he had returned to his past life, standing beneath those towering frigid office buildings waiting for an unknown verdict. It was exactly 6:59. The creaking door of the low shabby side room opened and Xuan stepped out. He wore a sky blue canvas work uniform, washed until it was nearly white but meticulously ironed, with every button fastened all the way to the top, tightly constricting his neck. He caught sight of Liu Xuan waiting there and gave a barely perceptible jerk of his chin, his voice flat and devoid of any inflection. "Follow me. When we get there, keep your mouth shut and your eyes open. Minister Ma has already put in a word, staying won't be a problem." Without waiting for a reply, he pushed open the screeching iron gate and walked out without looking back. Liu Xuan immediately followed, silently trailing behind this youth of the same age but shrouded in lifelessness, heading toward the distant building that gleamed with a harsh cold light under the blazing sun, the headquarters of Chiffon Group. Before they had gone far, a pitch-black mass before the headquarters building slammed into his vision. People. All people. Dense, crowded, at least 1,000 of them. The stench of sweat, dust and a burning anticipation mingled in the thick air, suffocating. These were all ants scrambling for a morsel under the feet of an apocalyptic behemoth. The crowd was clearly divided into 2 distinct groups. The vast majority were ragged, gaunt refugees huddled and leaning against the cold edges of the square, their eyes vacant and numb. The other small cluster, dressed in relatively clean clothes, deliberately stood upwind, drawing a clear line from the refugee zone. Their faces bore arrogance and undisguised disgust, as if even touching that side scent would be fatal. "They are here. They are here." A suppressed commotion rippled through the crowd. Those at the back pushed forward desperately, their bloodshot eyes filled with humble longing and fear fixed on the figures emerging from the stern gate of the headquarters building. At the forefront was a middle-aged woman wearing a sky blue work uniform of the same style as Xuan's but made of noticeably finer material. She swept a cold glance over the dark mass of people, frowned with disgust and immediately pulled a snow-white handkerchief from her pocket to cover her nose and mouth. Her voice, muffled by the cloth, struck out, "Those here for the interview, come in." The voice carried a metallic chill, as if it could decide life and death. Liu Xuan instinctively moved to surge forward with the crowd, but an icy hand suddenly clamped onto his arm. Xuan's face was expressionless, his lips barely moving. "Not this batch. Wait." Then the group of clean people straightened their backs, lifting their heads like fighting cocks. Before stepping forward, they cast contemptuous glances at the refugee pile, then filed in orderly, following the woman into the building's deep, shadowy entrance. Immediately after, a giant of a man nearly 2 meters tall fawned obsequiously toward the direction the woman had gone, bowing. Only when her figure had completely vanished did he spin around, his face instantly contorting into a vicious scowl. He swung his massive hand like a palm leaf fan, his thunderous roar drowning out everything. "Goddamn it. Shoving. What the hell are you shoving for? Everyone settle the fuck down. Listen up, you bastards, and listen good." The giant's voice was like a cracked gong, carrying an unyielding pressure. "Anyone under 1.7 m, get the hell out. Anyone with a disability, get lost. Anyone over 45, you old fart, scram. Don't try any tricks on me. 10 years in hour and I don't miss a thing." Chiffon Group is famous for picking the right people and using them well. His bull-like eyes swept over a few women huddled in a corner, their faces deliberately smeared with dirt, and he sneered, "You old aunties there. Wash your faces clean before you come back. You think you can hide those few pounds of flesh? Do you think this is a brothel picking a top girl? Damn it." Cries and pleas erupted into a cacophony. Unqualified individuals were roughly dragged and driven away by armed security, throwing the scene into chaos. In the end, only a few hundred relatively strong young men and women remained, herded like livestock into a twisted long line awaiting the giant's judgment. In that brief moment, Xuan had already disappeared. Liu Xuan could only silently take his place at the very end of the line, his gaze falling on the back of a stocky middle-aged man ahead of him. The man was desperately rising onto his tiptoes again and again as the line crept slowly forward. Each lift of his heels was filled with a desperate, unwilling struggle. This height. Even if he wore through his soles, he wouldn't reach 1.7 m, would he? Liu Xuan's heart sank slightly. The line crawled forward with astonishing speed. The interviews began and ended like a farce, but those selected for employment were pitifully few. The haze of despair in the air thickened with each passing moment. Soon it was the turn of the man who kept rising on his toes ahead of Liu Xuan. The giant was sprawled in a large leather swivel chair. It was the same chair the bald security captain had sat in yesterday. The bald guard was now bowing and scraping behind the giant, occasionally whispering to him while pointing at some interviewee, causing the giant to grin, revealing stark white teeth. Well, well. The giant immediately caught the man's ridiculous and pitiful posture, jabbing a thick finger at him from a distance. Practicing ballet. Stretching that high, trying to reach the heavens. His mocking expression vanished in an instant, freezing into a mask of savage ice. Did you take my words as a fart? In such a hurry to get yourself killed? Big brother. Boss. Have mercy. Have mercy. The stocky man dropped to his knees on the hard, cold concrete with a thud, banging his forehead until it echoed, his voice choked with sobs. If I don't get work, my 2 kids at home. My old mother. They'll all starve. I have strength. I'm strong. The mine. Send me to the mine. I've done it before. I really have. He pounded his solid chest like a madman, producing dull thuds. Oh? The giant raised a thick eyebrow, a cruel amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. Strong. How strong? Very heavy. Before the apocalypse. I practiced weightlifting. I could lift 200 jin. The man, clutching at a lifeline, rasped out. Ho? We've got ourselves a talent today. The giant let out an exaggerated, eerie laugh and jerked his head backward. Fine. I go keep this strong man company. Arm wrestle him. He turned back, planting a foot on the man's trembling shoulder. Beat him and he'll reward you with a meal. He pointed at a young man behind him whose eyes were sinister and muscles were lean. A fierce gleam flashed in the stocky man's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Fine. The youth called a go, grinned savagely and stepped forward, casually extending his right hand, fingers splaying before slowly clenching into a fist, joints cracking with a series of faint pops. Come on, don't dawdle. The stocky man took a deep breath, settled his hips and extended his right hand as well. One hand was rough as bark, the other lean and powerful as steel pliers. They locked together with a sudden clash. The instant they made contact, the stocky man's face turned deathly pale. Beads of sweat visible to the naked eye oozed from his forehead and temples, rolling down. He clenched his teeth, his cheeks bulging, veins throbbing at his temples, and a suppressed rasping sound escaped his throat. He was clearly enduring unimaginable agony. Heh. A short, cold laugh escaped Go's throat and his wrist suddenly exerted force. Liu Xuan could even clearly hear the groaning, grinding sound of bones buckling under immense pressure. The stocky man could no longer bear it, letting out a miserable shriek as his left hand instinctively tried to pry off the other's fingers. And away you go, Tilda. A vicious glint flashed in Go's eyes. He twisted his waist in an uncanny motion, then thrust forward. The man, weighing over 100 jin, was swung overhead with one hand like a tattered sack. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, he was hurled headfirst like a heavy sandbag, smashing onto the concrete floor. Thud. Splatter. The sickening, skull-splitting thud mixed with the viscous, unusual sound of some fruit being crushed, both exploding in the air. The man lay collapsed on the ground, his limbs twitching involuntarily. His head was twisted at a grotesque angle. From the shattered skull, a red and white mixture gushed forth, spreading a stark, gruesome mess across the pale floor. His originally rough right hand had been crushed into a twisted mass of mangled flesh by the sheer force. The thick, coppery stench of blood instantly permeated the air. Liu Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. He had seen many dead, but a man breathing right before his eyes one moment, then brutally slaughtered the next. Was this a job recruitment? This was a slaughterhouse. A martial artist. He's a martial artist. Terrified screams erupted from the crowd, laced with profound fear. Martial artist. Liu Xuan's heart shook violently. He had heard that term before. On the road of escape, when his eldest and second brothers had unleashed inhuman strength, their despairing enemies had screamed the same thing. They were likely martial artists too. HMPH, a bunch of ignorant hillbillies. The giant slowly rose, stretching with pleasure as if he had just watched a boring monkey show. Baldy, get your men to clean this up. Don't let it dirty my sight. The bald guard, already ashen-faced, nodded as if granted amnesty and hurriedly directed his men to drag away the unrecognizable corpse. They then fetched buckets of murky cold water, roughly washing away the bloodstains on the floor. The water mixed with dark red flowed in winding streams, intensifying the stench. Hey kid. A mocking blood-tinged voice coldly licked at Liu Xuan's ear. What are you spacing out for? It's your turn. The giant grinned, revealing yellow teeth. His gaze like a viper swept back and forth over Liu Xuan's frightened yet handsome face and slender frame. He deliberately slowed his tone, feigning a nauseating benevolence. Don't be afraid. Our chiffon group is a legitimate company. Follow the rules, uphold integrity. Those 6 words are our lifeblood. He drew out the last syllable as if emphasizing some colossal joke. TSK, TSK, he smacked his lips, turning to shout at the leering men behind him. How long has it been since we've seen such delicate-skinned, fine-looking goods? Not bad, really not bad. Congratulations kid, you're hired. He suddenly slapped his thigh. Don't wait until tomorrow. This afternoon. Report to the Heaven on Earth this very afternoon. Heaven on Earth. A nightclub. Liu Xuan's mind buzzed instantly, recalling those men and women kept in the shadows for others' amusement. A chill shot straight from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Fuck, were they making him a gigolo? Just as he braced himself to refuse, he saw Xuan's figure ghost out from the imposing gates of the headquarters building. This youth, usually as stiff as a walking coffin, now had his face plastered with a fawning, contorted smile. He scurried over to Manager Xu, bending almost double. "Oh, Manager Xu. I'm so sorry to disturb you." His voice was lowered to a whisper, cloyingly sweet and unpleasant. "This kid. Ahem, is a distant relative of Minister Ma from the cleaning department. I just consulted Minister Du," he subtly emphasized Minister Du, "and the idea is to put him in the cleaning department as a temp first to gain some experience. Sorry for the trouble, sorry for the trouble." As he spoke, he swiftly slipped 2 packs of unlabeled oil paper wrapped cigarettes into Manager Zu's pocket. "Oh?" Manager Zu's thick brows knitted into a knot as he glanced sidelong at Zhao Mian. "Madame Du spoke up." His tone was thick with suspicion. "Here, this is a note Madame Du asked me to bring." Zhao Mian presented a neatly folded slip of paper with both hands, his posture utterly servile. Manager Xu didn't take it. He just squinted, looking down his nose at the few lines of elegant petite handwriting. He was silent for a few seconds before snorting through his nostrils and speaking slowly with condescending arrogance. "Since Madame Du has spoken. Fine. Take the man away. TSK. Old Ma, that eternal iron tree, finally blooms and asks for a favor. The sun must be rising in the west. This kid. What's his angle?" Xuan's smile grew even fuller. It was that unique sycophancy of the lower class, a fawning that ground humility into flattery. "I heard he's a child entrusted by an old acquaintance of Minister Ma, a distant relative by marriage. Minister Ma is soft-hearted and nostalgic, so he made an exception to take him in." "All right." Manager Xu waved his hand as if shooing away a speck of dust. "Since it's old Ma's connection, we'll have to take care of him." His eyes shifted and a malicious grin crept across his face as he pointed at Liu Xuan. "This kid has a decent appearance. DHEO's been worn out cleaning the 2nd and 3rd floors of headquarters alone. Let him partner up with DHEO. A young man needs more exercise." Xuan's face turned pale instantly, a flicker of struggle in his eyes as his lips quivered, trying to argue. "Manager Xu, that headquarters building." "What?" Manager Zu's face darkened, his voice icy. "For a newcomer to get into the headquarters building is a blessing countless people dream of." Still not satisfied. "Huh? No. Satisfied. Absolutely satisfied." Xuan waved his hands in fright, nearly breaking into a cold sweat as he hastily made amends. "I'm just afraid. This kid is clumsy and doesn't know the rules, might offend the higher-ups." "Phut." Manager Xu spat disdainfully, his large paddle-like hand thumping heavily on Xuan's thin shoulder, making him stagger. "Mind your own business. The CEO's office has its own attendants, the cleaning department doesn't meddle there. This kid just needs to serve those wolves in the security department on the 2nd floor and those big shots in HR on the 3rd floor, that'll be more than enough to keep him busy." "Ha ha ha." He laughed wildly and strode off with his gang, the shrill laughter buzzing in the air, still thick with the smell of blood. Xuan watched the retreating figure, his fake smile collapsing into deep exhaustion and a hint of pity he couldn't hide. He turned to Liu Xuan, sighed heavily, his voice dry. "Let's go back first." The pity in his eyes almost spilled out, as if Liu Xuan wasn't going to work but to his death. Liu Xuan's heart sank. The security department and human resources, those were the most chaotic, vicious dens in the entire Chiffon Group headquarters. Just thinking about the toilets desecrated by hundreds of over-energetic wolves who were always ready to throw punches. The scene alone made one's scalp crawl and stomach churn. Even more terrifying were the bizarre, even perverse habits of those martial artists. They had nothing to do with normal and were tortures that could drive an ordinary person mad. Back at the cleaning department's courtyard, reeking of garbage, it was just breakfast time. Xuan waved tiredly, telling Liu Xuan to go eat with the workers while he trudged heavily into the low main house to report back to Minister Ma. Breakfast was 2 coarse grain buns that scraped the throat with a bowl of watery soup that had a few rotten vegetable leaves floating in it called spicy soup. A group of haggard, grimy men squatted by the wall with chipped bowls, slurping loudly as if performing a ritual of survival. In this damned world, having such a meal was already a blessing from heaven. Huang Guozhong saw Liu Xuan return silently, brought over a large bowl of soup and stuffed 2 more buns into his hands. When asked about the assignment and hearing that Liu Xuan was sent to clean the toilets of the security department's demon lair on the 2nd floor of headquarters, old Huang's weather-beaten face instantly darkened like it was caked with mud. Alas, a sigh too heavy rolled from his throat, carrying a numb resignation. It's all fate. Just grit your teeth and survive. Sensing the weight in Huang Guozhong's words, Liu Xuan said nothing, broke one of his own buns in half and forced it into Huang's empty bowl. "Brother Zhong," he leaned in, lowering his voice with the tentative curiosity of youth, "the headquarters building looks so golden and shiny. I see people dying to get in and work there. How come?" Huang Guozhong lifted his murky eyes, glanced at Liu Xuan with a look that had seen too much, slowly sipped the bland soup and then spoke, willing. That depends on what kind of person you are. Top tech experts who can bring in mountains of gold for the group, or martial artists who can take on 10 men, they're willing, they're the elite. But for folks like us. He paused, a bitter smile tugging at his lips, we're just the cheapest, most replaceable screws in this huge machine. Easily found, and when one dies or gets crippled, plenty are lining up to take the spot. Trash has to accept its place. Since you seem like a decent kid, he'll give you some advice. Huang Guozhong's voice dropped even lower, heavy with the gravity of experience. One word: endure. Swallow your teeth and stomach it. When you can't endure anymore, endure some more. Kid, remember this, every big company that survived this apocalypse and thrived climbed up on layers of human bones and rivers of blood. Shifeng. HMPH same. What does Shifeng mainly rely on? Liu Xuan seized the key point sharply. A conglomerate. Huang Guozhong chuckled scornfully, his eyes complex. Thieves spread their reach wide. The main business is mining, underground in ruins, anything that can be sold they dig it up. Side businesses. Endless. Nightclubs, farms, search teams, pawnshops, restaurants, hair salons. In short, the whole Eastern District. Shifeng calls the shots. That powerful. What about the other districts? Liu Xuan pressed on like a curious student. Huang Guozhong wiped his mouth, his gaze drifting to the grey sky. The east is Shifeng's home turf. The west belongs to Qiangshan Group, which made its fortune in grain. They control the whole city's food supply, ruthless and merciless. The north is Wanhai Company's territory. Under the guise of entertainment and human resources, they engage in forcing women into prostitution, human trafficking, and bleeding people dry. Pure laundered gangsters, rotten to the core. The central district is the only decent part of Anxi City. The government offices and research institutes are there with the best conditions, but it's the inner city ordinary folks can't enter. The south. Don't ask. That's a military restricted zone full of barracks, stay away. Remember wearing this Shifeng skin, except for the central district where you might get lucky, don't wander anywhere else. Cross the line and you'll die without knowing how. Huang Guozhong's tone was resolute and unquestionable. Liu Xuan handed over an admiring glance at just the right moment. Brother Zhong, you truly know everything. You're an expert. Huang Guozhong, somewhat soothed by the flattery, tilted his head back and slurped down the last dregs of soup from his bowl, revealing a set of yellow teeth with a rare hint of pride, of course. Don't think your brother Zhong is just some old wretch scavenging through the trash now. Before the apocalypse I was a legitimate. I'll forget it. A true man doesn't boast of past glories. Let's drop it. In that smile, pride and bitterness were twisted together like a rope. Seeing Huang Guozhong stop short, Liu Xuan didn't press further. By the way, ever since Director Xu personally took you to the interview, Bald Wang and his two fellow villagers applied for a transfer to the mines before dawn. TSK, that bald bastard is a ruthless one, cruel to others but even crueler to himself. Knowing he couldn't survive in the cleaning department after beating you up, he dared to go to the mines. Impressive. Liu Xuan frowned, his heart sinking. Though he was the one who got beaten, the grudge was now set. At the job fair, how many would rather give up work than go to the mines? Just how terrifying was that place? But Bald Wang went. He couldn't delay any longer, he had to grow stronger fast. Brother Zhong, tell me more about the martial artists. What exactly are they? Liu Xuan hurriedly pressed on. Well, about martial artists. Huang Guozhong had just started when a bone-chilling, utterly soulless voice exploded behind them. Finished all the work. Got time to shoot the breeze here. Both of them jolted, turning to see Xu An's perpetually stoic face standing in the shadows not far away, staring coldly at them. Huang Guozhong sprang up from the ground as if stung by a needle, moving with surprising speed. He made a vague bow toward Xuan and scurried off toward the stinking mountain of trash, vanishing in an instant. Director Zhu's signature gaze, laced with pity and complex emotions, once again swept over Liu Xuan like a brush, scraping him from head to toe. Without a word, he merely gestured for Liu Xuan to follow and headed straight to the adjacent storage room. A faded grey temporary worker's uniform, washed white with frayed edges and a faint musty smell, was tossed into Liu Xian's arms. What Minister Ma could do ends here. Xu An's voice was as flat as still water. The road ahead depends on your own fate. Rest today and gather your strength. Tomorrow morning go with DHO to the headquarters building for work. Then a rusted brass key was pressed into Liu Xian's hand. From now on, stay in the second room at the front courtyard next to mine. Xuan pointed casually, turned and walked away without another glance. His young face seemed perpetually veiled in an impenetrable gloom and indifferent smiles long since extinct. Of course, Liu Xuan had just seen an exception. Facing that merciless demon manager Xu from Human Resources, Xu An's sycophantic smile stretched nearly to his ears, his back bent as if it might snap. That stark contrast was like a silent slap striking the coldest survival rule of this apocalypse: be a dog to those above, a wolf to those below. Xuan was merely a perfect embodiment of this law. Liu Xuan silently returned to the board shed to retrieve his tattered backpack and headed toward his new home. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, a wave of dust and old wood hit his nose. The room was small and shabby but surprisingly tidy. A bare plank bed leaned against the wall, an old scarred table stood nearby, and a chipped wooden cabinet in the corner held a set of slightly worn bedding and some odds and ends. Liu Xuan carefully placed his backpack in the cabinet and spread the slightly damp bedding on the bed. Then he changed into the grey uniform emblazoned with the fierce logo of Chiffon Group. The fabric was rough, chafing his skin, but at least it was thick. Looking at his reflection in the cracked half-mirror atop the cabinet clad in the chiffon uniform, the last vestiges of unrealistic hope in Liu Xuan's eyes were extinguished, replaced by a cold clarity and calculation. It seems that eccentric cheap grandfather did soften a little after all. A faint cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He spoke up for me and arranged a private room. I need to find a way to keep this grandfather firmly in my corner. A chilling thought took shape and took root in his mind. Otherwise, within Chiffon Group, I might not last long. Sitting by the old scarred wooden table, Liu Xuan's thumb rubbed repeatedly over the two cold rough source cores in his palm, the urge within him almost uncontrollable. The bloody scene from that morning was branded into his mind like a hot iron. How had that ordinary-looking youth effortlessly crushed a living person into the concrete floor like squashing a bug? That power, that chilling disregard for human life sent a shiver down his spine. Was his body preliminarily tempered by source essence, that of a martial artist? Instinct told him he was still far from it. Forget that towering fearsome manager Shu, even one of his underlings could probably crush him like a chick. And then there was Bald Wang's crew. Get stronger. At any cost. This thought burned like poison fire in his gut. And the shortcut to power lay within himself. He could clearly sense a subtle connection and almost instinctive control over the symbiotic worm in his veins. What's more, within the worm's gel-like body seemed to fold another space capable of storing not only source essence but also those embarrassing waste and byproducts. The first time was an accident, the second time he absolutely couldn't fall into the same trap. Farting and shooting darts. This golden finger was a total pitfall. Source cores, though their energy fluctuations were subtle, were still a hazard to carry around. Liu Xuan steeled himself and swallowed one. This time the worm reacted with astonishing speed, intercepting and swallowing the core as it slid down his throat, sparing him the ordeal of swallowing a stone again. A faint light flickered in the worm's belly. Just as it finished decomposing and purifying, its tail instinctively opened, threatening a repeat of the tragedy. Store. Liu Xuan roared an unyielding command in his mind. The worm's tail instantly closed like a precise valve. Liu Xuan delved his consciousness inward and clearly saw three entirely different substances suspended within the translucent body: a murky greyish-green gas, a byproduct he had personally released more potent than enhanced tear gas. It was a handy tool for ambushes, but the method of release still needed refinement. A small pool of viscous, ominous-smelling dark yellow liquid, this was the unforgettable waste. Besides sharing some effects with the byproduct, it seemed to have a strange attraction or repulsion for corpsemen or certain mutated beasts. Let's call it pheromone waste fluid for now. A drop of liquid radiating a soft silver glow like pure moonlight, this was the true treasure source essence. It contained astonishing life energy. But were there side effects? Could it be used consecutively? That needed testing. The combined volume of that gas and liquid dwarfed the insect's mere 2mm body by several times over. Liu Xuan had experienced it firsthand. This irrefutable fact proved beyond doubt that the insect's abdomen concealed an independent spatial dimension. A rough estimate suggested it could easily accommodate another 100 or so source cores. Without blinking, Liu Xuan swallowed the final source core. Soon after, two more droplets of silvery glowing source essence coalesced within the insect's body, alongside the corresponding waste byproducts. He had indeed considered coaxing the insect to release another pair of essence droplets for his own use. Yet two concerns held him back. First, he had no idea whether overconsumption carried hidden side effects. Second, he had pledged to his elder and second brothers that he would deliver answers within 3 months. After long deliberation, Liu Xuan decided to store the essence within the insect, for time was still on his side. He meticulously erased every trace of source core residue from the room, and before he knew it, noon had nearly arrived. He stepped outside, wolfed down a bland, flavorless lunch with a laborious, then returned to his cramped, solitary room and collapsed onto the hard wooden bed. His nerves, tightly wound for so long, finally relaxed in this rare haven, a small, secure and sealed sanctuary. What he needed now was a deep restorative slumber, to mend a body teetering on the verge of collapse. How long he slept he could not tell, until a rapid, thunderous pounding, bang, 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 jolted him violently awake from the depths of unconsciousness. Groggily he staggered upright, irritation boiling in his gut, and yanked the door open with a scowl. Standing there was a youth barely 14 or 15 years old. Slender of frame, his skin possessed a translucent pallor, rare even in this desolate age, as though it had never once met sunlight. At that moment he clutched a grease-stained cardboard box against his chest while gripping a heavy glass bottle filled with a clear viscous liquid, its mouth haphazardly stoppered with a wooden plug. "What are you gawking at? Catch!" The youth spoke with the familiarity of an old acquaintance, shoving the heavy box unceremoniously into Liu Xuan's arms. Then, cradling the bottle like a slippery fish, he twisted his slight frame through the narrow gap between Liu Xuan and the doorframe and slipped inside. Brother, who are you? Liu Xuan stood frozen box in hand. Dho. I'm Dho. The youth set the bottle down, brushed dust from his palms and rolled his eyes. Didn't the department assign you to work under me? That expressionless fellow, didn't he mention it? As he spoke, his eyes darted restlessly around the room, scanning as if searching for something specific. Liu Xuan faltered, closed the door and placed the box upon the table. Dho moved with practiced ease, flipping open the box and pulling out wrapped provisions like a magician: 2 roasted chickens, their drumsticks torn off, a bag of boiled peanuts, a bundle of dark leathery strips resembling dried beef, and several cold, dense steamed buns, each holding a meager, almost non-existent slice of meat. The youth rose, opened a corner cabinet with effortless familiarity, and withdrew 2 chipped coarse porcelain bowls. He pulled the wooden stopper from the bottle, and instantly a pungent, acrid, wretchedly cheap alcoholic stench flooded the tiny room. Carefully he filled both cracked bowls to the brim with the murky liquor. With only dregs remaining at the bottom, he tilted the bottle high and drained it in one sharp gulp, then licked his flushed lips and exhaled with deep satisfaction. That hits the spot. Why are you standing there like a statue? Dazed? Dho sneered, glancing at Liu Xuan. Scared off by leftovers from Cafeteria 3. Look at you, what a spineless weakling. Liu Xuan muttered inwardly, not aloud, merely sinking silently into a chair, watching this precociously animated, oddly seasoned youth, his new colleague. A colleague who cleaned toilets. First, Liu Xuan cleared his throat, attempting to reclaim some authority. Director Shu only instructed me to report to headquarters with you tomorrow, not to place myself under your command. Second, we've never met. This food and wine. I've done nothing to earn them. As he watched Dho tear off a chicken wing and nibble it with the delicate, cautious motions of a little hamster, his second brother's words echoed unbidden in his mind: fussy as a woman, full of empty chatter. Objectively speaking, were it not for that bold, throat-burning swig of liquor just moments ago, Dho's face, pale as finest jade, features delicately refined to near feminine grace paired with his slender build, would have drawn no skepticism whatsoever if labeled a court favorite. Why are you so stubborn-minded? Dho waved impatiently, flicking a peanut into his mouth with pinpoint precision. It's the apocalypse, bro. There's a saying, drink today for tomorrow we may be dead. Or is it let tomorrow's worries wait for tomorrow? Eat. Drink. Live fiercely, then talk. It's worry about tomorrow's troubles tomorrow. Liu Xuan quietly affixed another mental label to Dho, illiterate, and utterly lacking in common sense. Ooh. Dho's eyes suddenly sparkled as if uncovering buried treasure. A scholar, huh? Where do you study? Teach me. With reverent secrecy he drew forth from his inner pocket a battered book, its corners curled, cover tattered, pages yellowed and brittle, and solemnly slid it across the table toward Liu Xuan. Bold characters emblazoned its cover: Primary School Chinese Language Grade 5 Volume 1. Liu Xian's heart lurched violently. He lifted the worn volume with near reverence, fingertips tracing the coarse, fragile paper, his pulse hammering wildly in his chest. Frantically he flipped page after page, desperate, feverish, to know did this world retain even the faintest thread connecting it to that beautiful world he'd once known. Time seemed suspended. Only after a long, breathless silence did he gently return the book to the youth, his disappointment palpable, impossible to conceal. Beyond a handful of classical poems whose verses vaguely echoed those of his past life, everything else was alien: the unfamiliar publisher, the unheard-of printing date, every detail declared unequivocally this was another world, a brutal, ruined wasteland. His former life had scattered like dust, vanished without a trace. I can't read it. I don't know how. Liu Xuan spoke listlessly, utterly devoid of desire to play schoolteacher. Liar. Dho's fair cheeks flushed crimson, whether from indignation or rising alcohol heat he couldn't say. The way you looked at that book. Exactly like those high-ranking officials reviewing classified documents. You can read, you're lying to me. He glared at Liu Xuan, a furious, flustered cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Liu Xuan, amused by the youth's flustered outrage, teased lightly, oh. Then how do illiterates read? Like you. The boy's face burned deeper, nearly scarlet, yet instead of erupting he let out a soft, wounded, utterly mortified hum. Yeah. Seeing the other's demeanor, on the verge of tears, wishing they could crawl into a crack in the ground, Liu Xian's playful intentions immediately dissipated, replaced by a flicker of reluctance. His tone softened. Why must you learn to read? Isn't there a school in this city? The big ball shot him a disdainful glare, eyes as if looking at a fool. There is. Can you afford it? Do you have the status to get in? Educational resources are an extremely precious strategic resource. Haven't you heard that? He pinched his throat, mimicking the affected tone from the broadcasts. Liu Xuan fell silent. Indeed, in this damned apocalypse, just surviving was a struggle. Reading and writing. For most people, barely scraping by it was pure wishful thinking. Constantly viewing this world through the lens of his past life was a sickness that needed curing. Then, didn't your parents teach you to read when you were little? The moment the words slipped out, Liu Xuan regretted them. Damn his past life thinking. In this wasteland, having parents around to teach you to read was itself a fantasy. This time the big ball didn't retort immediately. He raised his eyes, clean yet precociously mature, and stared at Liu Xuan for several seconds, scrutinizing him as if judging whether this person was genuinely naive or just pretending. Finally he just curled his lips and spat out 2 words in a tone flat and almost numb: orphan. What a coincidence, so am I. Liu Xuan met his gaze, his voice low but clear. Just recently. Became one. As he spoke he suddenly extended his right hand palm facing left. The big ball froze for a moment, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, then imitated the gesture, extending his right hand. He recalled that when a high-ranking official last visited the group, Chairman Bai Li had shaken hands just like that. When Liu Xian's fingertips touched the big ball's palm, a strange sensation transmitted through. That hand was nothing like a man's, delicate bone skin, unnervingly soft and warm, as if he were holding not a hand but a handful of warm smooth jade. An indescribable subtle tingling sensation shot up from his fingertips straight to Liu Xian's chest, making his heart skip a beat. Holy shit. This pretty boy's hand is really soft. Liu Xuan yanked his hand back as if burned by a branding iron, the tips of his ears flushing with heat. Ahem. Well, he quickly changed the subject to cover his momentary embarrassment. Why do you have to learn to read? He sat back down, picking up a cold steamed bun and breaking it apart. To read ancient books. To learn martial arts. The big ball's eyes lit up like sparks landing on dry tinder, his whole being radiating a compelling brilliance, and he even jumped up from his stool in excitement. What the hell? Liu Xuan reacted even more fiercely, springing to his feet and knocking his stool to the ground with a loud clatter. He grabbed the big ball's arms excitedly, pressing urgently. Ancient martial arts manuals. Where? Show me quickly. I'll teach you to read. Guaranteed to make you literate. His voice trembled with excitement, his gaze burning enough to ignite a fire. The big ball gasped at the sudden grip, wincing in pain. Ouch. Easy. Easy. That hurts. Let go. Sorry. Sorry. Got too excited. Too excited. Liu Xuan snapped back to reality and quickly released his grip, but his eyes remained glued to the big ball's face, filled with a famished wolf's anticipation. The big ball rubbed his reddened arms, his eyes red with anger as he glared at Liu Xuan. Do I look like someone who owns such treasures? Huh. Liu Xian's fervor was doused like cold water, instantly half frozen. Then you? However. The big ball winked slyly, his face lighting up with that unique adventurous excitement of youth. I have a way. You teach me to read and I'll go and borrow. I'll find a way to borrow those books. Then I'll come back and teach you. He lowered his voice, proposing a rather dubious deal. Deal? Liu Xian's answer was resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Ancient martial arts manuals. The key to power. This was his closest chance at supernatural strength. Regardless of whether it was reliable, he'd take a shot anyway. Come. The big ball raised his chipped bowl grandly. To our ancient martial arts training plan, bottoms up. Cheers. Liu Xian's blood also boiled. The 2 coarse porcelain bowls clashed heavily, splashing liquor. By the way, let's formally introduce ourselves, Liu Xuan said, straightening his expression. Liu Xuan. Liu of Liu Bei, the martial emperor of Han, Xian of Xuan Yuan, the yellow emperor. And you? Big ball. Is that really your given name? He stared at the boy's overly delicate face, unable to reconcile the name with the person. Big ball is my real name. My mom gave it to me. None of your business. Compared to the imposing explanation of Liu and Xian, big ball. The boy, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, stiffened his pale neck, his face flushing red again. All right. Your esteemed mother has great taste. Big ball is good. Big ball. Resonant. Overwhelmingly domineering. Seeing the kid about to get angry again, Liu Xuan quickly deployed his ace. So, what characters do you know now? Let me take stock first. This trick worked like a charm. The big ball's anger level plummeted. He cherished his tattered copy of 5th grade volume 1, carefully opened it, pointed at the characters and read them out loud to Liu Xuan one by one with extreme seriousness. This one I know, sky. This one, earth. And this one, human. You me him, I know those too. He looked up, a smug praise me expression on his face, his eyes dazzling. Liu Xuan. He silently wiped his face, feeling he might have been a bit hasty. This book is a bit too advanced for you. Is there a 1st grade textbook? The big ball. The smile froze on his face. Forget it, learning can't be rushed. Conditions are tough, we'll have to make do and plan slowly. Liu Xuan started to play the cultured man. The big ball's sparkling eyes were full of surprise, never expecting that a feast would land him such a knowledgeable teacher, a real godsend. 2 lonely souls temporarily letting down their guard over the matter of knowledge chatted and ate, rambling from heaven to earth, the cheap liquor in their chipped bowls disappearing rapidly. No more wine. Liu Xuan shook his empty bowl. HMPH, who do you think you're looking down on? The big ball raised his chin triumphantly and like a magician fished out another nearly identical bottle of liquor from the depths of his greasy pants pocket. When I big ball treat, there's always enough. Do you? Cheers. A new round of alcohol endurance test began. First tell me about martial artists. In from a small place never seen the world know nothing. Liu Xuan put on a humble inquiring posture but his eyes gleamed with a startling intensity. Hey. You've come to the right person. Darky wiped his greasy mouth, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. The security department, the toughest division in Chiffon Group. The director is Vice Chairman Zhao Shanhe himself. Heard about it. Vice Chairman Zhao is already a 6th grade master. He clicked his tongue in admiration, holding up 6 fingers. Except for those wooden posts standing guard at the entrance, the rest are all killers. There are elites guarding the mining zones and several fully armed search teams, cars, guns, rations, all provided by the group. They just head into the wild scrounging for treasures. That old turtle from the entertainment development department is the worst. Has tried to trick me into working for him time and again, dangling the promise of sending me to school after a year. Screw that, does he think I'm a 3-year-old? The mining resources department. Fat profits but a quick death too. The mining zones have no walls, gone in an instant. Nearly half of the security department's men are wasted there as bodyguards. Our cleaning department has it worst. Darky was in full swing when he suddenly glanced at the sealed window, his torrent of words cutting off abruptly. He shrank his neck, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It could cost us our heads. He drew a sharp line across his throat. Liu Xuan was at a critical point, itching with curiosity, but no matter how he probed, Darky clamped his mouth shut, refusing to utter another word. Left with no choice, Liu Xuan angrily tore off a cold chicken wing and took a savage bite. You just said 6th grade. Are martial artists ranked? He asked, chewing on the meat. You bet. Darky took a swig of cheap liquor, his gaze growing distant. Our city lord is said to be 7th grade. Over in West River City they're even tougher. Rumor has it a 9th grade big shot holds sway. Damn, that's a figure who's reached the pinnacle. Phut. What's so great about 9th grade? Liu Xuan, emboldened by the alcohol, slammed his palm on the table, rattling the dishes. One day I'll surpass 9th grade and become the one and only divine grade. Since you seem decent, I'll reluctantly let you be a demigod. Second only to me. Then you'll be my top general, and together we'll sweep away all the demons and monsters in this world, restoring a bright and clear world for the common folk. He waved his arm, spittle flying as if he were already commanding from the clouds. Don't worry. I'm no Zhu Yuanzhong, killing off heroes after victory. I'd never do that. When the time comes, I'll appoint you Minister of Education of the Empire. You can distribute books across the land as you please, making sure every child gets an education. Liu Xuan grew more excited, fully lost in his rant. Darky, also drunk, propped his head on one hand, tilting it to gaze at the impassioned Liu Xuan, his eyes gleaming. He thought this brother Liu, they had sworn brotherhood by the time the second bottle was empty, spoke with such vigor. Though it felt like a dream, it stirred a strange fire in his blood. Alcohol truly was the quickest way to bridge lonely souls. 2 young men in a small room reeking of sourness and cheap booze feasted on cold leftovers, ranting about absurd dreams, cursing the wretched world and fantasizing about a distant future. Their voices rose and fell until the sky outside shifted from twilight to deep indigo. At that moment one was a newly hired temp scrubbing toilets, the other a cleaner barely scraping by. They were as insignificant as specks of dust. But who could have guessed that years later these 2 youths, drunkenly boasting by a trash heap, would become the only 2 divine-grade martial artists? No? Has a demigod. Liu Xuan lifted his head from the table, slurring his correction. The dawn after the apocalypse always came unusually early. On the cramped single bed, Liu Xuan's eyelids lifted heavily, consciousness slowly returning. The next second he froze, feeling a warm softness in his arms. Looking down, Darky was curled into a small ball like a little beast seeking warmth, pressed tightly against him, fast asleep. Holy crap. Liu Xuan bolted upright. Darky, startled, jumped up in panic, looking around frantically. What's wrong? Has the zombie horde breached the walls? Or is it a police raid? You. How did you end up sleeping here? Liu Xuan instinctively reached for the blanket to cover himself, but his motion froze. Damn, there was no girl anyway. 2 grown men, what was there to cover? Both were fully dressed, reeking of alcohol. Clearly they had blacked out the night before and somehow ended up in the same bed. TCH, Darky grumbled, scratching his messy short hair. I was too wasted to move last night, so I crashed here. Is that a crime? Don't make a big deal out of it. Liu Xuan paused. True, it was normal for buddies to share a bed when drunk. But Darky was just too delicate looking. Lying next to him felt oddly off. What are you spacing out for? Darky urged gruffly, cutting off his thoughts. If we dawdle, the old hag won't have her tea when she gets to work and we're both screwed. Before the words faded he had already rushed out like a whirlwind. Liu Xuan struggled to his feet, a wave of nausea hitting his throat, his temples throbbing. This cheap booze was definitely cut with industrial alcohol. As soon as he stepped out, Daki grabbed him and sprinted toward the oppressive headquarters of Chiffon Group. As lowly temps, they weren't allowed through the polished front entrance. Daki expertly led Liu Xuan around to the back alley. In the guard booth, a security guard in a black uniform shot them a sharp look, pausing on Daki before glancing at Liu Xuan, then waved them through with a blank expression. They climbed the cold concrete stairs to the second floor, where a heavy metal plaque gleamed at the entrance. Chiffon Group, Security Department. Pushing open the door, the space opened up before them. Thousands of square meters of open floor were divided by rough wooden boards into a dense honeycomb of cubicles. Daki didn't pause, leading Liu Xuan swiftly through the narrow corridors. As they passed each area, he quickly whispered introductions. See that? Those big cubicles are the dens of the search teams, a bunch of desperados. They earn a lot, die fast, few can read, and they are rarely back. Over there's the strength training room with a ring next to it. Daki nodded toward a direction. They beat each other to death daily, a few are carried out every month. That's the armory, stay away. As they passed a heavy iron door like a bank vault, Daki yanked him aside. Shadows shifted behind the iron grill and the dark barrel of a gun extended through the gaps, pointing coldly toward the source of the footsteps. Recognizing Daki, the muzzle silently withdrew into the darkness. At the end of the corridor, Daki stopped and pointed to an area with orderly desks and chairs looking relatively normal. The office area, our turf. First hole up in my office. Wait till I finish the urgent work, then we'll clean up together. Office? You're a cleaner, you have an office? Liu Xuan was stunned. Only when Daki pushed him into a small corner room and he saw the sign reading, storage closet, did Liu Xuan breathe a sigh of relief. Pushing open the door to the storage room, a faint musty odor and dust-laden air rushed toward him. Liu Xuan took a deep breath, inexplicably finding a sense of reassurance. This smell was far more pleasant than the stench of rotting corpses and rusted iron outside the wilderness. In the corner were piled various tools, mops, buckets, wire, and even a few rusted fire axes, all clearly salvaged from the ruins. Under the apocalypse, even Chiffon Group had hoarded cleaning supplies so thoroughly, truly meticulous for a major corporation. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Daki burst in like a whirlwind, grabbed a mop and 2 buckets and shoved them into Liu Xuan's arms. He snatched up a grimy rag himself, his words firing off like gunshots. Quick. Mop the floor. You'll wipe the tables. The old hag clocks in on the dot. If we don't finish him, screwed. It's all your fault for dragging me out drinking last night. Liu Xuan. Who was really pouring drinks for whom? No time to argue, they immediately got to work. Liu Xuan, trained in the workshop, moved swiftly and mopped with practiced skill. Daki wiped tables just as fast but kept sneaking glances at the door, looking guilty as sin. This scene was far from apocalyptic. It felt like 2 temp workers in civilized times caught slacking by their supervisor. Just then, click, click, click. Steady, forceful footsteps carrying an icy rhythm echoed from the far end of the corridor. Each step seemed to land right on one's heart. Daki's face instantly drained of color. He tossed the rag into the bucket and shot toward the door like an arrow. Liu Xuan straightened up and looked over. A silhouette appeared in the light and shadow of the hallway. The newcomer wore a pair of dust-laden yellow combat boots, desert camouflage pants tightly wrapping long explosive legs. A tactical belt cinched a lean waist with a black pistol holstered on each side, their grips cold and hard. Up top, a snug tactical vest outlined breathtaking curves. Short jet black hair cropped to ear-length, sharp and severe, accentuating a face with chiseled features. A defined jawline, a high-bridged nose, eyes like blades tempered in ice. It was a woman. A tall, upright woman radiating smoke and an oppressive aura. Liu Xuan, still half-bent and gripping the mop, was momentarily stunned. The previously cursing Daki now wore a fawning smile like a puppy seeing its owner trotting up to her and circling around. Liu Xuan instantly understood. A mature woman. One with real power, overwhelming combat prowess, and who apparently kept Daki as her kept man. No wonder this kid could live like a human in the security department's den of wolves. The mud-caked combat boot stopped before him. A clear, scrutinizing female voice fell from above. So this is the new helper you brought in? Her gaze landed on him like a gun barrel aimed. Yes, Director Zhao, his name is Liu Xuan. Daki nodded frantically. He's a solid guy, a real worker. He desperately tried to boost Liu Xuan's image. The tall woman called, Director Zhao, turned slightly, looking down at Daki, who only reached her shoulder, a faint knowing smile curling her lips. She extended a finger, knobby and calloused, and precisely pinched the soft flesh of Daki's cheek, shaking it gently. Oh. Then my little Chiu-Chiu can take it easy. Tell me, does big sister spoil you or not? Oh? Oh? Sis. Dear sis. Easy, your grip's too strong. Daki grimaced, his voice warping. Director Zhao released him, her gaze shifting back to Liu Xuan, scanning him like assessing goods, decent looks but too thin a frame. Work hard, bulk up. At Chiffon, a strong body means strength to serve the group. Her tone carried an unyielding command. Yes, Director Zhao. Liu Xuan snapped to attention, gripping the mop handle with one hand and standing as rigid as possible in a military posture, his voice booming. I will resolutely follow the leadership's instructions. Work diligently, strive to improve my physique and contribute more to the group as soon as possible. Ha! A trace of faint amusement flickered in Director Zhao's eyes. She gave him another glance, then strode toward the end of the corridor without another word. Liu Xuan breathed a silent sigh of relief. First impressions were crucial. This woman with her unmarked but military-grade gear and overwhelming presence, he gambled she'd respond to this military discipline act, and he was right. Ducky trotted ahead, eagerly pushing open the office door marked, Deputy Director of Security. After the woman entered, he slipped in like an eel. The door clicked shut. Starting this early. Liu Xuan silently mourned for his newfound brother Chio's kidneys for a second. But then he thought, in this damned world, being able to latch onto a strong figure for a meal and live like a human was a blessing many couldn't even dream of. Besides, this Deputy Director Zhao, her figure, those curves, especially the full arc strained by the tactical vest and that sharp jawline. It was indeed something. What a screwed up world. Liu Xuan cursed under his breath, a nameless frustration tightening his chest. He grabbed the mop, venting that inexplicable gloom onto the polished floor, scrubbing it with furious squeaking strokes. Liu Xuan's first day in the security department far exceeded his expectations. There was no brutal oppression as imagined, no bloody suppression, and barely any filth to clean. The entire office area was as empty as a large corporation during a weekend overtime shift in civilized times, with only a few scattered employees sitting around sipping tea and chatting. After finishing the work, Liu Xuan spent most of his time daydreaming in Dakia's so-called office. This workload was less like hard labor and more like a cushy retirement. Compared to those in the cleaning department's compound who were worked like beasts, this place was heaven. Just as he was about to die of boredom, the door swung open. Daki slipped in, drenched in sweat, his bangs plastered to his forehead, cheeks flushed, breathing slightly rapid, exuding a worn-out vibe from recent exertion. Whoa, Liu Xuan raised an eyebrow, thinking he caught on. So, what major task were you doing? Working up such a sweat? Don't even mention it. Big Ball slumped onto the creaky wooden stool, vigorously massaging his sore and swollen wrist and forearm, cursing under his breath. I've been attending to that old maid. She insisted I loosen her muscles and joints. I worked on her all morning without a break. Damn it, her flesh was as hard as iron lumps, my fingers almost broke. He winced and shook his hand, his expression pained. Then a glimmer of light sparked in his eyes. He lowered his voice, carrying a hint of secret excitement, but Deputy Director Zhao personally said that once I become a contract employee, she'll transfer me to be her full-time secretary. That longing almost seeped from every pore of his being. Pa. What a worthless man. Liu Xuan cursed inwardly. So that imposing voluptuous Deputy Director Zhao was the old maid he talked about all day. Where was she old? She was perfectly ripe and quite appealing to look at. Let's go, time to eat. I have class this afternoon and you need to teach me well. Otherwise you won't be repaying the good word I put in for you with the old maid. Big Ball roughly wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up and beckoned. The two went down to the first floor and entered a place with a sign reading Cafeteria No. 5. The space inside was considerable, but the tables and chairs were a mismatched assortment, battered and worn, clearly scavenged from various sources. Above the serving window, several stark slogans were painted in bright red: no takeout. Thieves lose hands. Waste leads to firing. Every word exuded strict regulations. There were few people in the cafeteria. This was the headquarters staff canteen where mostly ordinary clerks or security guards ate. For instance, the bald man who guarded the gate. Liu Xuan immediately spotted the bald-headed guard who had taken 100 yuan favor fee from him at the security booth. Now this security chief, who had been so domineering and arrogant in front of the refugees, was cowering meekly in line, not daring to make a peep, a completely different person from yesterday. Yo. Master Ball. Over here. Come quick. The bald man sharped spotted Big Ball from afar, his face instantly blooming with an exaggerated smile as he waved enthusiastically. Cut in line with me, we're almost there. His face changed faster than turning a page. Master Ball. What the hell? Liu Xuan's mouth twitched. No need. Big Ball puffed out his shapeless chest, trying hard to imitate Director Zhao's cold, stiff tone, and waved his hand with a serious air. Deputy Director Zhao teaches us that as a company employees we must follow the rules, not bully others or seek privileges. His pretentious demeanor was comical. Yes, yes, yes. Director Zhao is a heroine among women, the stabilizing pillar of chiffon. Master Ball, your moral integrity is truly lofty. The bald security guard nodded and bowed his gaze, then casually sweeping over Liu Xuan beside Big Ball. First pretending not to recognize him, then showing just the right amount of surprise. And this brother is Hez with me, temporarily in charge of cleaning for Deputy Director Zhao and the security department, Big Ball said lightly. Oh. Good. Good. Then I won't disturb your meal. The bald man's eyes darted around a few times, a fawning smile on his face. After greeting them, he slipped back into line, but his gaze now held a hint of understanding and caution. Liu Xuan felt a wave of disgust. Damn it, on his first day at work this old fox had already subtly branded him a kept man. The person behind the serving window expressionlessly handed them 2 coarse grain buns that scratched the throat, a ladle of watery, almost translucent potato paste and a bowl of so-called soup with a few rotten vegetable leaves floating in it. This was the lunch at the Chiffon Group headquarters cafeteria. Liu Xuan held his tray looking at this meager fare and couldn't help but smirk. So this was the so-called big corporation welfare. Not much better than the pig slop in the cleaning department compound. Big Ball keenly caught his expression, tapped his chopsticks on Liu Xian's tray edge and said in a very low voice, "What? Still picky? Be grateful. This meal alone could buy you a young woman to warm your bed for a whole night, believe it or not." His tone carried the admonition of someone who had been through it all. Liu Xuan forced a smile at him and explained in a low voice, "How could I complain? I came here as a refugee, I can eat anything. It's just, it feels like it's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth in starving and restless." Ever since absorbing that drop of sauce essence, it was as if a fire had been lit inside his body, his energy consumption terrifyingly high. His strength grew, but his stomach had become a bottomless pit, his craving for food ferociously intense. Hearing this, Big Ball raised a delicate eyebrow, a mysterious look crossing his face as he leaned in. "Just fill up on this for now. After work, it'll take you to get some real stuff to fill your stomach." A knowing gleam shone in his eyes. "Where did you get that roast chicken yesterday?" Liu Xuan asked, biting into the hard bun, unable to resist. Big Ball was a decent guy. He acknowledged him as a younger brother and didn't want to see him go down the wrong path. As for being shamelessly kept, that involved values and could be corrected slowly. For now, the most important thing was that stealing food in the apocalypse was too risky. Getting caught in the wilderness usually meant death. Chiffon Group was more civilized, they'd just cut off a hand. Liu Xuan didn't want to see Big Ball lose those capable hands. Such beautiful hands. Cafeteria 3, Big Ball mumbled through a mouthful of food, his cheeks bulging, on the 4th floor. Cafeteria 1 is higher, on the 8th floor, the top floor. He struggled to swallow the mouthful of bun. Cafeteria 3 is where the group's martial artists and top technicians eat. Cafeteria 1 is only for deputy directors and above. "Little Ball," Liu Xuan put down his bun and spoke earnestly, switching into life mentor mode. "Brother, isn't criticizing you. Look, we have this food now, we won't starve. So we need to climb up with real skill. Work hard to get stronger, become a martial artist and walk into Cafeteria 3 or even Cafeteria 1 with dignity. Don't take the wrong path for the sake of some culinary pleasure. Your way it's off, understand?" He tried to instill some positive survival principles. "Huh?" Big Ball's eyes flew wide open, nearly spraying bun crumbs. "You think I stole it? I can't even get past the stairwell entrance on the 4th floor. Then?" Liu Xuan was at a loss for words. "The old maid. Leftovers. Packed for me." Big Ball suddenly lowered his head, his voice sinking, his mood visibly plummeting. In a daze he saw again his mother, who had been kicked to death in a cold alley for trying to steal half a moldy biscuit. Liu Xian's heart tightened, a surge of guilt washing over him as he reached out to ruffle Dhio's disheveled hair. "I was wrong about you, sorry Chiu." But his tone shifted, turning earnest. "Still, a man must stand upright, and honorable sneaky deeds are beneath us." Dhio jerked his head up, his voice dropping to a whisper sharp as a needle. "Then? What about you sending me to steal those ancient martial arts manuals? Isn't that stealing?" Cough. "How is that the same?" Liu Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. "Just tell me, is it stealing or not?" Dhio lifted his chin, his eyes boring into him. Liu Xuan fell silent. The clamor in the cafeteria corner faded into a blur, leaving only the roar echoing in his mind. "Get stronger. Must get stronger." A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes moments later. He lowered his voice. "Steal? I'll do it with you." But, he leaned in closer, his voice nearly a whisper. "You need to lay out the plan clearly. Who are we stealing from? How do we pull it off? We have to scheme thoroughly and not get caught." Their heads nearly touched as they murmured their grand heist. Suddenly a furious commotion erupted from the corner where the cafeteria trays were stacked, filled with shouts and curses. "What now?" Liu Xuan frowned and looked over. Free food and still causing trouble. Dhio craned his neck to peek, curling his lip in disdain. That mad dog from the Wei family, of course. A registered martial artist, yet every time he comes to headquarters he loves to hang around our No. 5 cafeteria to throw his weight around. He doesn't dare mess with the higher-ups, so he picks on the weak, addicted to bullying ordinary folks. The Wei family. Yeah, Dhio nodded. Only latched onto Chiffon last year. Started with a hair salon on Huimin Street, then grew bigger, but Chiffon swallowed them whole. Now the Wei family head is our group's vice president in charge of flesh trade. The entertainment development department is their own little fiefdom. That blonde leader is Wei Jiajun, supposedly a distant nephew of President Wei. His insufferably arrogant, relying on family connections and his own rank 1 martial artist strength. Hey. That's our janitorial staff who collects swill. Dhio's face changed as he recognized the person surrounded. Come on, let's check it out. He pulled Liu Xuan into the crowd. As they pushed through and saw the scene, Liu Xian's blood rushed to his head with a roar. Leading the group was a young man with dark circles under his eyes, a sallow complexion and straw-dyed yellow hair. He was roughly shoving an old man and a younger one, hurling a torrent of abuse with a dozen lackeys. And trapped in the middle were none other than Liu Xian's grandfather Ma Feng and the stoic office director Xuan. The old man now bore none of the imposing restrained dominance from their first meeting. He was just a silent, stooped elder responsible for hauling swill. Xuan forced a fawning fake smile, struggling to shield the old man. Wei Jiajun shoved hard, sending Ma staggering backward, saved from falling only by Xuan bracing him from behind. But Wei Jiajun pressed on, spittle flying. Old bastard. If you don't kneel and clean this up today, I'll smash your lousy swill stall on Huimin Street every time I see it. I'll grind your old bones to feed the dogs. Young Master Wei. Xuan suppressed his terror, arguing, it was you. You spilled it yourself. How can you blame us? We sell swill on Huimin Street with the group's permission. Why must you? Slap. A sharp slap landed on Xuan's face, spinning him half a turn as his right cheek swelled instantly. Who the hell do you think you are? Wei Jiajun jabbed a finger at Xuan's nose. A trash collector dares to talk back. Keep yapping and I'll make you see ghosts tonight. Young Master Wei. Ma Feng suddenly looked up, his murky yet sharp eyes fixed on the blonde youth, his voice low but carrying an undeniable authority. The group strictly forbids private fights. That's an iron rule. Old as I am, I'm still nominally a group minister. Your public humiliation goes too far. Ha ha ha. Wei Jiajun laughed as if hearing a huge joke, pulling over a chair to sit, crossing his legs and thrusting a combat boot stained with grease and soup before Ma Feng. Too far. Stepping on you is doing you a favor. Janitorial department. Bullshit. Your era is long over. If Chairman Bailey weren't sentimental, you'd be rotting in a ditch by now. Don't act all high and mighty. Kneel and clean it, he roared, his face twisted. I'll do it. A calm voice suddenly cut through the noise. Liu Xuan parted the crowd, walked up to Wei Jiajun and under countless gazes knelt on one knee, bent over and without hesitation wiped the filthy boot with his own sleeve. His movements were eerily steady, his face betraying no emotion, as if he were merely doing what needed to be done. Slap, slap, slap. Wei Jiajun sat patting Liu Xian's head with insulting rhythmic taps, cursing, who the hell are you? Did I tell you to wipe? Huh? I'm asking you, who said you could wipe? Wei Jiajun. Don't go too far. Dhio jumped like a scalded cat. Liu Xuan is from our janitorial department and works with Minister Zhao. The shoe is clean enough. If you lay a finger on him again, I'll fetch Minister Zhao right now. Oh ho, Wei Jiajun drawled, eyeing Dhio mockingly. So it's Minister Zhao's little secretary. He seemed about to spew worse filth but swallowed it back, a flicker of caution crossing his face. Forget it, young Master Wei. Survival's hard in the apocalypse, let it go. The bald security guard had somehow squeezed in, grinning placatingly. The headquarters building bans fighting, it's a strict rule. If this blows up and higher-ups investigate, nobody looks good, right? As he spoke, he used his eyes to desperately soothe Dhio while hinting at Wei Jiajun to quit while he was ahead. The bald man's timely mediation was perfectly executed, saving face for Big Ball without overstepping his duties as a security guard while also diffusing the tension between both parties. He had truly mastered the intricate social dynamics of the underworld. Wei Jiajun's face darkened like a storm cloud, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a blade. A surge of pent-up rage and frustration churned in his chest. Seeing Liu Xian's calm, submissive demeanor after being beaten for nothing only made him feel like he was punching cotton, exerting force with no effect, suffocating to the point of wanting to spit blood. He abruptly raised his polished leather boot and without warning viciously kicked Liu Xuan square in the chest. Liu Xuan let out a muffled grunt, skidding backward 2 or 3 meters from the immense force before his back slammed heavily into a table leg, rattling the dishes and bowls. Wei Jiajun rose abruptly, his cold gaze boring into Ma Feng like a nail, and spat out a parting threat, old coffin dodger, well, take our time playing this game. With that he led his men away under the silent watch of the crowd. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Big Ball rushed over, hastily supporting Liu Xuan, who was clutching his chest with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his voice urgent. I'm fine. Liu Xuan waved him off, but his gaze was fixed like welded steel on the cafeteria door where Wei Jiajun had disappeared, a chillingly cold smile slowly creeping across his lips. The fierce edge honed in the apocalypse surged forth from the marrow of his bones once more. A man's knees are precious as gold. True. But kneeling before a doomed man was no great loss. Wei Jiajun. Those 3 words were now seared into the top of his mental death list like a branding iron. The icy killing intent coiled like a venomous snake in his heart, waiting for a single opportunity to strike and snap the prey's neck. Who told you to stick your neck out? With your flimsy bones you think you're worthy of shielding me? A frigid voice crashed down. Ma Feng stood there with a grim face, his gaze piercing like an awl boring into Liu Xuan on the ground. You're our director. I couldn't stand by and watch you be humiliated like that. Liu Xian's own anger flared as he retorted stubbornly. Ma Feng let out a scornful laugh. In this world the nail that sticks out gets hammered first. Aren't you afraid of death? Afraid? Who isn't? But fear alone is useless. In life some things you can't avoid, you have to grit your teeth and face them. Ma Feng looked at the stark red stain at the corner of his grandson's mouth, his heart churning with a mix of emotions. After a moment of silence his tone softened slightly. You're part of my cleaning crew. You'll remember this favor. Come find me after work, I still have some medicine for injuries. With that he said no more, and together with Xuan struggled to load the heavy slop bucket onto the cart, creakingly pushing it out of the empty cafeteria. Once everyone had dispersed, Big Ball steadied Liu Xuan and lowered his voice. Don't blame old Ma. He's just got that prickly temper, tough on the outside, soft inside. You'll see once you've known him a while. He paused, worry creeping in. You really okay? That was a direct kick from a first-rank martial artist. It could kill an ox. The fact that you're still standing probably means Wei was afraid of getting in trouble with the company for killing you. You're a temporary worker at Shifeng now. Liu Xuan let out a self-deprecating laugh. Holding back. If not for the source essence that had massively strengthened his body, that kick would have shattered his ribs, leaving him dead or crippled. In this world a severe injury without money or medicine was as good as a death sentence. He would remember this mercy of holding back the kick, to the grave. Back in the cramped storage room of the security department, seeing that Liu Xuan was indeed fine, Big Ball carefully pulled out his treasured book, Primary School Chinese Grade 5 Volume 1, and approached eagerly. Brother Liu, shall we start now? Once I sneak. Once I learn martial arts, that way you won't dare be so cocky. Don't worry, I'll have your back. A glint of sharp light flashed in Liu Xian's eyes. Wei Jiajun was just a first-rank martial artist, yet his strength was already this formidable. The ancient martial arts of this world were indeed something special. If he could master them combined with his source-enhanced body, killing a first rank shouldn't be too difficult. Meeting Big Ball's burning expectant gaze, Liu Xuan slowly shook his head. No. Why not? Big Ball bristled instantly. Liu. I bought you drinks, put in a good word for you with Director Zhao. I treated you like a brother and you treat me like a sucker. I know knowledge is precious and I've got nothing to offer now, but just wait. Once I become a martial artist, I'll split anything good I get with you. Liu Xuan couldn't help but laugh, raising his hand to stop him, his tone sincere. You've got it wrong. I see you as a brother too. That's exactly why I can't let you steal it. It's a huge taboo, could cost you your head. I don't want to see you die. He shifted the subject, lowering his voice further. Unless you first tell me where to learn. How big is the risk? We need to figure this out. Big Ball rolled his eyes, dramatically full of disdain. For me there's no safer place than that. Oh? What place is so magical? Director Zhao's office. Big Ball puffed out his chest, unabashed. There's a little booklet on her bookshelf, 3 characters. I recognize the middle one as mountain but not the other 2. Liu Xuan frowned slightly, then relaxed. In his past life, being kept by a wealthy woman meant 20 years less struggle. In the apocalypse, clinging to a strong figure meant 20 more years to live. For Big Ball, the side of Director Zhao who sheltered him was indeed the safest place. But his matter-of-fact tone. Was this true love or survival instinct? How do you know it's an ancient martial arts manual? Liu Xuan pressed. Director Zhao said so herself. Big Ball pursed his lips. She said that mountain book was basic stuff, good for beginners. I begged to learn, but she said I was too weak and would ruin myself. HMPH, who's she looking down on? And she just leaves it out on the shelf for anyone to see. What else? Big Ball looked puzzled. I clean her office every day, I flipped through it 100 times. Too bad I can't read. If she were generous enough to give it to me, I'd have 2 secret manuals. Liu Xian's eyes lit up. So this might actually work. He glanced at the Grade 5 Volume 1 book, silently cursing. This thing gets treated like a martial arts manual. And treasured at that. So what are we waiting for? Let's start. Hurry up. Big Ball eagerly flipped open the first lesson of the book, sitting upright on a rickety wooden stool, his eyes blazing with anticipation. The Egret by Guamaruo. Liu Xuan softly read the title. How many years had it been? He never thought he, a college graduate, would be revisiting primary school Chinese again. Ah. So it's really pronounced Lu. Big Ball slapped his thigh in sudden realization. Xuan wasn't lying to me. I thought it was Tuo. Liu Xuan was speechless. Why would you think it's Tuo? Look, Big Ball pointed at the character for Egret, analyzing with utter seriousness. There's a bird at the bottom and it's carrying a big pile of stuff on top. That's gotta be an ostrich. I heard there's a big bird in the desert called an ostrich. He was brimming with confidence. Liu Xuan took a deep breath, reached out and tapped Big Ball's forehead firmly. From now on, when Teacher Liu is teaching you, listen quietly. No talking unless I say so. Got it? Got it. Big Ball shrank his neck, muttering pitifully, no need to be so grumpy. Liu Xuan tapped his fingers on the yellow textbook and said, this is a prose piece. Through the depiction of egrets, the author expresses admiration for the creatures of nature. Seeing Dakia's utterly bewildered expression, Liu Xuan rephrased his explanation. In other words, an egret is a type of bird. When roasted, it tastes about the same as the roast chicken from last night. Oh, I get it. Daki nodded vigorously as if suddenly enlightened. Come on, read after me. The egret is a poem of exquisite subtlety. Is it a corpse or a bird? You're talking nonsense, I can't understand. Daki furrowed his handsome brows in confusion. What the hell? A surge of pent-up frustration rushed to Liu Xian's head. Here, copy these characters 10 times. If you can't write them, just trace them. Teacher Liu was angry. HMPH, trace them I will. Daki pursed his lips stubbornly. From a corner of the wall he fished out a stub of charcoal and a smooth thin wooden board. Placing them on his knees, he bent his entire body into a 90-degree angle, his nose just centimeters from the board. Thus, stroke by stroke, clumsily yet with intense focus, he began to write the characters. He had all the tools ready. He must have been practicing in private. With such conditions, he still didn't forget to learn. Truly a good kid. What a pity he was born in the wrong place. If he had been in the past life, he would likely have been a top prospect fought over by elite universities. Liu Xuan muttered to himself, then stopped paying attention. He leaned back in his chair, his thoughts already drifting far away. How could he get that ancient martial arts manual with the character mountain in its title from director Zhao? That was a tough problem. Hey, I'm done drawing. Liu Xuan, lost in thought, was startled as the small wooden board Daki handed him poked him painfully in the forehead. TSK, Liu Xuan rubbed his temple. He was about to maintain his stern facade. I told you to copy the whole text. The whole text? What the hell have you drawn? Huh? Before he could finish, he was stunned by the handwriting on the small board. The egret is a poem of exquisite subtlety. The harmony of its colors, the proportion of its stature, everything is perfectly fitting. The handwriting on the small board was like an engraving, perfectly horizontal and vertical, as neat as if it had been stamped, indistinguishable from the printed type in the textbook. Yet between the strokes there was an inexplicable air of delicacy. TSK, how bizarre. Even writing characters could produce such a feminine aura. Self-taught. Liu Xuan gripped the small board tightly and looked up at Daki, whose face was full of innocence. Huh? You can't read, but you can trace the forms. Yep. Daki scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Just copying the shapes. I have no idea what the characters mean. You can draw all the characters. In the whole book. A sharp light burst from Liu Xian's eyes. Yeah, I've been able to for a while. Point to any page, you'll take one look and I can draw the entire page for you. Catching Liu Xian's excitement, Daki puffed out his chest, his tone carrying a hint of boastfulness. Then. That ancient martial arts manual with the character mountain in its title. Can you draw it? Liu Xian's voice was slightly tight with anticipation. I can. But. I only drew the characters on the first page. I'm busy with work every day and didn't have time to look closely. Quick. Draw it for me now. Liu Xuan eagerly wiped the charcoal traces off the wooden sliver with his sleeve, practically shoving it into Daki's arms. Okay. Daki responded, once again bending his waist into a taut bow, burying his face almost entirely into the board as he began his creation. Lift your head higher. If you write like that, you'll go blind, believe me. Liu Xuan frowned in warning. I've been doing this since I was 3 and am not blind yet. Daki muttered, his hand never stopping. Iron. Mountain. Lean. Liu Xuan held his breath, deciphering the carbon traces appearing on the board character by character. Forward. Like all ancient martial arts manuals, Iron Mountain Lean is a lower third-grade physical technique rediscovered and organized by the central government after the cataclysm, based on the extraordinary physiques of humans tempered by enhancement serums. It emphasizes defense, excelling in using the shoulder, back and elbow as blades to execute methods of hard blocking, ramming and breaking obstacles. It emulates the might of heavy armor and is particularly adept at close-quarters combat. Supervisor Zhuoxixin, ownership Han Kingdom Central Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute. So the land beneath his feet belonged to a country called the Han Kingdom. The name of this supervisor? Zhuoxixin. Liu Xian's heart skipped a beat. The name was strange sounding, both like an immortal from past legends and like the name of a god-tier author, carrying an indescribable eeriness. Keep drawing. What are you staring at? Seeing Daki stop writing and stare blankly at him, Liu Xuan urged. That's it. That's it. Liu Xuan was stunned. Then. What is the human enhancement serum? I don't know. Who is Zhuoxixin? Never heard of her. I told you to study hard, but you had to go chasing after rich women. Losing crucial information at a critical moment made Liu Xuan furious. Who's chasing rich women? Which rich woman? A clear, cold female voice suddenly came from the doorway. The storage room door was pushed open. Vice Minister Zhao Wenxia's tall, athletic figure blocked the entrance, cutting off the sunlight, her human-shaped shadow casting down over the two of them. Liu Xuan felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet straight to his crown, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. This was the end. Chiu out of sight all afternoon, turns out you're here studying hard. Zhao Wenxia's gaze swept the room, her tone unreadable. Xiu Jie. Dark He wasn't afraid of her at all, instead he showed off. Liu Xuan is amazing. He's better than most. He's teaching me to read, and he said an egret isn't an ostrich, it's a kind of roast chicken. He proudly recounted the knowledge he had just learned. Oh? So capable. Zhao Wenxia raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Liu Xuan with a hint of amused surprise in her eyes. Perfect timing. I have a backlog of documents. From now on they are yours. 1 month probation. Do well and your salary doubles. She flicked her neat short hair, then turned to Dark He. Dead Chiu, come with me. I just strained my back while practicing. Give me a good rub. You got it. Dark He quickly put away his charcoal and small board, winked at Liu Xuan and ran off to wash his hands. Zhao Wenxia's gaze lingered meaningfully on Liu Xuan's face for a moment before she slowly closed the door. Liu Xuan let out a long sigh, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart still pounding wildly. Thank goodness. Thank goodness she didn't see the damning content on that board, or he wouldn't have known how he died. Creak, the harsh sound of friction echoed again. From the gap in the door, Zhao Wenxia's strikingly handsome face appeared. Oh, by the way, let me tell you, the corner of her lips curled into a faint sardonic smile. Zhuo Cixin is a renowned great beauty in the capital, a top-tier talented woman in ancient martial arts research. If you really want to learn martial arts and you can latch onto a rich woman like her. She paused, her tone laden with meaning. You could have your pick of the entire Han Kingdom's top-tier martial arts. But before you cozy up to Zhuo Cixin, you better work your ass off for me. Otherwise. The amusement in her eyes turned abruptly cold. You won't even know how you die. Seeing Liu Xuan's face instantly turn pale, Zhao Wenxia laughed heartily. Amidst the laughter, her military boots tapped a crisp rhythm as she walked away with elegant ease. Inside the storage room, a deathly silence reigned. Liu Xuan stood frozen, his heart still pounding with lingering fear, his hands and feet icy cold. He endured a long, anxious afternoon until the door was pushed open again. Brother Xiao Liu, what are you daydreaming about? Dho's flushed face squeezed through the door crack. Hurry up, it's time to get off work. Liu Xuan looked up dazedly. The sky outside the window was already tinged with dusk. Can we leave? His voice was hoarse. What are you waiting to wash Xuan's facepan for him? Dho grabbed his arm. Come on, that bastard really would do it. To Liu Xuan's surprise, the anticipated arrest never came. He followed Dho through the headquarters' stern corridors, and the guards didn't even glance their way. It wasn't until they stepped out of the heavy bronze gate and the evening breeze brushed his face that he dared to believe he had truly escaped unscathed. In the courtyard of the cleaning department, Xuan stood in the center, his left cheek swollen high, distributing dinner to the workers. Seeing the two enter, he nodded at them but said nothing. Liu Xuan and Dho grabbed 2 bowls of still warm paste crouched by the wall and wolfed it down. Dho wiped his mouth and plunged into the low bungalow next door, not emerging again. Remembering Ma Feng's instructions, Liu Xuan crept stealthily to the main house window. If you're coming in, then come in. Skulking about, what kind of behavior is that? A low shout came from inside the room, not loud yet carrying an undeniable authority. Liu Xuan took a deep breath and pushed open the creaking wooden door. A wave of air mixed with mustinous sweat and tobacco smoke rushed at him. Under the dim light, Ma Feng slumped in a worn rattan chair, the embers in his pipe flickering intermittently. White smoke curled upward, shrouding his deeply lined face in a haze. Who? The old man exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze piercing through the mist to land on Liu Xuan. Bai Lizhong, who once co-founded the Chiffon Group with Ma Feng, was now one of the 3 magnates of Anqi City. Yet Ma Feng, a former founder, had been exiled to the cleaning department, spending his days amidst trash and swill. This plum post was less a favor and more a vicious humiliation, forcing a man who once commanded the wind and rain to live day and night with decay and stench. The farce in the cafeteria was merely the amusement of some higher-ups in the group. When bored, he had long grown numb to it. His wife had passed away early, leaving him with a son and a daughter. His eldest son, Ma Xiuxian, was inherently timid, cowardly and utterly spineless. Before the apocalypse, he had already married Bai Lizhong's daughter and fathered 2 children. Ever since Ma Feng broke with Bai Lizhong, that son along with his grandsons had vanished like smoke, never setting foot in this garbage dump again. His second daughter, Ma Rongrong, was gentle and kind but possessed a fiery spirit. Spurning a life of luxury, she eloped with a penniless young man before the apocalypse, marrying far away in a small town, and had been unheard from for 10 years. The next news he received was the tidings of her death brought by Liu Xuan. Now looking at this young man whose features so resembled his deceased daughter's, Ma Feng's throat tightened, 1,000 emotions surging within him. 2 paths, Ma Feng's voice was dry and raspy. 1. Stay in the cleaning department. When I die, that swell business is yours. Though it's filthy, you won't starve. 2. Go to the farm outside the city. I have an old comrade in charge there. You learn to farm. These days knowing how to farm is better than anything else. Liu Xuan raised his head, his gaze burning. I choose the third path. I want to become a martial artist. You're asking for death. Ma Feng sprang up from the rocking chair, his bony finger nearly jabbing Liu Xian's nose. Just like your rebellious mother. Do you know how dangerous the evolution serum is? Out of 10 people injected, if 4 survive, it's a blessing from the ancestors. The rest either explode or end up paralyzed in bed, a fate worse than death. The old man panted heavily, his chest heaving. Liu Xuan remained silent with head bowed, only speaking in a deep voice once Ma Feng's breath steadied. Grandfather, this world has already changed. Without strength we are but fish on the chopping board. If I had power, would that little bastard from the Wei family dare to bully us like this? I would cut him down with one slash. You. Ma Feng clutched his chest and fell back into the rocking chair, defeated. Liu Xuan stepped forward quickly, picked up the battered thermos from the small table, unscrewed it and brought it to the old man's lips. Grandfather. His voice was low and clear. Whether you acknowledge me or not, I am still your grandson. You are my only family left in this world. As long as I, Liu Xuan, still have breath in me, I will surely care for you in your old age and give you a proper burial. The word grandfather struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the rigid coldness on Ma Feng's face. Under the dim light, a flicker of emotion crossed the old man's deeply furrowed face. Liu Xuan moved behind the old man, his fingers skillfully pressing onto the hunched back. A long silence filled the room, broken only by the dying embers in the pipe flickering on and off. After a long while, Ma Feng exhaled a turbid breath, his voice desolate and weary. Enough. Whether you live or die, it is your fate. I am old, the grave already up to my neck. I can no longer control you. Go and do what you will. If you are hungry, come back. There will always be a bite to eat here. It's the least I can do. To make amends to my unfilial girl. Seeing the sorrow in the old man's eyes, Liu Xuan felt a pang in his heart. Grandfather, the apocalypse is a calamity, but it is also an opportunity. In a few days, when the evolution serum technology matures, it'll get you a couple of doses. I guarantee you'll be vigorous and strong, living another 100 years. HMPH, wouldn't that make me an old monster? Ma Feng's brow relaxed slightly, but then his gaze sharpened on Liu Xuan. Don't try to wheedle things out of me either. My meager savings are enough for 1 dose of the serum. If I give it to you and you die, that would be clean enough. But if you end up paralyzed or crippled, I don't have your mother's saintly patience nor the strength to wait on you for another 10 years. Liu Xuan. Grandfather, that's not what I meant at all. Liu Xuan hastily defended himself, beads of cold sweat breaking out across his back. Ma Feng stared at him for several seconds with clouded eyes, then impatiently waved his hand as if shooing away an irritating fly. I've said all there is to say, get out. Then I'll place the thermos back on the coffee table. I'm really leaving now. Get out. Yes, sir. Liu Xuan turned on his heel, ready to slip away. Stop. A hoarse-aged voice rang out from behind. Liu Xuan froze mid-step and turned back. Ma Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened, cold piercing like a blade drawn from its sheath. You won't last long in security department. Zhao Wenxiu can shield that simpleton Qiu, but she cannot protect you. The elder's voice dropped low, each word forced out between clenched teeth. That department is Chiffon Group's blade. It's Bai Li Zhong's blade, held tightly in his own hands. Anyone even remotely tied to me, Ma Feng, will never be allowed to wield it. He paused, his tone thick with bone-deep sorrow. The only reason this old skeleton still lingers at Chiffon is twofold. First, the lingering loyalty of a few old comrades, and second, even that hypocrite Bai Li Zhong cannot bring himself to slaughter his own father-in-law in broad daylight. But he will never permit anyone related to me, even by blood, to hold so much as a sliver of power. Ma Feng's finger struck the coffee table with a heavy thud. Whether or not I acknowledge you as my grandson, the truth cannot remain hidden forever. Your face, you look just like Rong. Sooner or later they will know who you are. His gaze locked onto Liu Xuan like a hawk's, sharp, unblinking. If you wish to avoid spending your life elbow deep in garbage or ladling slop to refugees day after day, then listen to me. Go to the livestock farm. Beyond the city walls you may occasionally encounter lone Jiren, or mutated beasts. Ma Feng's voice dropped, edged with warning. But still, it's safer than remaining in that den of dragons and tigers, the security department. Even if they dare not strike openly, they possess 10,000 hidden ways to erase you, silently, utterly, from this world. Beyond the city walls. Jiren. A flash of emerald light blazed in Liu Xian's eyes, like a starving wolf catching the scent of blood. For days the tiny creature coiled within him had pulsed ceaselessly with hunger. Feed me. And now prey had walked right to his door. Source core, essence of source, power up. Suppressing the surge of excitement in his chest, Liu Xuan lowered his voice into deferential calm. Since grandfather has laid everything bare, for me to persist in folly would be a profound betrayal of your trust. Still, I've only just joined security department today. If I leave abruptly, suspicion will surely follow. Let me serve 1 week then transfer to the farm. How does that sound? HMPH. At last, a sentence worthy of a human being. Slightly more sensible than your mule-headed mother. Ma Feng's expression softened slightly, then flickered with something complex deep in his cloudy eyes. Should I no longer be here, and should you truly face an insurmountable crisis, perhaps seek out your uncle Ma Xiuxian, financial director of Shifeng Group, the so-called chief imperial son-in-law. A sneer twisted the elder's lips, a spineless wretch whose ears are softer than overcooked noodles, so craven he dares not even acknowledge his own father for the sake of wealth and glory. Yet, for Rongrong's sake, he may grant you one favor. Ma Feng's voice grew increasingly bitter. A wave of suppressed fury rose in his chest and he waved dismissively, urging Liu Xuan to leave. Seeing this, Liu Xuan seized the moment, slipped away like oil on ice. 1 week passed in the blink of an eye. Those 7 days were the most carefree since Liu Xian's transmigration. Each dawn after finishing his assigned cleaning rounds he slipped into a cluttered storage room with Dho. Officially it was a literacy tutoring, but in truth both understood perfectly they were secretly poring over Dho's hand-copied manual, Iron Mountain Support. By the next day Dho produced a charcoal pencil manuscript so immaculately precise it resembled typeset print. When asked how, he grinned and revealed he'd memorized the entire text while massaging Zhao Wenxiu the previous day. Clearly Zhao Wenxiu had no objection to the two boys secretly studying it. Iron Mountain Support was a brutally straightforward martial art, only 3 techniques stripped down to their raw essentials, unmistakably foundational. Yet Liu Xuan was certain this was a censored version. Certainly a far more comprehensive ancient martial compendium existed elsewhere. Its essence lay in instantaneous full-body explosive force, capable of delivering fatal blows upon impact. The first technique, Iron Pillar, rooted to earth, trained static stance, demanding immovable stability, grounding awareness downward. Mastery anchored the feet like roots gripping deep earth, the body rigid as an iron pillar driven into the ground. The second, straight charge through the gate, taught linear charging, hurling one's entire body weight forward in a single devastating crash, ideal for frontal breakthroughs and shoulder-driven impacts. The third, spinning collapse of stone, harness centrifugal force through rotation to amplify striking power, used for elbow strikes from the flank or deflection of incoming attacks. Perfected, a single elbow strike could topple a Ziran. Unsurprisingly, this ferocious art suited Dho's slender frame poorly. After 2 days he was still struggling through basic stance training, while Liu Xuan, who'd practiced arrest combat fist and military physical training fist in his past life, had already achieved early mastery. This owed entirely to his physique, radically enhanced by the essence of Source. Each evening after work Liu Xuan helped the old man sell slop rice along Huimin Street, played chess with Shu and swapped tall tales with Huang Guozhong, and practiced Iron Mountain Support in solitude, his days rich with quiet rhythm and unexpected warmth. Zhao Wenxiu had already informed Liu Xuan he need no longer clean at security department. Professor Jiang of the livestock farm required a quick-witted assistant and had personally selected him. Undoubtedly grandfather had intervened behind the scenes. In the final days Liu Xuan insisted Ma Feng rest while he and Shu wheeled the freshly prepared slop rice to Huimin Street themselves. Though called selling rice, it was closer to charity porridge, 3 mao per bowl, generous ladles brimming with broth and scraps. For many refugees this meager meal was the sole thread holding life together. This very act was why the Wei family targeted Elder Ma as long as people clung to survival who would sell their children. Without fresh merchandise the Wei family's flesh trade inevitably suffered. Open robbery was impossible within the city, so their wrath fell squarely upon Elder Ma. As dusk bled into night the 2 buckets emptied and Shu headed home to visit his elderly solitary mother. Liu Xuan pushed the empty cart alone on his return, its wheels clattering hollowly over potholed pavement. The alley stretched narrow and deep, street lamps flickered erratically. Passing a secluded stretch a guttural snarl erupted from the shadows behind him. Ha! Finally, caught you alone. Liu Xuan turned, there rising unsteadily from filth in the alley corner stood a beggar. Rice is sold out, come early tomorrow sir. Assuming another half-starved refugee Liu Xuan instinctively slipped into his vendor's cheerful cadence. The beggar wore rags beyond recognition, crusted with dried blackened blood, his face swollen and bruised beneath layers of grime. His mouth gaped in disbelief, then twisted deeper into venomous rage. You did this to me, and yet you don't even recognize me. Liu Xuan narrowed his eyes, slowly discerning a faint distorted familiarity in those battered features, yet remained utterly unable to place him. Do you think you're Jay Chou? Why on earth should I recognize you? Liu Xuan felt profoundly bewildered. Confused, Liu Xuan pondered when he ever harmed a beggar. During his escape he questioned himself, never having harmed anyone proactively. Even when it came to fighting and robbery it was always his elder brothers who acted, leaving him innocent. How could someone end up in such a grotesque state, neither human nor ghost? Could it be someone from a past life influenced by him traversed over together? Palace Jade Liquid Wine. Liu Xuan tentatively spoke this code phrase, holding onto a sliver of absurd hope. What if it really was a fellow countryman? Wang Tubao visibly froze, his eyes bewildered before erupting with deeper humiliation and anger. He was convinced Liu Xuan was mocking him. Damn you! Even facing death you dare to play tricks on me. He violently tore off his ragged hood, revealing his signature bald head, his swollen, twisted face bulging with veins. Knowing you have a connection to old Ma, do you think I would avoid you? Thinking of toiling in the mines, though it was hard, at least it meant survival. Who would have thought? It was hell. His voice cracked, tinged with a sob. 4 brothers. In just a few days. 3 of them died. Their bodies were fed to mutated rats. I crawled back with sheer determination just to find you. To collect your life. Damn. So it was you. Liu Xuan felt a surge of anger, the last shred of doubt evaporating. He had taken an unjust beating without seeking revenge, yet this scum had the audacity to come and accuse him first. Wang Tubao. Liu Xuan forcefully dropped the cart, the metal body crashing to the ground with a clang. He slightly bent his waist muscles across his body, tightening like bowstrings. You stole from me first, then surrounded and beat me. I didn't seek you out for revenge, yet you have the nerve to come looking for vengeance. The visitor was not friendly. Though Wang Tubao looked emaciated, the frenzy in his eyes resembled that of a cornered beast. Such a desperate counterattack was the most dangerous. Liu Xian's mind raced, his alertness heightened to the fullest. You. Wang Tubao was choked by Liu Xian's righteous questioning, shaking with rage, his swollen lips quivering, making raspy sounds from his throat. How could he not hate? Originally in the cleaning department, the 4 brothers from the same hometown relied on each other, bullying the weak and extorting small amounts of money. Their lives, though not dignified, were carefree. But upon this kid's appearance, their good days came to an end. Sent to the mines, he thought the 4 brothers would stand together and make something of themselves. Unexpectedly, on the first day they encountered the mining patrol, an example made of the lazy 4th brother whose skull was smashed by a shovel on the spot. The remaining 3 were terrified and could only grit their teeth and burrow into that hellish mine. That was no place for humans. During the day the mine was as hot as a steamer, temperatures soaring to 60 or 70 degrees, enough to cook someone alive. At night the temperature plummeted to below -10 degrees, making it impossible to swing a pickaxe without shivering. Every day they received a bowl of dirty water and a bitter astringent wild vegetable dumpling, starving them until their stomachs touched their backs. Not to mention being full, just managing to swallow it down was already an achievement. On the 5th day at noon, a starving wolf-like mutated beast attacked the mining area, and the miners seized the chance to blow up their nests and escape. Wang Tubao rolled and crawled to escape, but hid behind a pile of rubble, watching helplessly as machine gun fire turned his last 2 brothers into sieves, blood spraying high. This blood feud must be avenged. Wang Tubao dragged half a life in the city for 3 days as a beggar, lurking like a gutter hyena, finally awaiting the moment Liu Xuan was alone. I will kill you. Wang Tubao roared as he lunged at him. Though he had starved to the bone, his large frame still held considerable strength. Moreover, he clearly remembered that last time he beat this kid, the other had shown no resistance. Poof. A cloud of dust mixed with grit suddenly billowed up, blanketing Liu Xuan. A street thug's dirty trick, simple yet malicious. As he threw up the dust, Wang Tubao lunged forward, his massive hands like iron claws gripping Liu Xian's neck. He aimed to silently strangle this enemy. The dust enveloped him, yet Liu Xuan remained unfazed. He slightly bent his legs, suddenly sinking his center of gravity, and shouted, "Iron stake, stand firm." Instantly he became as immovable as an iron stake, steady as a rock. Bang! Wang Tubao felt as if he had crashed into a concrete pillar. The immense recoil caused him to stagger back, his chest heavy, eyes filled with astonishment. This kid. How did he become so tough? In that moment of distraction, Liu Xuan moved. Charged straight at the mountain gate. With a low shout, Liu Xuan propelled himself forward with the power of the ground. His seemingly slender shoulder peak at this moment was as fierce as a battering ram, precisely crashing into the gaping chest of Wang Tubao. Ha! Following the manual's instructions, he shouted. The sound exploded in the narrow alley, carrying a fierce killing intent. Dong! A dull thud echoed like a heavy hammer breaking leather. Wang Tubao's eyes bulged and he spewed out a mouthful of black blood mixed with bits of internal organs. His entire being flew back like a tattered sack, his back smashing against the low wall. Before he could slide down, Liu Xian's shout echoed again, "Turn back and smash the stone." He leaped into the air, twisting his waist and hips, channeling all the rotational force into his right elbow. That elbow, like a heavy hammer, whistled through the air, crashing down fiercely onto Wang Tubao's battered head. Bang! The terrifying sound of bones cracking echoed clearly through the alley. Red and white matter splattered all over the mottled wall. Wang Tubao crumpled down like a pile of mud, his limbs twitching involuntarily. Liu Xuan stood there panting heavily, staring at the splattered blood and brain matter on the wall, feeling his stomach churn. This was his first solo kill. Strangely, after the initial discomfort, a peculiar calm quickly surged within him. As if something dormant within him had awakened to the scent of blood, yearning for more. Damn it, that's utterly revolting. Liu Xuan stared at the crimson and white stains splattered across the wall, his stomach churning violently. He suppressed the urge to vomit and stepped forward, carefully pulling up Wang Tu's filthy hooded coat to cover the shattered skull, then tightened the drawstring with a practiced tug. Having finished, he leaned against the wall and gasped for breath in short, ragged bursts. The alley remained deathly silent, only the distant guttural barks of mutated stray dogs echoed faintly from afar. He dared not linger. With great effort he stuffed Wang Tu's limp lifeless body into a reeking empty slop bucket. His heart still hammered wildly in his chest, the adrenaline-induced tremors from his first kill had yet to subside. After a moment's thought he wheeled the cart forward humming an off-key ditty as he headed toward the massive refuse pit where the waste sorting unit dumped its daily haul. You said you want to run away, yet fate insists you face the blade. Life fades like dies, what's left is just an empty shell unwanted by all. He needed the sound, to drown out the suffocating dread of absolute silence. Soon the refuse pit loomed ahead. At its bottom shadowy figures scurried like rats, desperate refugees clawing through rotting debris under the dim bruised light of dusk searching for anything edible enough to barter for a meal. Liu Xuan steered the cart to a blind spot, tipped the bucket and let the corpse tumble down with a muffled thud, rolling into the stinking mound of waste before vanishing beneath layers of decay. He couldn't be bothered to dig a grave. In this apocalyptic wasteland an anonymous corpse would soon be stripped clean, not by earth or time but by feral dogs, mutated vermin or even men. Back at the dilapidated courtyard of the sanitation department Liu Xuan parked the cart, and was about to slip into his room for a long numbing sleep, when a gravelly voice cut through the gloom from the shadows before the main house. Why so late? Where have you been wandering? It was his grandfather. The old man lay sprawled on a creaking broken lounge chair bathed in the WAN courtyard light. His cloudy eyes gleamed with eerie sharpness in the dark. He'd clearly been watching for a long while. Grandfather. Why are you still outside at this hour? The damp will flare up your old rheumatic legs again. Liu Xuan hurried over and deftly lit the elder's worn tobacco pipe with flint. Ma Feng drew deeply on the coarse acrid tobacco. The smoke coiled bitterly through his lungs before escaping in a slow weary exhale. Why am I not asleep? Because I'm waiting for you, this little turtle egg. You think I don't know what those brothel alleys in Huimin Street do to boys with a few coins jingling in their pockets? And don't think I've missed your hushed talks with that slippery old fox Huang Guisheng. Grandfather. Liu Xuan laughed helplessly. Is that really how low you think of me? I'm still young. Young? Ma Feng instinctively opened his mouth to berate him, but suddenly twitched his nose twice, his gaze snapping into razor-edged focus as he locked eyes with Liu Xuan. That scent, blood, you're carrying the stench of blood. Liu Xian's pulse leapt. Instinctively he averted his gaze, mind racing to fabricate a plausible lie, until Ma Feng's icy snort sliced through his thoughts. Stop spinning lies. Your mother wore that exact same look when she tried to lie. Don't dare test me again. One more faucet and our bond ends tonight. Speak, truth only. Feeling the unyielding fury behind his grandfather's words, Liu Xuan knew concealment was futile. He bowed his head and whispered the full account, every detail, into the old man's ear. Of course the existence of Little Bug, and his identity as a transmigrator remained a secret he would carry to his grave. HMPH. Didn't take you for having such nerve. Ma Feng exhaled another cold snort, neither praise nor condemnation clear in his tone. Killing him was one thing. But dumping the body there? Foolish. That pit sees constant traffic. Do you truly believe no one saw you? Eyes hide in every crevice watching, waiting. 3 li east lies the Grand Canal, surely it could swallow one bald corpse. Wash the bucket, sink the body, clean, quiet and efficient. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. Liu Xuan instantly offered effusive praise, awestruck. Grandfather, you're a true veteran of the world's rough seas. My humble skills pale beside yours, even galloping full tilt couldn't close the gap. In this world the death of a runaway miner means less than dust. Ma Feng waved dismissively, his tone hardening abruptly. Now, listen closely. Tomorrow report to the outer city livestock compound. Exit through East Gate, follow the city wall westward, look for an enclosed compound built flush against the ramparts. That's the place. He paused, then rummaged inside his coat and produced a slender glass vial, no thicker than a finger, filled with viscous cobalt blue liquid which he pressed firmly into Liu Xian's palm. Here, take it. Remember, never ingest, only inject. Don't skimp on money to use some scavenged syringe from the trash heap, that's suicide. Who knows what pathogens it carries? Go see old Jiang, he has plenty of these. Whether it works, or whether you survive, is up to fate. Grandfather, Liu Xian's throat tightened, his eyes burned instantly with unshed tears. The chill of the glass vial seeped into his fingertips, yet his chest surged with something fierce and warm as though struck by a sudden overwhelming blow. He'd merely voiced a passing wish, to become a martial cultivator, and his grandfather had immediately surrendered his most precious last resort treasure to procure this perilous, tightly controlled substance. Given his precarious standing within the conglomerate, acquiring this vial must have cost the elder untold deference, swallowed pride and silent humiliations. A true man makes his choice, and charges forward without hesitation. Seeing Liu Xuan bow his head in silence, Ma Feng mistook it for guilt and snapped impatiently, TSK, sniveling like a girl. I'm tired. Help me inside. He gripped the armrests, attempting to rise. And listen well, every weekend, every festival, you will return. Understood? Understood, understood. You have my word, grandfather, I'll stand by you for life. Liu Xuan swiftly slipped his arm beneath the elder's, voice earnest and unwavering. Arm-in-arm grandfather and grandson shuffled toward the doorway, neither noticing the narrow slit in the side room curtain behind which a pair of startlingly bright eyes watched their retreating backs unblinking. Dho puffed up like an indignant toad behind the window, glaring until the two vanished inside. Then with a huff he muttered under his breath, "Old devil. Spreading slander behind people's backs, may your tongue rot to dust. HMPH. Once Sister Xiuxiu's shift ends, I'm moving out for good." He tilted his head, patted his flat chest and sighed deeply. Phew, at least it wasn't a brothel. Killing someone. Phut, what's the big deal? Night deepened. Crickets chirped in the hush. Liu Xuan had no way of knowing that in this cold, merciless apocalypse another soul, quiet, fierce and fiercely loyal, had already begun guarding his safety unseen and unspoken. The sky was just beginning to lighten as Liu Xuan stood at the northwest corner of the custodial department's compound. A chill, mist-laden dawn still clung to the air, carrying the lingering cold of the previous night. Bare-chested, his bronze-hued skin glistened with fine beads of sweat. 3 bricks rested steadily atop his shoulders while his legs held a firm, unwavering horse stance. For over an hour he had felt like an iron stake driven deep into the earth, every muscle seared with exertion yet paradoxically sustaining perfect balance. Having just glimpsed the threshold of ancient martial arts, he knew well that in this merciless apocalypse strength alone was the sole currency of survival. Footsteps of early rising workers echoed from the rear courtyard as Liu Xuan slowly concluded his stance and exhaled a long, heavy breath of stale air. He drew a bucket of well water and dashed the icy liquid onto his face, jolting involuntarily. Yesterday's life-or-death duel with Wang Tuzi had granted him profound mastery over the essence of Iron Mountain Lean. Yet this martial art comprised only 3 forms, strictly speaking just 2 lethal techniques. Iron pillar rooting served merely as a foundational method for stabilizing the lower body. With his current physical conditioning he remained slightly short of attaining first-rank martial artist status, but the gap had narrowed considerably. He did not know the absorption limit of the little worm dwelling within him, nor had he yet thoroughly studied the evolution serum gifted by his grandfather. Lacking advanced martial manuals, his path to greater power seemed to have struck an impassable wall mere steps after its inception. After 1 week working security department janitorial duties, his greatest gains, beyond the foundational martial manual, were insights into the martial hierarchy gleaned from casual conversations with Zhao Wenxiu. In essence, money was the core, the crux and the very substance of it all. Human evolution serums came in 3 tiers, blue, silver and gold, corresponding respectively to lower, middle and upper rank martial artists. Blue serums with a 50% success rate dominated the open market. Rumors spoke of rare preliminary serums boasting 70% efficacy, but these were jealously hoarded by major factions for cultivating their own heirs, with waiting lists extending 3 years. That his grandfather had secured a blue serum with 60% efficacy must have cost dearly. Silver serums were strategic assets, strictly controlled by the government and treasured by corporate conglomerates alike. Reportedly refined from the source cores of mutated undead known as corpse generals, enhanced with rare medicinal herbs, they served as the essential key unlocking passage from 3rd to 4th rank martial cultivation. Golden serums, however, belonged exclusively to 7th rank and higher masters, distilled from corpse sovereign cores. To ordinary mortals such vials remained legendary, unseen across an entire lifetime. Market prices were staggering. Blue serums with 50% efficacy commanded 3,000 to 5,000 new credits. Should any 70% variant surface, their value would rival that of silver serums. Silver serums ranged from 20 to 50,000 new credits depending on efficacy. Golden serums meanwhile existed beyond price. Once acquired by a 7th rank master, they were injected without delay to accelerate ascension. Physical enhancement relied on serums, martial skill demanded authentic ancient martial manuals. The Han State Central Authority monopolized nearly all ancient martial research, its final lever of control over human city-states in the post-apocalyptic age. Rumors persisted that the Central Authority still retained functional long-range missile systems, a deterrent shrouded in mystery whose veracity no one could confirm. Martial arts were classified into 3 tiers: foundation building, refinement and divine communion. Iron Mountain Lean, mastered by Liu Xuan, was little more than a common foundation building technique, even possibly a censored version. Yet even this basic manual, casually discarded by Zhao Wenxiu, would fetch no less than 5,000 new credits on the black market. Mastery of a single refinement tier art elevated one to the elite cadre of major corporate factions. As for divine communion tier arts, those who perfected them neared godhood itself, the last bastion of humanity's defense. Occasionally unverified martial manuals surfaced on the market, most were fraudulent traps leaving practitioners crippled or dead. Thus only manuals bearing the anti-counterfeiting seals supervised by Zhuo Cixin and property of the Han State Central Ancient Martial Research Institute were legitimate. All others were pirated, and trafficking them constituted grievous fraud punishable by immediate execution. Liu Xuan patted his pockets. His total wealth amounted to 325 new credits, 25 of which were hard-earned wages from selling kitchen waste. He also possessed 2 strips of cloth-wrapped gold worth 2,000 credits, but that belonged to his second elder brother. Even borrowing it outright, he couldn't afford a single blue serum, let alone an expensive martial manual. Urgent priority: earn money, earn money, earn money. Buy source cores. Buy ancient martial manuals. Having held many jobs in his past life, Liu Xuan spent several days deliberating, and aside from emulating his second brother's illicit enterprises, he could conceive no swift means to accumulate wealth. After all his former occupations required minimal entry barriers, he possessed neither the strategic acumen of a financial titan nor the capital to manipulate markets at will. Still, he set himself a modest yet monumental goal: fully harness the little worm's enigmatic capabilities, decomposition, purification, and transmutation, to transform waste into wealth. Where to begin, however, remained undecided, for now his gaze fixed upon the blue serum in his possession, his most valuable asset. While playing chess with Xuan, he'd learned that martial advancement required parallel progress in both evolution and ancient martial cultivation. Evolution strengthened the body, martial arts honed technique, akin to the distinction between internal and external cultivation. For instance, injecting 7 or 8 doses of blue serum might elevate one's speed and reaction time to 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary human, but that was the absolute ceiling. Yet mastering a refinement tier lightness art could amplify velocity to 15 or even 20 times baseline, purely through technique. This revealed the extraordinary potency of authentic martial manuals. A first-rank martial artist trained in a refinement tier defensive art could withstand direct fire from modern small-caliber rifles. Hence, aside from heavy artillery, conventional firearms had become little more than toys against high-ranked martial artists, or beings like corpse generals and corpse sovereigns. This was a realm of transcendence. In the dim confines of his cramped room, Liu Xuan quietly packed his meager belongings. After bidding farewell to his grandfather, he would depart for Chiffon Group's suburban livestock farm. "Brother Liu." A bright voice rang from the doorway as Dho peeked in from beside the door frame. Dho. Not at work yet." Liu Xuan turned, a natural smile lifting the corners of his mouth. In just 1 week he had grown genuinely fond of this 15-year-old boy. Dho radiated an uncanny aura, out of step with both his age and surroundings, yet beneath it beat a heart of crystalline purity. Uncompetitive, uncalculating, innately kind, deeply loyal, diligent, and possessing prodigious memory, his handwritten characters were as precise and elegant as printed type. Logically, such temperament bore no resemblance to that of an orphanage-raised child, rather it evoked the sunlit innocence of youths nurtured in peacetime eras. If he possessed any flaw, it was a subtle, ineffable softness, an almost feminine gentleness, that lingered in his bearing. Liu Xuan had even suspected Dho might be a girl disguised as a boy. He probed with words, observed gestures, and nearly resorted to the infamous monkey-stealing peach maneuver to verify. In the end, however, he confirmed his conclusion. The boy's flat chest and faintly prominent Adam's apple left no doubt. Dho was simply a youth whose demeanor leaned unusually toward grace. "Brother Liu, you're leaving." Dho's voice carried unmistakable sorrow. "Yes, to the livestock farm," Liu Xuan replied, patting his shoulder. "I'll visit on weekends." "Here, take this." Dho lowered his head, withdrew a small cloth bundle from his chest, and pressed it into Liu Xian's hands. Inside lay half a roasted chicken and several candies wrapped in colorful paper. "I saved these." His voice dwindled. "Eat them on your way." Liu Xuan stared at the chicken and sweets, his throat tightened unexpectedly. In this apocalypse, food was life itself. Dho had just given him half his life. "Thanks, brother," Liu Xuan said, firmly gripping Dho's shoulder before carefully tucking the bundle into his chest pocket. In the faint morning light, Dho leaned against the doorframe, his gaze fixed intently on Liu Xuan, with an unmistakable reluctance shimmering in his clear eyes. "Sister Xiuxiu has gone on a mission. I don't need to go too early." The young man spoke softly, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible reliance. Liu Xuan frowned slightly. During that week in the security department, it wasn't that no one coveted or bullied him and Dho, it was entirely due to Zhao Wenxia's imposing presence that those scoundrels dared not act recklessly. Now that Zhao Wenxia was absent, he was genuinely uneasy. Noticing the worry in Liu Xuan's eyes, Dho's lips curled into a faint smile. "Don't worry about me. When Sister Xiuxiu wasn't around before, I managed to get by, didn't I? It's just a bit harder, more tiring, a bit of face pinching, a few pats on the back. They wouldn't dare truly harm me. How about I ask grandfather to let you come with me to the farm?" Liu Xuan suggested, not feeling very certain himself. He knew grandfather's situation. For his close ones he was willing to humble himself and plead, but Dho. After all, he was an outsider. HMPH, Dho scoffed, clearly still irritated from last night's whispers about Old Ma. "If Old Ma could truly make the decisions, I wouldn't have to be a cleaner in the security department every day. Stop worrying about me, take care of yourself." "Outside the city. I've heard that farm is quite sinister." He lowered his voice, his expression mysterious. Liu Xuan was amused by his serious demeanor. "Sinister? Could it be that a cabbage will charge at you? Or that potato seedlings will swallow you? Oh, I don't know the specifics. But I've heard people say that often individuals are sent there to become fertilizer. It's terrifying." Dho exclaimed, shivering at the thought. Liu Xuan's heart tightened suddenly. Could it be that in this world crops are grown without fertilizer but with bodies? Compost. His mind uncontrollably conjured horrifying images of massive mushrooms growing on corpses and a sea of blood buried deep under the flat black soil. It couldn't be that ruthless, could it? But grandfather had gone through so much trouble to pull him out of that den of wolves in the security department. Backing out now wouldn't be appropriate. Damn it, he wanted to see what kind of hell was so ruthless. When he said goodbye to grandfather, the old man rambled on, turning his life experiences into advice, famously calling it, "If you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll regret it in the moment." Liu Xuan nodded repeatedly, appearing obedient, but in reality he let it enter one ear and exit the other. Times had changed and many old experiences had long become obsolete. However, to reassure the old man, he maintained a gentle demeanor, causing Dho beside him to stifle a laugh. As he was about to leave, Xuan handed him a cloth bag. Ma Feng added, "Old Jiang has been thinking about this bottle of wine of mine for years. Take it to him, appease him, or else he might make things difficult for you later." After saying that, he waved his hand and turned back into the house. Liu Xuan slung the bag over his shoulder and stepped out, bidding farewell once again to this place that had given him a brief warmth. At the city gate during the day it was bustling and noisy. Near the east gate a crowd had gathered as another group of refugees had just stumbled in from the chaotic wilderness. Each of them looked haggard and dazed, just like Liu Xuan had a week ago, carrying a sense of disarray and longing to integrate into this precarious bastion of civilization. The guards at the city gate were strict and soldiers questioned the entrance rigorously, while the passage for exiting the city was unimpeded. Once outside the city, the sight was shocking. Various makeshift shelters clung like vines between the remnants of crumbling buildings, thin tents, rusted iron shacks, stacked shipping containers serving as hotels, and even a slanted wooden shed area. In search of a place to stay, humanity exhausted all efforts scavenging anything usable to construct makeshift nests that barely shielded them from the wind and rain. The space within the city was limited, unable to accommodate so many residents. Not everyone could afford to stay at the refugee hotel that charged $10 a night. Most refugees entered the city during the day to forage for food and returned to their shelters outside by night. Otherwise, if caught by the military after curfew, they would vanish without a trace. Liu Xuan walked quietly along the towering cold city wall, treading on the broken asphalt road, remnants of the old era. The roadside was filled with numb-faced refugees, some sitting, some lying down, their hollow gazes longing for passing pedestrians, hoping for a morsel of charity or to exchange anything they possessed. Even their wives and daughters. For food to survive. Reality was harsh. Job opportunities within the city were scarce. To be noticed and taken away by someone from the city meant a chance of survival. Even those women in hair salons needed some allure to be chosen. Liu Xuan dared not meet the desperate gazes. His throat tightened as he quickened his pace. Perhaps it was the sky blue canvas work uniform emblazoned with chiffon group that had a deterring effect. Surprisingly, no one dared approach to disturb him. Passing through the crowded, filthy shanty town, the road was gradually replaced by collapsed building debris and overgrown weeds, and human presence became increasingly rare. Upon reaching a partially collapsed wall, Liu Xuan abruptly halted. A figure emerged from a pile of withered grass in the corner, blocking Liu Xuan's path. Liu Xuan's muscles tensed instantly, his gaze sharp as an eagle, locking onto the woman who had suddenly appeared. The woman was in rags, her tattered clothes smeared with dirt, yet her beautiful contours could be vaguely seen, tightly cradling a 3 or 4-year-old little girl in her arms. "Step aside, don't block the way." Liu Xuan's voice was low, carrying an undeniable warning. "I have no money, no food, and I'm not looking for women." The woman did not plead. Instead, she suddenly knelt in the dust with a thud. She did not look at Liu Xuan, but hurriedly told the bewildered little girl in her arms, "Quickly call Daddy." The little girl timidly lifted her dirty face, her big dark eyes sneakily assessing Liu Xuan, and in a sweet voice she said, "Daddy. Daddy is good. I'm Ren-Chichi and I'm 3.5 years old." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Liu Xuan. His mind went blank. What kind of play is this? Before he could react, the woman quickly introduced herself. "I'm Gan Peilan, 28 years old. Using the ancestral art of facial recognition, I see that you young man have a broad brow and hidden righteousness in your center. You must be kind and reliable. I've been hiding here for 2 days and finally I found someone destined to meet with Chichi. I beg you to take her as a goddaughter. I only asked to follow you for a meal." In return, she suddenly looked up, a flash of determination in her eyes. "I'm willing to tell you about a hidden refuge. There are plenty of supplies. Guns. Food. Medicine. Everything." Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan's taut nerves relaxed slightly, inwardly cursing, "Damn, that gave me a fright. I almost thought it was a romantic debt left over from my past life. No, I was only 21 in my past life. So what was that inexplicable heart palpitation?" "Your way of begging is quite unique," Liu Xuan said with a playful smile, "but unfortunately I can't even support myself. How can I support you, mother and daughter?" Gan Peilan, upon hearing this, abruptly stood up while holding the child. Her ragged clothing could hardly conceal her voluptuous figure, and her eyes sparkled with a blend of desperation and hope. "Please believe me," she said anxiously, her voice trembling slightly. "That place is known only to me. The reserves of supplies far exceed your imagination. Chichi was born in that small shelter. As long as you agree to take Chichi and give me a way to live, everything inside will be yours." She deliberately emphasized the words "far exceed imagination." Liu Xuan's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized her. "The temptation is considerable, but the flaws are quite evident. Guarding wealth, how could you end up in such a situation? Tears welled up in Ganpalan's eyes, her voice choked as she said, That is our home. My husband was an advisor in the armed forces of Zhuo County. When the apocalypse struck, he took our family and friends to hide in a military supply warehouse in the mountains. We lived in isolation and stability for over 10 years. Who would have known? A little over a month ago. Her body trembled slightly as if trapped in a terrifying memory. Others. Without any warning. At the same moment. All turned into corpse people. My husband fought desperately to push me and Chichi out the door, sealing the entrance. Inside. There are exactly 14 first-level corpse people locked away. All were once our relatives. Tears mixed with the dirt on her face streamed down. Liu Xuan listened quietly, a near-cold smile appearing on his face, and the story is complete, the details are in place, and the emotional climax of the tears is the finishing touch. Is there anything else? I have to continue my journey. He pretended to leave, but a storm was already raging in his heart. 14 source nuclei. If he could absorb them all, not to mention achieving first grade, even breaking through to second grade warrior was possible. The woman's demeanor and speech were far from those of someone living off begging on the street. More crucially, despite the mother and daughter being covered in dust, the chubby cheeks of the little girl and the woman's ample figure clearly indicated that they were not survivors struggling in the wilderness for long. Liu Xuan believed 70% of what she said. This woman was certainly not simple. A widow and her daughter surviving in the apocalypse, just her choice to avoid densely populated shantytowns and hide in a more dangerous ruin speaks volumes of her cunning and survival wisdom. A young widow with some attractiveness bringing her young daughter into a crowd of refugees. It was like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Seeing Liu Xuan remain unmoved, despair flickered in Ganpalan's eyes. She then wiped away her tears, took her daughter's hand, and her tone turned stiff. Since the young man doesn't find us worthy and doesn't care for the supplies that could make one wealthy overnight, he'll have to sell this secret to the government or a big company. Chichi, say goodbye to uncle. The little girl looked confusedly at her mother, then turned to Liu Xuan and obediently waved her small hand, her childish voice saying, Uncle, goodbye Tilda, wait. Liu Xuan stopped in his tracks, turned and stared at Ganpalan. Can you cook? I can. Ganpalan felt a wave of relief knowing that a turning point had arrived. Can you care for the elderly? Liu Xuan pressed on. I personally served 4 elders to their final rest. Ganpalan straightened her back, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible pride. Liu Xuan. He subtly twitched the corner of his mouth. This remark sounded, how should I put it, like a hint of sending someone off on their journey. After a brief consideration, he took out the few hardcore steamed buns left from the morning and painfully dug out 3 crumpled 10 yuan bills, stuffing them into Ganpalan's hands. I have urgent matters to attend to. In 3 days at the same time and place I will bring some food over. As for what happens next, we will discuss it then. After saying goodbye to the mysterious mother and daughter, Liu Xuan set off on his journey again. After rushing for more than an hour, a vast building complex tightly surrounded by tall grey walls finally appeared at the end of his sight. Chiffon Group, Breeding Farm. The cold iron gate stood in the wilderness, exuding an air of solemnity and alienation. Liu Xuan presented his introduction letter to the guard, who allowed him to pass after a brief inspection. Knowing he was looking for Professor Jiang, the guard kindly reminded him to go directly to the fields outside instead of searching for him in the office or residence. As Liu Xuan walked between the rows of greenhouses and fields for several kilometers, he suddenly sneezed, muttering about who was thinking of him. At that moment, in the top floor of the Chiffon Group headquarters, before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, stood a man in his 50s, hands clasped behind his back. He was slightly overweight, but his eyes were sharp, gazing down through the clear glass wall at the bustling crowd below, resembling ants. This man was none other than the helmsman of Chiffon Group, Bai Lizhang. Are you saying old Ma wants his grandson to learn farming? Bai Lizhang spoke to the glass wall as if conversing with himself. Yes, Chairman. A young but respectful voice responded from the shadows of the office. Heh, Bai Lizhang's lips curled into a playful arc. This old Ma is still as tight-lipped as ever. Zhao Wenxiu is only leaving tomorrow, yet he has preemptively whisked his grandson away. Afraid that I might lay a hand on that. Liu something. Liu Xuan. The voice in the shadows supplemented in time. Right, Liu Xuan. Afraid that I would take action against him. Bai Lizhang slowly turned around, his knuckles tapping lightly on the cold window frame. What in your eyes am I, Bai Lizhang? Someone who seeks revenge for the smallest grievances, ruthless and cruel. The chairman is a person of great talent and strategy. The response from the shadows was impeccably cautious. Keep a close watch on him, report directly to me if anything happens. Understood, Chairman. The young voice carried a hint of helplessness as he respectfully replied. Heh. Old Ma, oh old Ma. A vague meaningful chuckle echoed in the empty top floor. Inside the breeding farm, Liu Xuan walked for over 10 minutes but saw no one. This place was quite expansive. Aside from greenhouses and fields, he did not witness the terrifying scenes described. There were no piles of corpses nor fungi breeding from dead bodies. The planting area was distinctly divided. A low flat-roofed area was adjacent to neatly planned vast fields and greenhouses with various crops planted in between. He strolled along the ridges of the fields. The air was fresh and invigorating, but Liu Xuan's keen sense could not overlook a faint, almost imperceptible smell mixed with humus and some indescribable subtle stench of decay. Most of the crops in the fields were not mature. He could not name them except for the eye-catching cornfield. Mutated crops. The corn stalks before him were robust and twisted, standing tall like small trees far exceeding 3 meters in height. Countless corn cobs hung among them, each as thick as an adult's forearm. Liu Xuan was astonished, instinctively reaching out to touch the heavy, oddly shiny ears of corn. Stop. Liu Xuan's hand froze in midair. An elderly man wearing a frayed straw hat awkwardly parted the dense corn leaves and suddenly stood before him. The old man, around 50, wore a faded deep blue chiffon work uniform soaked through with sweat, the color even darker. His trousers were rolled up to his knees and his mud-caked calves were carelessly adorned with grass blades and golden corn tassels. Thinning white hair clung to his sun-baked, glistening black forehead. At that moment his weathered face flushed red with anger as he unleashed a torrent of thick Sichuan dialect. "You little brat, what do you think you're doing? You trying to steal my golden corn? You want your hands chopped off, you know that." Liu Xuan awkwardly withdrew his hand, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. "Elder, a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I was just curious, how can this cornfield be growing so well? Look at these corn cobs, almost as long as my forearm." Having just arrived in a strange environment, he knew better than to offend anyone. His past life's experiences of navigating hardships had taught Liu Xuan this well. Flattery came easily to his lips. HMPH. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. In this world, being nosy will get you into trouble. The old man continued his tirade, but his tone had dropped significantly. "Elder, your lesson is well taken. I admit my fault and I won't dare do it again." Liu Xuan immediately bowed his head, his demeanor as obedient as a scolded schoolboy. The old man bent down and fumbled for a large-bellied water jug from the ridge of the field, tilted his head back and gulped down several mouthfuls with a gulp. He wiped his mouth, sized up Liu Xuan once more and then softened his tone. Good that you know your mistake. These days food is precious. If it's not yours, don't reach for it. But, the old man shifted his tone, a hint of pride surfacing on his face, can't blame you for coveting it either. This cornfield of mine, not just a young gun like you, even that bastard by Liz Hang was stunned when he came to inspect last week. He lifted his chin slightly, quite proud. You look like a stranger around here. What are you doing here? Elder, my name is Liu Xuan. I'm here to report to Professor Jiang to learn farming from him and assist him. Oh? Looking for Professor Jiang? A sharp glint flashed in the old man's eyes. That man is incredibly skilled. All us new-style farmers were trained by him. The old ways of farming are useless now. In this world, even farming requires science, he emphasized with an air of authority. But Liu Xuan's gaze fell on the water jug in the old man's hand. Emblazoned on its body was a line of red characters, faded and worn yet still striking: Chuan City University, College of Plant Science and Technology, Jiang. The old man caught Liu Xuan's unusual look and followed his gaze to the jug. His weathered face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled sheepishly. Hey. Sharp as a tack, aren't you? Sure enough, you're old Ma's descendant. Cough. That was just a test of your observation skills. You think I wouldn't notice such an obvious flaw? Professor Jiang, his identity now clear, stubbornly insisted, trying to save face. I am Jiang Wanshan. From now on you are my last disciple. Let's go. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Liu Xuan hurried forward quickly, helping Professor Jiang gather the scattered farm tools on the ridge, bundling them into his arms and following closely behind. Xiao Liu, Professor Jiang suddenly stopped and turned back, his eyes burning as he stared at Liu Xuan. Your grandfather. Didn't he have anything for you to bring me? Yes. Liu Xuan quickly replied. Grandpa specifically asked me to bring you that bottle of fine liquor has been treasuring for years. Oh? Professor Jiang's face instantly bloomed into a chrysanthemum-like smile as he waved his hands repeatedly, his tone warm and familiar. One shouldn't accept a reward without merit. Old Ma is far too kind. Unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Seeing the old man's eagerness, Liu Xuan set down his backpack and took out the bottle of liquor, revealing its yellowed label, 5 grains liquor, a classic that transcends time. Come on. Hurry up. Let's go back and open it right away. Let's drink. Professor Jiang walked briskly, urging Liu Xuan on as if the rich aroma of the fine wine had already wafted into his nostrils. Jiang Wanshan's residence was a single-stay house with its own courtyard. The east and west wings served as living quarters, while the south side housed a spacious storehouse. Inside the storehouse on the left, various farm tools and scientific instruments were neatly arranged. On the right, the sight was startling, a mountain of sorghum like a fortress of abandoned grain. Much of the sorghum at the bottom had already rotted and spoiled, emitting a pungent sour stench mixed with a rank odor reminiscent of over-fermented slop permeating the air. Witnessing this, a wave of bitterness surged in Liu Xuan's heart. Was the Chiffon Corporation truly so wealthy? Would they rather let grain rot into dust in the storehouse than spare a single grain for the refugees struggling to survive outside the city walls? Oh, Jiang Guanshan keenly caught the flash of gloom in Liu Xuan's eyes and grinned. Looks like you've known hunger before and can't stand to see food wasted. But don't you dare recite the rich reek of wine and meat to me. Don't be too quick to judge. Today old Jiang will break the rules and order an extra dish or two to welcome you. We'll talk over dinner. He led Liu Xuan around the living quarters to get familiar with the place, then called out to the guard standing at the courtyard gate. One of the armed guards turned and headed toward the canteen. This old Jiang's residence actually had armed guards. Liu Xuan was secretly alarmed. Such treatment clearly indicated his extraordinary status within the farm. Before long the guard returned carrying a multi-tiered food box. The feast was so lavish it left Liu Xuan astonished: boiled peanuts with spices, cucumber salad, braised eggplant, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and even a pot of clear, fragrantly steaming old hen soup. The staple was a few potato-like things. By the standards of this post-apocalyptic wasteland, this was nothing short of a sumptuous banquet from his past life. Yet with the stench of decay from the storehouse lingering in his nostrils, Liu Xuan found the delicacies before him tasteless, completely devoid of appetite. When Jiang Guanshan unscrewed the bottle of 5 grains liquor that his grandfather had treasured for years, its body covered in the dust of time, a mellow aroma of wine wafted out, only deepening the bitter mix of emotions in Liu Xuan's heart. Good wine. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Guanshan's face was flushed red. Without asking Liu Xuan's preference, he grabbed 2 enamel mugs and poured a small half mug each. Come young man, have a drink with me. With that he began to eat heartily on his own. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, most of the liquor had found its way into Jiang Guanshan's stomach. As the alcohol took effect, he let out a satisfied burp, then squinted his drunken eyes at Liu Xuan, who had been eating listlessly and in silence. Your temperament is passable, but your skill in cultivating inner calm is far lacking. Emotions written all over your face, you'll never amount to much. At that moment his dialect vanished entirely. He spoke with clear enunciation and a resonant voice exuding the aura of a profound scholar. There are quite a few issues, but let's take them one at a time. Jiang Guanshan wiped the grease from his mouth and raised a finger. First, the rotten sorghum. Boy, do you know why crops suffered widespread failure and reduced yields after the calamity? His face was flushed red, brimming with tipsy excitement. Because. Liu Xuan began to answer. You don't know. Liu Xuan. Jiang Guanshan cut him off abruptly, his gaze sharpening as if piercing through time and space. It's the air. The invisible, intangible things in the air are tampering with the genetic codes of plants. Then his speech quickened like a machine gun, spitting out a string of profound terms. Can the plant gene editing technology we relied on in the old era, the CRISPR-Cas9 system, still effectively modify target genes under current environmental conditions? If forcibly intervened, will off-target effects deliver a catastrophic blow to the already fragile stability of existing plant genomes? Can bioinformatics methods optimize sgRNA design to theoretically significantly reduce off-target risks? With frequent extreme weather, how do we quantitatively analyze its differential impact on the photosynthetic physiology of C3 and C4 plants? Can we use improved phytoremediation techniques to adapt old-era crops to this damn temperature hell? How can genetic engineering forcibly elevate the physiological thresholds of plants for salt tolerance, cold resistance, and heat tolerance? Liu Xuan. Well, this is just messing with me. He gave up thinking, turning his sorrow into appetite, burying his head in the chicken and broth in his bowl. No matter if he'd be kicked out later, it was worth filling his stomach first. Professor Jiang spoke eloquently non-stop for nearly an hour. Liu Xuan listened in a fog, his head buzzing, but his stomach was full and round. After who knows how long, Jiang Guanshan finally grew dry-mouthed and paused, still wanting more. He scooped up half a bowl of lukewarm chicken soup, gulped it down, smacked his lips, and looked at the bewildered Liu Xuan with a sigh. It seems you're really not cut out for research. Alright, let's go back to the first question, those rotten sorghum. He leaned forward, slightly lowering his voice with a solemnity like revealing a secret. Simply put, I used some technical means to make these sorghum undergo a tiny mutation. The yield. Terrifying. But they are no longer edible for humans. Understand? Liu Xuan's pupils contracted. Poisonous. Correct. But no points. Jiang Guanshan slapped his thigh. A strange light burst forth in Liu Xuan's eyes. Poisonous. Poisonous is good. What could be a better ingredient for the little bug to work its magic? No matter how toxic, could it be worse than the deadly stuff in the zombie cores? But the process of decomposition. An uncontrollable image flashed in his mind. A little figure named Liu turned into a glutton, pouncing on that mountain of rotting sorghum, devouring it wildly, then vomiting and defecating, separating 2 unknown substances. Liu Xuan's stomach churned and he quickly extinguished this chilling thought. Forget it, let me think again. Second question, your job arrangement. Jiang Guanshan ignored his inner turmoil and raised a second finger. For now you'll be listed as a handyman here. Relying solely on your grandfather's thin face to land a good position is unrealistic. The farm doesn't keep idle hands. Tilling, weeding, sowing, fertilizing, hauling manure. You can do these rough jobs, right? He eyed Liu Xuan. You'll learn earnestly, Liu Xuan immediately replied. Willing to learn is good. Just afraid of being both stupid and lazy and dense. Jiang Wanshan's sharp tongue was no less than old Mars. Last and most critical, Jiang Wanshan's expression turned serious as he raised a third finger. Your safety. The farm is remote, surrounded by wilderness. Occasionally stray zombies or mutated beasts wander over. He paused, looking at Liu Xuan. But don't panic too much. There's a dedicated warrior squad in the farm for cleanup. As long as you don't court death and stay within the designated safe zone, your life is secure. His tone turned stern with an undeniable warning, remember this. The area behind the farm's back mountain is an absolute forbidden zone. Inside are some special research samples that aren't convenient to disclose, extremely dangerous. You are not to approach even a single step. Understood? Understood. Liu Xuan bowed in response, a barely noticeable flicker of heat passing through his lowered eyes. After the meal was cleared and the guards took away the dishes, Professor Jiang, feeling dizzy, returned to his room to rest, leaving Liu Xuan alone in the courtyard. He didn't rush back to his room but paced slowly in the yard, appearing to take a post-meal stroll, though his gaze casually swept over the mountain of poison sorghum in the warehouse. After a few rounds, Liu Xuan slipped into the storeroom and quietly grabbed a small handful of the purple-eyed poison sorghum. Back in the side room, he sat at the simple wooden table holding the bounty in his palm. He had absolute confidence in the tiny symbiote within him. If it could break down and transform even void crystals, this mere biological toxin would be decomposed in no time. But looking at the purple grains tightly wrapped in hard seed shells in his palm, Liu Xuan faced a dilemma. Swallowing them raw was tolerable, but how to get the purified sorghum out of his body was the problem. Moreover, this in and out decomposition process wasn't very efficient either. After a moment's thought, a glint of sharpness flashed in Liu Xuan's eyes. He extended his right hand, his bony fingers picking up a few of the hardest, roughest poison sorghum seeds. With a slight thought, he awakened the dormant symbiotic bug deep in his bloodline and issued it a command to decompose and purify. He wanted to try if the bug could directly purify and detoxify these seeds through skin contact on his fingertips. Liu Xuan held his breath, attempting to guide the bug to work on the target through the skin of his fingertips. Sure enough, a subtle yet swift warmth surged along the meridians of his arm, precisely converging at the tip of his right index finger. Almost simultaneously, a faint tingling and burning sensation emerged under his fingertip, as if countless invisible tiny tendrils were penetrating the seed shell, greedily sucking and stripping something away. He could clearly sense that the internal structure of those hard seeds under his fingertip was undergoing a strange transformation, while within the symbiotic bug's body a faint, almost imperceptible purple powdery substance had already appeared. Suppressing the thrill in his heart, Liu Xuan carefully crushed the now fragile shells between his thumb and index finger, spread the debris on his palm, blew away the husks, and revealed a few plump milky white sorghum grains. A gentle sniff brought the faint fragrance of grain. It worked. Liu Xuan was overjoyed. Without further hesitation, he gathered all the remaining poisonous sorghum seeds in his palm, rubbing them repeatedly. The friction between the kernels stripped away their husks. After a few more blows, a small handful of crystal-clear sorghum grains shaped like miniature pistachios appeared in his hand. Sensing the few milligrams of purple powder successfully stored by the symbiotic worm within his body, an indescribable sense of achievement and a flame of hope blazed fiercely in Liu Xuan's chest. No swallowing, no risk. Through a mere touch of his fingertip, he had driven the symbiote to complete the decomposition, purification, and transformation of the substance. This was undoubtedly a quantum leap forward. With a flick of his mind, he lightly tapped his finger and the few milligrams of the suspected toxic purple powder fell onto the table. How toxic is this? Can humans eat the sorghum? Liu Xuan silently inquired of the worm. Almost as the thought arose, a stream of clear icy information surged directly into his mind. Target: a purple powder, potent neuroparalytic toxin. Minute quantities can cause muscle rigidity and respiratory failure in targets. Contact transmission. Hazard level high. Target: B hybrid mutant plant refined grain essence. Primary components: high density dietary fiber complex, B vitamins, various essential minerals. Carbohydrate metabolism curve is stable. Biocompatibility is excellent. No known residual toxins suitable for long-term safe human consumption. The stream of information ceased abruptly. The tightly drawn corners of Liu Xuan's mouth finally curled up into an imperceptible smile. The food supply for the grandmother and daughter was finally secured. Strike while the iron is hot. Liu Xuan carefully tucked the small handful of crystal-clear sorghum grains deep into his pocket. Then, holding his breath, he retrieved the tube of blue reagent given to him by his grandfather from an inner pocket, his movements nearly reverent. The setting sun was like blood. The last wisp of dim light pierced through the window lattice, casting its glow upon the slender glass tube. The profound blue liquid within the tube, as if sealing a fragment of frozen deep sea, now refracted an eerie shimmering light bearing a captivating magic that could bewilder the soul. This tube of blue liquid was the greatest achievement of defiant humanity in the apocalyptic era. Liu Xuan pulled out the sealed cork stopper and slowly dipped his slender index finger into the cool mouth of the tube. His will moved like lightning, transmitting a clear command to the dormant symbiote: decompose. Purify. Once again his fingertip felt the familiar faint yet distinct tingling and burning sensation, as if countless invisible tiny mouthparts were greedily sucking. The eerie blue color in the tube faded at a visible rate, as if devoured by an invisible black hole. With a slight shift in his mind, Liu Xuan's perception immediately sank into his body. Within the core space of the symbiotic worm, a mass of pale blue liquid reduced to half its original volume and purer in hue was suspended. To his astonishment, the essence of this evolutionary agent, refined from a crystal core, was fundamentally different in its intrinsic aura from the 2 drops of source essence the worm had previously stored on its own. It bore a slightly more complex richness, a mark of human intervention. Before he could even ask, a cold torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Target: source essence, improved type. Source: purified product of a mixed solution of chemical additives and nutrients. Blue reagent. Effect: significantly slows the rate of cellular telomere attrition, enhances mitochondrial activity and ATP synthesis efficiency. Route of administration: oral. Suitable for individuals with weak constitutions, first-time evolution induction subjects. Warning: original substance contains 32 types of high-risk teratogenic factors and neurotoxins, posing a risk of irreversible physiological damage. Purification complete. Should the harmful waste residue be expelled immediately? Expel it. Liu Xuan commanded the worm. The moment the thought was issued, the skin on his index finger swelled slightly and a blob of indescribably foul-smelling paste was forcibly squeezed out, falling with a plop into the empty glass tube. The pungent odor, a mix of rotting organs and strong acid, instantly exploded in the cramped room, stinging Liu Xuan's eyes and making him unable to open them. Forcing down his churning stomach, he quickly capped the bottle. The suffocating stench was barely contained, its lingering trace taking a long time to dissipate. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Liu Xuan's uncontrollable laughter finally burst from his throat, echoing in the sealed space. The gamble for life agent, worth thousands of new coins with an unstable success rate, had been refined in an instant into a perfect evolutionary agent with 0 risk and guaranteed success. Zhao Wenxia's words still echoed in his ears: the blue agent with 70% certainty goes for 20,000 new coins on the black market, and it's still scarce. So what was the value of this divine gift in his hand, which had removed all risk while retaining undiminished efficacy? This perfect evolutionary agent, capable of mass-producing martial artists from ordinary humans, would drive any faction wild with desire. A fortune beyond measure. A power sufficient to overturn the rules of the wasteland. This breeding farm was truly his land of rising fortune. Before even entering the main gate, he had found clues to a treasure trove of crystal cores. On his very first day, he had unexpectedly uncovered 2 golden lifelines: refined flower and perfect agent, capable of stirring the winds and clouds. Waves of ecstasy surged in his chest. Liu Xuan forced himself to calm down, his fingertips trembling slightly from excitement. He rapidly calculated the operational paths for these 2 gold mines: production channels, sales, security. Every link seemed impossible to grasp. An innocent man gains wealth, but it becomes his crime. These 8 words were like ice water poured over his head, instantly quenching the heat in his heart. In the lawless wasteland without formidable power, these 2 treasures capable of driving any overlord mad with envy would only become death warrants. After long deliberation, it was still like seeing flowers through a fog. Liu Xuan simply suppressed the chaotic thoughts. First, produce for self-use and accumulate strength. When his wings were full, he would establish his own company. With these 2 trump cards capable of overturning the market, joining the 4th largest conglomerate in Anxi City was within reach. At that time, he would surely seat his grandfather in the chairman's position and watch the furious expression of Bai Li Zhong. That night Liu Xuan slept well, a hint of smug satisfaction lingering at the corners of his mouth. Over the next 2 days his life returned to a near-primitive simplicity, rising with the sun and resting at its set. At the first light of dawn he followed Professor Jiang Guanshan into the field, sweating profusely until the last rays of the setting sun stretched their shadows long. Returning to the small courtyard after the light in Professor Jiang's room went out, Liu Xuan's night shift would truly begin, fetching the toxic sorghum from the storeroom and grinding it by hand into refined flour. His sneaky demeanor somewhat resembled those underground flour workshops from his past life. After repeated attempts, Liu Xuan discovered that the essence of refined grains i.e. detoxified sorghum was hard in texture, and eating it directly was coarse and unpalatable. Ground into flour and made into steamed buns, it turned out soft, sweet and delightfully chewy. All these experiments he had secretly conducted late at night, borrowing Professor Jiang's humble stove. Liu Xuan had become adept at shelling grains with his fingers, blowing away impurities and grinding them by palm. Were it not for his physique, which was infinitely close to that of a first-rank martial artist, he could never have managed such tasks without proper tools. In just 2 nights Liu Xuan had hand-ground a small bag of about 20 jin of fine snow-like flour, while the little worm inside him had accumulated nearly 2 liang of purple powder, poison enough to topple an elephant. On the afternoon of the 3rd day the 2 were still sweating profusely in the fields. Liu Xuan grew anxious, pondering how to ask Professor Jiang for advice on delivering the grain to the Gan family, mother and daughter. If that mother and daughter were to starve to death, the dozen or so crystal cores that were almost within his grasp would slip away. Professor Liu Xuan was about to speak when a shrill sarcastic voice pierced the field's stillness. Oh ho. Still not giving up? I say, old Jiang, planting these poisonous things all over the hills, how much of the group's hard-earned money have you squandered? The group hasn't charged you with dereliction of duty, that's already a great mercy. Yet you remain so ungrateful, stubbornly refusing to leave. Liu Xuan looked up and saw more than a dozen well-dressed arrogant individuals standing on the ridge. The speaker was an elderly man around 60, obese and round as a ball, arms crossed, a sneer unabashedly plastered on his face. Jiang Wanshan slowly straightened his aching back, his murky gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on the fat elder. His weathered face bore only a numb, weary stillness. My research direction is not wrong. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, like an old root clinging to barren soil. One day I will find the perfect rootstock and scion to cultivate crops capable of feeding the entire city of Anxi. His withered finger jabbed at the fat elder, his eyes blazing with unprecedented sharpness. And you? I advise you to store up some good karma. Beware of falling into the 18th level of hell after death, where you'll taste every torture. Grain should never be planted upon corpses. You. Elder Yang, the portly professor, was struck in his sore spot, his face turning purple with rage, his fat quivering. The art of cultivation prioritizes the right season and terrain. In harsh climates, build greenhouses for regulation. In poor soil, improve and fertilize. Following nature's laws, what is wrong with that? But you, lost in foolish fantasies, waste precious land resources. Before old Jiang could counter, Elder Yang continued, Chairman Bai Li has made it clear if you show no results, all experimental fields here will be converted to greenhouse sheds under my command. Then you'll be kicked out. Let's see where your old bones can go to gnaw on mud. Don't you agree, Director Fa? Elder Yang fawningly turned to a gaunt middle-aged man with a sinister horse face beside him. The horse-faced man addressed as Director Fa narrowed his long, sharp, triangular eyes, a half-smile curling only one corner of his mouth. His icy gaze, like a poisoned dagger, was not fixed on Jiang Wanshan but firmly on Liu Xuan. And this is? Director Fa's voice was thin and slippery, carrying a chilling coldness. Oh? This is my new assistant, Liu Xuan. Has been registered with the group and just arrived a few days ago. I haven't had the chance to introduce him to you, Director Fa. Professor Jiang quickly stepped forward, half shielding Liu Xuan behind him, a hint of tension in his voice. Director Fa's lips twisted into a strange smirk. Oh. A new assistant. Then do your work well. As for how long you'll last. He drew out his words, his gaze meaningfully sweeping over Jiang Wanshan. It depends on you, old Jiang. What Professor Yang said isn't entirely without merit. Director Fa paced leisurely, his bony fingers stroking the quick-draw holster at his waist. Our farm bears the heavy responsibility of the group's food self-sufficiency. Every inch of land is precious and we can't waste vast amounts of valuable land on your experimental fields that yield nothing. Professor Yang's greenhouse planting, though not ideal in output at least, produces things barely edible. As for you, old Jiang. He spun around abruptly, his triangular eyes flashing with undisguised disgust and impatience. Chairman Bai Li has been more than generous, giving you 5 whole years. His voice rose sharply, carrying an unyielding finality. Now, as the director, I give you one last chance. 10 days. Just 10 days. If I see no valuable results after 10 days. His cold gaze swept over the land that held Jiang Wanshan's life's work. Then take your mountain of poisonous grain and find another job. With a dull thud, Jiang Wanshan collapsed like a puppet, with its strings cut, his body slumping into the mud as if all strength had been drained from him. His lips trembled violently, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he could utter no sound. He knew that 5 years of painstaking effort, countless days and nights of perseverance and hope would turn to nothing in 10 days. This open-air experimental field into which he had poured his entire being would be ruthlessly leveled. Then countless human corpses, perhaps mixed with a few zombie and mutant beast remains, would be transported, crushed and buried deep. Once the remains decayed and the soil was saturated with nutrients, huge plastic canopies would rise. In the end, on this land nourished by flesh and blood would grow tuber crops with pitiful yields, twisted like tumors resembling potatoes. The bone-deep despair and grief, like tangible cold, was clearly felt even by Liu Xuan standing nearby. In just 2 days of acquaintance, this old man who valued his crops more than his own life, who labored tirelessly under the scorching sun, had earned Liu Xuan's sincere respect. The old man's bold declaration, "One day I will make sure the entire city's people have enough to eat," still echoed in his ears. But now he lay like a hollow clay statue in the muddy water, muttering incoherently, his eyes empty and heartbreaking. Director Fa. Liu Xuan straightened up abruptly, meeting that viperous gaze. I implore you to grant more time. Just look at the terrifying yield of that red sorghum field. It's enough to prove the immense value of Professor Jiang's research direction. The words were barely out of his mouth before Liu Xuan felt a pang of regret. His secret must not be exposed. Before the farm director could speak, Professor Yang, like a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, leaped up abruptly, his spittle nearly splattering onto Liu Xuan's face. Who do you think you are? A mere menial errand boy, and you dare to spout nonsense about agronomy. Which backwater college did you graduate from? Do you even know what scientific cultivation means? A barrage of scathing interrogations rained down upon Liu Xuan. He was momentarily stunned. Even in this wasteland apocalypse there were still those clinging to the rotten notion of credentialism. This humble one is ignorant of farming, merely striving to ease Professor Jiang's burdens. Liu Xuan suppressed his rising anger, swiftly plastering a look of sincere humility and fear onto his face. He reached into his bosom and carefully pulled out a handful of husked sorghum seeds that had been partially processed the night before, their toxins already removed. With utmost reverence he presented them with both hands to the farm director. However, this humble one discovered something within that mountain of poison sorghum in the storehouse. Please, director, take a look. This is... A glint of sharp light flashed in the farm director's triangular eyes as he took the sorghum seeds from Liu Xuan, bringing them close to examine them meticulously. The seeds' color and form seemed different from the usual toxic sorghum. Before the director could inquire, Liu Xian's performance had already begun, reporting to the director. This humble one, following Professor Jiang, rises earlier than the roosters and sleeps later than the dogs. We survive on 2 bowls of thin gruel a day. Come nightfall my stomach growls like thunder, my belly cleaving to my spine, I can barely endure it. He spoke with a thick refugee accent, perfectly embodying a brash man willing to risk his life for a mouthful of food. So I set my sights on those moldy sorghum in the storehouse. The first time I boiled a small bowl. And guess what? Not long after eating I collapsed on the ground stiff as a board. I lay there like a log the whole night, only coming to at dawn. That's when I realized why this mountain of grain was left to rot untouched. Damn it, it's poisonous. He spoke with gusto, spittle flying, a few droplets even landing on Professor Yang's greasy shiny face. Last night the hunger demons rose again. I figured if I ate just a little, the worst that could happen was another night of playing dead, better than starving. Hey, while sorting through the moldy sorghum I discovered a secret. Liu Xuan deliberately paused for effect, rubbing his hands together with a sly yet fearful expression. Get to the point. The farm director barked impatiently, crushing a sorghum seed's hard shell with his thumb. Revealed within was a plump crystalline kernel, utterly different from what he remembered, deepening the suspicion in his eyes. Yes. Liu Xuan quickly bowed and scraped. I didn't dare touch a single moldy purplish-black seed. I only picked the lighter-colored ones. And would you believe it? This time, aside from being a bit tough to chew, my stomach was perfectly fine. He slapped his thigh in exaggerated relief and disbelief. What does this prove? It proves Professor Jiang's method is already half successful. Liu Xuan pointed excitedly at Jiang Guangshan, who lay sprawled on the ground. If we can truly cultivate this non-toxic sorghum, these golden nuggets will cover every hill and field. When Chairman Bailey hears of this, won't he be overjoyed? The farm director, unperturbed, pocketed the small handful of sorghum kernels, smoothing the wrinkles in his clothes. His cold gaze swept over Liu Xuan. Chairman Bailey is not someone a mere temp like you can casually discuss. Watch your tongue lest your words become the fertilizer under the greenhouse. Shifting his tone, his horse-like face forced out a strained expression resembling approval. However, if this thing is truly non-toxic as you claim, I will overlook your crime of stealing crucial group assets. Consider this a merit. Your promotion from temp to contract worker is within sight. Having dispensed both favor and threat, he turned without another word and waved his hand. Let's go. He strode away with his menacing entourage. Damn it. Just moments ago it was toxic garbage and now it's a crucial group asset. This farm director is a real piece of work. Liu Xuan cursed inwardly, staring at the retreating figures. Once the crowd had gone, a desperate voice like a drowning man grasping at a straw came from behind. Kid. Is it true or false? That grain. Is it really non-toxic? Liu Xuan turned around in shock. The old man, who had been a limp, grief-stricken mess moments before, had now struggled to his feet. He frantically wiped the grime and tears from his face with a mud-caked sleeve, fixing Liu Xuan with a bloodshot gaze that burned with desperate, blazing hope. It wasn't steamed, it was boiled. And it's damn tough to chew. Liu Xuan rolled his eyes in exasperation, looking up at the sky. This old drama king, he really committed to that tragic act. Hey! You little brat, been here only a few days and you're already trying to pull one over on me. Where is it? Come on. Hand it over. Jiang Guangshan stumbled forward 2 steps, shoving a large hand caked with mud and some unidentifiable slime right under Liu Xuan's nose. Liu Xuan quickly pulled a small handful of detoxified sorghum from his pocket and handed it over. Jiang Guangshan took the grains with trembling hands, holding them before his eyes like a long-lost treasure reverently. He carefully crushed the hard shell of one kernel and hesitatingly popping the milky white crystalline grain into his mouth, chewing desperately with his remaining good teeth. Tough. Indeed tough to chew. He mumbled indistinctly, but his dim old eyes grew brighter and brighter, finally erupting with a near-maniacal light. But it's true. There's really no paralyzing sensation. None. Not a trace. Ah? A raw mix of ecstasy, bitterness and years of suppressed release tore through the twilight silence. Let's go. As if injected with adrenaline, Jiang Guanshan grabbed Liu Xuan's arm with astonishing strength, dragging him toward the warehouse in rapid strides, as if afraid the mountain of poison might vanish into thin air if they were a moment too late. The farm director no doubt had already raced back to the city with that handful of seeds of hope to curry favor with Bailey Zhong. For the entire night that followed, the old man and the young one, like men possessed, immersed themselves in the musty, reeking warehouse. Under the dim orange light, they hunched over, meticulously searching through the piled-up toxic sorghum one grain at a time, identifying those with lighter colors. Liu Xuan complained bitterly in his heart but dared not show it on his face. He plunged his hands deep into the cold grain pile, pretending to search while secretly using the symbiotic worm to perform high-efficiency decomposition and purification. Occasionally he would feign a delighted exclamation, calling old man Jiang over to authenticate his newly discovered non-toxic grains. At other times he would casually leave some prime grains in plain sight, ensuring that when the farm director brought people for an on-site verification the next day, they would find their evidence. Life is but a play and all is performance. As the eastern horizon blushed with the pale light of dawn, a new day unfolded over the post-apocalyptic wasteland, marking the end of this arduous treasure hunt. Even for Liu Xuan, whose physique was nearly on par with a first-rank martial artist, the night of intense concentration and camouflaged labor had left him deeply exhausted. In contrast, Jiang Guanshan, though past 60, seemed to have found a second spring. He clutched the sack of nearly 100 jin of spoils, his spirit frighteningly high. One moment he would laugh uproariously at the sky, the next he would sink into deep thought, then furrow his brows and then beam like a child. He was no different from a madman. Xiao Liu. I knew it. Using datura as rootstock and grafting red sorghum with tea budding, that path is absolutely viable. It works. Old Jiang spat excitedly as he patted the grain sack. Datura has strong resistance to heavy metal pollution, especially its outstanding ability to absorb and transfer arsenic. It also has some capacity for enriching and remediating cadmium, lead and zinc in the soil, so it can definitely restore the contaminated earth. He rambled on with obscure technical jargon. Liu Xuan's eyelids were so heavy they almost stuck together, his mind already far from the moldy, dilapidated warehouse. The 3-day appointment with Gan Peilan had already been overdue by 1 day. Were that mother and daughter alive or dead? He didn't want to be a man who broke his word, but he was truly not his own master. How could he get out for a while? And he had to safely take out the 20 jin of life-saving refined powder. Difficult. As hard as reaching the heavens. You kid. You really are my lucky star. Old Ma did me a huge favor this time, sending you this starving ghost reincarnated to my side. Jiang Guanshan slapped Liu Xuan's shoulder hard, making him wince. You even dared to steal and eat the poisonous sorghum. I see you eat quite a lot usually, don't you? If you're hungry, just tell me. Why sneak around in the dead of night to nibble on poisonous grain? If you died, how would I explain it to old Ma? Ha ha. But. Good stealing. Clever stealing. Damn brilliant stealing. Ha ha. This poisonous sorghum, haven't I sampled and tested it countless times? How could it still? Where did I go wrong? Does it need to be fermented and settled? His words, thick with a heavy accent, echoed through the warehouse. Old Jiang's face was radiant, as excited as if he had downed several jin of cheap liquor. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he stopped laughing abruptly. Pointing at the sack of sorghum they had painstakingly picked out all night, he spoke rapidly. Come. None of this grain is contaminated. You hurry and deliver it to old Ma. I know his days are hard too. This sack of grain is my repayment for the bottle of good liquor he gave me. Hey. This is like a pillow coming just as I felt sleepy. What a considerate old Jiang. It was worth the risk of exposing my secret to help you. The immense joy instantly swept away all fatigue, and a smile curled uncontrollably at the corners of Liu Xuan's mouth. Go early and return soon. We'll have plenty to do in the coming days. Professor Jiang spoke rapidly, heading toward the experimental area without looking back. Those bastards will probably turn my lab upside down. I need to organize the documents quickly so I have an answer when the company asks. Liu Xuan, feeling as if pardoned, immediately turned and dashed back to the side room. He swiftly emptied his backpack, carefully laid the 20 jin of precious refined grain powder at the bottom, and then securely placed the heavy sack of sorghum on top. Clutching the travel pass issued by Professor Jiang, he walked swiftly out of the farm gate, striding toward the ruins. Upon reaching the agreed meeting spot among the broken walls and rubble, there was no sign of Gan Peilan. A faint, indescribable sense of disappointment crept into Liu Xuan's heart. After all, he had been the one to break the appointment first, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Just as he was pondering whether to leave a mark, the withered grass under a low mound not far away suddenly rustled, and a clearly tidied, delicate face poked out. It was Gan Peilan. She waved at Liu Xuan, signaling him to come over, then turned and carried her daughter out of the cave, standing there with a gentle gaze like a wife waiting for her husband to return home. Approaching the cave entrance, Liu Xuan was slightly taken aback, then gave Gan Peilan a thumbs up. This was a half-collapsed old cave dwelling, cleverly concealed by her using the surrounding weeds transformed into a highly secretive shelter. The interior was dim but all necessities for living were available. Though shabby, it was far better than the crude straw shed Liu Xuan had imagined. So the straw shed at their first meeting was just one of her temporary concealed observation points. Liu Xuan understood, this woman's survival wisdom in the wasteland far exceeded his estimation. Gan Peilan did not press Liu Xuan about why he had broken his promise, she simply watched him quietly with a gentle smile. The fact that he had come of his own accord said it all. Liu Xuan's gaze lingered briefly on Gan Peilan, but a hint of hesitation stirred in his heart. Take them back to his grandfather's. Or leave them here. This woman before him was no ordinary person. Her restrained intelligence and composed demeanor instinctively put him on guard. The bitter lessons of his past life had taught him that the more perceptive a woman, the more likely she was to conceal a blade. Pack up and come with me, Liu Xuan finally said, his voice carrying an undeniable resolve. From now on you will take care of my grandfather. The old man has a sharp tongue, but he has a good heart. As long as I have food, I will never let you and your daughter go hungry. The weight of those dozen or so spirit crystals ultimately outweighed the doubts in his heart. I've been packed for a while. What valuable possessions do refugees have? Gan Peilan replied calmly, lightly tapping a faded canvas backpack at her feet with her toe. This woman had indeed calculated everything, just waiting for him to fall into her trap. On the barren wilderness, the woman holding her young daughter gazed at the slightly flustered man before her eyes carrying a mix of 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts hope. The atmosphere was subtle and tense. Gan Peilan keenly caught the flicker of hesitation in Liu Xuan's brow and immediately spoke again, her voice filled with desperate sincerity. Everything I said is true. If you still don't believe me, I can take you to that place right now to verify it. But the journey is long and we need to prepare enough dry food and... She lowered her head and rubbed her daughter's cheek with pity. Chichi isn't in good condition, she really can't endure the travel. I only ask you to settle her down and he'll take you there immediately. I believe you are a good man and won't break your word. Well, he had earned a good guy card. With that said, Liu Xuan silently bent down, hoisted the woman's backpack onto his shoulder and took the lead on the path home. Gan Peilan wisely said no more, holding her daughter tightly and following closely behind the man. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, casting them on the cracked, scorched earth pointing toward the city named Anshi. I hope this isn't inviting a wolf into the house. A warning bell rang softly in Liu Xuan's heart. Well, if she really is a troublemaker, it'll just drive her away. My grandfather is shrewd and will have his own judgment. At worst, he'll give up the spirit crystals. No? There are so many of them. Greed and reason clashed fiercely in his mind. With the travel permit issued by the breeding farm and the uniform of chiffon group that Liu Xuan was wearing, the guards at the East City Gate did not make things difficult for them. They simply inspected the 2 backpacks as a routine procedure and upon finding no prohibited items waved them through. Standing once again at the entrance of the courtyard marked by the weathered wooden sign that read Cleaning Department, a warm current instantly surged throughout Liu Xuan's body. Home at last. The one who opened the door was Xuan. His face still bore the same expressionless look as always, but when his gaze swept over the unfamiliar mother and daughter behind Liu Xuan, his brows briefly furrowed, though he did not inquire further. He stepped aside to let them pass and coldly stated, the old man is inside. He then turned and continued to stand next to a heap of garbage in the courtyard as his supervisor had left. From a distance, Huang Guozhong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing Liu Xuan, he waved and smiled widely before burying himself back into the mountain of garbage. Duck, he was not home at this hour. He was most likely still sweating away in the security department cleaning up. Without Zhao Wenxiu to protect him, one could only wonder how he was faring. Leading the mother and daughter into the dimly lit main room, Ma Feng was sitting in an old rattan chair. Upon seeing Liu Xuan enter, a clear look of surprise flickered in his eyes. What? You were kicked back by old Jiang after just a few days. He accepted my liquor but dares not do his job. I'll skin him alive. Who are these 2? His suspicious gaze fell on Gan Peilan and Chichi. Chichi greeted him. Chichi timidly raised her little face and sweetly said, hello Grandpa. I'm Chichi and I'm 3.5 years old. Wishing Grandpa good health. That soft and pure voice was like a warm current, instantly melting the frost from Ma Feng's face, causing him to involuntarily break into a wrinkled smile. Hey. Good. What are you standing for? Sit down, all of you. Ma Feng urged repeatedly, his gaze roaming between the gentle Gan Peilan and the doll-like Chichi. A ridiculous thought unexpectedly popped into his mind. Could I be becoming a great-grandfather? No. Calling me Grandpa. This generational hierarchy is all messed up. Catching sight of the strange expression on his grandfather's face, Liu Xuan's heart tightened and he hurriedly explained the situation. Of course, he deliberately downplayed the allure of the crystal core, emphasizing instead that he had brought the mother and daughter back out of pity for the little girl in hopes of finding someone caring to look after his grandfather's daily needs. After listening to his grandson's explanation and realizing that the mother and daughter were not of the identity he had imagined, Ma Feng's smile quickly faded, replaced by a deepening cloud of gloom. In this post-apocalyptic world, maintaining distance from those of unknown origins is a rule for survival. Kid Ma Feng's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying an undeniable authority. Take the girl outside. I need to talk to this Ms. Gan alone. Oh? Liu Xuan replied, walking over to Gan Peilan. The woman immediately handed her daughter's small hand to him, softly reassuring Chichi, dear, go play outside with uncle for a while. Mommy and grandpa need to discuss some things and I'll be out to join you soon. Okay. Chichi obediently nodded, tightly gripping Liu Xian's fingers. Liu Xuan almost fled with the child hastily exiting the room, his nearly spoken daddy sent a chill down his spine. At the moment the door closed, Gan Peilan's clear and calm voice reached Liu Xian's ears. Hello old man. My name is Gan Peilan. Before the apocalypse I worked in the emergency department of the 2nd People's Hospital in Zhua County as the head nurse. My husband's name is... The interview began. Leading Chichi back to his narrow little room, Liu Xuan felt a wave of anxiety. In this chaotic apocalypse, recklessly bringing strangers into his home was indeed too rash. How would his grandfather handle it? Would he expel them? Or? He sighed helplessly. The heavy atmosphere in the dim room felt particularly pronounced. He himself was still dependent on others, like a drifting weed without roots on this wasteland, with even a place to stand, being sheltered by his grandfather. If his grandfather insisted on not taking in the Gan mother and daughter, he indeed had no grounds to insist otherwise. Perhaps sending them back to that relatively secluded cave was the only choice. Fortunately, he had now mastered the ability to produce premium flour, and that mountain of poisonous sorghum was an inexhaustible source of raw material. At the very least, he could regularly send life-saving fine flour to ensure that the mother and daughter wouldn't starve to death in despair in the wilderness. Even without the temptation of crystal cores and supplies, he still intended to do so. People must always do some good deeds without expecting anything in return to soothe and comfort their increasingly fragile hearts. Watching the little girl timidly standing in the corner, her clear big eyes filled with unease, Liu Xian's heart softened. He crouched down, gently pinching Chi-Chi's chubby little face, and spoke in a very soft voice. Are you hungry, Chi-Chi? Uncle has some good things. Tonight I'll steam some delicious white buns for you. How does that sound? Okay, thank you, Daddy. Chi-Chi happily leaped into his arms. Don't call me Daddy from now on, Liu Xuan laughed and cried at the same time. I'm still young. If you call me that, I'll never find a wife. Okay, Daddy. Isn't Mommy your wife? The little girl looked up at him with a face full of innocence. Liu Xuan. To ease the child's tension, Liu Xuan played with her, teaching her to recite poetry. In the midday sun the hoe turns. Wow, Chi-Chi is amazing. You can recite so many poems now. Who taught you? Liu Xuan exclaimed sincerely. It's Daddy. Chi-Chi blurted out, but then seemed to remember something terrifying, her bright eyes instantly flashing with fear, her little face turning pale and her body began to tremble slightly. Liu Xian's heart tightened and he quickly hugged the little girl tightly, gently patting her back, his voice soft and comforting. Okay, from now on just call me Daddy. You're happier than Daddy because you have a mommy who loves you. Together let's live well in this world, we must live well. Chi-Chi buried her little head deeply into Liu Xian's neck, suppressing her low sobs. Her small body trembled slightly as if afraid of annoying him, her understanding making her pitiful. Liu Xuan awkwardly mimicked the way he remembered women comforting children, holding her while swaying and humming an old nursery rhyme. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars accompany you, the bugs fly, who are you missing? The low hum echoed in the small room, and after an unknown amount of time the tightly wound little body finally relaxed, emitting even breaths. The door to the small room was silently pushed open and Gan Peilan's figure appeared at the doorway, her face revealing no hint of joy or anger. She just fell asleep. Liu Xuan spoke in a hushed tone, his movements gentle as if he were holding a fragile treasure. Thank you for your hard work. Gan Peilan's voice was slightly hoarse, her eyes carrying a hint of barely perceptible gratitude. She cautiously extended her hand, preparing to take her daughter. At the moment of the handoff, Liu Xian's arm accidentally brushed against her soft side. A sudden soft sensation made Liu Xian's face flush and he instinctively withdrew his hand like he had been shocked, hastily fleeing out of the room. Liu Xuan stepped into the main hall, bowing his head before his grandfather, barely daring to breathe. Such matters must be discussed with me in advance. Ma Feng's voice simmered with suppressed anger. You're grown yet still so thoughtless. With your meager experience you'd be happily counting money for someone who sold you out. Instead, Liu Xuan felt a flicker of relief. Judging by the tone, there was a chance. Madame Gan indeed had some skill, having actually passed grandfather's scrutiny. The person. Let's leave it for now. Ma Feng rubbed his temples. Gan Peilan. Liu Xuan reminded softly. Yes, Gan Peilan. Shall stay in the cleaning department, no need to join Chiffon group. No wages but room and board provided. Help with cooking and laundry in daily chores, and when free join us in selling swill. This old frame of mine could use a helping hand. Liu Xuan curled his lips. Selling swill. Now that he held two key projects, how could he stoop to such a trade? Grandfather, Liu Xuan refilled the enamel mug with hot water, feigning casualness. Professor Jiang asked me to bring you 100 jin of detoxified sorghum rice and 20 jin of fine flour, all from mutated fields. He says it's good for your health. Keep it for yourself. As he spoke, his fingertip brushed the rim, a faint blue trace of refined essence subtly dissolved into the water. He dared not add too much. If the old man kicked the door panel to splinters come morning or crushed the iron cup with one hand, that image was too vivid, too terrifying to contemplate. A steady trickle would suffice. Oh? Ma Feng raised an eyebrow. Has old man Jiang gone mad? Over $1,000 worth of grain given away just like that. He says his research has made a major breakthrough and the group is about to reward him handsomely. Liu Xuan replied without flinching. A flicker of complexity passed through Ma Feng's eyes. Good. If his system truly works, he'll be etched in history. Next time I see him, he'll have to endure his venomous tongue again. Liu Xuan silently gazed at the sky. When it came to sharp tongues, you two were evenly matched. When are you heading back to the farm? First thing tomorrow. Fine. Ma Feng waved his hand grandly. Well, set a table in the courtyard tonight. Call Xiaoshu Dho and Huang Guosheng. And the Gan's mother and daughter all together. In the front yard of the cleaning department, a mountain of garbage awaited processing on the right, while a row of low wing rooms lined the left. Chu and Dho and Liu Xuan each occupied a room with one left vacant, perfect for the Gan family. Since it was still early, Liu Xuan called Gan Peilan to go shopping. Pots, pans, bowls, bedding, clothes and socks, they needed to be stocked up. Consider it an initial investment. Leaving the sleeping Chichi in Shu An's care, the two stepped out of the courtyard one after the other. The brief touch while handing over the child still lingered with a subtle tension. But as they entered the market, the clamor of the crowd and the array of second-hand goods quickly dispelled the awkwardness. Liu Xuan had $295 new in his pocket. To please his grandfather, he decided to spend it all today. After all, with 2 gold mines in hand, his future was boundless. At the poultry stall, 2 pheasants cost 100. At the seafood stall, a big carp of 5 or 6 jin cost 40. At a corner stall, a large turtle with a bluish-black shell, a rare tonic reserved for the upper class. Grandfather needed nourishment. Liu Xuan pulled out $100 bill, sold. His wallet shrank abruptly, leaving only $55. He then dragged Gan Peilan into the second-hand market. Enamel wash basins, coarse clay bowls, half-new quilts, a few children's clothes, all used items purchased bit by bit for a few dollars each. When they returned to the small courtyard, only a pitiful $5 remained in his pocket. Throughout the trip, Gan Peilan followed quietly, watching him haggle fiercely over a few cents with the vendors, a faint smile always playing on her lips. When he handed her the items bought for her and her daughter, she didn't refuse but accepted them naturally, as if it were only right. Brother Xian, why buy so much stuff? Huang Guosheng winced in pain. These bowls and basins, you could always find usable ones rummaging through the treasure mountain. Chichi is still young with weak resistance. Liu Xuan held up a new toothbrush. Better to avoid things picked from the trash. These are second-hand, but they seem unused. Huang Guosheng gave an awkward smile, caught a glimpse of Gan Peilan's gentle gaze and quickly turned back to dive into his garbage mountain. Liu Xuan returned and piled the purchased ingredients in the corner of the courtyard in the simple kitchen ventilated on all sides. Gan Peilan entered the house to check on her still sleeping daughter. When she came back, Liu Xuan had already rolled up his sleeves and was deftly slaughtering the chicken and cleaning the fish. She, on the other hand, began kneading the bag of fine white flour on the old wooden board. The main dish for tonight was the long-missed white flour steamed buns. You seem quite skilled at this. Did you do it often before? Gan Peilan asked casually, her waist moving slightly as she kneaded. I learned it on the road fleeing famine. There's nothing I haven't done, Liu Xuan replied without looking up. The firewood crackled in the stove. Liu Xuan stood before the large iron wok, exuding an air of expertise. In the depths of the wasteland, having a proper stir-fry was nearly a luxury. A decade of natural disasters had led to extreme food scarcity. A bowl of thin gruel to fill the stomach was already a blessing. Liu Xuan had seen starving people grab bark, dirt and even plastic to stuff into their mouths. Having something to eat was already good enough. There was no room for fussiness. But once people settled down with enough to eat and drink, they started to pursue a bit of quality in life. So a person who could cook was nothing in the wilderness, but once in the city they were considered a rare talent. In his past life he had worked as a kitchen assistant in a restaurant for a year, secretly learning quite a bit. Coupled with the vast number of culinary videos he had browsed before the apocalypse, his cooking skills far surpassed those of ordinary wasteland folk. Now the showmanship began. The rich fat trimmed from the mountain chicken was thrown into the hot wok, slowly rendered over low heat until clear chicken oil emerged. Most of it was set aside, leaving a little base oil. The chicken pieces were dumped in with a sizzle, stir-fried over high heat. The oil and iron wok clashed with a crackling sound. The chicken quickly tightened and took on a caramelized color. He added salt, MSG and soy sauce in turn, finally tossing in a handful of bright green scallion segments. The braised chicken, glossy red and fragrant, was taken off the wok. Next came the large carp. The knife blade cut diagonally into the flesh deep to the bone without severing it. He drizzled chicken oil for aroma, rubbed salt evenly inside and out, placed it on a bed of clean branches and set it on a plate. The large pot of water boiled and the fish was steamed in the basket. The final highlight, the turtle soup. Omitted meanwhile Ganpalan's kneaded dough had turned into plump round steamed bun embryos neatly arranged in the steamer basket. The stove fire blazed and the pure wheat fragrance wafted out in wisps spreading across the courtyard. Whoa! What smells so good? An exaggerated voice exploded at the courtyard gate. Dho's handsome but grime-streaked face peeked into the kitchen, his eyes astonishingly bright. Brother Xiao Liu. Why are you back? He rushed in with 3 quick steps. Go wash your hands, get ready for the feast. Last time you treated me to leftovers, today your big brother returns the favor. Liu Xuan pushed him away with a smile. Dho caught sight of Ganpalan nearby, and this is... Don't ask now, well, talk while we eat. In the main hall a large wooden round table that had been dust-covered for ages was set up. Everyone stared intently at the various delicacies Ganpalan brought out, the aroma drilled straight into their noses, making their throats bob. Old Man Ma, seeing these brightly colored fine-looking dishes, nodded repeatedly. After being banished to the cleaning department to await death, how many years had it been since he had seen such a feast? How much did this kid spend? Old Man Ma's heart ached. What he meant by, set a table, was nothing more than a mixed stew with steamed buns, maybe with a few extra plates of pickles. He never expected his grandson to pull off such a spread, mountain chicken, carp, a big turtle. How many buckets of swill rice would he have to sell to afford all this? Liu Xuan only had 200 or 300 yuan on him, the emergency money his sworn brother had pressed into his hands. He had just mentioned it casually and this foolish boy had spent everything he had. No, I must find a way to make it up to him, the old man resolved silently. Liu Xuan, noticing his grandfather's concern, smiled warmly to reassure him. Grandfather, you must trust in your grandson's abilities. Better days are yet to come. Ma Feng changed the subject. Had I known you possessed such skill, I wouldn't have worried needlessly. Are you planning to become a chef? Well, in these times serving the powerful is a viable path. He didn't probe into the origin of the culinary skill. His younger daughter had always loved cooking. In her youth she must have taught the boy from an early age. However, over $200 was equivalent to a worker's entire monthly wages. It was indeed extravagant, but for a younger generation to show such filial piety was already commendable. He was far superior to those 2 grandsons he hadn't seen in ages. One must learn to be content. He had thought he would spend his remaining days in solitude amidst this refuse heap, never expecting that his younger daughter's spirit would bless him, guiding his grandson here to brighten his twilight years. What more could he ask for? With his spirits lifted, the old man waved his hand grandly. Excellent. Today everyone is in for a treat. Xuan, bring out my aged white liquor from the cellar. Please take the seat of honor, elder. Xuan said respectfully. Thanks to the elder, this old Huang gets to enjoy such a magnificent feast in this lifetime. Huang Guo's Hong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I've been longing for this. Finally we eat. Dho said, his gaze already fixed on the table. Daddy is amazing. Daddy is amazing. Chichi clapped her little hands, her voice sweet and childish. The others were struck silent. The air froze instantly. Ganpalan entered with a tray of steaming buns and quickly smoothed things over. Chichi and little you get along so well. I was hoping to have Chichi recognize him as her godfather. He hasn't agreed yet. Please forgive the misunderstanding. Ah, I see. The others finally understood. HMPH. Dho pouted. Everyone took their seats. Liu Xuan raised his glass and stood. Grandfather, as your grandson I shouldn't speak formally. But today I must still say thank you. He paused. These times are too cruel. I never knew hardship before, but these past 2 months have taught me the true meaning of human life is as cheap as grass. I nearly died several times. Fortunately I made it to Anxi and found you, grandfather. I am grateful for your shelter. This thank you is well deserved. And to everyone here, you are the ones my grandfather trusts and holds dear. Thank you for staying by his side when he was ostracized and lonely. Today I, Liu Xuan, swear if any of you ever face hardship I will do everything in my power to help. This is my repayment for your unwavering loyalty to my grandfather. You speak too highly. If not for Elder Ma taking me in and giving me a meal, this old Huang would have starved to death long ago. Huang Guozhong said with solemn sincerity. It's my duty. Xuan managed a few words, a faint glimmer in his eyes. With such delicious food before us, if I keep rambling everyone will blame me. Liu Xuan joked, please grandfather, take the first bite. In her culture filial piety was paramount. The younger generation could not eat before their elders. After a decade of apocalypse many had forgotten this rule. Liu Xian's mention of it now lent a certain solemnity to the meal. Ma Feng smiled, picked up his chopsticks and reached for a piece of braised chicken. As it entered his mouth the meat was tender and fell off the bone, yet retained a distinct fibrous texture. With a gentle press the meat separated from the bone. With each chew the firm muscle was far from dry. The chicken skin coated in a thick rich sauce was springy and resilient, releasing a slight gelatinous stickiness when bitten through. The savory mellow flavor permeated every strand of meat, leaving a long lingering aftertaste. Ma Feng closed his eyes slightly, remaining silent for a long time. This taste. It rivaled the skill of a 5-star hotel chef from before the apocalypse. No, it was 10 times better. With this single bite it was as if time had reversed by a decade, returning him to that spacious villa, where the nanny chased his mischievous daughter around the house and his eldest son sat quietly obediently by his side. Liu Xuan sat beside him, and seeing the old man silent his heart grew anxious. With limited seasonings he wondered if it suited his grandfather's palate. "Does it taste all right?" he asked cautiously. Ma Feng's eyes snapped open and he slammed the table. "Excellent. Magnificent. The most stunning morsel I've tasted in 10 years. Those who knew him well were startled. Old Ma was always stern and rarely smiled. This exclamation and praise of magnificent were truly rare. Liu Xian's heart settled. Since this slightly greasy braised chicken pleased his grandfather, the lighter dishes to come would surely win the old man's favor even more. A flicker of pride stirred within him. The second dish was steamed carp and the third was an expensive turtle soup accompanied by several delicate side dishes. Ma Feng tasted each one, praising them all, yet he no longer displayed the earlier loss of composure. The turtle soup was clear and translucent, a pale amber hue. The collagen had fully melded with the broth, creating a rich, mellow texture. It slid smoothly down the throat with no overly fishy taste, instead carrying a subtle freshness and the natural sweetness of the ingredients. As he swallowed, a warm lingering aftertaste remained in his throat. The viscosity from the collagen made the soup linger longer in the mouth without being greasy. The overall flavor was a delicate interplay of freshness, aroma, and smoothness, warm and nourishing. The steamed carp was presented whole, head and tail intact. The fish meat was as white as jade, contrasting beautifully with the emerald green scallion shreds adorning it, creating a vibrant and enticing display. The broth in the dish was as clear as crystal, with only a thin film of oil on the surface exuded from the fish's own fat. The flesh was tender and succulent, melting in the mouth with an exquisite rich freshness. However, to Liu Xuan's surprise, the large white steamed bun made from what he considered refined flour and which he valued most caused the old man to frown. How could this be? Gan Palin's skilled hands had produced each bun perfectly plump and round like white jade dumplings bathed in morning dew. The skin was snowy white with a hint of milky yellow, smooth and delicate with a slight springiness. A gentle press would quickly bounce back as if touching a warm soft cloud. With the first bite, the thin, moist and resilient skin gave way to the fluffy, airy interior. It required almost no effort to chew the dough, dissolving into a soft, cottony texture in the mouth. Savoring it carefully, one could taste the pure wheaty fragrance of the flour itself mingled with a faint sweetness. There was no excess seasoning, only the most genuine simple aroma of the grain. After swallowing, a warm afterglow rose in the stomach, bringing a sense of comfort and grounding as if it could dispel all the chill. Ma Feng held the bun silent for a long time. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the old man. After a long while, Ma Feng let out a long sigh, his voice filled with an indescribable emotion. "You have hope. These steamed buns made from mutant sorghum flour are truly nourishing. Xiana, take a message back to Professor Jiang. Tell him Ma Feng, I submit. I submit to him." Liu Xuan looked up, his gaze fixed on the mottled ceiling. This meal left everyone in the room thoroughly satisfied, their appetites still lingering. Ma Feng was advanced in years and had a poor appetite, yet today he had managed to devour 3 large white buns. In the end, like an old child, he bickered with Dho over the last one. Huang Guozhong initially focused on the meat dishes, eating a considerable amount of braised chicken. His manner of eating was so voracious that he couldn't bear to spit out a single bone, chewing them all up with the skin and flesh and swallowing them. When he noticed the strange looks everyone was giving the buns, he finally picked one up to eat. By the time he discerned its secret, it was too late. The buns were already gone. Old Huang beat his chest and stamped his feet in regret. Xuan was relatively refined, but his pace was astonishingly fast. Seeming unhurried yet incredibly efficient, he ended up eating the most buns. Dho ate rather coarsely, his mouth greasy and grunting incessantly like a puppy guarding its food. Gan Peilan, who hadn't had a full meal in who knows how long, ate unhurriedly throughout the meal. She spent most of her time attending to Chichi, eating very little herself. She maintained a graceful smile, serving everyone their food, her movements still carrying the elegant poise of a former lady of a grand household. As the head chef, Liu Xuan only ate 2 buns, spending the rest of the time watching the others fight over the food with a smile, a sense of accomplishment welling up within him. Seeing the food he had cooked with his own hands being fought over as if by starving souls filled him with pride and satisfaction. He secretly resolved to cook more often in the future. The lively warmth of the feast captivated Liu Xuan. In a daze he was reminded of the annual New Year's Eve dinner in his past life, family gathered around tables laden with delicious food, auspicious words mingling with laughter and joy, a scene of perfect harmony. Humans are after all social creatures. This lonely soul who had crossed over seemed to have found meaning in life once more here in this garbage compound, in this chaotic and cruel wasteland world. By the end of the meal, not only were the dishes and soup completely finished, but even the 4 gin of cheap liquor was drained to the last drop. Old Ma was drunk. He stood in the yard cursing heaven and earth. First he cursed his unfilial children, then he cursed Liu Xuan for being wasteful. When he started cursing by Li Zhangshuan, quick-eyed and swift-handed, hurriedly helped him back inside to rest. Old Huang was drunk. He lay on the garbage mountain wailing loudly, shouting out name after name between sobs. The intermittent cries were especially eerie in the silent night. In the end it was Xuan, after attending to old Ma, who helped the weeping old Huang back to the plank house in the backyard. Liu Xuan was drunk, muttering repeatedly about 2 big projects: everyone invest, get rich and find a wife. Gan Peilan, her face flushed, tended to him attentively, handing him hot water and wringing out towels until he fell into a deep sleep. As for Dhyo was also drunk. He slid right under the table on the spot and was the first to be dragged away by Director Xu. The night grew deep and still, the lingering warmth of joy gradually fading away. Surely everyone would enjoy a good night's sleep tonight. Only in the darkest corner of the yard did a slender shadow stand for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, the shadow let out a long heavy sigh. Alas. Before dawn broke, Liu Xuan sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his aching temples, once again cursing the cheap liquor of this world for its harm. He didn't disturb the others, who were still fast asleep. He slung his empty pack over his shoulder and slipped out quietly. Professor Jiang was still waiting for him to get back to work. His steps were light, and it wasn't long before he returned to the farm. As he neared the dilapidated gate of Professor Jiang's house, he saw a dozen armed soldiers standing guard, their presence menacing. Inside the yard, fierce arguments pierced the morning mist, startling the birds in the trees. No, absolutely not. Jiang Wanshan's agitated voice rang out from afar. From the gate, factory director Fa could be seen standing arrogantly in the center of the yard, his manner overbearing. Whether it works or not, it's not up to you and it's not up to me. This is an arrangement personally made by Chairman Bai. Old Jiang, I spent a lot of effort speaking well of you yesterday, which is why the group gave you another year to come up with an effective plan. Just do your job. What does that kid's life or death have to do with you? Jiang Wanshan shook his head vehemently, his tone resolute. Xiao Liu was entrusted to me by old Ma. I can't just stand by and watch him walk into danger without knowing why. There must be a reason. Liu Xuan, standing at the gate, was startled. So their argument was about him. The warden's face grew impatient, his tone turning icy. You can't even save yourself and you're still worried about that kid. We've been busy all morning and all we've found is this measly bit of non-toxic sorghum. You can't even answer why. Do you really think the Chiffon group runs a charity? Besides, we're both old-timers at Chiffon. You know what happens when you get involved with the Ma family. How many times have I warned you? Stay away from the Ma family. Stay away. But you just won't listen. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some value, I'd have sent you off as fertilizer long ago. The warden was furious. Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. It seemed that old bastard Bai Liz Hang already knew of his existence and had probably laid some kind of deadly trap for him, which was why Jiang Wanshan resisted so fiercely. The warden continued to threaten and cajole Jiang Wanshan. It's not like we're taking him out and shooting him. The chairman has left him a way out. If that thing can be raised properly, his status will skyrocket. Maybe in a few years this entire area will be under his management. Ha ha ha. The warden was amused by his own dark humor. Liu Xuan hesitated no longer and pushed the door open. Inside the courtyard, the warden and Professor Jiang stood facing each other. One was impeccably dressed in a suit, the fine fabric unable to conceal his arrogance. The other wore a faded, tattered blue coat, his back hunched but radiating stubbornness. 2 men of starkly different temperaments locked in a clash for his sake. Liu Xuan. Seeing Liu Xuan return, Professor Jiang turned his head abruptly, his lips moving, but ultimately no words came out. The warden immediately put on a stern, businesslike face and said in a deep voice, right on time. Liu Xuan, the group has made adjustments to your work assignment. Come with me immediately. Liu Xuan's face remained calm. Warden, may I ask what kind of work the group has arranged for me? If it involves highly skilled technical work concerning the group's core secrets, I am dull-witted and fear I may not be up to the task. The warden curled one corner of his mouth into a sneer. It's a secret, but it's not exactly highly skilled. Just raising some animals. Nothing major. Time is running out. If we delay the important work, neither of us can bear the consequences. Liu Xuan looked at Jiang Wanshan. The old professor's eyes darted away as he stammered, Xiao Liu. I? When you go, be sure to take care of yourself. Come back to visit when you can. I just told the leader. We still need your help with the new sorghum cultivation. The warden has agreed. Come back for a few days when you're free. Liu Xuan looked at him calmly and said, since everything is arranged, I'll take my leave. Professor Jiang, take care. My grandfather asked me to pass on a message: if your mutant sorghum succeeds, hell, respect you. What a sin. Jiang Wanshan let out a heavy sigh as if all his strength had been drained from him. He shuffled unsteadily toward his warehouse-turned laboratory. The warden snorted coldly and was the first to step out of the courtyard. 2 guards closed in on Liu Xuan like shadows, their icy gazes signaling him to follow. This posture was no different from escorting a prisoner. The journey was silent save for the rustle of footsteps through the weeds. They headed toward the back mountain. Liu Xuan groaned inwardly, great. Wasn't this the absolute forbidden zone of the farm that Professor Jiang had repeatedly warned him never to approach? After passing through 2 heavily guarded checkpoints bristling with sentries, Liu Xuan was shocked to discover that deep within the impenetrably dense primeval forest atop the back mountain lay a hidden expanse of cold grey buildings. Eerie howls occasionally emanated from the depths, and the entire area was deathly still, devoid of human presence, exuding a bone-chilling sinister atmosphere. Stepping into a courtyard enclosed by high walls and electric fences, Liu Xuan realized the area was composed of several independent compounds. On the gloomy high walls, the rough concrete surface was covered in a web of cracks, and high-voltage electric fences coiled along the top like dormant pythons. Every few hundred meters, reinforced concrete watchtowers stood ominously, with armed guards patrolling everywhere. This was clearly a prison. A steel cage that had miraculously survived the cataclysm, frozen in the rigid order of a bygone era. Had he gone from a temp worker to a prisoner? Liu Xuan's mind flashed with scenes from the American TV series Prison Break, the intricate techniques and thrilling plots. Might come in handy later. Deep within the prison, on a barren gravel-strewn small exercise yard, a dozen young men dressed in chiffon groups' indigo canvas work clothes stood with their heads bowed. At the front of the line stood an old woman about 60 years old. She was hunched and small, her face as wrinkled as withered bark, deeply etched with lines. Her murky eyes held the malevolence of a viper, and her expression was strikingly similar to the warden's, as if they were siblings cut from the same cloth. "Old sister, I've brought you the last one myself. If there's nothing else, it'll be off. This place of yours. The yin aura seeps into the bones, and my old cold legs can't take it." The warden spoke rapidly and had already turned and hurried away before his words faded, his retreating figure revealing an undisguised wariness. HMPH. The old woman let out a snort through her nose at the fleeing figure, then her murky but sharp knife-like gaze suddenly turned to Liu Xuan. She scrutinized him as if inspecting a piece of meat on a chopping block, and wherever her gaze fell, chills crept up Liu Xuan's spine, raising goosebumps. "Now that everyone's here, listen to me explain the rules of this place." The old woman's hoarse, dry voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the air like a chill wind laced with ice shards, scraping against the eardrums of every young man with bowed head, sending an invisible shudder through them. "My surname is Lung. You may call me Granny Lung or Director Lung. I don't care what intentions you had when you willingly stepped into this place, or which deity you offended to be exiled here, nor who you have backing you." Her tone suddenly rose, carrying an unyielding severity. "Once you enter this gate, you must accept your fate. Life or death, fortune or misfortune, it all depends on your own luck. In this place there is no freedom, no identity, and forget about any so-called human rights. Your only duty is to take good care of the treasures the group assigns to you. So that old bastard by Liz Hang didn't send me to prison but to be a zookeeper." Liu Xuan's tense nerves relaxed slightly. "All right, follow me to the back to collect your treasures. Those little things are probably starving and crying for food, he 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 he." Director Lung let out a dry, grating laugh like a crow's caw echoing through the empty courtyard walls. The dozen or so young men, like puppets pulled by invisible strings, followed Granny Lung's short but imposing figure as she led them into the dark depths of the compound. Passing through several heavy iron doors, the light was suddenly swallowed, and they finally arrived deep inside a closed building shaped like a massive warehouse. The further they went, the thicker and more stagnant the air became, the stench of decay almost tangible. They finally came to a halt before a row of iron bars as thick as a child's arm. A pungent, nauseating stench mixed with the smell of blood and rotting entrails slammed into Liu Xuan's nostrils like an invisible hammer. The stench of corpses. A thick, palpable stench of corpses. This place was raising living corpse men. As if to confirm his horrifying suspicion from the impenetrable darkness behind the iron bars, a series of sharp, piercing and utterly bestial infantile roars erupted. The sound reminded Liu Xuan of the little girl from the family of 3 corpse men he had encountered on the wasteland wilds. He, my little darlings, your servants have arrived." Tilda, old lady Lung's withered claw-like fingers gripped the icy iron bars as her age-spotted face pressed close, murmuring into the darkness. "From now on you won't go hungry anymore. Be good and Granny will bring you some meat." Her tone was as if the roaring creatures in the dark were not man-eating monsters but her beloved grandchildren. As everyone's eyes finally adjusted to the gloom and made out the writhing silhouettes behind the bars, a pale, frail young man among the newcomers let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Corpseman." He stumbled back as if burned by a branding iron, then disregarding everything turned and fled desperately toward the light from which they had come. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out. The running youth's head exploded like an overripe watermelon, splattering red and white matter onto the cold concrete floor. His lifeless body, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward a few more steps before collapsing in a heap, utterly still. HMPH, now the numbers are right. 16 people, 1 darling for each. Director Lung's gaze like a cold razor slowly swept over the remaining ashen-faced servants who stood frozen, not daring to breathe. Her voice was terrifyingly calm. Almost as the body hit the ground, 2 black-clad guards, as if peeled from the shadows, materialized. They swiftly dragged away the still warm corpse and without hesitation tossed it into the boundless darkness beyond the iron bars. Instantly from that darkness came the sickening crunch of bone and flesh being torn apart, the viscous sounds of swallowing, and the satisfied childish growls that made one's scalp crawl and teeth chatter. Corpse raisers. A storm raged within Liu Xuan's heart. They were feeding corpse men with human flesh. Foreman, come out and pick your people. Old Lady Liu croaked hoarsely into the deep darkness. For per group. Take your people, settle them in and prepare the meals for our darlings tonight. The silent figures slowly emerged from the thick shadows in the corner. The first, a burly man built like an iron tower with a square face pointed directly at the 4 strongest newcomers. His voice was grating, you and you. Follow me. Another lean sharp-eyed man in black stepped forward, his tone hostile. Foreman Fang, isn't this against the rules? Why do you get to pick first? The man called Fang whirled around, his knotted muscles bulging beneath his taut uniform. He bared a mouthful of yellow teeth in a savage grin. Why? Because my fists are harder than yours. Are your bones itching for a workout? The burly man assumed a fighting stance and an intangible pressure instantly filled the air. Before Foreman Ju could retort, Old Lady Liu, who had been watching with amusement, suddenly clapped her withered hands, her murky eyes gleaming with morbid excitement. Good. Good. Fight. Fight to the death. The loser can be thrown into the cage to feed my precious darlings. They haven't had their fill yet. She licked her cracked lips and a bone-chilling cackle once again escaped her throat. The color drained from Foreman Ju's face. His lips moved, but in the end only a resentful snort escaped him as he stepped back, his face ashen. A calm, bearded, middle-aged man among the 4 spoke up, his voice deep, diffusing the tension. What's there to argue about? This job isn't just about brute strength. You need heart. You must treat the darlings like your own parents. That's how you raise the quality goods the group wants. Since Foreman Fang has chosen Lao Ji, you go second. Xiao Chen third. Lao Meng will take the last. Don't let this petty squabble delay Old Lady Liu's important business. Let's do it Foreman Meng's way. Old Lady Liu waved her claw-like hand impatiently, her gaze already glued back to the darkness within the iron cage. Go back and explain the rules to the newcomers. The first assessment is in 7 days. The top scorer will be rewarded with a tube of blue potion with a 30% success rate. She deliberately dragged out her words, satisfied to see the sudden blaze of greed in the newcomer's eyes. As for the last place, there will be a fitting place for them then. The words blue potion were like a spark dropped into a vat of oil, instantly igniting the eyes of every newcomer, including Liu Xuan, who was trying to remain calm. This place was insane. But the reward was damn tempting. Even a defective blue potion with a 70% failure rate was worth 1,000 new credits on the black market. And if one was struck by that 30% luck, becoming a lofty first-rank martial artist, that meant completely shedding one's refugee status, turning a temporary job into a permanent one. It was the ladder to success, a carp leaping over the dragon gate. HMPH. Let's go. Foreman Fang shot Foreman Ju a defiant glare, snorted heavily and led the 4 strongest and most arrogant-looking newcomers away, disappearing down the dim corridor. Only after Foreman Fang's figure was completely gone did Foreman Ju dare to spit a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground, cursing under his breath. Who does he think he is? Throwing his weight around in our territory just because he's a second-rank martial artist. He continued cursing while stealing glances at Old Lady Liu, who was still muttering by the bars. Seeing no reaction from her, he reluctantly shut his mouth, turned and picked 4 young men who seemed to have some strength from the remaining group. The third to choose was the youngest foreman, called Xiao Liu. He looked to be just over 20, but his youthful face was set in an expression of ruthlessness and numbness that belied his age. He had stood silently at the back like a shadow the entire time. Who is willing to come with me? Foreman Xiao Liu's voice was hoarse and low. He unexpectedly allowed the newcomers to choose for themselves. His question was met with a dead silence. No one was a fool. A beardless youth can't be trusted. Following a wet-behind-ears kid. The risk was too great. The 3 experienced middle-aged foremen were the safer bet. Seeing no one respond, Foreman Xiao Liu's face showed neither joy nor sorrow, as if he had expected it. He turned to the bearded Foreman Meng, his voice flat. Foreman Meng, please choose first. You'll take whoever is left. Foreman Meng didn't decline. His eyes swept over the newcomers and he casually pointed at 4, you and you. Follow me. His finger landed unerringly on Liu Xuan. The 4 chosen inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The last 4 looked at each other, their faces a picture of despair and resentment. They could only hang their heads and follow the expressionless Foreman Xiao Liu disappearing into the darkness at the other end of the corridor. Liu Xuan followed the bearded man out. He hadn't taken many steps when a tuneless song from behind made him shiver involuntarily. From deep within the prison, Old Lady Liu's eerie tuneless nursery rhyme drifted like a clinging ghost. The big rabbit fell ill, the second rabbit went to sea, the third rabbit bought the medicine, the fourth rabbit brewed the tea. Stepping out of the darkness, Liu Xuan began to survey his surroundings. The abandoned prison was vast, nearly covering the entire mountain. Inside, at least a dozen independent prison areas were delineated. 4 groups led by their respective heads flowed like tributaries into different branches. The bearded Meng, clearly the most talkative, walked on, introducing the sights along the way with his heavily accented voice. Look over there, do you see? There are some live livestock enclosed over there. Part of it is food for the treasures and the other part here is the tools for the assessment. Entering a relatively independent courtyard-style prison area, Meng pointed at the rows of dilapidated cells resembling pigeon coops and waved his hand. There are plenty of empty rooms, and with so few people you can choose any of them to live in. When the food for the treasures is ready tonight, he'll take you to the storeroom to collect bedding. I don't live in this hellish place. The family quarters outside have assigned staff housing. He wrinkled his nose in disdain. His gaze swept over the four of them, finally landing on a thin young man with a haggard face and tattered black-framed glasses. Meng suddenly raised his voice to scold, "Stop looking so miserable. It's not like him sending you to your death. You're just feeding that little corpse. How big of a deal is that? Look at you acting like a scared chicken." After scolding, he seemed to feel it was inappropriate, slightly softening his tone and lowering his voice. "However, let me give you a heads up. The job of serving the dead is quite intricate. It's not just us at Shifeng who are messing around. Those big companies along with the government's research institutes are all frantically researching. Since Shifeng started late, whether we achieve results depends on whether you young ones have the insight and guts." After saying that, a glint of barely perceptible brilliance flashed in his eyes. "Meng, my man." Liu Xuan seized the opportunity to step forward, speaking with a humble yet astute tone. "I just arrived and have a few questions I'd like to ask you, if that's all right." He knew well that once he entered this line of work to survive and leave alive, he had to grasp every possible straw to hold onto. By addressing him as Meng, my man, it seemed like he omitted the word head, but it cleverly bridged the distance, implying allegiance and flattery. "Oh? Go ahead." Meng looked at Liu Xuan with interest. He had noticed this kid since he entered. Among the dozen or so people, he was the one whose eyes moved the fastest, exuding cleverness. The job of a corpse handler can't rely solely on brute strength. "Thank you, head." Liu Xuan took another step closer, his address growing increasingly familiar. "I'm a bit dull and want to ask about this corpse. Doesn't it have a crystal core inside? Why is the group putting in such great effort to raise them? What exactly do we need to raise these corpses to be considered qualified? And what is the assessment in 7 days specifically about?" He fired off the most crucial questions in one breath. "Wow. You kid." Meng was amused, pointing at Liu Xuan and laughingly scolding, "Is this even one question? This is a whole basket of questions, all right." But the hint of approval in his eyes grew stronger. "However, these matters will eventually need to be understood by you. Since you asked, he'll break it down for you today." Clearing his throat, he said seriously, "What a crystal core is, I don't need to elaborate, right? Let's first talk about the batch of corpses that the breeding farm bought from the military. These are all little corpses. 5,000 each. More expensive than the medicine extracted from the finished crystal cores. The three major groups are fighting to buy them. Why? Because they are still alive. Why raise them? Good question." Meng extended 3 rough fingers. "First, these little ones have 2 small crystal cores, and the bits of material contained within are simply not enough to make even a tube of the most basic blue potion. They need to grow fatter before they can be slaughtered. Second," he lowered his voice, adding a hint of mystery, "the higher-ups are researching taming corpses. Cold Granny is the head of our project at Shifeng. Think about it, if we could train the corpses to be as obedient as dogs, allowing them to infiltrate the corpse hordes as undercover agents to gather intelligence and even stab from behind. Then in the war between humans and corpses, wouldn't we humans gain a huge advantage?" Thirdly, a hint of disdain and barely concealed envy appeared on Meng's face. "It's purely for the amusement of those city folks who are bored with too much money to spend. Do you remember the old basketball stadium? It's now renamed Corpse Fighting Amusement Park. State-owned. Damn it, not to mention the gambling profits, just the ticket sales. They make a killing. Damn it." He spat fiercely, unsure if it was out of indignation at the unjust world or envy of the immense wealth. "In short, corpses are more precious and valuable than you understand that. As for the assessment," Meng spread his hands helplessly, "this thing entirely depends on Cold Granny's mood that day. Last time it was about measuring height. Whoever's corpse grows the fastest wins, while those who grow slower are at the bottom. The time before that was about obedience, to see who could get their corpse to perform actions like lie down, sit and stand. And before that there was whoever's corpse eats the fastest, whoever didn't get bitten while feeding. All sorts of categories impossible to guard against. It all depends on the old lady's whim." He glanced at his worn-out watch, which was almost unreadable. "All right, it's getting late. It's fate that we meet. You guys should introduce yourselves first." As soon as he finished speaking, the youth among the four, with hair in disarray and a face as black as a pot bottom, stepped forward, puffed out his chest and loudly declared, "Hello, Meng. I'm Zhongyi, 25 years old and used to make a living in the entertainment development department." After introducing himself, he glanced sideways at Liu Xuan as if showing off the scent of workplace competition subtly wafting through the air. "Hello, Meng. My name is Guo Jiao. I'm 20 years old, from Chuan City. I moved to Anxi with my parents and my family runs a small business. I wanted to go out and broaden my horizons, so I joined Shifeng Group and just completed my onboarding yesterday." A fair-skinned, cultured young man, clearly different from the refugees, then stepped forward. As he spoke, he took 2 steps closer, carefully pulled out a neatly folded paper packet from his inner pocket and respectfully handed it to Meng. "This is a small token from my father. Please be sure to pass it on to the first leader I meet at work." 500 new coins, just a small token. I hope Meng won't dislike it. Damn it, Hes actually using this trick. Liu Xuan cursed inwardly. Damn it, Hes a rich second generation. Zhong Yi's eyes were filled with blatant envy. Oh? Meng's thick fingers instinctively stroked his dense beard and his face instantly broke into a warm smile as he unhesitatingly accepted the packet and tucked it into his pocket. He chuckled. "Then please thank your father for me. If you encounter any difficulties in work or life in the future, feel free to come find me, old Meng. I won't hold back on helping. I live in the family quarters No. 48. I will definitely pass that on. I'm a bit dull, so I hope Meng will guide and nurture me more in the future." Guo Jiao immediately bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, lowering his posture significantly. It seems my batch of recruits is full of hidden talents. Good. Excellent. Foreman Meng was in high spirits, thumping his chest with bravado. "When our team takes the top prize in the quarterly assessment, he'll treat everyone to Tongshengshang for lamb soup, as much as you can eat." With that, his contemptuous gaze swept over the bespectacled man, who kept his head down, shoulders hunched like a frightened quail, and his tone turned icy. "What about you? Cat got your tongue standing there like a wooden post." My name is Ryn. The bespectacled man's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with a sob. He fumbled to remove his black-rimmed glasses, one temple wrapped in tape, the lenses covered in cobweb-like cracks, and rubbed his sunken eye sockets vigorously as if blinded by wind and sand. This year I'm 18. My mom and I both work in the mine. She pulled some strings to transfer me here. His fragmented words were steeped in helplessness and despair. Enough. Foreman Meng waved his hand impatiently to cut him off, his face sour. "Don't you dare wail like that. The breeding zone has no room for tears. You live up to your name, a waste of a man." He was clearly deeply disappointed. He had thought a man with glasses might have some learning, but instead found a spineless loser. As for how his mother had pulled strings to fish him out of that hellish mine, the cost went without saying. Yet he had merely jumped out of the frying pan and into a deeper fire. "All right. Pick your own quarters. These empty rooms are all yours. Xiao Guo, take the first one." Foreman Meng assigned Guo Jiao the best positioned room. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Liu Xuan, Zhong Yi and Ryn, then added, "Oh, and the 4 of you need to elect a team leader. For any daily chores, he'll deal directly with the team leader. At 5 in the afternoon, he'll come take you to the main cafeteria. After dinner, the raw materials should have arrived, and we'll start preparing the feast for our treasures tonight." With that ominous, spine-chilling remark, Foreman Meng hummed a tuneless ditty, shook his head and ambled out of the courtyard, clearly elated by the $500 new in his pocket. Once the footsteps faded, the 4 began surveying the row of dilapidated cells like abandoned nests. A dozen rooms stood in a line, their iron doors long removed, leaving only empty frames barely covered by rotting planks or grimy cloth curtains. Only 6 rooms were barely habitable, the rest were either piled with moldy junk or lacked even a decent bedboard. Yet even these 6 superior rooms reeked of pungent mold and years of grime. The black and stiff bedding was stained with suspicious marks, silently telling of the tragic fates of previous occupants. Only 2 were barely livable, their windows had a layer of translucent plastic to block the wind, and the beds had thin straw mats, at least enough to prevent freezing at night. The best room had already been assigned to Guo Jiao by old Meng. Liu Xuan immediately tagged Foreman Meng as a man who takes money and delivers with a clear price. Without a word, Guo Jiao strode into his special room and began cleaning. The other 3 stood frozen at the entrance of the only remaining decent empty room, exchanging glances in silence. Clearly none wanted to take the drafty rooms. Liu Xuan cleared his throat, breaking the deadlock. "Since no one's willing to yield, how about we elect a team leader first? Whoever gets elected naturally gets this room. Fair and square." "Fine. Okay. No objections." The 3 replied half-heartedly. "Very well." Liu Xian's eyes glinted with cunning as he dangled the bait. "Since we're choosing a team leader, besides assisting Foreman Meng with internal affairs, they should also bring tangible benefits to our little group. Who wants to share their ideas first? Then we'll vote. I'm not interested in managing people. You 3 fight it out." Guo Jiao poked his head out of his relatively luxurious single room, speaking first. He already had a place to stay, so naturally he had no desire to take on this thankless task, especially with Liu Xian's talk of contributing benefits. His family had some money, but spending it on strangers? No way. I have nothing, can't do anything. I withdraw." Ryn kept his head down, his voice barely audible, thick with self-loathing. He had clearly seen the disgust in Foreman Meng's eyes. Better to give up completely than invite humiliation. Zhong Yi scratched his messy nest-like hair, sending a flurry of dandruff flying. He thumped his chest gruffly. I've got strength. I can fight. If other teams come looking for trouble, I'll handle the negotiations. I'll make sure you don't get the short end. Are you a martial artist? Liu Xuan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. No. Not. Zhong Yi's dark face flushed with embarrassment, then he stiffened his neck and puffed out his chest, but I'm tough in a fight. And I know Boss Zhong Shun of the House I Lai Hair Salon on Huimin Street. He's my sworn brother. He runs with the Wei family. He tried to make his words sound weighty. The other three. Liu Xuan cleared his throat and laid out his offer. Alright, if I become team leader every 3 days, I guarantee each of you 3. He paused, deliberately gesturing an exaggerated circle with his hands. Steamed buns this big. Phut. Bullshit. Zhong Yi sneered, mimicking the gesture. Steamed buns that big. Where are you gonna get them? You think you're the cafeteria manager? Even the manager couldn't swing that. His face was full of disbelief. Liu Xian's sharp gaze swept over Guo Jiao and finally landed on Fei Renyi's gaunt face, hollowed by long-term hunger. I Liu Xian mean what I say. If I can deliver, I'll not only give up this room and the team leader position, but I'll also wash your stinking socks for a month. Deal. Zhong Yi shook his head. I don't wear socks. Fei Renyi was about to chime in but was silenced by Liu Xian's piercing glare. His nearly disintegrated shoes were empty anyway, no need to mention it. Let's vote. I choose Liu Xuan. Guo Jiao didn't want to waste time on this. Seeing potential benefit, he made the most self-serving choice. I also choose Liu Xuan. Fei Renyi's voice trembled. He dared not meet Zhong Yi's furious gaze and turned his head away with difficulty. The phantom of that huge white steamed bun he had imagined held an irresistible allure for him. So big. So white. If he could really get it, he would definitely save it to take back to his mother. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. Liu Xuan calmly raised his right hand. I vote for myself. 3 votes passed. HMPH. Zhong Yi let out a venomous snort from his nose, his sinister gaze like a poisoned dagger stabbing at Liu Xuan. He spun around and plunged into one of the remaining rooms that was barely tolerable. Fei Renyi fared worse. His room didn't even have a bed, just a rickety moldy plank balanced on a few bricks haphazardly covered with damp blackened weeds. The walls were riddled with cracks, letting the biting wind whistle in and out freely. In the corners, dark green mold spread like creeping rot, exuding despair. At precisely 5 in the afternoon, Foreman Meng strode into the dormitory zone, leading 4 recruits toward the communal canteen for dinner. Their meal consisted of several tubers cultivated in corpse fields, 2 coarse cornmeal buns, and a bowl of insipid vegetable broth. Fei Renyi devoured his portion with ravenous haste, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the ashen-grey tubers that Liu Xuan had deliberately set aside. Liu Xuan silently pushed the morsels across. Fei Renyi shot him a grateful glance and swallowed them whole, then scanned the room hungrily, hoping another kind soul might offer more. Though many workers filled the canteen, only 12 of the 16 new arrivals had appeared. The 4 under Foreman Xiao Liu were nowhere to be seen. Whether they had already eaten or been barred from attending remained unclear. Foreman Meng waited outside the canteen door and as they emerged glanced at his wristwatch. Time's nearly up. I'll lead you this once, afterward you'll need to arrive punctually on your own. Should you fail to secure food for the fledgling corpses and let them waste away, Granny Leng will feed you to them. A flicker of unease crossed Liu Xian's mind. In this apocalyptic famine year, crops had failed utterly, people starved en masse. Where then could surplus meat possibly come from to feed the necro-people? Though the necro-people would consume anything, carrion, offal, even soil, their true craving was fresh flesh. Were the poultry raised at this farm fed directly to the necro-people? That seemed extravagantly wasteful. Or perhaps all 3 companions wore identical expressions of bafflement. Securing food, what kind of system was this? Load up, onto the carts, and follow me. Foreman Meng gestured toward 4 flatbed carts lined up against the wall. The group exited the breeding compound and descended a rugged trail along the rear mountain slope. After nearly 40 minutes they reached the Us-Haped Valley, flat at its base, ringed by sheer towering cliffs. From afar they spotted Foreman Xiao Liu and his 4 subordinates standing rigidly at the valley's mouth. Xiao Liu stared upward, unblinking at the rim above. His men stood frozen beside him, heads bowed, faces freshly bruised. Clearly the humiliation suffered during the selection process had invited swift retribution, not only a beating but likely the loss of their evening meal as well. Oh, early birds, I see. Foreman Meng offered a brittle smile in greeting. Those others never arrive so promptly, they always pause along the way to scrape off a little extra grease. No matter, I enjoy watching them scramble, Foreman Xiao Liu replied icily, then fell silent. Liu Xuan understood none of it, but held his tongue. At this juncture truth would reveal itself soon enough. And asking too many questions of the company's veterans would only breed contempt. He turned his gaze inward, to the valley floor. Artificially leveled, it was strewn with dark brown desiccated blood crusts. Several blood-eyed crows flapped low over the ground, diving repeatedly to peck at deep brown stains scattered across the earth. Soon 2 more work teams arrived, pushing their flatbed carts to the valley's edge. The foreman gathered in a tight knot, pointing and whispering toward the valley rim. "They are here." Someone shouted, and every head snapped upward in unison. Figures stirred atop the rim, then without warning a pale fleshy mass tumbled down. Thud. A heavy impact sent crows scattering, dust rose mingling with dried blood spatter. Liu Xuan strained his eyes. It was a naked male corpse, age impossible to discern, emaciated beyond recognition, ribs jutting like jagged blades beneath translucent skin. Refugees starved to death. They are feeding corpses with dead humans. Before terror could fully take root, it was severed by another dull thudding impact. Thud. 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 Thud thud. A cascade of impacts yanked Liu Xuan back from shock. As he looked up, the last crimson sliver of sunset bled across the cliff's crown, gilding airborne shards of stone, brittle grasses, and one naked tumbling body after another in an eerie fleeting gold-red light. Yet as each plummeted, that spectral luminescence dissolved instantly into the valley's dense swallowing shadow, leaving behind only pallid rigid forms that struck the blood-smeared ash-choked earth with relentless muffled thuds. Liu Xuan suddenly recalled the mass burial of plague-stricken pigs from his past life. A wave of nausea churned in his gut. As the final corpse landed with a sickening weight, a hoarse command exploded beside his ear. "Hurry. 2 corpses per person. Choose the plump ones. Leave the rest untouched, the farm needs those for feed." Foreman Zhu roared, then charged into the valley at the head of his team. "Anyone who drags back nothing but bare bones won't eat tomorrow morning." Foreman Xiao Liu hissed coldly to his men. "Charge." With a sharp wave, Foreman Fang sent his 4 burly men barreling forward, flatbed carts crashing through the crowd as they joined the scramble. By contrast, Foreman Meng's trio stood paralyzed. Only Zhong Yi gritted his teeth and plunged into the fray. Old Meng's lips moved soundlessly, murmuring under his breath. Liu Xuan caught fragments, vacuum homeland extreme. As if Meng were performing a quiet impromptu rite of passage for these nameless wandering souls. Before Liu Xuan could catch more, Meng's glacial stare locked onto him. "What are you waiting for? Move, quickly. Delay means only skeletons remain. If the fledgling corpses starve, we'll fill their bellies with your flesh. Pick the freshest, those not long dead. Avoid the rotten ones, those little masters have refined palates," came Meng's final instruction from behind them as they entered the valley. Inside, a dozen newcomers bent and scurried, frantically sorting through the carnage, some even shoving and grappling over a single marginally less shriveled corpse. Liu Xuan's chest tightened unbearably, yet he could do nothing. Hundreds of corpses carpeted the ground. He seized the 2 nearest intact bodies and hauled them onto his cart, deliberately averting his eyes from their frozen, staring faces. Forgive me, forgive me. Do not hold it against me." His parched throat exhaled the words like dry wind. Soon all emerged from the valley, pushing carts laden with their grim harvest. Each foreman tallied their haul and counted heads, then led their teams back in grim silence. Along the return path, Liu Xuan and his 3 companions pushed their heavy carts. No one spoke. Wheels ground over gravel with a monotonous rumble, thick dark red droplets occasionally splattered from the carts, dotting the mountain road with rust-brown stains, like clusters of firethorn fruit blooming unnaturally from the stones. Foreman Meng slanted a sidelong glance at them, then grinned. "What's wrong?" Heads hung low like plague chickens with plucked combs. "Corpses eat men. Men kill corpses. Men eat men. Dead men feed corpses. This is simply how the world works now. Do you truly imagine those little masters would nibble roadside weeds? Ha! Loosen your minds. What you push are merely empty husks, shells long since released into blissful stillness. They have returned to the vacuum homeland, a far better fate than our living torment. If you wish to delay your own arrival there, then feed your assigned fledgling corpses well, and endure. Survive." A subtle shift stirred within Liu Xuan. He hadn't expected such crude-seeming Meng to be a believer. Yet he wondered, in this human hellscape, which deity, or what forgotten path, still received worship. Returning to the breeding facility, Meng Ban led the 4 of them into a courtyard enclosed by a wall made of giant stones. The interior space was divided by rough cement partitions marked from A to K to indicate different areas. Last time Director Lung took them to the deepest part of Area K. Meng Ban stopped in front of the iron gate labeled Area B, the rusty sign glimmering with a cold hard sheen under the dim light. "This is Area B, which I manage. Go on in." He pulled out a set of keys and unlocked the heavy padlock. Inside, the light was dim and a strong stench of decay mixed with the smell of disinfectant rushed to meet them. The 4 squinted to adjust for several seconds before the scene before them gradually came into focus. Still rows of prison cells behind iron bars as thick as a man's arm, confining twisted, writhing black shadows. Each cage held a corpse-like being numbered from 1 to 10. They were completely hairless, their pale wrinkled skin tightly wrapped around bony frames with murky white pupils, protruding canine teeth, and black sharp claws like hooks. Meng Ban pointed with his chin to the ones at the back. "The last 4 numbers 7 to 10 are your little ancestors. Choose for yourselves. Remember, if it dies, you die. If you can't raise it well, you'll still die." Liu Xuan focused his gaze. Each corner of the cage curled up a small corpse-like being roughly the size of a 4 or 5-year-old child. They had originally been lurking in the shadows, but upon sensing the presence of the living they immediately let out sharp childish shrieks, lunging at the iron bars, shaking them violently while their sharp teeth scraped against the metal, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Like monkeys in a zoo suffering from alopecia. They bared their teeth at the humans outside. You don't need to worry about the bigger ones in front, just take care of these 4 smallest ones. Mengban kicked the cell door, provoking even more frantic attacks. These little corpse cubs have no brains, but their instincts for eating and drinking are still there. Be clever when feeding them. See this iron partition in the middle. First use a stick to secure it from the inside, then open the door to put in the food. Lock the door after they come out, and only then can you use the stick to unlock it and retract the partition. If you follow the rules, they won't harm you. He paused, scanning the pale faces of the 4. Their rations mainly come in a few types. The first class is meat. Whether it's human or animal flesh, they love it raw, and live ones are even better. The second class is grains. If they are starving, bread, bran or rotten potatoes can fill them up halfway, but they grow slowly and during evaluations. Well, it could be dire. Every afternoon at 6 the corpse collection team will come from the city, tossing the starved, sick and various dead bodies directly into the valley behind the mountain. Your job is to go down to collect the goods. But the amount of goods can vary, and when there's not enough to go around, stealing and killing is common, and the group won't take responsibility. If you lose, you'll be dragged off to feed the corpses, and you can't blame anyone. So you need to be quick-witted. Whether you steal or rob, I don't care how you get food, just bring it back. But there are 2 iron rules you must engrave in your minds. First, the food cannot be poisoned. This stuff is tough, but some highly toxic substances can still take it down. Not long ago in Area E, a fool stole poisonous sorghum from Professor Jiang down the mountain, cooked it up for feeding, and guess what happened? Mengban scoffed. That little corpse turned purple all over, hung on for over 10 days, and then croaked. That kid. He was personally stuffed into a corpse cage by old Lady Leng. Second, there's a small path behind the mountain that leads directly to the back door of the breeding area. No need to take the long route, it's more convenient. The group isn't afraid of you running away in this world. Where can you run? There are eyes in every corner of the city. According to the rules, if you are absent for more than 15 days you get shot. Here it's straight to feeding the corpses. Don't think about dying cleanly. If any of you die or run away, the group will simply pick another from your family to fill the gap. So be honest and stay put, don't seek death and don't look for trouble. If you can raise the little corpse cubs to be plump and strong, you'll survive. If you can raise 5 to graduate, meaning the crystal cores in the corpses' heads meet the standards, you can become like me, a squad leader, and your life will be worth a bit more. The group never shortchanges those who have made contributions. Look at me, well fed and warm with my own little yard, and I can even save up a bit of money to find a woman to warm my bed, all thanks to the group. Mengban's lips curled into a meaningful smile, a fleeting moment of illusory satisfaction flashing in his murky eyes. Our work here isn't bad, we have plenty of free time, and most of the time you can do whatever you like. Just one rule: you must ensure your corpse cubs are fed and grow strong. Otherwise, if you fail the evaluation, don't say I didn't warn you. Finally, raising corpse cubs is a technical job. You have to keep a close watch on them every day. These things are not human with enough blood and flesh, they can change day by day, growing quickly. What did the expert the group invited say during training? That's right, this is not called growth, it's called evolution. If there's enough energy, you might even be able to raise a corpse general. Our breeding area's head, old Lady Leng, she just... He suddenly stopped, waving his hand. Never mind, if you live long enough you'll naturally find out. If you can get her to give you a few pointers, who knows, you might also have the fortune to raise one, haha. Alright, I've said enough nonsense, you probably can't remember it all. After a week there will be the first evaluation. I hope you can make me proud and not let me lose a single one of my subordinates. Whether you live or die depends on yourselves, boys. Mengban's lengthy speech was filled with shocking information mixed with the incessant howling and foul stench from the cages, plunging the 4 into a suffocating silence. Guo Zhao's breathing became noticeably rapid, his chest rising and falling violently. He never imagined that his first job in his determination to change the world would so brutally and plainly reveal the underlying logic of the apocalypse. This was truly stepping into the game personally. He had to endure this hellish suffering in order to forge the sweetness of the future prosperity. A mix of fear and a strange sense of mission gripped him tightly, and he silently clenched his fist. Zhong Yi's eyes were darting around in the dim light. Before the apocalypse struck, he had delivered takeout through wind and rain for several years, having seen enough of the glitz and glamour in high-end neighborhoods, and his discontent grew like poisonous weeds. He was unwilling, he wanted to get rich, to have luxury cars, mansions and beautiful women. In the end he took the wrong path and ended up in prison for 3 years for burglary. After getting out he could no longer endure hardship, only hanging around with his prison mate Zhongshan on Hui-Minute Street, becoming a lowly thug until the apocalypse came. The so-called older brother Zhongshan showed no sympathy for their shared surname or prison connection, instead becoming increasingly distant. This time the head of the Wei family on Hui-Minute Street blamed Zhongshan for his ineffectiveness and intended to send people to this hellish place. Zhongshan immediately pushed him out. It was said that the root of the problem lay between a big shot in the Wei family and the cleaning department of the group. Although this place was dangerous and cruel, at least it could fill their stomachs. When he was a thug, it was feast or famine. Those lowly folks valued food more than life, and on ordinary days if someone reached out to take a bit it would lead to angry stares. If they stole more, those rough men would really dare to fight back. He quickly calculated in his mind: first stabilize himself. If he couldn't get white buns in 3 days, he would first become the group leader, suppress that Liu guy, and then curry favor with the wealthy second-generation Guozhou. It seemed there was still hope for a better life. As for that guy nicknamed Waste Fei Reni, Zhong Yi sneered inwardly, considering him just a joke not worth mentioning. He cast a contemptuous sideways glance at the trembling youth beside him. Fei Reni, catching Zhong Yi's gaze, hurriedly averted his eyes, wishing he could shrink entirely into the shadows. His heart was bitter. When he and his mother had fled famine to Anxi, they stumbled upon a mining recruitment. Bewildered, they were both dragged in, nearly perishing several times in the pitch-black mine shafts. Mercifully, his mother later encountered a man who allowed her to stay in the mining camp for washing and cooking. The price was that she had to serve him in every way, which finally bought him a chance to escape that den of devils. Yet this place before him seemed only a different guise of the same inferno. He only wanted to work tirelessly, save enough money to bring his mother out as soon as possible, open a small shop or do some bookkeeping. Everyone sneered at him as a useless cripple, but he felt he had his uses, especially in arithmetic where he excelled. Unfortunately, this profession of corpse raiser seemed ill-suited to his talents. If the supply of corpses was limited, how could his frail frame compete with others? Without enough food to feed, the little corpse couldn't grow, wouldn't pass the assessment. And that meant death. Just as Fei Reni was sinking into despair, worrying about his own survival, squad leader Meng's voice rang out again. All right, stop standing around like statues. Now go bind yourselves to your little masters. Guozhou, you take warehouse 10. I picked it specially for you. Damn it. That big red envelope was still working its magic. The other three seethed with fury, but none dared show it. When they saw the corpse child in Guozhou's warehouse 10, their resentment instantly blazed into naked jealousy. If compared to human forms, the other three were at most the size of 4 or 5-year-old children, while the one assigned to Guozhou was already like a 7 or 8-year-old, violently ramming against the arm-thick iron bars. With each thunderous crash, its height neared 1 meter 3. Liu Xuan. It's my turn to pick first this time, right? I let you choose the dorm. Zhong Yi blurted impatiently. Suit yourself. Liu Xuan wasn't being generous. The remaining three were similar in size, so squabbling was pointless. Instead, he put on a show of modesty, and loss is a blessing before squad leader Meng. After Zhong Yi snatched warehouse 9, Liu Xuan walked straight to warehouse 8. The little corpse behind the iron bars suddenly struck a nerve in his memory. It reminded him of the boy who had died on his back during the famine flight. He had carried that light small body for 3 days and nights, but the child still didn't make it. The dying whisper, brother. Thank you, still seared in his ears. As for the one in warehouse 7, it cowered in the darkest corner. Though it had stirred at the scent of humans, sensing the overwhelming presence of the group, it shrank back into the shadows and fell still. It even shared a similar aura with that Fei Reni. A coward matched with a cowardly corpse, truly a match made in heaven. Squad leader Meng leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, grinning with amusement. Apart from forcing a premium stock on Guozhou, he didn't interfere with the young men's choices. After all, this was a matter of life and death for each of them. Helping Guozhou served 2 purposes: first, to remind these greenhorns that they owed their good fortune to him; second, raising corpses and supporting a wife was costly, so he needed extra income. Moreover, a corpse's strength wasn't all about size. He had seen plenty of corpse monsters tearing each other apart in the corpse fighting playground. The bulky ones weren't necessarily formidable, nor the lean ones necessarily weak. This thing, like humans, was a matter of innate talent. Squad leader Meng, full name Meng Dabia, was a small man well versed in the art of survival. 2 years ago, when he first joined Chiffon Group, his first feeding of corpses was even worse than these for rookies. The overwhelming despair nearly crushed him. It was then, while searching for corpse sources before the door-to-door delivery service existed, that he encountered a wandering daoist. The daoist said this was a dark end of Dharma era, with suffering and injustice everywhere, a divine punishment from heaven. Mortals could only endure, bear, and wait. Wait for the day when the Han King would descend, leading the remaining humans to sweep away all demons, dispel the eternal night, and rebuild the glorious Han Kingdom. He had an epiphany and immediately joined the White Lotus sect recommended by the old daoist. From then on, he no longer wallowed in misery and resentment. Instead, he began to love this job of raising corpses, meticulously caring for the ones assigned to him. It was this devotion that allowed him to survive while 4 other squad leaders under Granny Lan came and went. He, Meng Dabia, not only stood firm but thrived. The old daoist found him a wife. Granny Lan rewarded him with a private courtyard, and past bonuses helped him break into the first rank of martial artists. Now he could almost glimpse a glimmer of dawn, hoping for the day the Han King would arrive. Toward these 4 newcomers, he wouldn't drive them to death like squad leader Fang, scheme like squad leader Zhu, or be as vicious as squad leader Xiao Liu. He had another task to accomplish. He had to recruit all 4 into the White Lotus sect, which the government had branded a cult. Forget it. Let's just start with 3. Squad leader Meng glanced at Ryn, who was fumbling so badly he'd even dropped the control rod into the cage, and decisively decided not to burden the organization with such a liability. The 4 clumsily used long poles to push open the inner iron bars, hooked the safety locks, then opened the cage doors to drag the corpses inside. They backed out, locked the doors, and used the poles to unhook and pull the bars back. Today's task was finally barely completed. From the thick murky darkness, the sickening sounds of tearing flesh and crunching bones erupted immediately. All fed. Done. The 4 answered in ragged unison. Come out. They stumbled out of the room back into the sunlight. On the surface they looked no different from before they entered, but their inner worlds had been utterly overturned. Liu Xuan, having lived 2 lives, had forged a heart of iron on the famine road. Though he still struggled inwardly, his face was as still as dead water, betraying no ripple. Zhong Yi's eyes were bloodshot. The thick stench of blood seemed to ignite some primal ferocity in his bones, adding a layer of ruthlessness to his gaze. Guo Zhao looked thoughtful, showing little sign of discomfort. Only Ryn collapsed by the wall, vomited heartbreakingly, losing all the precious food from the evening. He hated himself, hated his own weakness for throwing up the very sustenance that kept him alive. If not for the eyes upon him, he might have. He wouldn't have vomited otherwise. But watching his own cowardly corpse child devour so ravenously, he suddenly recalled how he had just fantasized about scavenging some food from between its teeth. Having experienced an unimaginably brutal environment, one's inherent cognitive framework is often shattered and then reshaped into a worldview and survival rules that fit this dark age. Ryn might be the exception. Liu Xuan observed the other 3 in his group with a sidelong glance. Guo Zhao's eyes held a light. He could even read the suppressed pity and a hint of idealistic indignation. This man might be worth befriending, not for his rich second-generation status, of course. As for Zhong Yi, his original coarseness and worldliness had now been infused with an unsettling cunning, making him a doomsday version of Brother A-san. Given the earlier conflict over the dorm, this man must be guarded against. As for the last one, he would lend a hand where he could. Meeting in the apocalypse was a kind of fate. This kid is quite interesting. Meng Dabiao mused to himself in surprise. As the newcomers emerged, he had meticulously observed every flicker in their eyes and every subtle twitch of their muscles. During his first corpse-feeding session, Liu Xuan not only remained composed but even mimicked his own demeanor, discreetly assessing his companions. Such composure alone far surpassed the ordinary. Moreover, on the return trip he had learned that Liu Xuan was the team leader. To establish dominance among the group in just half a day, such skill, he admitted, was beyond him in his younger days. Meng Dabiao cast a deep lingering glance at Liu Xuan, inwardly marking him as a prime recruit for the White Lotus sect, a newcomer he would personally recommend. The organization desperately needed young men like this. Unflustered by adversity, steady in character, and possessing a rare resourcefulness seldom seen among the lower ranks. Unaware that he had already landed on the cult's watchlist, Liu Xuan was wholly focused on the true path to survival. How exactly does one raise a corpse? Given the current situation, he was unlikely to be the one ranking last in the assessment 7 days from now. His gaze instinctively drifted to the figure still retching in the corner. But what about afterward? Bai Lizhang had shoved him into this place with ill intent. He couldn't flee. If he did, his only relative, his grandfather, would become the scapegoat. This was undoubtedly Bai Lizhang's venomous scheme, using the system to kill, leaving no fault to be found. Keep at it for a year, avoid the bottom spot in every assessment, and he could apply for a transfer or even secure a formal contract. He didn't believe a word of such nonsense. On the surface, the little corpse in cell 8 of the prison was the top priority. Its strength directly determined his life or death. But Liu Xuan saw deeper. People were the crucial link. Or rather, the information, techniques and secrets they held. People could go easy on him during assessments, people could teach life-saving skills, people's favor or disfavor ultimately decided his fate. The corpse was merely an object, a tool, a cold examination paper, meaningless in itself. Granny Leng and squad leader Meng were the driftwood he could grasp in this swamp of death. He had never even raised a cat or dog in his past life, and now he had to raise man-eating monsters. Liu Xuan felt that this was in essence not about raising corpses but about cultivating the crystals within their skulls. The core value of a corpse lay in its crystal. How could he enhance its energy? He resolved to rely on the mysterious insect within him to delve deeper. The unknown energy stored in the crystal was the key, and the methods to elevate it must be hidden within the breeding grounds of Shifeng Farm. In this field, if Granny Leng claimed second, no one dared claim first. But that old woman was clearly unhinged, and Liu Xuan preferred to avoid her. Thus his direct superior and veteran corpse raiser squad leader Meng became the most likely breakthrough. How to pry open Meng Dabiao's mouth was the pressing issue. Squad leader Meng's weakness was obvious, greedy, and he delivered once paid. But what Liu Xuan lacked most now was money. Recalling the crumpled 35 yuan in his pocket, he felt a pang of regret but no remorse for his earlier generosity. So, the gold from second brother. The thought sparked a fierce debate in his mind. No. Absolutely not. A man must keep his word and honor. Second brother's gift was an act of loyalty and trust. How could you turn it into a bargaining chip for survival? He might be counting on that gold to stage a comeback. Foolish. Second brother gave you that gold in secret so you could use it in a life or death moment. If you die, will the gold fly back to him on its own? If it falls into others' hands, wouldn't that betray him even more? A promise of 100 catties of gold is worth less than the word of GBU. Honor the bond of brotherhood. To hold the mean without flexibility is to hold a single point. Inflexibility leads only to death. Liu Xuan shook his head violently, dispelling the inner turmoil. He was no rigid fool, but he agonized over the future reunion with his brother. If second brother produced the gold to repay and he had already spent it, the shame would be unbearable. But with his life hanging by a thread, he could no longer afford such scruples. He had made up his mind: use squad leader Meng as the gateway, trade the gold for crucial corpse-raising secrets. Next he would probe Granny Lung's background and seek greater progress. If he was to act, he would strive for the top. Claim the reward, grow stronger. The first day's work ended. Squad leader Meng gave a few brief instructions, then left the prison block for the family quarters outside. The four returned to their dormitory to tidy up. Especially the rooms of Zhong Yi and Fei Rini. Without a proper clean-up, sleep would be impossible tonight. Damn, squad leader Meng forgot about our bedding. Seeing Fei Rini fruitlessly rummaging through the junk pile for something to block the wind, Liu Xuan suddenly remembered this critical matter. You'll go find him. You guys sort things out. Then hurry up. Without bedding, well, freeze stiff tonight. Zhong Yi urged, poking his head out the door. As team leader, this errand naturally fell to him. No benefits of leadership yet, but trouble had come first. Zhong Yi felt this lousy position wasn't worth keeping. Liu Xuan left the prison block without issue. The guard at the gate merely cast him a lazy glance, his eyes filled with an indifference that screamed, "Go ahead and die, I won't stop you." Corpse erasers usually had plenty of free time and weren't truly confined, as many had to go out and find feed for their corpse spawn. Even if someone did escape, the corporation had plenty of means to retrieve them. Granny Leng's methods for dealing with runaways were always inventive and highly entertaining. Last time a young man was slowly lowered into a corpse cage, the corpse began tearing and devouring him from the feet up, then was hoisted halfway to watch his lower half swallowed into its stomach. Out the door, turn right to the family quarters, compound 48. Liu Xuan remembered it well. Soon he stopped outside a small courtyard bearing the sign 48. He raised his hand and knocked on the door ring, calling softly, "Anyone home?" "I'm looking for squad leader Meng." "I'm Liu Xuan from his team with an urgent report." Coming. "Stop knocking." A woman's slightly impatient voice came from inside. The courtyard gate creaked open, revealing a plump middle-aged woman in an apron holding a spatula. Her skin was fair with fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, yet she carried a certain worldly charm, the quintessential mature attractive housewife. She eyed Liu Xuan warily, holding the spatula horizontally before her ample chest. "Sister-in-law, I'm Liu Xuan, squad leader Meng's new subordinate. I have something to report to him." Liu Xuan forced a harmless sunny smile, the kind he figured worked well on such mature women. First impressions with the leader's wife were crucial. If she decided he was no good and whispered it nightly in her husband's ear, he'd be as good as dead in the leader's eyes. "Oh, has gone down the mountain to buy liquor. You can wait in the yard." She stepped aside, her tone flat, then turned back into the kitchen, muttering loud enough for Liu Xuan to catch, picking meal time to report. Better not ask him to stay for dinner, food's too precious these days. Liu Xuan smiled bitterly to himself, this sister-in-law is so petty. Seems shallow and narrow-minded. Old Meng picks women for looks, not substance. Oh well, it seems second brother's gold must come into play. The woman murmured that she would pour Liu Xuan some water, yet her hands were busy carrying the freshly cooked dishes to the small wooden table under the eaves. A plate of peanuts with no trace of oil, a saucer of wilted stir-fried cabbage, and 2 rough yellowed steamed buns. Liu Xuan clearly caught a glimpse of her taking out 4 from the bamboo steamer in the kitchen, hesitating for a moment before sullenly stuffing 2 back in, then presenting these meager 2. Fine then. No matter. A leader's wife's flaws must be automatically overlooked while her virtues should be infinitely magnified. This woman not only had a tantalizing figure but also understood the preciousness of grain, knew how to be frugal. She was someone who knew how to manage a household. Liu Xuan plastered a sincere smile on his face and began, "Sister-in-law, your culinary skill is truly exquisite. Look at these steamed buns, so fluffy and fair, just like premium white flour mantua." She shot him a sidelong glance and replied without much warmth, "Exquisite. How can a clever woman cook without rice? Old Meng is too honest, he doesn't know the tricks of taking kickbacks or collecting bribes. Our life is truly tight." Liu Xuan tactfully looked up at the sky. "I mean it. It's been ages since I've seen a woman as beautiful and as skilled at managing a household as you, sister-in-law. These hands. If they had a bit of adornment, they'd be even more beautiful." His smile grew more genuine, striving to make the compliment sound heartfelt rather than frivolous flirtation. Seducing a sister-in-law. That was a cardinal rule of the underworld. Beautiful. I think they're getting rougher by the day. The woman said this, yet her gaze swiftly swept over Liu Xuan's clear eyes where the admiration seemed genuine. She asked involuntarily, "Adornment with what?" "A gold ring, a jade bracelet, something to set them off." You'd absolutely look noble. I saw that female leader from the group's HR department. She wore 3 gold rings on one hand, gleaming and glittering. What a sight to behold. Upon hearing this, the woman unconsciously rubbed the base of her left ring finger, her gaze growing distant for a moment. A gold ring. She once had one too. It was a substantial 5-gram 999 pure gold ring. But at the very beginning of the apocalypse she had traded it for food to survive. Later her husband and child were both gone. She barely survived by selling smiles and servicing men in a hair salon until she managed to capture Meng Dabiao's heart with her remaining charm and cunning. He redeemed her and she finally began a life she had never dared to dream of before. This kid really knows how to touch a sore spot. Those unbearable memories were stirred up and the woman felt a surge of anger, blaming it all on Liu Xuan, who couldn't speak well yet insisted on awkwardly flattering her. Sister-in-law, I'm a man and have no use for this. Chief Meng has been incredibly kind to me, even promoting me to team leader. He'll surely be troubling you often from now on. This is my first visit, just a small token of my regard. Think of it as a gift for you, sister-in-law. Just as the woman was silently fuming, a gleaming gold ring weighing at least 5 grams was presented before her eyes. It didn't look like a typical ring, but its heavy texture was unmistakable. It was real gold and she recognized it. It resembled a link from the thick chain old Master Wei wore around his neck in the Hui Muslim quarter. How can this be? I couldn't possibly. The woman refused verbally, but her hand practically snatched the gold ring, clutching it tightly in her palm. The weight against her fingertips immediately confirmed its quality, the real deal. She even instinctively wanted to bite it to be sure. Xiao. Xiao Liu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit, please sit. Your sister-in-law will go to the kitchen and add a couple more meat dishes. When old Meng gets back, you two can eat and chat. The woman enthusiastically pushed Liu Xuan onto a stool, then turned and breezed into the kitchen. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Liu Xuan's mouth. Giving gifts meant hitting the spot. First lay the groundwork, then make the move, the effect doubles. Before he could even get comfortable, the courtyard gate creaked open and Meng Dabia walked in carrying a white plastic liquor flask. Seeing Liu Xuan sitting boldly at the dinner table, a flicker of surprise crossed Meng Dabiao's face, but he didn't ask further. Instead, a certain judgment in his mind became even more firm. Absolutely. He must be nurtured as a core seedling. Better yet, he'll take him as my disciple. He'll be his master and the old Daoist will be his grandmaster. That way his status within the sect will be secure. You're here. Is it about the bedding? I've already picked it up. I was planning to bring it to you after dinner. I didn't expect you to find your way here on your own. Take some guts. Meng Dabia set the flask on the table, leaned in and lowered his voice. You managed to get a seat at the table even when I'm not home. Not bad, kid. What lavish gift did you give to make my wife so generous? He knew his wife's disposition all too well. To win her favor on the first meeting, the gift must have been incredibly valuable. Liu Xuan gave a humble smile. Sorry to disturb you, Chief Meng. It was just a little trinket I had no use for. I happened to hit it off with sister-in-law. It's only right to bring a small token on a first visit. Old Meng, you're back. Come help me with a dish, came the woman's call from the kitchen. For a leader's wife, the biggest taboo was accepting gifts from subordinates without the leader's knowledge. Calling old Meng in was clearly to inform him immediately. If old Meng couldn't get the matter done, the gift might even have to be returned. It seems this sister-in-law isn't completely without discretion. Like old Meng, she has a line in her heart. Liu Xuan silently assigned her a new label. Before long, Meng Dabia returned to the table beaming with 2 extra wine glasses in hand. Come, there's not much to offer. In these apocalyptic times, well, just make do. Tonight you and I must have a good drink and a good chat. I'm truly honored. Thank you for your kindness, Chief Meng. Liu Xuan hastily stood up, respectfully raising his glass with both hands to receive the wine Meng Dabia poured. Tonight things were looking promising. The sky grew dark, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The courtyard wall blocked the cold wind and the strong wine warmed their bellies. Under the eaves of the secluded little yard they toasted each other, chatting merrily, the atmosphere as warm as old friends reunited after years. Having lived 2 lives, Liu Xuan was knowledgeable and well-traveled. He casually shared anecdotes and strange tales that left Meng Dabia utterly captivated, increasingly convinced that this young man was exceptionally learned, came from a distinguished family and was no ordinary person. In this apocalypse filled with illiterate brutes, such talent was a rare gem. When he heard Liu Xuan mention his background, that he was the nephew of old Ma from Chiffon Group, Meng Dabia suddenly understood. As a low-level foreman, he naturally wasn't privy to the feuds between Ma Feng and the high-level officials of Bailey's Hang. He had only heard vague rumors. But he firmly believed that a lean camel was still bigger than a horse and that Liu Xuan, backed by his grandfather's lingering influence, would surely soar to great heights. This disciple I must have. And tonight is the night. Xiao Liu, you've given me such a generous gift today. If you have any questions or difficulties, don't hold back. Speak your mind. Meng Dabia, tipsy, almost blurted out the word disciple. I do have many doubts and would like to seek your guidance, Chief Meng. If I may be so bold. Liu Xuan kept his posture humble but his eyes were piercingly bright. Speak. Take your time. The night is still young. Meng Dabiao's tone was so gentle it was almost paternal, afraid that his own roughness might scare off this perfect heaven-sent disciple. The floodgates opened and the fog of doubt in Liu Xian's mind was gradually dispelled by Meng Dabiao, one piece at a time. Meng Dabiao had already touched upon the deeper reasons for corpse-keeping: research, medicine, production, entertainment for the wealthy and powerful, and carrying out special espionage missions. Now old Meng was laying out his most closely guarded corpse-keeping secrets, as if pouring out his very soul. What I told them before about whether the little corpse whelps eat meat or vegetables, that was all just to fool the ghosts. That's the most basic of basics. Raising them that way with meat at every meal might let you scrape by for last place, but to snatch the top prize. Not a chance. Meng Dabiao's expression turned grave, his voice dropping low. I won't drone on about what to feed them. Just treat them like pigs, feed them whatever's nutritious. If you've got money, mix in some tonic herbs, that works best, but it'll cost a fortune. What I'm about to tell you next is the real big secret known to very few. His voice sank even lower, mysterious. Corpse men aren't like people. They rely on this. He pointed to his navel. There's an old saying, eat what you need to replenish. Get it? Liu Xian's mind raced, aligning with his earlier suspicions. Those little corpse whelps crave nothing more than the evolutionary serums we humans make. Even if you bring a pot of dirt, as long as you add some, regardless of the success rate, blue serum, they'll lick it clean. And no side effects. Think about it, an adult beating a child is a total mismatch, right? Same with corpse men. If your corpse man source core matures early, what do you think happens when it fights those undeveloped little whelps? Don't drink too much or you'll complain about a headache tomorrow. The woman emerged, sliding a blazing charcoal brazier under the table. Liu Xian, who had been shivering, was instantly wrapped in warmth. Worth it? That piece of gold from second brother was truly well spent. Meng Dabiao's excessive enthusiasm nearly overwhelmed Liu Xian. Even before Liu Xian could ask half his questions, old Meng was already pouring out everything in a torrent, holding nothing back, his words even tinged with a hint of worry that Liu Xian might lack funds and go astray. Let me tell you, if no bodies are sent down from above and the feeding area only rations 10 catties of mixed grains daily, those little corpse whelps won't touch the stuff. Bodies themselves are a scarce resource. As the weather warms up day by day, if fewer people starve to death in or out of the city, you'll have to find the little whelps rations yourselves. To raise a corpse man that can fight and win top marks in assessments, it's all about spending money, piling on massive resources. Flesh and blood nourish its physique, evolution serums cultivate its crystal core. At this point a look of struggle crossed Meng Dabiao's face, but he still spoke up. How about I have your sister-in-law return that gold first? When you're successful later you can repay her double. Liu Xian replied without hesitation. Uncle Meng, do you think so little of me? Once given there's no taking back. I'll solve my own money troubles. If I can handle a small matter like this, what kind of man am I? Good. 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 I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Old Meng exclaimed 3 times in satisfaction. The stone in his heart finally lifted. If he forced the woman to give up the gold, he wouldn't be touching her for a month. Also, besides food mixed with evolution fluid to quickly boost a corpse man's strength, mutant beasts are also a great tonic. The crystals inside them are the ultimate panacea for corpse men. Don't be impatient. Meng Dabiao may not have much skill, but keeping you alive shouldn't be hard. Just coast along and after a year go find your grandfather. Being a corpse keeper isn't a long-term solution. Old Meng tipped his head back and downed a cup of strong liquor. Uncle. Uncle Meng. Liu Xian's voice choked, his confusion deepening. But since the other had bared his heart, Liu Xian had to respond with some feeling. Among the 4 of you, Guo Jiao not only has deep pockets, but his background is likely no simple matter. Try not to offend him. Zhong Yi, though a low-life thug with a vicious heart, might just manage to connect with the Wei family. Don't get too close to him and always stay on guard. If he truly falls out with you, I have my ways to make him end up last. As for Fei Reni, Sai, you'll have to figure that out yourself. Has a pitiful soul too. Seeing Liu Xian's genuine emotion, Meng Dabiao rejoiced inwardly and continued to invest emotionally. Thank you for the advice, Uncle Meng. Liu Xian's mind stirred. Guo Jiao's impressive bearing, only slightly inferior to his own, indeed suggested a notable origin. Sensing the moment was right, Meng Dabiao changed the subject. Have you heard of the White Lotus sect? Liu Xian was taken aback, a bit, but just bits and pieces from others. The government labels it a cult, right? Cult my ass. What's so cultish about it? Plenty of people in Anchi City believe in the White Lotus and the officials haven't arrested and shot them all. As long as you don't preach everywhere or gather in crowds, the government couldn't care less what you believe. Besides, our sect reveres Han tradition with pure and orthodox roots, far more righteous than that flaying cult 3 Saints Society or Anshan Hall. Meng Dabiao coaxed. Truth be told, your Uncle Meng here is a member of the sect. Plenty know about it. Have you seen any government troops come for me? So, Join the White Lotus, become a pure lotus of the world, welcome the descent of the Han King, and drive out this darkness. Meng Dabiao suddenly stood, forming a strange hand seal, his expression solemn and majestic. Oh no. Please no. Liu Xuan's heart was in full rejection. The last thing he wanted was to get tangled up with these superstitious secret societies, nothing but trouble. Uncle Meng. I. Liu Xuan stammered, trying to evade. If you join my White Lotus and take me as your master, I'll pass on the teachings and grant you the ancient martial arts manual Bodhidharma sword technique. Seeing Liu Xuan hesitate, Meng Dabiao dropped the ultimate bomb. Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. Liu Xuan shot up, dropping to one knee with utmost devotion. Ha ha ha. Good. Good disciple. Your master is most pleased. Meng Dabiao reached out to lift Liu Xuan, his face beaming with the satisfaction of a wish fulfilled. That night both got what they wanted, to mutual delight. To avoid suspicion, they agreed to use official titles in public and only be master and disciple in private. The rest of the conversation grew relaxed, each planning for the future. Finally, Meng Dabiao brought out the booklet titled Bodhidharma Sword Technique and said somewhat sheepishly, "Disciple, this martial art is too profound. Your master has only learned the surface. You'll have to comprehend the path of martial arts yourself. If you have trouble with corpse erasing, come to me." Seeing the night was deep, Liu Xuan took 4 sets of bedding, bid farewell to his newly acquired cheap master, and walked alone back to the dormitory under the faint cyan light of early dawn. As he neared the dormitory gate, muffled howls of rage and trembling burst from the dark room. "Liu, are you trying to freeze me to death, you bastard? If you've got a problem, come at me openly. Stabbing in the back doesn't make you a man." Zhong Yi's dark face almost merged with the night. Liu Xuan only identified him by the sound of his voice. "Team leader, this was really underhanded. I froze all night, my snot nearly turned to ice." That was Guo Zhao's voice, barely containing his anger. "Just..." The last voice started but trailed off. Liu Xuan waited a long time, but no second sound came. My apologies, brothers. My apologies. Squad leader Meng and his wife were so warm and insistent on keeping me for a meal and drinks that I lost track of time in my joy. I'll make it up to you all another day, an extra large steamed bun for each of you. Come quickly, collect your bedding and get warm." Liu Xuan, in excellent spirits and too lazy to argue, cheerfully distributed blankets from room to room. HMPH. Bar. Silent resentment, lying in his own bed at last, Liu Xuan was too excited to feel any trace of sleep. First, he had fully grasped the core secrets of corpse nurturing. Second, the ancient martial arts manual his cheap master had gifted him, purportedly a high-level martial tome, burned against his chest as if holding a flame. But recalling the most critical issue, he sank into dejection again. Money, how in the world could he get money? Nurturing corpses required burning cash, and advancing to a first-rank martial artist demanded even more. Truly a single coin could stymie a hero. Little bug, tell me, how can I use what little I have to rake in a fortune?" Liu Xuan gently touched the spot where the little bug lay dormant inside him. That wine from the master's place is definitely cut with industrial alcohol, not a trace of grain in it." His stomach churned, nausea rising to his throat. Wait. Toxic sorghum mountain. Steaming big white buns. Brewing. Grain liquor. Decompose toxins. Purify alcohol. I'm a goddamn genius. Liu Xuan shot upright in bed, roaring with excitement. "Fuck you. Are you letting anyone sleep or not? Liu Xuan, come out and fight me one ear known. Squad leader. I give up, I really do, please have mercy and let me sleep a little." Cough. Cough. Fei Renyi's feeble protest. "Hey, sorry. I'll add another big steamed bun. 3 for each of you. I'll figure out how to get them tomorrow." Liu Xuan quickly made promises, and the curses around him gradually subsided. He lay back down, but his mind was already racing again. But he had absolutely no knowledge of the brewing process. And he had no sales channels at all. This kind of thing had to be kept strictly secret and operated on a small scale. Once the government discovered a large amount of grain liquor circulating on the market, in this era where grain was prized as life itself, being caught and shot would be a light punishment. A parade through the streets to be vented upon by starving refugees would be inevitable. Moreover, if that poisonous snake by Liz Hang caught wind of such a lucrative business, he would absolutely be captured and locked away in some sunless place, doomed to be a lifelong slave brewing detoxified sorghum liquor. How could he earn enough money without drawing attention? Strength. In the end, it all came down to insufficient strength. If he possessed the power and influence of a Bai Lijang, why would he fear this and that? Damn it, forget it. He would first find a way to produce the goods. Liu Xuan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, he finally got up and quietly slipped to a secluded corner of the courtyard. By the hazy blue-grey light of dawn, he eagerly began studying the newly acquired martial arts manual. Opening the first page, he saw no official anti-counterfeit marks like supervisor or proprietary rights, and his heart sank. This was a forbidden book. But then again, if a cult didn't have some contraband, how could it be called a cult? He just didn't know if it was genuine or fake. Recalling Zhao Wenxia's warning that the market was flooded with crudely forged fake manuals which could easily damage one's foundation or even cripple one's martial arts, Liu Xuan hesitated. Surely squad leader Meng wouldn't give him a fake to harm him. But what if something went wrong? Practice. If it doesn't kill him, head practice until it did. Time waited for no one. He could no longer afford to be picky, nor did he have the money to buy officially certified martial arts. For a penniless bottom-tier refugee, being able to learn such a cult martial art was already an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The first part of the manual was the basics. This sword technique demanded extremely high proficiency in body movement and footwork, with a large portion of the opening section dedicated to detailed explanations of various basic stances: bow stance, arrow stance, empty stance, step forward stance, four-level horse stance, and so on. The practitioner had to strictly follow the essentials, training the steps to be steady and solid, the posture upright and aligned, until the transitions between stances were smooth and natural and could be flexibly applied amidst changing moves before proceeding to further training. Liu Xuan was secretly delighted. A method that progressed from the simple to the profound and solidified the foundation. How could it be fake? He had definitely struck gold. He immediately began shifting and turning through the cold courtyard according to the footwork diagrams in the book. When the sky was fully bright, Meng Dabiao arrived at the dormitory courtyard. Seeing Liu Xuan diligently practicing in the early morning, he felt another surge of satisfaction. This apprentice, he couldn't be more pleased. As it turned out, he wasn't only exceptionally capable, but his temperament and perseverance were 1 in a million. Drinking until the early hours and still rising without fail to train, if this young man didn't achieve greatness, it would be a travesty. He strolled around the yard with his hands behind his back and found the other 3 still sound asleep, instantly enraged. All of you get the hell out here. Meng Dabiao's thunderous roar shook the window frames. The 3 were jolted awake, frantically throwing on clothes and rushing outside. Liu Xuan also stopped his practice and ran over. Seeing squad leader Meng, his cheap master and cult guide, with a face as dark as water, he knew someone was in for serious trouble. The 4 lined up waiting for Meng to speak. If you want to sleep, you can sleep forever once you're dead. If you sleep now, you'll be sleeping forever. Squad leader Zhong Yi tried to defend himself but was immediately cut off by Meng Dabiao's harsh voice. Shut up. I don't want to hear any excuses, I only see results. Although the breeding area has no written rule about what time to get up, don't you have any damn sense? What are your little darlings eating today? Are you waiting for the afternoon corpse collection team to deliver food again? Do you bastards only eat 1 meal a day? Do you think I'm too easygoing and you're taking an inch and wanting a mile? Fine. As punishment, all 3 meals today are cancelled. If you're still like this tomorrow, you'll keep starving. Goddamn it, if you dare starve my corpse pups, he'll starve you to death. Let's see who breaks first. After venting, Meng Dabiao took a breath and said coldly, the breeding farm allocates 10 pounds of mixed grains per little corpse pup each day. You go pick them up at the prison area gate yourselves. At 6 in the evening, be on time at Dead Man's Valley to wait for corpse grabs, no more than 2 each time. For the rest, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. You can leave the breeding farm, but if you're out overnight, you must report to me in advance. To survive, you have to fight. Figure it out yourselves. With those words, Meng Dabiao turned and strode away. It's all your fucking fault. As soon as Meng Dabiao left, Zhong Yi glared viciously at Liu Xuan and cursed, if you hadn't come back so late last night, would we have overslept? You've cost us a whole day's meals. What are you going to do about it? Liu Xuan frowned deeply. This Zhong Yi had provoked him repeatedly. He had already apologized yesterday, promised extra steamed buns and shown goodwill in full, yet the other remained so obnoxious. Could he really think that just because he had roamed the streets for a few days he could have his way with him? You'll bring back steamed buns tonight. But Zhong Yi, I warn you, keep your mouth clean. You mother, Zhong Yi made as if to lunge and fight, but Fei Ren held him back with all his might. Forget it, brother Zhong. We're all under the same roof, none of us have it easy. We just got scolded by head Meng. If we fight again, aren't we just asking for trouble? Fei Ren strained with all his might to hold Zhong Yi back. He wasn't genuinely trying to mediate, but feared that if a real fight broke out, Liu Xuan's promised steamed buns would be completely off the table. Let's go. It's getting late, we need to collect the grains first. Guo Zhao cast a cold glance at Liu Xuan and strode out of the dormitory area first. HMPH. If I don't see steamed buns tonight, I'll make you see blood. Zhong Yi hurled his threat, shoved Fei Ren aside and stormed out in a huff. Our team leader, calm down. Don't stoop to that brute's level. Fei Ren quickly sidled up to Liu Xuan, offering fawning comfort. Angry? Liu Xuan smiled faintly. Why should I be angry? Let's go get our food. With that, he led Fei Ren and followed. This Zhong Yi, it seemed that unless he demonstrated his strength, he couldn't suppress his arrogance. Liu Xuan had already made up his mind. At 8 in the morning, outside the rust-streaked gate of the corpse farm, groups of corpse keepers were arriving one after another, silently beginning this work unique to the apocalypse. Dozens of numbered wooden barrels were haphazardly piled at the entrance. A burly man holding a huge ladle scooped out a foul-smelling mushy food from 2 enormous barrels on a cart, pouring it one by one into the small buckets handed over by the corpse keepers. Perhaps to maintain an appearance of fairness, each small bucket was filled to the brim, weighing exactly 10 jin. Liu Xuan found the barrel marked B8 and joined the queue. When his turn came, he finally saw the true face of the viscous paste, a mix of various unidentifiable grains, rotten fruits and vegetables, unidentified organs and spoiled meat pulp, all blended with murky broth emitting a nauseating sour stench. Liu Xuan mused to himself that the fixed meals provided by the feeding area had a surprisingly balanced nutritional ratio. He carried the heavy feed bucket into the Bishan cell block. Guo Zhao and Zhong Yi had already poured their food into the troughs and were squatting aside expressionlessly watching the small corpse creatures inside feeding frantically. Liu Xuan followed suit, dumping the filth from his bucket into the trough, locking the cell door, and then finally got a good look at the monster that was tied to his own life, an incomplete corpse creature. His own number B8 was a small thin corpse creature with no notable features. Like the vast majority, it possessed only primitive instincts such as bloodlust and photophobia. Also a juvenile compared to Zhong Yi's in cell No. 9 next door. Its arms and legs were noticeably thinner, appearing frail and weak. As for Guo Zhao's, there was no need for comparison. Standing up, it was a full head taller than Zhong Yi's, the difference in grade obvious at a glance. A flicker of regret passed through Liu Xuan's mind. He had been a step too late in becoming a disciple. If he had acted sooner, that robust one might have been his. But a large size also came with its own trouble and astonishing appetite. The 3 small ones were still snarling and squabbling over the trough while Guo Zhao's had already licked it clean. It was madly ramming and pulling at the iron bars, letting out a continuous hungry roar at Guo Zhao outside the cell, clearly seeing even this keeper as its next meal. "I'm going out for a while. You'll think of something at home," Guo Zhao said, furrowing his brow, breaking the silence first. "You'll go get you all some steamed buns," Liu Xuan chimed in. "You'll head back to Huimin Street and find my brothers to figure something out," Zhong Yi spat. "You'll stay and hold the fort." Fei Renyi's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, lacking any confidence. Each of the 4 tossed out a sentence and quickly left the oppressive Bishan. From this moment on, it was every man for himself. Who had the stronger backing, the better skills, the more resources, the greater ability? It would all be revealed through finding food for their little corpse spawn. Fei Renyi was the last to dawdle out. He hung his head, gazing at the busy yet orderly feeding area, feeling an unprecedented sense of confusion and helplessness. Where am I supposed to find food? The mining area is out of the question. Even that bucket of pungent, stinking mixed feed would have the starving miners fighting over it. My mom can barely scrape by on the scraps that fall through others' fingers. She has no way to help me. Reaching the main gate, he caught sight of the burly man who had distributed the food, now cleaning up the empty barrels. A sudden inspiration struck and he scurried over, plastering a fawning smile on his face. Big brother, can I discuss something with you?" The man scraping the residue from the inner wall of the large barrel with his ladle looked up, his face full of brutish impatience. "Spit it out if you have something to say." Sure, big brother. I see you work really hard distributing meals every morning. How about I take over this job for you from now on? You just give me an extra 5 jin, no 3 jin of feed every day." Fei Renyi smiled cautiously, trying to ingratiate himself. "Are you fucking looking for death?" The man exploded in rage, banging the ladle loudly against the barrel's rim. "You want to steal my job? Don't you dare look at yourself in the mirror and see what a piece of shit you are. Get lost. If you don't, I'll smash your skull with this ladle." He cursed inwardly. What the hell was this little bastard thinking? If you do this job, what am I supposed to do? The feeding area doesn't keep idle hands. If there are any, they end up as scraps in the barrel. Besides, this is a rule set by Granny Lung herself, 10 jin of grains for each corpse creature. Who dares to have any crooked ideas? My predecessor tried to make a private deal with a corpse keeper, and the very next day he ended up in this big feed cooking barrel. I barely managed to raise 3 qualified corpse creatures to get this cushy job. And you think you can take over for me? Fuck off. Scram. Big brother, don't be mad. I'm going. Fei Renyi, scared out of his wits, scrambled away, muttering to himself, what's wrong with this guy? I was just trying to help and he gets so angry. If 3 jin won't work, we could negotiate for 2. The man spat fiercely at Fei Renyi's retreating pathetic figure, cursing under his breath. This idiot is definitely going to die in the next small assessment. Unaware of the little incident at the gate, Liu Xuan had borrowed a handcart from the canteen and was pushing it down the mountain alone. He had many things to do today and it was uncertain whether he could make it back. After reporting to Master Meng, he went straight to Professor Jiang Guanshan. He first went to the experimental field, but there was no sign of him. Then he hurried to the residence, where the guard told him that Professor Jiang had locked himself in the warehouse laboratory, refusing to eat or drink, and hadn't come out for 2 days. Pushing open the warehouse door, a familiar musty smell of grain decay rushed forth. The towering mountain of toxic sorghum remained largely untouched, still occupying most of the warehouse space, clearly indicating that the corporation held little hope for these poisonous grains. It shouldn't be. Why is the biotoxin's content still not dropping? I've tried redox reactions, acid-based treatments, even hydrolysis. None of it worked. Could it only be resolved through the sedimentation method over time? Leaving it here to decompose naturally? That doesn't make sense either. How strange. How truly strange. Professor Jiang Wanshan's thinning white hair seemed even more disheveled. He paced in the corner laboratory area, muttering to himself like a man possessed, utterly oblivious to Liu Xuan's entrance. Liu Xuan watched the old man's near-manic state, his heart a tangle of conflicting emotions, yet he knew not how to console him. Tell him the secret of the little bug. It was still too early. Professor Jiang. I'm back. Liu Xuan called out, raising his voice. Jiang Wanshan turned around blankly. Seeing it was Liu Xuan, a faint smile squeezed onto his haggard face. Xiao Liu. Back so soon? Were you frightened by that place? Alas, it's all my fault for being useless. If this project had borne fruit, I would never have let you go suffer in a place like that. Liu Xuan stepped forward, supporting the visibly aged Professor Jiang to a nearby stool. Professor Jiang, as an old saying goes, health is the foundation of all endeavors. If you keep up this fasting, how many more days can you hold on? Jiang Wanshan chuckled, saying, what old saying is that? I've never heard it. Can you be older than me? Seeing Liu Xuan silent, his voice rasped, how many more years can these old bones of mine last? Bai Lizhang only gave me 1 more year. If I don't push hard, am I supposed to go seek refuge with your grandfather and help him collect trash? That would be wonderful. You and Grandpa could keep each other company, drink tea every day, bicker, and even have a few drinks now and then. He'll take care of you both in your old age. Liu Xuan said while looking around for Jiang Wanshan's water cup. Professor Jiang's eyes glazed over for a moment, as if truly envisioning that unattainable retirement life, if retirement were even possible. Just sit and rest for a while, I'll get you a glass of water. Regarding this detoxification of sorghum, I've thought of a research topic and would like your advice. Oh? Speak. Speak. Forget the water. Not thirsty. Jiang Wanshan's eyes lit up abruptly, as if grasping a lifeline, his spirit suddenly revitalized. But the light flickered only for a moment, then quickly dimmed. Alas. Truly a drowning man will clutch at a straw. Professor Jiang rubbed his bloodshot eyes. Interrupted by Liu Xuan, his mind cleared a little. He shook his head with a bitter smile. You little rascal, still talking about research topics. Don't I know exactly what you're made of? Liu Xuan found the professor's cup, filled it with cool boiled water, and with his index finger seemingly casually touching the rim, he dripped a portion of improved source essence originally prepared for his grandfather into the water. Professor Jiang, have a sip of water to moisten your throat. This project of mine definitely has potential. Just hear me out first. Liu Xuan began his semi-truthful, semi-deceptive persuasion tactic. Old Jiang took the cup and snorted. What good idea could possibly come out of that head of yours? Let me see what kind of nonsense a greenhorn like you can cook up. He always harbored a sense of guilt towards Liu Xuan. Old Ma had entrusted his grandson to him, and within days the boy was sent to that godforsaken place in the back hills, a place unfit for humans, a gathering ground for monsters devoid of humanity and the walking corpses who tended them. He himself was not opposed to researching the corpsemen, but the corporation's cost-cutting measure of using human flesh to feed them was something he could not accept. As for the annual corpseman fighting tournament held in Anqi City, it filled him with nothing but disgust. The baser instincts of humanity had never been eradicated. Once some people ascended to high positions, especially in this apocalypse, their minds became increasingly twisted, capable of any heinous act. The common folk struggled to find food, yet they created corpse-fighting arenas for the amusement of the perverted. What utter bastards! He had poured his life's knowledge into his work, neglecting sleep and food, striving only to do something practical for human survival. Years of painstaking effort finally yielded a new crop with high yield and short growth cycle, the Datura hybrid sorghum type 2. But alas! Liu Xuan's arrival not only gave him someone to talk to, but the boy had also discovered the possibility of detoxifying the sorghum, injecting a powerful stimulant into his nearly desperate heart. He had thought that with the boy's company and continued research, a miracle might truly be possible. However, the corporation's ruthlessness, Liu Xuan's forced departure, and the bottleneck in his own research once again pushed his recovering optimism back into the abyss of despair. He felt there was little hope left. This toxic sorghum seemed to be a dead end. He had done his best, the ideal results would perhaps have to be achieved by future generations. He even began to feel weary of this world. In this state of waiting for death, he never expected the boy to return so quickly. Ha ha, I'm your last disciple, as you yourself said. If my skills are lacking, it's because you master didn't teach well. Liu Xuan smiled, gesturing for Professor Jiang to drink first. You and your cheek. Isn't tormenting old Ma enough for you? You want to come and rile me up too? Jiang Wanshan shook his head, raised the cup and took a sip of the cool water. Having had nothing to drink for 2 days and nights, the water felt remarkably different as it went down, clear, sweet and refreshing, even more satisfying than old Ma's treasured bottle of 5-grain spring. Good wine. He blurted out instinctively. Professor Jiang's craving for a drink is acting up again, isn't it? Don't worry. What I'm about to talk about is exactly this toxic sorghum and wine. Liu Xuan revealed a mysterious smile. Jiang Wanshan tilted his head back, draining the spiked water in one gulp, calmly awaiting what came next. Professor Jiang, have you tried using physical methods to break down the toxin structure? For instance, brewing the toxic sorghum into alcohol. Jiang Wanshan frowned in disappointment. He had conducted hundreds of experiments on basic techniques like high-temperature treatment using heat to denature the toxin proteins or break chemical bonds. But against this mutated toxin, such methods were far too conventional. However, brewing, that was something he had never tried. If through crushing, distillation and fermentation the inedible toxic sorghum could be turned into alcohol, that would still be a tremendous contribution. You want to give it a try? Jiang Wanshan raised his eyelids. I humbly wish to attempt it. I request your permission, Professor, to take some toxic sorghum. Let's start with 300 to 500 catties as a trial. Liu Xuan refilled Jiang Wanshan's cup as he spoke, this time without adding anything extra. Old people needed to absorb things slowly. A trivial matter. Take whatever you want. It's just moldy garbage piling up here anyway. Old Jiang agreed readily. It was going to rot anyway, might as well let the boy have his fun. It was 99% certain to fail, but young people needed to experience failure to mature. Great. Liu Xuan jumped up excitedly, rushed outside to fetch a handcart, found some burlap sacks and began loading the toxic sorghum with great enthusiasm. Soon 10 large sacks of toxic sorghum were stacked on the cart, estimated to weigh 700 to 800 catties. Liu Xuan tightened the ropes and said to Jiang Wanshan, Professor Jiang, I'll be off then. Just wait for me to honor you with some fine liquor brewed from pure grain. I'm not expecting good liquor, just hoping you don't stray onto the wrong path. There are some conscience-lacking things you must never touch. Besides, this toxic sorghum is notorious in Anxi. If something goes wrong, both you and I will be taken out and shot. Seeing Liu Xuan take so much, Jiang Wanshan feared he might resell it as real food, so he couldn't help but issue a warning. He trusted Liu Xuan's character, but people could change, especially when faced with huge profits. I promise you it will only be used for brewing and not a single grain of toxic sorghum will enter the market. Jiang Wanshan wrote out a permit, waved his hand and signaled for him to get lost quickly. Pushing a heavy handcart across the wilderness, Liu Xuan felt a belated pang of dread in his heart. Logically, no one would believe that a man dared to travel alone with a cart of food, but those driven mad by hunger would seize upon even the faintest glimmer of possibility. In this world, highway robbers were as numerous as locusts in a plague. With so much fake grain, storage was a problem and distilleries were hard to find. Who knew if any still existed in the city? He also lacked helpers. Transporting, brewing and selling, he couldn't manage it all alone. So why was it so difficult to get anything done? Just as his irritation peaked, what he feared most came to pass. From behind a half-collapsed concrete wall by the roadside, 4 men armed with crude weapons suddenly leaped out, blocking his path. 4 gaunt, emaciated men emerged from the shadows, disheveled and reeking of filth. Their weapons were a motley assortment: a cleaver, an iron rod, a rusted dagger and a battered axe, the hallmarks of refugee bandits. Brother, spare some food. The leader with prominent cheekbones and bloodshot eyes pleaded. We haven't eaten in 5 days. For the sake of us all being alive. This can't be eaten. Liu Xuan's heart churned with suppressed annoyance and rage. This damned world. Was there no room for anyone to survive? He set down the handcart, struggling to control his emotions. It's poisonous sorghum. Eating it will poison you, it can even kill a corpse. Bullshit. A short man on the right lunged forward 2 steps, waving his bony hands wildly in the air. Sorghum that can kill a corpse. Even arsenic can kill a corpse, you bastard. You don't even think before you lie. Liu Xuan knew that reasoning with starving men was futile. Words were useless. He took half a step forward, revealing the work uniform of chiffon group. Believe it or not, eat it and you die. Tell you what, I have some money here. There's a vendor selling buns at the city gate, 5 cents each. Ill treat. Don't believe his nonsense. Another man suddenly bellowed, the rusted cleaver glinting faintly in the sunlight. He's just stalling. Trying to trick us into going to the city gate to get shot. Before his words faded, the short man charged like a mad dog. Liu Xuan sidestepped and another refugee seized the chance to yank at the grain sack. With a tearing sound, the sack ripped open, spilling dark red sorghum grains tinged with an eerie purple across the ground. Grain. The refugee shouted, grabbing a handful and shoving it frantically into his mouth, his chewing movements trembling violently with ecstasy. Don't eat it. Liu Xuan's roar caught in his throat. What happened next made him realize how absurd his story about stealing poisonous sorghum told before the farm crowd truly was. The mutated toxin was swift and ferocious, taking effect the moment it entered the mouth. The refugee who had grabbed the food abruptly froze mid-chew, collapsing stiffly to the ground with a thud. His body went rigid, his eyes bulging hideously, and a strange gurgling sound escaped his throat. Within 5 seconds, a terrifying purple-blue flush spread across his cheeks as if countless blood vessels had burst beneath his skin, rapidly extending to his neck and wrists. He remained in his fallen posture, only his fingers clawing desperately into the cracks of the road. After a few final convulsions he lay still, his entire body now a deep blackish purple. You killed him. The leader let out a beast-like roar, swinging his broken axe through the air. You deliberately poisoned us with that grain. Facing the descending axe, Liu Xuan employed the basic footwork of the Dharma sword art he had practiced that morning, easily evading the blade. He stepped back 2 paces, staring at the 3 remaining red-eyed refugees, his throat tightening. Don't force me. He suppressed the violent surge within him. He chose to eat it himself. Liu Xuan struggled to steady his breath. I warned you. Warned? The short man picked up a half-length steel pipe from the ground, spittle flying. You big company people just want to see us die. As the steel pipe whistled toward his temple, Liu Xian's lean figure had already crashed into the man's chest. The basic footwork of the Dharma sword art combined with the Iron Mountain lean technique, ramming the mountain gate, unleashed devastating power. In the instant the sternum cracked, he smelled a thick bloody odor mingled with the stench of sweat. The second refugee who charged was met with a short straight punch to the jaw, the mandible cracking audibly. Liu Xuan used the subtle footwork to pivot, delivering a second punch imbued with a shattering force, slamming heavily into the man's heart. Striking to kill was a lesson learned from countless bloody skirmishes on the road of escape. The man staggered back several steps, clutching his chest, staring at Liu Xuan in terror. Before he could even utter a word, he collapsed stiffly to the ground. The shattering force had ruptured his heart meridians. Death was certain. In just a few exchanges, Liu Xuan had killed 2 men without them even touching his clothes. Perhaps realizing the insurmountable gap in strength, the last remaining leader suddenly went weak in the knees, slumping to the ground, his expression numb. It wasn't fear but utter despair. Why? Why won't you give us a way to live? The rusted dagger in his hand clattered softly onto the road. I fucking told you. Didn't I? Huh? Didn't I say you can't eat it? Fuck you. A sudden wave of mania surged into Liu Xian's head. He hated killing. Yet he had no choice but to kill. When was the last time he killed? Last week perhaps, when he finished off that bald wang who came seeking revenge. Liu Xian's clenched fist trembled slightly. He looked at the 3 corpses on the ground and the scattered poisonous sorghum, suddenly recalling the early days of his flight when he would still share his meager food with strangers. But now he had killed without hesitation those who came to steal his hope. A way to live. Liu Xuan heard his own voice laughing, a laugh as dry as sandpaper scraping. I gave you a way out, but you chose death. I'm looking for a way to live too. I want to live. The last words came out as a hoarse roar. The long-suppressed pain, helplessness and confusion exploded in that moment. The leader stared woodenly at the nearly crazed Liu Xuan, a strange smile twisting his lips. So, you're just a pathetic wretch too. He suddenly grabbed the dagger from the ground, not aiming at Liu Xuan but plunging it fiercely into his own heart. Damn it. The scorching sun blazed, the temperature rose, but Liu Xuan felt a chill spreading from his heart, instantly freezing him through. He crouched down, silently gathering the scattered poisonous sorghum back into the torn sack, then dragged the 4 corpses to the ruins by the roadside. These would be brought back as a meal for number 8. The wild wind swept the smell of blood across his face. He touched his cheek and his fingertips came away stained red. This time killing no longer made him tense. As if it were merely a minor incident, Liu Xuan tossed the grain sack back onto the handcart, turned and pushed it forward, continuing on his way. Yet his silhouette was as rigid as the broken walls by the roadside. The road stretched endlessly ahead. Who knew how many starving people were waiting for him outside the city? He knew this cart of poison grain would never reach the city. Liu Xian's brow furrowed deeply, a violent ruthlessness festering within him. Come again and he'll kill again. Kill. 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 The baleful aura spread across the wilderness. He hastened all the way until he returned to the place where he had once stumbled upon Gan Pei Lan. Suddenly the view opened up before him. Wasn't that secluded refuge of Ms. Gan the perfect spot to store this batch of grain? He gritted his teeth, struggling to push the handcart into the thick weeds, lurching and stumbling along the way until he finally transported the cartload of poisonous sorghum into the abandoned cave beneath the low hill. The cave was dim. Liu Xuan lit the candle left behind by Gan Pei Lan. As the faint light flickered, he realized the interior of the cave held a hidden world of its own. What earth and kill! It was clearly an abandoned underground parking lot buried by time and silt. Gan Pei Lan had only cleared a small corner of the outer area for shelter, while the deepest part, nearly 1,000 square meters, remained untouched, vast, desolate and thick with cobwebs. This place was too close to Anxi City and had been thoroughly looted years ago. After a quick walk around, Liu Xuan surmised that this structure was the lowest level of a collapsed building. The upper floors had crumbled into dust, leaving only the buried parking area. Liu Xian's eyes blazed with intensity, his heart surging with hidden excitement. This was the secret base, storage hub and workshop he had always dreamed of. Standing by the roadside again, he looked back at the low hill. Gan Pei Lan's camouflage was extremely professional. Unless one knew the exact location, even standing right next to it, it would be hard to detect the entrance, tightly concealed by vines and wild grass. Heaven never seals off all the exits. Liu Xuan brushed the dust off his clothes, slung a bag of detoxified sorghum he had hand-processed in the cave over his shoulder and strode steadfastly toward Anshi City. Standing at the door of the cleaning department, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath and struggled to suppress the violence and gloom surging beneath his gaze. Since he was returning home, he would leave all the shadows outside the door, sharing only warmth and light with his family. Dong dong dong. Creak, the door opened in response. Gan Peilan stood gracefully behind it. Seeing Liu Xuan, a gentle smile curled at the corners of her lips as she said softly, "Back already? Haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Grandpa just got up. Go keep him company for a while and he'll make you a bowl of spicy soup." "Much obliged." Liu Xuan nodded. Her serene smiling face was like a glimmer of light in the dark night, allowing his heart steeped in darkness to once again glimpse the beauty of the human world. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling the turbid gloom in his chest, striving to reclaim his sunny and cheerful self, and walked toward his grandfather's room. Grandfather's dwelling was completely transformed. The floor was damp and spotless, almost too clean to tread upon. The mold stains on the walls had been thoroughly scraped away and carefully papered over with old newspapers. The armrests of the worn-out sofa were meticulously wrapped in cotton strips and then covered with a faded blue cloth, exuding a peculiar sense of neatness. Most eye-catching was the glass bottle in the center of the wooden table holding a bunch of unknown yellow wildflowers. Dewdrops glistened on the petals, crystal clear and ready to fall. Morning light streamed in through the window, polished to a gleam, instantly dispelling the damp and stale air of the past. The wall clock ticked crisply and cheerfully. It was the first time Liu Xuan had noticed the old clock on that wall, now measuring the passage of time once more. "Why are you back again? Is old Jiang's place so idle? Nothing to do all day?" Grandfather's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Liu Xuan's daze. Noticing his grandson's astonished expression, Ma Feng rarely showed a hint of a smile. "I have to say Xiao Gan is indeed diligent. Her hands are never idle cleaning up this old nest until it's bright and spacious. It's much more comfortable to live in now. Grandfather, I came back with a task. Professor Jiang assigned me to experiment with a method of detoxification using the brewing process." Liu Xuan quickly used old Jiang as a shield. "Oh? Brewing? In these times, where is there a legitimate brewery? There are 2 places using industrial alcohol to blend, but they are in the outer city. Our Shifeng has no connections." "Wait." Ma Feng pondered for a moment. "Doesn't Little Zhus family run a distillery? Call him over." Just as Liu Xuan was feeling disappointed, his grandfather delivered an exciting piece of news. Sun Xuan was called in and asked respectfully, "Minister, you wanted to see me?" "Yes, it's about this. Professor Jiang wants Liu Xuan to try detoxifying sorghum through brewing. Your family used to be in this business, right? The farm is also a sister unit. If you can cooperate a bit, it's all within the group's internal affairs." Xuan looked troubled. After thinking for a long while, he said, "Mass production might be hard to achieve, but if it's just a trial batch of 1,000 catties of grain in one cellar, it shouldn't be a big problem. You'll have to go back and ask my mother. I don't know if those old tools can still be used. All right, take the day off today and work with Liu Xuan to get this started." Ma Feng gave full support to his nephew's legitimate endeavors. "Grandfather, I also need to ask you for 2 people. If this works out, it'll cover all your liquor." Liu Xuan began to paint a rosy picture. "Who?" "Gan Peilan and Huang Guosheng. This can't be done with too few people. Later we might need some workers and he'll need you to vet them. After all, if it really succeeds, there might be trouble later. You little rascal, just go ahead and make a fuss. See how much this old bone can take from your grinding. Go do it first. If you succeed, he'll make arrangements. If you fail, it's all just empty talk. By the way, Xiao Gan," Ma Feng called out toward the door, "take 1,000 yuan from the account for Liu Xuan. This little bastard probably doesn't have 2 cents to his name." "All right, got it." Gan Peilan's crisp reply came from outside the door. Liu Xuan was astonished once again. What magic potion had this Ms. Gan fed his grandfather? In just a few days she was even managing the finances. How amazing. No? Could it be? He quickly shook his head to dispel those unwarranted suspicions. Leaving the room, Liu Xuan called a few people for a meeting and a makeshift team began to take shape. The meeting was held in the simple kitchen. Xuan and Huang Guozhong sat by the table watching Liu Xuan slurp down his spicy soup drenched in sweat. Gan Peilan was kneading dough, preparing lunch and a gift for Xuan's mother. It wouldn't be proper to visit someone's home for the first time empty-handed. Liu Xuan scraped the last bit of paste from the bowl and spoke, "So that's roughly the situation. Our goal is to turn the inedible poisonous sorghum into drinkable grain liquor. Old Huang will handle worker management and production director Xu will provide technical guidance. Ms. Gan will coordinate logistics and he'll be in charge of raw material supply. If it works out, each of you 3 will get a share." "That's great. We get to drink and earn money. Little Liu. No leader Liu in with you from now on," Huang Guozhong declared cheerfully. Xuan shot him a sidelong glance, making his heart tighten, and he quickly curbed his impulse to jump ship immediately. Xuan's home was situated by the river. Anxi City was crisscrossed by waterways and had a thriving river transport system, which was one of the key reasons it rapidly absorbed refugees after the apocalypse and rose to become the largest city-state in the northwest. A person can go 7 days without food but not 3 without water. Refugees fleeing to Anxi, even if they couldn't fill their stomachs, could always drink their fill of fresh water. In other water-scarce city-states, the price of drinking water was no less than that of grain. But Anxi City, surrounded by 8 rivers and shrouded in mist, reminded Liu Xuan of the old saying from his past life: 8 waters surround Chang'an. The Ba River adjacent to Anxi was a mandatory passage eastward to the Central Plains and southward to Jingchu. To journey east from Anxi, one must first cross the Ba River. Thus this place had been a crucial node of the Guangzhou thoroughfare since ancient times, with the Ba Bridge serving as a vital transportation hub connecting Guangzhou to the outside world. Not far from the Ba Bridge, the 4 stopped before a secluded and dilapidated courtyard. Xuan produced a copper key from his bosom, inserted it into the lock, and with a click the courtyard gate swung open. Unexpectedly, the courtyard revealed a hidden world. Though the exterior appeared run down, the interior was spacious and tidy, with a main hall and side rooms spanning 2 courtyards. In stark contrast to the filthy chaos outside, the courtyard, though cluttered with various items, was organized methodically, devoid of any trash or stains, clearly tended to with care. "Aina, is that you back?" A weak female voice came from the main room, faint yet still gentle. "Mom, it's me. We have guests." Xuan lifted the faded door curtain and gestured for everyone to enter. The room was sparsely furnished, with only a few old wooden pieces exuding an air of poverty. Yet remnants of carved window lattices and faded tile patterns hinted that this household had likely been well off before the apocalypse descended. By the bedroom door, a gaunt middle-aged woman stood with difficulty, leaning against the frame. Her face was pale as paper, her cheeks sunken, but her eyes retained a glimmer of intellect and dignity. Her gaze alone revealed the refined upbringing she had once received. Despite her ailment, she maintained a composed demeanor. "Please have a seat. Xiaoan, pour tea for our guests. It's been years since we had visitors. The house is a bit messy, please forgive us." The woman moved with difficulty, her voice soft but her manners impeccable. Xuan quickly stepped forward to support her, his perpetually stoic face showing rare anxiety. "Mom, you're weak. The doctor said you need rest. You shouldn't move around too much." The woman gazed at her son with affection and said softly, "It's all right. I know my own body. These years have been hard on you." A hint of reproach flickered in Xuan's eyes. "Don't say that. You're my mother." Seeming reluctant to discuss family matters before outsiders, he cut to the chase. "These are colleagues from the company. This is Liu Xuan, Minister Ma's nephew. We've come to see if we can use the equipment from our old family distillery for a trial brew." "Brewing?" Surprise flickered in the woman's eyes. In this era where grain was more precious than gold, someone still wanted to brew liquor. "Greetings, Auntie. I am Liu Xuan, a worker at the farm. Apologies for the sudden visit. I brought some sorghum flour steamed buns from the farm as a humble gift." Liu Xuan took a bag of still warm white flour buns from Ganpeilan and handed them to Xuan. "Oh? This is too much. Such precious grain we couldn't possibly accept." The woman repeatedly declined. In the apocalypse, giving away grain was comparable to Liu Xuan in his past life visiting with Maotai or Zhonghua cigarettes, even more precious. "Auntie, please don't refuse. Xuan has taken such good care of my grandfather all these years, and I don't know how to repay him. This small gift is nothing. If you don't accept it, he'll be truly embarrassed." "Indeed, dear sister, just accept them. These white buns are special, ground from some mutated crops. They're good for your health. Eat more and Xuan will worry less." Old Huang's throat bobbed. "Auntie, I made these buns myself. Please try one." Ganpeilan stepped forward, lightly took a bun from the bag, carefully broke off a small piece and brought it to the woman's lips. Zh's mother sighed. Unable to refuse further, she politely took the bun from Ganpeilan and took a bite. The taste is truly different. Delicious, really delicious. This is the best bun I've ever eaten," the woman praised sincerely. After swallowing, sensing the goodwill, Zh's mother quickly urged everyone to sit. "Please sit down. Xuan sold everything he could to treat my illness, so it's a bit shabby. Just find a place to sit." Once everyone was seated and pleasantries exchanged, Zh's mother got to the point. "Before the apocalypse, Xuan's father did run a small distillery. The output was modest, but it had a local reputation. He was obsessed with liquor and even more enamored with the art of brewing, spending his days immersed in those machines. I've kept that set of equipment intact all these years as a keepsake. However," at the word "however," Liu Xuan's heart tightened. "However, there's no electricity now. We begrudge even a single light bulb. The government's electricity rates are exorbitant. Those temperature control devices, mixers, distillation kettles, condensers, they all need a high-powered dedicated circuit to run." At this, Liu Xuan's spirits plummeted. Indeed, this was the apocalypse. Power supply was already strained. Providing limited nighttime lighting for city residents was already a governmental achievement. A dedicated power line for brewing was nothing short of a pipe dream. Silence fell over the room. Liu Xuan gave a bitter smile and said to the woman, "I was being naive. Sorry for disturbing your rest, auntie. Well, take our leave now. You'll visit often. Please rest and recover. You know Professor Jian, the agronomy doctoral supervisor at the farm, has recently developed a new crop. Eating it is good for health and they say it can even cure diseases. It's truly miraculous. Once it's perfected, it will surely cure your illness." He had already decided to use modified source essence to help the woman fight her disease, for no other reason than Xuan's unwavering care for his grandfather over the years. This was a debt of gratitude he intended to repay. Thus mother took Liu Xuan's words as mere consolation. What food in this world could cure illness? Seeing Liu Xuan rise to leave, Thus mother gestured for him to wait and continued, "Don't be hasty, Xiao Liu. I haven't finished. As I said, when Xuan's father was young, he loved brewing and rigged up a set of traditional distillation equipment. It doesn't need electricity, just firewood. The output isn't high and I'm not sure if it'll be suitable." Suitable, perfectly suitable. Auntie were mainly doing experiments. With grain so precious now, we can't afford to waste food on a large scale. A turn of fortune. Liu Xuan was overjoyed. Good. Where do you plan to brew? Thus mother wanted no trouble. Lending equipment was acceptable, but brewing on the premises. Outside the city. Liu Xuan replied. That's fine. Xiao and you know how to use it. Deliver the equipment to Xiao Liu and teach him the assembly process and techniques. Carefully understand. Thus mother instructed. I understand, Mom. Rest now. You'll handle it. Xuan replied stoically, his expression unchanging. Liu Xuan glanced at him, thinking to himself, well played, Xuan. You knew about the small set of equipment all along but kept it to yourself. It seems you haven't fully opened up to me yet. As they departed from the Shu residence, several of them pushed a borrowed spacious wooden cart laden with various brewing implements, the most conspicuous being the immense steaming cauldron that gleamed with a heavy metallic luster under the setting sun. Liu Xuan, where is the place you've chosen? Xuan had resumed his usual impassive expression, yet his tone was notably softer than before. 10 li outside the city. Miss Gan knows the location, it's where she previously took shelter. The grain couldn't be transported into the city, so it's temporarily stored there. As for the specifics of how to proceed, you're the expert. You'll follow your arrangements entirely. Liu Xuan rubbed his hands together, eager to begin. In that case, let's split up. Old Huang, go home and bring a cartload of empty glass bottles, the ones we've been collecting. Pick the ones without any chips or cracks, we'll use them later for bottling the liquor. Understood. Old Huang acknowledged the order and departed. Liu Xuan, go and buy some charcoal. It needs to be hardwood charcoal, burns longer and provides a stable temperature. Never mind, I'll go myself. You're not familiar with the area. Xuan changed his mind at the last moment, earning a look of disdain from Liu Xuan. All right then, Miss Gan and I will head over first to prepare. Follow the road out of the city towards the livestock farm for 10 li. There's a ruin there, we'll meet up at that spot. Liu Xuan had Gan Peilan give Xuan the money to buy the charcoal. Over an hour later, the four of them reconvened at what had once been Gan Peilan's refuge, a place Liu Xuan had now christened the production base. Under Xuan's direction, everyone set to work. The first step was to hull the unhulled sorghum and grind it into a fine powder. Even with the aid of a hand-cranked machine, it took the four of them 6 full hours of intense effort to process only half of the toxic sorghum. The others were baffled by Liu Xuan's stubborn insistence on hulling each grain by hand, but he couldn't explain that this step was crucial for detoxification. Huang Guozhong hauled several large buckets of clear water from a distant river. Xuan mixed the sorghum powder with water in a precise ratio, added a measured amount of saccharifying enzyme, and initiated the liquefaction process. Once the mixture had cooled, he added some yeast culture with faded illegible labels, likely long past its expiration date, and sealed it for fermentation. By the time they finished, the sky had fallen completely dark. Xuan dusted the powder off his hands and announced, Phase 1 is complete. Now we wait for 10 days of fermentation. You'll come by occasionally to stir it, the rest of you needn't worry. 10 days. Liu Xuan had expected to have liquor by that very night and was stunned by the news. Even 10 days might not be enough. I'm not confident with this unfamiliar variety of sorghum. Xuan shot Liu Xuan a sideways glance. With the work done, the four of them rushed back into the city just before the gates closed for the night. When they returned to the cleaning department compound, Liu Xuan found his grandfather still sitting alone in the courtyard waiting. Did everything go smoothly? Ma Feng asked. Just you wait for some fine liquor, old man. Who'd have thought Little and here inherited his family's brewing secrets. His skills are top-notch. After a day of working together, the group had grown noticeably closer. Despite Xuan's vehement objections, Liu Xuan insisted on nicknaming him Little An. Glad it went well. It's getting late, you should all get some rest. Ma Feng, finally relieved, prepared to head to his room. Grandfather, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Liu Xuan followed him inside. Half an hour later, after hearing Liu Xian's proposal, Ma Feng clutched the gold nugget in his hand, his brow deeply furrowed. You really want to contract the group's will to feed the pigs? Professor Jiang said this breed of mutated wild boar has fast growth and high meat yield, but you know if the feed lacks grease they'll grow slowly. Ma Feng pondered for a moment, then sighed helplessly. You little rascal, you won't be satisfied until you've wrung every last drop out of this old bones of mine, will you? I was counting on this little extra income and you want to take it all with just this tiny piece of gold. Liu Xuan gave an embarrassed chuckle. Starting a business is tough. Anyway, I already owe you a huge debt, one more won't make a difference. Once the distillery starts producing, just sit back and enjoy the good life. He didn't want to tell his grandfather about his current predicament. If the old man found out that Bai Lizhang was behind his troubles, putting him in grave danger and forcing him to become a corpse keeper, who knew what reckless act the old man might commit? I have to bear this burden myself. I absolutely cannot let grandfather get hurt again. Besides, I have that cheap master to keep me alive, Liu Xuan thought to himself. HMPH. Ma Feng let out a scornful snort. Are you sure this gold was really a gift from your sworn second brother? Don't worry, the source is completely legitimate. I saw him cut it from his own gold chain with my own eyes. Big brother got a share too. Well, if that's the case, your two sworn brothers are indeed loyal and righteous men. Bring them home for a meal sometime. All right, he'll take the gold. Collecting swill has its costs too. But I can only send you 1 bucket every 2 days. There are plenty of poor souls on Huimin Street who depend on that grease to survive. Feeding it all to the pigs. There's no sense in letting people go hungry. You can take 1 bucket back yourself tomorrow morning. Anything else? Even if there is, don't say it. Get lost. The old man waved his hand impatiently, shooing away his troublesome grandson. Liu Xuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As he stepped out of the house ready to return to his room for rest, he noticed a graceful figure standing silently by the door as if waiting specifically for him. Liu Xuan, this is the 800 yuan left over from today. The cart of charcoal cost 200. Please count it. In the darkness, Gan Peilan exuded a pleasant fresh scent. Liu Xuan took the stack of crumpled bills, extracted 3 notes and pressed the remaining 500 back into her hand. Sister Lan, thank you for your trouble. Thank you for taking care of my grandfather. Please give this remaining money back to him. You'll keep a little, I'm almost completely broke. The term, Sister Lan, had come naturally to Liu Xuan after their afternoon of working together. All right. Then. Gan Peilan hesitated as if wanting to say something more. You're thinking about that matter. No rush. The time isn't right yet. Wait another 2 months. I still need more help. Liu Xuan assumed she was referring to the supplies in the shelter. No. I made you 2 pairs of cloth shoes in my spare time these past few days. Would you like to try them on? Gan Peilan stammered, shoving the shoes she had been hiding behind her back into Liu Xian's arms. Oh? I didn't know my sister Lan had such skills. He held them up to the moonlight to gauge the size, a perfect fit. I used to make them often in the mountains. Shoes wear out quickly. Get some rest now. You'll steam some extra buns for you to take in the morning. After saying this, Gan Peilan turned and went back into her room. Make plenty. I want to bring some for Professor Jiang and a few new colleagues too, Liu Xuan added before also heading to his room. Oh? I didn't know my sister Lan had such skills. Look at you. Stupid little brother Liu, mean little brother Liu, you're back and you didn't even come find me. HMPH, I'm never speaking to you again. From behind the window lattice of the third side room came DHO's muffled muttering voice. The next morning when Liu Xuan appeared at the entrance of Sector B pushing a large bucket of 50 jin of greasy swill, having collected the 10 jin of mixed grains allocated for the feeding area with 4 corpses loaded onto his cart and 2 large bundles of white flour buns stuffed in his backpack, he was greeted by 3 pairs of eyes, each with a distinctly different expression. Guo Zhao's eyes flickered with surprise. Zhong Yi's gaze was fierce and malicious. Fei Renyi's look held a hint of resentment. Hadn't he promised to bring back buns last night? Guo Zhao had gone home for a hearty meal. Zhong Yi had mooched a meal off his elder brother Zhong Shun, but Fei Renyi had gone without food for 3 meals straight. Don't say a word. No explanations. I'm just going straight to the point. Liu Xuan pulled the large white buns from his bag and handed out 4 to each person. With the 1,000 jin of toxic sorghum hauled back yesterday, buns were now in plentiful supply. In the following days, life finally settled into a rare tranquility. Liu Xuan, who diligently practiced the foundational steps of the Dharma sword art every morning, had begun to see results, even attempting the fluid transitions and connections between movements. In his spare time, he would visit the secret base outside the farm to check the fermentation progress or go to Professor Jiang's place, secretly adding ingredients to his drinking water while engaging in casual conversation. Yet most of his time was spent guarding Zone B Cell 8, closely observing the small zombie that was visibly growing stronger day by day. To secure the rewards of the minor assessment, Liu Xuan had staked everything this time, even his final trump card. Apart from feeding the 4 corpses to the small zombie without any waste, he had not set foot in the Valley of the Dead again, having heard that few corpses had been delivered recently, with over a dozen newcomers fighting tooth and nail for them. From the daily furrowed brows of Fei Rennie and Zhong Yi, it was clear their harvests were meager. However, the small zombie Liu Xuan raised never went hungry. 10 gin of mixed grains daily plus 50 gin of greasy swill sent by his grandfather every 2 days were enough to replenish its daily consumption. But the most nourishing was the trump card Liu Xuan had played. Only 6 small portions of the modified source essence from Little Bug remained, which were untouchable, reserved for his grandfather Professor Jiang and Shu An's mother. As for the 2 drops of pure source essence originally intended for his sworn brothers, Liu Xuan had divided them into 10 small portions, 4 of which had already been mixed into the small zombie's food. Each feeding drove the zombie into a near frenzy, almost gnawing a hole through the stone trough. Notably, Liu Xuan had Little Bug decompose the 2 drops of source essence converted from crystal cores. He discovered that despite their apparent similarity, the energy within the 2 drops was vastly different. 1 drop contained only about 30% of the energy of the other. Presumably the most potent drop came from the father zombie's crystal core, the one he had absorbed from the mother zombie, and the weakest from the little girl's crystal core. If he carelessly gave them to his sworn brothers upon their next meeting, the disparate effects would turn a good deed into a disaster, leaving him with no explanation. Liu Xuan secretly decided that once the sorghum liquor turned a profit, he would purchase several blue vials, allowing those close to him to absorb the modified source essence enriched with rare herbs. As for the pure version, he would keep it for himself and the small zombie. The little zombie ate until its belly was round and was never picky. Whenever its food was laced with diluted source essence, it would devour it with the desperate urgency of a dog eating its own vomit. Conversely, if a meal lacked the additive, it would lose interest and barely touch it. Despite sacrificing the precious source essence, he himself was reluctant to absorb. The results were evident. Under Liu Xuan's careful feeding, the small zombie grew rapidly. In just a few days, its size had nearly caught up to the pampered one in Cell 10 belonging to Guozhao, trailing by only half a head. Liu Xuan noticed that the changes in Cell 8 were not limited to size. Its growth seemed holistic. Its arms and thighs had visibly thickened, thudding loudly against the iron bars. What astonished him more was that No. 8 seemed to be gradually becoming more active, or rather it was developing intelligence. A zombie slowly turning intelligent. Liu Xuan crouched at the cell door watching No. 8 leap about inside and nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, he was covertly observing the condition of the small zombies raised by others. The one in Cell 10, Guozhao's, was growing increasingly robust. Like Liu Xuan, he hadn't gone to the Valley of the Dead to compete for corpses, yet his small zombie in Cell 10 was undoubtedly the best fed in the entire breeding area. For no other reason than money. Guozhao simply bought food with cash. Every morning a designated person delivered a full basin of sheep offal and pig entrails sourced from Anx's largest state-run restaurant Tongshenshang, providing extremely rich nutrition. He even purchased live rats. Liu Xuan had once seen Guozhao throw a string of screeching rats into the cell. Even the farm's scarce green vegetables and mutated potatoes ended up in Cell 10's trough. This wasn't raising a zombie, this was serving an ancestor. In a week, Cell 10 small zombie had visibly grown plumper, its size nearly matching an adult zombie, a veritable little shack. Turning to Cell 9, Zhong Yi's zombie. To Liu Xuan's surprise, Zhong Yi's No. 9 had also grown considerably. Though he had never seen Zhong Yi feed it anything special, it was indeed much stronger than before and seemed more ferocious and bloodthirsty. Anyone passing Cell 9 would be met with the small zombie lunging at the bars, howling madly, its pale eyes flashing with terrifying malice. Had Zhong Yi not been seen daily scavenging corpses from the Valley of the Dead? What was he feeding No. 9? It was common knowledge that a solitary zombie without a corpse king's command would instinctively avoid creatures stronger than itself, especially young ones. But No. 9 was different. Its craving for flesh and blood far exceeded that of other small zombies, a fact Liu Xuan could clearly sense. After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion, he let the matter go. Everyone has their secrets. He had Little Bug. It was only natural for Zhong Yi to have some fortuitous encounter or special method. Moreover, all 4 of them belonged to Master Meng's feeding team in Zone B. Master Meng had hinted that besides individual rewards, the team with the highest overall ranking would receive additional benefits. He didn't specify what those were. However, securing the team first place would likely not be easy. Liu Xuan's gaze shifted to Cell 7. Fei Rennie crouched despairingly by his cell door. In the dark corner, the small zombie in Cell 7 was curled up, skinny as a rail. Liu Xuan doubted it would even survive until the monthly exam, sustained only by the daily 10 gin of mixed grains from the breeding area, even if it managed to pass the minor assessment. Today was Friday, with only 2 days left until the minor assessment on Sunday night. By then, one of the 16 newcomers would be eliminated and replaced by a new member. And the fate of the eliminated was none other than death. After feeding No. 8, Liu Xuan picked up his wooden bucket and was about to leave when Zhong Yi, noticing his movement, followed. Once they reached a secluded spot, Zhong Yi sidled up, grinning ingratiatingly. Team leader Liu, hold on, let's talk business. Liu Xuan stepped back warily. Speak your mind. Zhong Yi chuckled. 2 days left. I want to trade a secret for your greasy swill. I hear that feeding a zombie only meat has its drawbacks. It needs some vegetables and grains. But my no. 9 refuses to eat anything else. I've seen your no. 8 gobble up that swill rice like a starving wolf pouncing on its prey. That frenzy almost makes me want to take a bite myself. Zhong Yi realized his poor analogy and quickly corrected himself. Let's partner up. I'll tell you a way to get unlimited fresh meat and you give me 10 jin of swill daily. A strong alliance, not just for the day after tomorrow's minor assessment but for all future evaluations. Well, lock down the top 2 spots. How about it? Not interested. Liu Xuan's tone was icy, his refusal absolute. What secrets could a hoodlum like Zhong Yi possibly have? It wasn't hard to guess. He was likely using his connections with the local thugs in Huimin Street to search for corpses within the city and haul them back himself, cutting out the corpse collection team as the middleman. Moreover, the pure source essence was nearly depleted. Liu Xuan himself was counting on the assessment rewards to replenish it. He wouldn't be foolish enough to share or cooperate with anyone, let alone Zhong Yi. Unless someone could offer a few vials of evolution fluid in exchange. But obviously no such figure existed in this lowly trade of zombie raising. Liu Xuan glanced in the direction of Cell 10. He had already formulated a detailed plan for the apocalypse's progression. Upon passing the minor assessment and receiving the reward, he intended to exchange grain liquor for a few spirit cores or several vials of cheap blue potions. With the source essence he could simultaneously sustain the elder, nurture the little corpse and enhance his own strength, advancing on 3 fronts in a low-key manner. This was the prudent choice for survival in the apocalypse. With the symbiotic insect residing within him, he had no need to cooperate with anyone at all. No room for negotiation. No room for negotiation. Won't you reconsider? I do have a stable channel for obtaining fresh meat. Cooperate with me and you'll never have to worry about food for your little corpse again. A barely perceptible flicker of cunning light passed through Zhong Yi's eyes as he persisted in his probing, unwilling to give up. Liu Xuan didn't respond, merely staring back with an icy, indifferent gaze. HMPH, I offered you a chance and you squandered it, then we'll just have to wait and see. The veneer of feigned amiability on Zhong Yi's face instantly dissolved, once again revealing a ferocious expression. He spat out this threat, then turned and strode away. Liu Xuan watched Zhong Yi's retreating figure, his brows furrowed. After a few days of calm, he had put aside his plan to demonstrate a show of force against Zhong Yi, only to find that the man's treacherous heart had not ceased. He was once again provoking him. The instructor's adage, a single punch keeps 100 punches at bay, was now ripe for implementation. Just as Liu Xuan was plotting how to stage a scene of forced retaliation and pitiful humiliation, footsteps sounded beside him. It was Guo Zhao. Stay away from Zhong Yi. His heart has turned dark. Guo Zhao's voice was choked with a certain icy fury. Having issued this abrupt warning, he turned and walked away. Liu Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Guo Zhao was always a man of heavy thoughts, usually cautious in word and deed, rarely conversing with others. That he broke his silence today to offer a warning clearly indicated he knew some secret about Zhong Yi. For even the consistently self-preserving Guo Zhao to be this vigilant, Zhong Yi was certainly no benevolent character. Liu Xuan resolved within himself the next time he was provoked it would be the moment to put his week of training in the Bodhid Hammer sword technique to the test in real combat. He would cripple him, terrify him, beat him until he never dared to provoke him again. A fierce cold glint flashed in his eyes. Over the weekend the 4 of them dared not slacken their vigilance for a moment, guarding the tiny corpse that meant life or death, tending to it with meticulous care. Until Sunday evening the minor assessment finally arrived. At 7 in the evening, searchlights that had never been lit before cast their beams from the 4 corners of the high walls, illuminating the gravel square as bright as day. Over 100 new and old corpse breeders surrounded the area. Granny Lung's frail form was sunk into an old sofa at the center, her gaze distant as if contemplating the entertainment for the evening. Beside her 4 black-clad armed guards swept the crowd with sharp eyes, their dark gun barrels sending a chill through everyone's hearts. Newcomer assessment, begin. The man with a sinister countenance standing beside Granny Lung dragged out his words announcing the commencement of the night's slaughter. The man whose voice was as shrill as a eunuch from a past life was named Lung Wuji, Granny Lung's adopted son and the second in command of the breeding zone. This man was ruthless and merciless. Corpse breeders avoided him at all costs, terrified of incurring the slightest trouble. There was a saying in the zone, better to be killed by Granny than to play with Wuji. Rumor had it that the last assessment's loser was handed over to Lung Wuji. His agonized screams lasted for a full week before ceasing, and when he was finally dragged out he was a mangled corpse added to the bucket of mixed feed. Liu Xuan had long marked Lung Wuji as a top priority dangerous figure, giving him a wide berth whenever he caught a glimpse. Such a deranged demon and a second-rank martial artist made everyone's skin crawl. Good. For this week's newcomer minor assessment, what shall we play? Granny Lung's icy voice pulled Liu Xuan back to reality. All right, the annual corpse combat tournament is approaching. Let's not bother with formalities and go straight to a practical drill. Tonight let's see the lively active side of our little ones. A draw elimination system. Winners enter the winner's bracket, losers go to the loser's bracket. The squad that secures the most spots among the top 4 of the winner's bracket will be named the excellent squad, rewarded with 5 experience cards for the group's Heaven on Earth nightclub, 200 catties of potatoes and $2,000 new dollars. Whoa, the crowd erupted into clamor. This year's rewards were exceptionally generous. It seemed the group's higher-ups intended to win some prestige in Anx's corpse breeding world. My words from last time still stand. The first place will receive a vial of defective blue evolution potion. Granny Leng took a vial of cerulean potion from her bosom and handed it to Leng Wuji. You all heard that. Our mother. Our director Leng rewards and punishes fairly. Do well and you'll be handsomely rewarded. Now pull yourselves together and put on a good show for the leadership. Leng Wuji raised the potion high, drawing out his words. For squad leaders, come up and draw lots. Leng Wuji crumpled 4 pieces of paper, each marked with 1 or 2 into balls, and held them in his palm. Those who draw the same number are opponents. You'll go first. The burly second-rank martial artist squad leader Fang shoved aside squad leader Zhu, who was in his way, and was the first to draw a slip marked 1. He unfolded the paper smugly, showing it to the other 3, his eyes filled with contempt as he stepped aside to await his opponent. TCH, what's there to be so cocky about? Sure you'll win. Squad leader Zhu stepped forward, flashed a fawning smile at Leng Wuji, and reached in to draw. Though his mouth talked tough, inwardly he was praying desperately not to draw 1. Each day, if the number of corpses delivered by the retrieval team was insufficient, most were snatched away by squad leader Fang's men, leaving him to pick at the scraps. The 4 little corpses in Zone A were all plump and sturdy, clearly a formidable sight. The opponent he hoped for was squad leader Liu's group, a bunch of cowards. But fate had other plans. He unfolded the paper and there it was, starkly marked 1. Squad leader Zhu's face instantly turned ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly. Those 5 experience cards for Heaven on Earth, those beautiful women of all shapes and sizes, were completely lost to him. The groups are set. Squad leaders Fang and Jiyu begin first. Old Meng and little Liu prepare for the next round. Soon a massive iron cage was erected in the center of the grounds with entrances on both sides. It was clearly a temporary cage for corpse fights and had been used often before. With the help of the black-clad guard, squad leader Fang and squad leader Zhu's new subordinates used snare poles to lock the little corpses' necks and waists, dragging them out of the detention area. Even a little corpse was not something an ordinary person could easily subdue. The newcomers relied on the assistance of the strong guards to get their raised little corpses into the cage. Under the harsh light, the 2 little corpses cowered slightly, burying their heads between their legs, emitting a continuous immature screech. Just as Liu Xuan was wondering how they would drive the corpses to fight each other, a squad of black-clad guards escorted in 4 men who were tightly bound. Cloth gags were stuffed in their mouths and they let out muffled cries of anger or pleading. So there were prisoners locked up here too. Were they held here on official commission? Or? Leng Wuji's next words answered his doubts. These bastards from Stronghold Group stole my turf, killed my brothers. Today feel served their purpose. Bleed them. A flicker of madness gleamed in Leng Wuji's eyes. 2 guards pinned a man down while a third thrust a thick needle into his carotid artery. Crimson blood instantly filled the tube, flowing into a bag. After filling 2 bags, the guards sealed the tube but left the needle dangling from the prisoner. Begin. Granny Leng sat upright, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Each guard carried a bag of warm blood to the cage. With a shout of, "Here you go," they hurled the bags with precision, striking the curled-up little corpse's head. Crimson blossoms erupted on their bald scalps. The scarlet liquid glistened harshly under the bright light, staining half their bodies. Roar! The little corpse lost all control. They raised their pale light-sensitive pupils, sniffing around until they detected the irresistible allure of living prey, each other. So it was about using fresh blood to provoke corpse fights. Liu Xuan shook his head inwardly. Roar! Roar! The cage echoed with howls, but Liu Xuan found it dull. The speed and strength of these little corpses couldn't even match the female corpse that second brother had crushed with a stone, let alone the swift corpse father. The grey and scarlet monsters in the cage resembled monkeys brawling in a past life zoo, pure instinct, no skill. The stronger one always prevailed. Soon squad leader Fang's group erupted in cheers. The noticeably larger little corpse pinned another beneath it, tearing and biting widely as dark brown fluid splattered everywhere. Squad Fang's no. 3 wins. Before Granny Leng could finish, guards used poles to separate the frenzied victor. Each little corpse was worth $5,000 new dollars, priceless and irreplaceable, a precious asset of the group. Though the corpses were resilient and usually recovered in days, the guards remained cautious. In the next 3 rounds, squad leader Zhu's team scraped a single win, losing the other 2 miserably. 4 members entered from the winning and losing teams respectively. Squad leader Fang was elated while squad leader Zhu looked ashen. Second group begin. Leng Wuji's eunuch-like voice rang through the courtyard. Liu Xian's no. 8 was about to enter. Xiao Gui, you go first. Win us the opening glory, Meng Dabiao called out boisterously. All right, Guo Jiao replied calmly, following the guard to drag the corpse. Liu Xuan even worried whether one guard and the frail Guo Jiao could control the strongest little corpse. Indeed, the two struggled with the pole to drag the nearly only and a half-meter humanoid monster. Only after two more joined did they manage to lock No. 10 into the fighting cage. Oh? This one's impressive, grew this big in just a week. Looks like the exam champion is a foregone conclusion, Granny Leng said, her drooping eyelid suddenly lifting. Seeing the old lady's interest, Leng Wuji quickly chimed in, good eye godmother. This is. He leaned in to whisper. Oh? The Guo kid abandons his life of leisure to raise corpses at Chifeng. Asking for trouble. Forget it, we won't meddle in official matters. The chairman must know. Keep an eye on him. Don't let anything happen on our turf, Granny Leng instructed. Understood, godmother. Rest assured I'll ensure he doesn't lose a single hair in the breeding zone. Leng Wuji bowed in assurance. Slap. Slap. Two bags of blood struck the heads of the two little corpses in the cage, vastly different in size. The battle began. Or rather, the slaughter began. Guo Jiao's No. 10 ignited by the scalding blood lunged fiercely at squad leader Liu's frail little corpse. With a single claw the little corpse flew into the air, crashing heavily against the iron bars. No. 10 didn't stop, its massive fanged mouth tore off the smaller corpse's arm. Dark brown fluid gushed, covering the original scarlet. Stop. Stop. Damn. This thing's almost like an adult corpse. Leng Wuji screeched, his tone exaggerated as if echoing Granny Leng's earlier remark. Four poles reached into the cage to subdue the frenzied No. 10. Squad leader Meng roared with laughter. Squad leader Liu glared coldly at one of his men. Guo Jiao remained expressionless and Liu Xuan grew anxious. He hadn't expected No. 10 to be so formidable. Was Guo Jiao also adding something to the bait? That shouldn't be. Liu Xuan was baffled. Winning first place seemed uncertain. In the second match Zhong Yi volunteered. His performance, though not as stunning as No. 10's, was equally surprising. Zhong Yi's No. 9 matched squad leader Fang's strong corpse in size and radiated an unusually ferocious aura. The moment the opponent appeared, No. 9 tore a large chunk of rotting flesh from its shoulder, chewing noisily under the glaring searchlights. Dark brown mucus dripped from its lips like beads, chilling the onlookers. This was a real corpse. Those who've raised corpses know that while domesticated ones lack souls and intelligence, they develop a certain laziness. Even the fiercest beasts lose their wildness when caged for long. The same goes for corpses. Fed 3 times daily, they stop howling, fixating only on food. The breeding zone once produced a legend who could share a room with a sated corpse without being attacked. That man was Meng Dabiao. He had devoted himself to feeding a little corpse for an entire year until it stopped attacking him. This research had even stunned the authorities back then. Yet Zhong Yi's corpse was different, it grew fiercer with time, a true anomaly. The bloodthirsty expression, the cannibalism seen only under a corpse king's control, was all laid bare before the crowd. Third match No. 8 enters. As Liu Xuan and the guard escorted the little corpse No. 8 into the corner cage, he sensed something odd. Compared to the previous frenzied struggling subjects, No. 8 was eerily docile. It neither threatened nor resisted, simply curling up silently in the corner like a tame street-performing monkey. The audience burst into jeers. TSK, is it a female? What's there to fight? Damn, why don't I get such luck with a pushover? Looks sturdy, but it's all show. Meng Dabiao stared at the long-limbed, light-fearing corpse in the cage, his knuckles unconsciously tightening. He noticed Liu Xian's tense profile and couldn't help worrying. He thought, how did this kid raise it? Looks strong but lacks ferocity. In a real fight it's probably worse than an ordinary little corpse. I hope he doesn't end up in the loser's final, or he'll have to put in extra effort. Female corpses were indeed weak in combat, but that was relative to martial artists. For ordinary people they were still a crushing nightmare. The loud clang of the cage door locking jolted Liu Xuan from his thoughts. Slap, slap. 2 bags of thick plasma burst on the corpses' heads, the cloying scent of blood spreading instantly. The opposing corpse No. 12 immediately entered a berserk state, charging with a roar. But No. 8 only stirred briefly as the blood rain fell, then resumed its cowering posture, even trying to bury its face in the shadows, utterly indifferent to the prey before it. This was completely against a corpse's instincts. Cold sweat beaded on Liu Xian's forehead. Corpse combat was fundamentally different from beast fighting. Beasts weighed strength and chose to flee, but corpse men possessed an unrelenting urge to attack. They knew no fear, no retreat, only the instinct to tear apart every living thing before them. Yet number 8 was overturning this iron law. In the blink of an eye, number 12 had pounced upon number 8, its sharp teeth sinking deep into its shoulder blade. Black blood splattered as shredded flesh was torn away, yet number 8 remained curled up, enduring the assault with no sign of retaliation. Ha ha ha, just as cowardly as that one from Zone 7. Like owner, like corpse. Bite through its neck. Drive the useless trash out of the cage. Liu Xuan could no longer hold back, lunging to the cage's edge and roaring, "Fight back, damn it! Get up, fight!" As if ignited by that explosive shout, number 8 abruptly raised its head, those pale pupils contracted in an instant, locking onto number 12 as it charged again. In the next instant its lower limbs exploded with force, hurtling forward with a reeking wind. Boom! The two corpse bodies collided like rampaging beasts, the sound of shattering bones grating against the teeth. Roar! From number 8's throat erupted not the famished howl of a living creature but something deeper, more savage, a roar like an ancient beast defending its territory. It was warning its kin. Number 12 responded with even more frenzied clawing and biting. A decayed branch-like arm swung toward number 8's skull, but number 8 evaded with an unnatural contorted motion. It suddenly dropped low, scurrying on all fours to the opponent's side, its claws like steel blades gouging into the calf muscle and tearing viciously. Rip! A large chunk of grey-black rotting flesh along with sinews was torn away, revealing dull, lightless bones and dead muscle fibers. Number 12 felt no pain, only heightened fury. It twisted its body, another arm crashing down with a vicious wind. Thud. Number 8's shoulder blade caved in with a sound, its whole body slammed to the ground. Yet it leveraged the fall, kicking its legs upward, toe bones stabbing into number 12's abdomen like venom-coated daggers. The two monsters descended into a maddened frenzy. They gnawed through throats with their teeth, tore open chests with their claws, and smashed skulls against each other. Every clash aimed to utterly destroy the other's core of movement, every lunge struck at vital points. The iron cage rattled noisily and the arm-thick alloy bars began to warp slightly. Finally number 8 pinned number 12 beneath it, its claws madly gouging at eye sockets and cheekbones. The corpse man beneath struggled wildly, but in vain. One of its arms had been twisted into a grotesque angle. The victor was decided. Stop. Zone number 8 wins. Old Granny Lung's hoarse voice cut through the clamor. Several guards hurriedly used poles to separate them, in truth forcibly dragging the still frenzied number 8 away. Impossible. Squad leader Xiao Liu's eyes nearly split, his nails digging deep into his palms. This was his strongest corpsman, originally planned to secure 2 wins steadily. Now it was reduced to waste, and judging by the injuries it might not even escape the elimination round. Interesting. Old Granny Lung leaned forward slightly. Not enraged by blood, but strikes later to control. Indeed unusual. Lung Wuji bowed in agreement. Should we continue observing? Of course. Her withered lips curled. Bring in the blood bag. Next, the subsequent duels were without suspense. Meng Ban's number 7 was utterly crushed, Fei Renyi's face ashen. The first round ended with Liu Xian's group advancing 3 to the winning bracket and 1 falling to the losing bracket. Mid-match rest. The farm fed large amounts of fresh meat for the corpsemen to recover, and the drained blood bag had given its last remaining value. The next 2 rounds rushed forward swiftly. Meng Ban's number 8 and number 10 carved their way to the final meeting smoothly. Zhong Yi's number 9 fell to Fang Ban's number 4, ultimately ranking 6th. Fei Renyi's number 7 was marching triumphantly in the losing bracket, about to vie for last place with number 12, whose arm had been twisted off by number 8. Godmother, Lung Wuji respectfully added fresh tobacco to old Granny Lung's pipe. Shall we watch the final first or the elimination match? He. She let out a crow-like laugh. Save the best for last, let's watch the final first. The final it began. Zone number 8 versus zone number 10, Lung Wuji's distinctive voice fell and Meng Dabio raised his chin high, his gaze sweeping over the other 3 squad leaders' faces like a vulture patrolling. If not now, when? Truly worthy of my prized disciple, truly worthy of the savvy Guo. Has really brought me face. Ladies of heaven on earth, old Meng is coming. Inside the cage the 2 corpsemen were already facing off. Judging by physique alone, almost everyone tipped the scales toward number 10. It was burly as an adult corpseman, muscles bulging, each breath carrying a dull hiss. Even Liu Xuan clenched his fists, his heart sinking. The gap in strength was too obvious. Even if number 8 had devoured a few precious drops of source essence, number 10 had shown near overwhelming dominance in previous rounds. The blood of the 3rd prisoner burst above the 2 corpses, the hot stench instantly igniting battle lust. The opening was as expected. Number 10 like a small erupting mountain of flesh charged with a roar, each step shaking the cage floor with a hum. And number 8 was fleeing. It scurried on all fours, weaving through the cage's corners with astonishing agility, constantly dodging number 10's lunges. One chasing, one fleeing, the scene grew almost comical. Number 10 was massive, its muscles knotted like iron, though somewhat less agile, its endurance and strength were overwhelming. Its arms swung like whistling iron clubs, stirring up gusts of foul wind. And number 8's most astonishing trait was its incredible resilience. Over dozens of exchanges it was repeatedly smashed away by number 10, crashing into the cage bars with sickening thuds. Yet every time, just as the crowd thought it was over, it would twist and spring up in a bizarre motion, narrowly evading the finishing blow and then retreat again. At the top of the stands a glint of sharp light flashed in old Granny Lung's murky eyes. Could it be? Number 10 was undoubtedly on a strength-type evolution path. With a few more years of cultivation it might become a true corpse general. But this number 8. Its evasive stance, its resilience upon being struck. These were clear omens of an extremely rare speed-type mutation. And all corpse kings without exception evolved from speed-type corpse men. My dear mother. Old Granny Leng's inner voice slipped into a rural dialect. At that moment the battle shifted abruptly. Number 8 was once again sent flying by a heavy blow, landing with a stagger. Number 10 howled, driving it into a corner of the iron cage, advancing step by step, killing intent boiling. It's over. Liu Xuan closed his eyes. Guo Zhao's lips curled into a faint, unsurprised smile. Behind him an entire team had poured resources into raising this corpseman. Victory was only natural. Meng Dabiao shook his head. Though both were his own corpsemen, he secretly still hoped that poor kid Liu Xuan could create a miracle. At the final moment, a sudden change erupted. A deafening roar erupted from number 10 as it tore through the air with claws capable of shattering steel plates, ferociously striking toward number 8 in the corner. Clang! The claws scraped against the specially alloyed cage bars, sending out dazzling sparks and leaving several deep gouges. But number 8 had vanished. In the instant before the attack landed, it transformed into a blurry black shadow with terrifying leaping power and extreme speed, silently landing on number 10's broad back. Like a ghost possessing its prey, number 10 flew into a rage, twisting its body frantically, even clawing at its own back in a desperate attempt to shake it off. Several strikes failed to harm number 8 in the slightest, only tearing its own flesh to a bloody mess. Yet all was in vain. Number 8 clung to its back like a weightless spectre, moving in rhythm with every struggle. Its long limbs locked into the crevices of number 10's muscles like iron chains, searching for weaknesses. The next second the attack came. It wasn't as powerful as number 10's blows, but it was breathtakingly fast. Thud. 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 Its claws turned into two grey cyclones, tearing everything apart, stabbing frantically at number 10's relatively vulnerable neck, back of the head and spine joints at a frequency barely visible to the naked eye. Each stab landed precisely near the same spot, not deep but incredibly rapid. Number 10's roar shifted into a mix of fury and the desperate howl of a trapped beast. Its immense power had no outlet, like an elephant unable to catch a deadly rat, only futilely bending the cage bars and shaking the entire arena, yet unable to stop the relentless, precise destruction. The tough bluish-grey skin was finally torn, spraying dark yellow tissue fluid and thick black blood. Number 8's attack didn't pause for a moment, it only grew faster. The dense stabbing sounds nearly merged into one, sending chills down the spine. Before ultimate speed and precision, power seemed clumsy and laughable. Stop. Separate them. Now. Old Granny Cold shot up from her seat, shrieking orders. She knew she had struck gold. These two exceptional little corpsemen would be the brightest stars for Chiffon Group at the Yi-End Corpse Battle Assembly. Moreover, barring accidents, after draining their commercial value, the group would harvest 2 precious corpse general-level crystals. And she would surely replace F.A. Rui, the farm director, to take the top seat at the breeding grounds. Can't let them die prematurely. Dozens of control rods thrust into the cage, forcibly separating the 2 corpsemen. He. Absolutely brilliant. Up to standard. I never expected you to train 2 top-tier corpsemen in just a week. No wonder you're the outstanding employee of the breeding zone for 3 consecutive years. Excellent. Excellent. Old Granny Cold's face beamed with joy, wrinkles like furrows covering her forehead. Meng Dabiao immediately bowed, his tone humble and eager. Director, you flatter me. It's all thanks to your guidance and the group's resources. Under your leadership, we've managed to uncover this meager potential. Living up to your expectations is our greatest honor. Silence fell all around, broken only by number 10's unwilling roars vibrating through the air. I declare. Old Granny Cold's hoarse voice rang out across the venue. In this assessment zone, BS number 8 and number 10 tie for first place. Equal rewards. An unprecedented double champion. She then took out a vial of azure liquid and handed it to Leng Wuji. Leng Wuji bowed, took it and quickly walked to the Zone B crowd. Old Meng, congratulations. The group reward can be collected from my office later. He first handed a vial to Guo Zhao, then turned to Liu Xuan and handed him another. As his gaze swept over Liu Xuan's young handsome face, a flicker of undisguised greedy desire gleamed in his eyes. Guo Zhao can't be touched. But this tender-skinned little one is worth some special cultivation. Joyful moments always passed in a flash. When the deep wrinkles on old Granny Cold's forehead gradually smoothed, the seasoned corpse erasers who knew her temper felt a sinking dread. Someone was about to face disaster. Meng Dabiao glanced sideways at the ashen-faced Fei Ren and let out an almost inaudible sigh. In this abyss of the apocalypse, one must accept fate. And useless waste never lasts long. Over the past week, Meng Dabiao had fully witnessed how utterly worthless Fei Ren could be: cowardly, despondent, lazy, self-destructive, muddled. A collection of every vice, a hopeless fish that could never turn over. He wouldn't even spare the few steamed buns Liu Xuan secretly gave him to feed the starving skeletal number 7, instead hiding them in his own room for some unknown purpose. With his life hanging by a thread, what use was hoarding a bit of food? Now the opponent for number 7 was the former top corpseman of Xiao Liu's team. Had it not been for having one arm snapped by number 8, causing its record to plummet to the bottom of the elimination rounds, it could have contended for a spot in the top 4. No matter how you looked at it, number 7 had no chance. The five stood at the entrance of Zone BS Cell 7, each lost in their own thoughts. Meng Dabiao felt a trace of pity for Fei Renyi, but he would never use the backup reserved for his precious disciple to save his life. Moreover, even if he survived this time, he would still meet his end next time. Zhong Yi wore a cold, indifferent smirk, still brooding over his number 9 being stopped in the top 6. Guo Zhao's face was as calm as still water, unreadable save for the occasional slight frown that betrayed his inner turmoil. Fei Renyi himself, perhaps knowing his end was near, showed an almost serene calm. Brothers, I've reached my limit. It's been a real pleasure knowing you all. His voice was hoarse but unusually clear. Captain Meng, thank you. I know I'm a failure and let you down. I'm sorry. Brother Zhong, thank you too. Too bad you'll never get to see that 36D at the good come again you mentioned. Maybe in the next life. Team leader, he looked at Liu Xuan, his eyes reddening slightly. Those buns you gave me. I took a couple of bites. They were so fragrant, so sweet. I can never repay this kindness. Finally he turned to Guo Zhao, his voice carrying a hint of timid pleading. Young Master Guo, I know you're from extraordinary origins. I have no choice but to shamelessly beg you. I've hidden 5.5 buns in my room plus a few potatoes saved from the cafeteria. Please have someone send them to Mining Zone Squad 16 to a cook named Wang Rongxiang. She's my mother. For the sake of our acquaintance. Can you promise me this? He looked up, his eyes bloodshot but blazing with an astonishing light. All right. Guo Zhao's reply was brief and firm. A smile uglier than tears spread across Fei Renyi's face as he bowed deeply to everyone. I'm a waste who's held you all back. I'm sorry. If there's a next life, I, Fei Renyi, will repay you tenfold, even if I have to chew grass and carry rings. A man at death's door had finally shown some backbone, uttering a promise as ethereal as it was weighty. Wait. Just as Fei Renyi reached for the pole to control the corpseman, Liu Xuan suddenly called out. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. As the saying goes, sharpening the spear on the eve of battle makes it keen enough. There's still half a bucket of feed left at No. 8. Take it quickly to No. 7. Consider it a parting gift from a neighbor. Liu Xuan's tone brooked no argument as he unceremoniously poured the large bucket of swill laced with special ingredients from before No. 8's pen into No. 7's trough. Renyi, don't lose all hope. That corpse is down an arm. Maybe. No. 7 still has a chance. A faint glimmer of light flickered in Fei Renyi's eyes. He quickly took the empty bucket from Liu Xuan's hands, casting him a grateful glance. TCH, fake generosity, Zhong Yi sneered from the side. If you're so willing to share, why not give it to my No. 9. It might just make it into the top 4 and bring more glory to Boss Meng. No one paid his sour remarks any heed. All eyes were fixed on the dark corner, where No. 7, battered to the brink of death in previous rounds, was now painfully crawling out. It buried its head in the trough, emitting a desperate whimpering sound as it frantically gobbled up the feed. When Fei Renyi shoved the nearly formless No. 7 into the corpse fighting cage, a cacophony of piercing jeers erupted around them. What's there to fight? Just call it a loss already. Total waste of time. Exactly. If Xiao Liu's squad's No. 12 hadn't lost an arm, would it even be here for this bottom-tier match? It looks fiercer than Fang's burly corpse. The corpse is worthless and its keeper is an utter failure. Deserves to be eliminated. And he dares to compete for my job. Must have lost his mind. The last shout came from the cook who distributed the daily rations, his voice especially loud. Fei Renyi turned a deaf ear to the mockery around him. He crouched by the icy iron cage, speaking softly to No. 7, whose chest had caved in. Little useless one. We're quite a pair, aren't we? You're a little waste and I'm a big waste, two misfits together. Heh. It's not your fault. Truly. If you hadn't been unlucky enough to end up with me with anyone else, you wouldn't have been ruined like this. This is the last round. Give it everything. If you can get me out of this alive, I'll treat you like my own father from now on. If. Before Fei Renyi could utter another word, a bag of thick bloody gore hurtled down from above, exploding against No. 7's skull. The splattering warm blood drenched his face, its icy touch jolting him. Phut, ha ha ha. This pathetic comical scene instantly ignited a roar of laughter from the onlookers. Roar? A piercing shriek tore through the air. No. 12 was fully provoked into a savage frenzy. Its slightly decayed chest heaved violently. The left arm, nearly torn off at the shoulder, hung by only a few dark red muscle fibers, swaying grotesquely with its every move. It came. There were no miracles. The battle was a one-sided slaughter from the start. No. 12's intact right claw clamped onto No. 7's right leg, hoisted it over its head and then slammed it viciously onto the freezing concrete floor. Crack! The sharp, sickening sound of bones breaking rang out. Thud. 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 This final match, dismissed as a fight between weaklings, unfolded in such a brutal and monotonous way. The crowd watched in disappointment as No. 12 using its single powerful arm smashed no. 7 against the ground like a tattered sack over and over again. After a dozen or so blows as if bored it hurled no. 7's broken body against the iron cage. Clang. A deafening screech of twisting metal. No. 7 flew backward and crashed into the bars. The immense impact even bent the straight iron poles into a visible curve. It lay limp on the ground. More thick dark blood gushed from the wounds on its mouth, nose and abdomen. Its body was bent at an inhuman angle, its spine clearly shattered beyond repair. No. 12 dragged its mangled arm closer, raising its right foot high, gathering strength for the final fatal stomp to end this heap of flesh. 12. From the top of the stands, old lady Lung's dry voice was about to pronounce Fei Renyi's elimination. But in that instant, no. 7, which had offered no resistance from the start, suddenly moved. The words stuck in old lady Lung's throat. Under the disbelieving gaze of everyone, that corpse, seemingly with every bone broken and utterly finished, moved. One strike alone. A strike as swift as black lightning, the final blow gathering all its remaining life force. It completely ignored the heavy foot that could crush steel bars, channeling all the power within its broken body, all the bloodthirsty instinct etched in its genes into this single attack. Its withered, skinny yet abnormally sharp claws, like the final counterstrike of a dying viper, stabbed upward with precision and ferocity. Schlurk! A wet, muffled and ominous sound, the horrifying noise of rotten flesh and brittle bones being forcibly breached. No. 7's entire arm had driven itself fiercely into no. 12's unprotected rear, its vital point. And it kept digging and tearing deeper with a frenzy. OWW. No. 12 let out an unprecedented shriek of terror, not anger. Its stomping motion instantly faltered. Its body convulsed violently from this unimaginable strike, lost its balance and crashed backward. The limp no. 7 made no extra moves. Driven by pure instinct, its arm churned wildly inside no. 12's body. It tore at every organ it could reach, turning them into pulp. No. 12 futilely swung its remaining arm at the ground, trying to smash no. 7 beneath it into paste, but its strength was rapidly draining as its core was destroyed. Its blows became weak and feeble. Perhaps it was the effect of Liu Xuan's final meal, or perhaps the primal killing instinct deep in the corpse's genes had fully erupted. No. 7 began kicking the ground with astonishing force, burrowing its own increasingly broken body deeper into no. 12's insides. It was as if it wasn't trying to push its enemy away, but to burrow completely into the deepest recesses of its opponent's shell to finish this brutal slaughter from within. No. 12's struggles grew weaker. Its howls turned into gurgling sounds mixed with bits of internal organs spilling from its throat. Finally it lost all ability to resist, leaving no. 7 to crawl into the ever-widening wound to end the fight. Wah! The rookie corpsekeeper, whose life was bound to no. 12 could no longer endure the extreme gore. He bent over and vomited violently. HMPH. Old Lady Lung wrinkled her face in disgust, her voice icy. A fine corpse baby raised into such a waste. No. 12's keeper eliminated. Throw him in to nourish those good babies in the cage. Perhaps the rookie's vomiting sealed his fate as she delivered her final verdict. No. Please no. Squad leader Liu. I beg you, save me. For the sake of my devoted service every night. Please save me. The rookie abruptly stopped vomiting, letting out a blood-curdling scream. In his desperation he seemed to let slip a small piece of gossip. Squad leader Xiao Liu's face instantly turned ashen like a ghost as he stood frozen to the side, not daring to even breathe. 2 dull thuds echoed akin to heavy hammers striking waterlogged thick leather, yet the call was accompanied by a teeth-grinding crisp crack sound. It was no simple impact, but a brutal dialogue between hard engineering plastic and bone. The 2 guards expressionless executed their orders, cleanly shattering the new recruit's knee joints before casually tossing him into the corpse cage. The remaining guards promptly withdrew their poles. With fresher meat available, the 2 corpsemen ceased grappling with each other, instead simultaneously crawling with difficulty and greed toward the trembling food on the ground. Number 12 and Number 7 prostrated themselves over the new recruit, who had fainted from sheer terror, and began tearing open the soft flesh with their remaining strength, burying their heads to devour. The gruesome sounds of chewing and tearing filled the air, dense and unrelenting. That new recruit might have been fortunate, for he never awoke even as he was half-eaten. Whether his courage had shattered from the start or Number 7's first bite into his neck had granted him a complete release. The new recruit assessment thus came to a perfect conclusion. As Granny Lung tottered away, the others dispersed as well, but each perhaps harbored new thoughts, especially the 15 new generation corpse raisers who had passed the first trial. Squad leader Xiao Liu stood rooted like deadwood, his 3 subordinates trembling like leaves in the wind behind him. Undoubtedly their squad was the bottom of this assessment. The eliminated had already suffered extreme punishment, and the penalty for squad leader Xiao Liu was now approaching with slow, deliberate steps. Useless waste. Lung Wuji's voice, venomous yet tinged with a cloying greasy air, suddenly pierced the air like needles. Who doesn't know you're under my protection? And this is the result you bring me? Squad leader Xiao Liu kept his head low, not daring to utter a word. Sweat as large as been streaming down his forehead. HMPH. Tonight. Come find me. Leng Wuji stepped closer, his voice dropping even lower, carrying a bone-chilling implication. You'll make sure you taste what it's like to have your heart and lungs gouged out. Having uttered this ambiguous and terrifying remark, he spun on his heel and swept away his sleeves billowing. He left behind 4 pale-faced youths frozen beneath the stark white beam of the searchlight. The light and shadow stretched their silhouettes long and twisted as if they might snap and shatter at any moment. Late at night at the family quarters, building 48. No one could sleep that night. Meng Dabia, feeling more triumphant than he had in a long time, invited his 4 subordinates to his home for a small gathering, partly to celebrate and partly to distribute the rewards from this assessment. Wife, whip up some proper dishes and bring out that half jug of old wine from last time. We're drinking our fill tonight. The moment he stepped through the door, Meng Dabia bellowed. Have you ever not drunk your fill? All you do is drink, drink, drink. We're practically out of food at home and I never see you bringing anything back. Though the sister-in-law complained, seeing so many sturdy men crowding into her home, her heart ached. Even just feeding them steamed buns would cost a week's rations. Her gaze instinctively drifted to the sack carried by the 2 youths at the back, and only then did her expression soften slightly. Since you're here, you didn't have to bring anything. Come on everyone, sit inside. Once the sister-in-law broke into a smile, she had a certain charm. Don't get any ideas. This is the squad's collective reward, to be split evenly later. Meng Dabia pointed at the 200 jin of mutant potatoes he had just collected from Leng Wuji. As for the $2,000 new and the 5 experience vouchers for heaven on earth, that was something his wife must never know about. Hearing that even this sack of potatoes had to be shared, the smile on the sister-in-law's face instantly faded. Either way, it was a losing proposition. Liu Xuan had only $505 new left in his pocket, the startup capital for the distillery gifted by his grandfather. He couldn't fritter it away on his master's wife for no reason. Seeing his master's wife's displeased expression, he could only look up at the sky, tactfully avoiding the storm. Zhong Yi and Fei Reni, however, stood foolishly at the courtyard gate, grinning at the woman, utterly oblivious to social cues. In the end, it was young Master Guo who broke the deadlock. Sister-in-law in Guozhou under head Meng. I should have come to pay my respects earlier, but I feared disturbing you. I heard from the head that you managed the entire household alone. It must be very hard. He produced a lady's wristwatch from his pocket with a composed demeanor. I happened to find this watch at a flea market the other day. Please accept it as a small token of my respect, sister-in-law. I hope you won't refuse. Truly a man from a wealthy family, generous in his gifts. Oh my Xiaoguo, this is too much. The sister-in-law quickly wiped her hands on her apron and took the nearly new watch, unable to hide the joy in her eyes. Since you've accepted the gift, get moving. Don't hold back, bring out everything we have at home. Meng Dabia shot his wife a glance that was half disdain, half relief, and gave the order. Yes, yes. Everyone come inside, make yourselves at home. The food is ready, it'll be on the table in no time. The sister-in-law's radiant smile returned, softening even the night itself. Soon a table of home-cooked dishes was laid out. Having received such a generous gift, the sister-in-law had worked hard and she did not stint on the meal. Cheers. Cheers. Except for Guozhou, the others wolfed down the food like a whirlwind. After a few rounds of wine, the last shred of formality vanished and the floodgates of conversation opened wide. Brother Xian, I offer you a toast with the head's wine. Fei Reni, who had narrowly escaped death, seemed reborn, a glint of light in his eyes that had never been there before. No need to be so polite. It was just a few scraps, Liu Xuan said with a dismissive wave. It was a lifeline. Fei Reni's eyes glistened with tears. Not every lifeline can be caught. Meng Dabia tipped his head back, draining the last of the wine from his cup. Fei boy, you're over 20. Stop being so dramatic. Tomorrow I'll put in a word at the mess hall. Besides feeding the corpses, you'll help out in the kitchen. At least you'll earn a few pounds of grain to fill number 7's belly. Look how emaciated it's become. We got lucky this time, but it won't be so easy next time. Do you still need me to deliver the steamed buns for you? Guozhou's calm question caught Fei Reni off guard. Ha. Ha ha, this toast is for young Master Guo. If you ever need anything, just say the word. This time I won't trouble you. Fei Reni downed another cup. Hey hey hey. You only toast them and not me. Looking down on me, are you? All the good wine is going into your gut. After a few cups of liquor, Zhong Yi's true nature emerged, completely forgetting they were in head Meng's home. Yes, brother Zhong is right. It was thoughtless of me. Fei Reni put down his glass, awkwardly apologizing profusely. Liu Xuan, who had long found him insufferable, sneered, you've had plenty to drink yourself. Who are you to talk? Besides, you're just a guest here. In the head's home you should show some restraint. Zhong Yi was already deeply uncomfortable. The two who ranked first had stolen the spotlight, one basking in glory, the other barely escaping death with his life, both rising to fame in the breeding zone. He alone remained stuck in mediocrity, having gained nothing. "You mother," Zhong Yi was about to erupt, but Meng Dabiao cut him off with a sharp roar. "Get lost. You insolent brat. Here's 200, take what you deserve and scram." Meng Dabiao slapped $200 onto the table, his voice cold and hard. Zhong Yi's face flushed crimson with shame, the alcohol nearly overwhelming his senses, yet he suppressed it under Meng Dabiao's icy gaze. He rose resentfully, walked over to the sack of potatoes, scooped up a small portion with his shirt and slammed the door behind him without looking back. "Am I even worse than a worthless piece of trash? And he dares to kick me out?" Zhong Yi stepped out of the courtyard, his face dark enough to drip with venom, already harboring a deep grudge against Meng Dabiao. "Just you wait, once I find my footing, let's see how long you can stay arrogant." Inside the yard, Meng Dabiao watched the obnoxious figure disappear, then waved his hand saying, "Ignore him, let's carry on." Guo Jiao had long been unwilling to sit with Zhong Yi, and the departure of the detested man suited him perfectly. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. "How should I put it? Personally, I think it's an inevitable product of the apocalypse. Think about it, back in the day we had soccer, basketball, boxing, martial arts, even dogfighting and cockfighting. People after all love competitive sports. Take boxing for example, a sport that's both brutal and civilized. Why do so many people enjoy watching it? Simple, it delivers unparalleled sensory stimulation and emotional catharsis to the audience. So what's the biggest product of the post-apocalyptic world? Isn't it the zombies?" He paused, a glimmer of worldly insight flashing in his eyes. "People fear them, yet they must understand them. So by using competition to encourage companies to study zombies, maybe one day we'll truly unravel the apocalypse's greatest secret. Besides, since ancient times, gambling, prostitution and drugs have been repeatedly banned yet never eradicated. Why? Simply because these things are the most direct outlets for human desire. And they are the most profitable trades." He paused, took a sip of strong liquor and continued, "Nowadays, aside from that bunch from Ansheng Hall secretly dabbling in plant-based drugs, the authorities have held the line on the old ban, no drugs. They can't exactly open brothels openly, can they? So to make money, the corpse arena was born. And let me tell you, there are plenty of madmen in this world, one corpse bet and countless heroes lose everything, their families ruined." He concluded, "In short, the people need an outlet and the authorities want to rake in cash. Corpse fighting has been a hit since day one. Every last person in Anchi City buys the official corpse fight lottery before every major match, all hoping for a one-shot turnaround." "I see. I'm enlightened." Guo Jiao raised his cup with both hands, toasting Meng Dabiao's insight. Meng Dabiao scratched his head awkwardly, saying, "It was all from my master's teachings. I could never come up with such ideas on my own. People like us just striving to survive, having food to eat, a roof over our heads and a woman to warm the bed, that's enough." A faint snort came from the inner room. "Master. Boss, you have a master too. Is it to teach the art of corpse raising?" Guo Jiao asked curiously. "Cough. Something like that." Meng Dabiao evaded, vaguely glancing quickly at Liu Xuan, and let out a forced laugh. Guo Jiao had official connections, he dared not casually recruit him into the fold. That would be like inviting a wolf into the house. As for Fei Rennie, he needed more time to assess. Other Yen performance target for recruiting new members was probably doomed. "Boss. When does the corpse fighting tournament start this year? Can we participate? What's the reward?" Unlike Guo Jiao's interest in grand topics, Liu Xuan focused on practical gains. "Based on today's performance, you'll know. 8 and no. 10 have good potential. But you can only enter the junior division, the little corpse pups aren't fully grown yet. Still, the rewards are no joke. I hear the top prize is Silver Agent." Meng Dabiao's tone was wistful. If he could get his hands on Silver Agent, he could advance to a 4th-rank martial artist, truly becoming a pillar of strength in this apocalypse, no longer a pushover for anyone. Silver Agent. Liu Xian's heart jolted, a flood of thought surging through him. The grand finale of the corpse fighting tournament is the corpse general battle. Those corpse generals are either raised by big corporations or captured by the military from battlefields. Before each match, they're injected with special agents by the Corpse Research Institute to make them lose control and fight to the death. The scene. TSK. The 4 of them couldn't help but imagine it, a colossal arena roaring with spectators, corpse generals locked in a frenzied slaughter, the crowd cheering widely, betting tickets flying like snowflakes. After eating and drinking their fill with nothing left to say, the 3 rose to leave. Meng Dabiao discreetly slipped 5 heavenly pleasure experience cards into Liu Xian's hand, winked quickly and then handed each of them $200. As the courtyard gate closed, a cold voice came from inside, "Where's the money? What, trying to hide some for yourself to find a woman? Meng Dabiao, do you think I don't know what you're up to?" "Ouch. Easy. Who's been gossiping about me behind my back? Am I that kind of man? The money's all here, not a cent missing. HMPH. You and your damned master are both no good. I'm warning you, don't get any ideas or it'll cut you off." On the way back, Guo Jiao, drunk and slurring, couldn't stop talking. "Xian, tell me. Why doesn't the government do something about this devouring world? The underworld runs rampant, the oligarchs carve up the land, and every day so many people starve to death. Can't they see it? Huh? Are they all blind? He grew more agitated, and Ryn quickly moved to cover his mouth. Guo shoved his hand away and continued loudly, if I were in power, I'd first crush the tycoons, then redistribute the land so every citizen in the city could have enough to eat. Wherever someone starves to death, I'd execute an official. Wherever there's corruption in people's welfare, I'd kill again, kill until only good officials who serve the people remain. Liu Xuan frowned, thinking, Guo has a good heart and no small ambition, but he's just an idealist. Even in times of peace, corrupt officials were everywhere, let alone in this chaotic, perilous apocalypse. Are you a 9th rank martial artist? Liu Xuan suddenly asked. I just entered 1st rank. Can you command an army? No. Then what's all this killing talk? You're still just an ant, yet you dream of flaying and stuffing with straw to purge corruption. Guo was momentarily speechless. Can you innovate in agriculture to produce endless food? No. Can you revive the economy so the government has endless tax revenue? Not yet figured out. Can you rally the masses, build an iron army, and reclaim lost lands? That's quite challenging. Can you dominate the world in martial arts and eliminate all threats from the wild? I've never been good at martial arts. Heh. Liu Xuan let out a soft laugh and walked ahead alone. Guo was left speechless by the barrage of questions, his grand ideals beginning to waver. Hey? What do you mean by heh? Wait. Are you mocking me? Liu. I know in spouting empty fantasies unrealistic, but is it wrong to wish for people to live better? You mother. Seeing Liu Xuan unmoved, Guo even resorted to curses he hadn't used in ages. Forget it. We're all struggling. We've got to feed the corpses tomorrow morning, let's call it a night. Ryn grabbed Guo's sleeve, afraid he'd keep ranting drunk and stir up trouble. Upon returning to the dormitory area, Guo ceased his harassment of Liu Xuan. Without a word, he slammed the door shut and collapsed heavily onto his bed, clearly infuriated by Liu Xuan's words. Zhong Yi was not in the dormitory, his whereabouts unknown. Liu Xuan had already made up his mind. Zhong Yi could not be allowed to remain. Since the rift had been torn open, it was time to see whose methods were superior. The next morning, Liu Xuan practiced his footwork as usual. Having mastered this set of movements, his next step was to practice sword techniques. However, lacking a suitable weapon, he could only use a tree branch to simulate the trajectory of a sword. Before long, he saw Zhong Yi entering the courtyard. Liu Xuan ceased his practice and asked calmly, Zhong Yi, squad leader Meng has long stipulated that anyone absent from the dormitory at night must report it. Did you report it? He asked, knowing the answer full well. None of your damn business. A measly little team leader, and you think you're someone important. Zhong Yi spat viciously. You just wait for the next assessment. My number 9 will tear your number 8 to shreds. Oh? Then you'll be waiting with great interest, Liu Xuan replied, his expression calm. He couldn't fathom the source of Zhong Yi's confidence. Was it merely from feeding a few corpses? Without enhancing the fundamental strength of the corpse soldiers, it was utterly useless. Zhong Yi stormed back to his room, retrieved something, and slammed the door shut once more as he left. Liu Xuan fell into deep thought. This man clearly harbored significant secrets. Now that the conflict was out in the open, he was like a bomb buried at Liu Xian's side. He decided to first uncover Zhong Yi's true nature, otherwise he would never find peace. That afternoon, when Zhong Yi briefly returned to the dormitory and then left again, Liu Xuan quietly followed him. His pursuit led him out of the main gate of the breeding farm. Outside the main gate, refugees seeking fortune gathered perpetually. When the crowd was large, it was a dense sea of elders and children. Today was no different. About 40 or 50 people huddled outside the gate, their eyes fixed on the hope of obtaining a morsel of food. Dressed in his work uniform, Zhong Yi strutted arrogantly among the refugees, swaggering with a bow-legged gait. He surveyed them with an air of a supervising official, eventually selecting 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. He did not take them through the main entrance, but instead led them around to a path in the rear hills, stopping near the woods not far from the Valley of the Dead. Liu Xuan hid in the shadows, the surroundings silent, and could clearly hear their conversation from a distance. A middle-aged man groveled, bending almost to the ground. Team leader Zhong, can you really get us in to raise pigs? 3 steamed buns a day and 300 yuan at the end of the month. So you're eyeing my team leader position, are you? Do you have the capability to be a foreman? Liu Xuan sneered inwardly. What nonsense. A big shot like team leader Zhong wouldn't deceive us poor wretches. What do you have that's worth his effort? Another young man quickly chimed in flatteringly, his face full of sycophancy. As long as I can follow team leader Zhong, you'll do anything. The middle-aged woman croaked, even unconsciously licking her cracked lips. Don't you worry, Zhong Yi said arrogantly. What's a breeding farm for? It's a place to grow crops and raise livestock. Is having enough to eat even a problem? Yes. Being chosen by team leader Zhong is our greatest blessing. But the day before yesterday you also took 3 people inside. Does the place really need so many hands? The middle-aged man finally couldn't help but ask. A flicker of almost imperceptible change crossed Zhong Yi's expression before he abruptly changed the subject. What's the weather like now? It seems. It's getting warmer. Exactly. The mutated sorghum in the fields yields 3,000 jin per mu, can you believe it? Dozens of people harvest it every day and still can't keep up. The grain piles up like a mountain. There's a lot you don't know about this world. What, you don't trust me? Or do you not want to go anymore? Zhong Yi asked, casting a sidelong glance. No. I was just asking for someone else. The middle-aged man dared not question further. Wait here. You'll take you in when the shift changes. Remember, this is off-the-books work. Keep your heads down and work hard, don't make a fuss. Do well and I won't kick you out. Here, you look starving. Have a new white bun made from the sorghum to tide you over. Zhong Yi pulled out 3 steamed buns. Thank you, team leader Zhong. You're a great boss. The sight of the snow-white buns dispelled the last shred of doubt in the 3. They snatched them up and devoured them ravenously as if afraid of choking to death. Heavens! This bun is too delicious. Mutated things are the best. The woman wept as she ate, genuinely moved to tears by the flavor. Seeing that all 3 had swallowed the buns, the feigned amiability on Zhong Yi's face instantly vanished, replaced by a venomous and ferocious grimace. Damn it, you've cost me 3 more buns. The 3 were stunned and looked up in confusion. Weren't these buns given by you? Why the regret now? What? What do you mean? A chill ran down the middle-aged man's spine. This team leader Zhong seemed sinister, but he had no way back. If he didn't take this gamble, he would starve to death. What do I mean? In lamenting my precious white flour buns. That's what I mean. Before he finished speaking, the woman collapsed to the ground, a piece of bun still unswallowed in her mouth. Except for her rolling eyes, her entire body was as if turned to stone, unable to speak or move. Thud. The other young man also slumped to the ground. Finally, the middle-aged man felt the world spin, his limbs going limp, unable even to stand. You drugged the buns. Phut. 3 buns for 3 chunks of meat, a good deal. Anyway, the buns were free. How's the taste of the special buns? Zhong Yi grinned malevolently as he walked into the woods, dragging out a pre-hidden handcart. On the cart sat 2 large wooden barrels. What exactly are you planning? We have no grievance. The middle-aged man still clutched half a bun. Having eaten less, he wasn't fully poisoned. What am I planning? You'll find out when you get inside. Zhong Yi pulled out a solid wooden club and knocked out the still-speaking middle-aged man with one blow, then deftly stuffed all 3 into the barrels. So he only tricks 3 people each time because that's all the barrels can hold, Liu Xuan realized. Liu Xuan did not act rashly. First, he didn't know how Zhong Yi would get through the checkpoint. Second, tricking a few refugees into becoming food for the corpse soldiers wasn't a big deal in the breeding zone. It might even earn him praise from Granny Leng. After all, Granny Leng most enjoyed feeding live people to the little corpse soldiers. Holding his breath, he watched Zhong Yi transport the barrels into the detention area. Expecting him to return directly to Zone B, Liu Xuan was surprised when Zhong Yi turned and headed straight for a secluded courtyard. Liu Xuan narrowed his eyes. He recognized this place. He had been here yesterday to receive his reward. It was the residence of Leng Wuji. Zhong Yi unloaded the cart, dragged the middle-aged woman out of the barrel, hoisted her onto his shoulder and stepped into the secluded courtyard. Witnessing this, Liu Xuan was suddenly enlightened. No wonder this kid had even dared to defy squad leader Meng lately. He had latched onto the mighty Leng Wuji. But sending a woman to Leng Wuji, would it even be useful? Wasn't there a rumor that he was impotent and preferred men? Liu Xuan shook his head, sneering inwardly. Perverts sure have their twisted ways. After delivering his tribute, Zhong Yi returned to Zone B, dragging the remaining 2 into the cage of Cell 9. The corpse in Cell 9 caught the scent of living humans, abruptly lifting its ghastly pale eyes. A low growl rumbled from its throat as it slowly crawled toward the 2 immobilized figures. The young man was the first to suffer as Cell 9 sank its teeth into his shoulder. The agonizing pain tore through, the effects of the knockout drug jolting him awake. He tried to scream, but only a broken, rasping wheeze escaped his throat, urgent and desperate. Accompanied by the sickening crunch of chewing, the young man soon fell silent. After finishing its meal, Cell 9 spat out a scrap of cloth and turned its attention to the middle-aged man. Crack. Crack. An arm was devoured in just 2 or 3 bites. The middle-aged man had inhaled less of the knockout drug. He had been knocked unconscious by Zhong Yi earlier, but now his awareness surged back abruptly. Horrified, he watched the small corpse gnawing at his arm, his body drenched in blood. Summoning every ounce of strength, he clung to the iron bars and stood roaring at Zhong Yi, "You beast. You'll die a miserable death." Zhong Yi crouched outside, grinning silently as he savored the sight of the middle-aged man being devoured by Cell 9. Only then did he rise satisfied and brush the dust from his palms. After feeding Cell 9, he spat toward Cell 8 and Cell 10 before staggering away. Liu concealed himself in the shadows, his face ashen, his chest churning with guilt and helplessness. He dared not intervene. He could not afford to offend Leng Wuji. But Zhong Yi must die. If he truly forged a friendship with Leng Wuji, the days ahead would be unimaginable. With the second in command of the breeding zone as his backer, it was no wonder the guards turned a blind eye to his barrels. The reason for Cell 9's ferocity and strength was also found. Aside from directly using evolution fluid to enhance the core, feeding live humans was indeed the most cost-effective method of strengthening in the absence of raw fluid. Rumor had it that everyone carried a dormant virus within them, one closely linked to the core inside corpses. If dead, it was less than a tenth as potent as from a living person. Living humans were indeed the best sustenance for corpses. It was only natural that Cell 9, having devoured so many, had become such a bloodthirsty and frenzied creature. In this world there were far too many like Zhong Yi, insidious, ruthless and skilled at reading people. One misstep and you'd fall into their trap. In this world there were also far too many like those three pitiful beggars. Even with caution it was hard to withstand the cunning of the wicked. Liu Xuan recalled his own days of fleeing famine. If not for his fortune in meeting his righteous and steady eldest brother and his fierce and sharp-witted second brother, given his former behavior he would likely have ended up in someone else's stomach. Human hearts were treacherous. Human life was as cheap as weeds. Liu Xuan curled up in the shadows, his breathing barely a whisper, as still as a lifeless stone, his gaze icy as he watched Zhong Yi disappear into the distance. Just yesterday he had hypocritically preached and criticized Guo Jiao. Today he had tasted the bitterness of weakness and helplessness. So, you're just a pitiful wretch too. The words of that refugee from a week ago who had tried to rob him seemed to echo in his ears once more. He shrank his neck, finding himself utterly ridiculous, a pitiful wretch barely able to save himself, mocking an ambitious official's son with deep connections. Truly a pitiful wretch. Strength. In the end it all came down to strength. Without it everything was empty talk. Liu Xuan buried his head even lower. The next day Liu Xuan rose early and practiced his skills as usual. When he went to collect his rations he spotted a fragment of the khaki top the middle-aged woman had worn inside the large wooden barrel. He kicked the barrel aside in disgust. In his foul mood he decided to let Cell 8 go hungry for a meal. Today he had more important matters to attend to, the troubling things could wait. Having been busy with the minor assessment for days he hadn't had time to check on the fermentation of the distiller's yeast. Today was the day he had agreed with Xuan to open the cellar. Leaving the breeding farm he hurried along. As he approached the secret base, he caught a rich aroma of wine from a distance. He quickened his pace, pushed open the vine-covered iron door and was met with a haze of steam. The entire space was filled with a strange fragrant scent. You're here. Xuan stood bare-chested before the massive steaming vat, the rising vapor blurring his expressionless face. From beneath the stone-built stove a middle-aged man emerged, also shirtless and covered in soot. Grinning at Liu Xuan he revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. Young Master Xuan, perfect timing. I've been stoking the fire all night. Director Xu says this batch of wine is almost ready. The speaker was Huang Guosheng. What? You're already distilling it? Liu Xuan recalled the process Xuan had mentioned and understood what stage they were at. The fermentation finished yesterday. Since you didn't come for a few days and I figured you were in a hurry, I took the liberty of moving to the next step. Come take a look. Xuan pointed to the side. The liquor condensed from the steam was dripping through a tube into a large jar. See these bubbles? That's the head. It's full of impurities and harsh. We'll only bottle the middle cut for sale. Honestly, this place is perfect for aging. If we stored it in clay jars for 10 years I'd bet it would rival 5-grain liquor. No matter, just keep the head together. Impurities? Why would Liu Xuan fear them? Was there any impurity his little bugs couldn't break down? Xuan shrugged. You're the boss, you decide. By the way, with this process the alcohol content is around 50 proof without dilution. Xuan mentioned this as a reminder for the unscrupulous boss to mind the taste. Adding too much water would ruin his week of effort and this precious batch of grain liquor. In the apocalypse, just getting a drink of pure grain liquor was a luxury taste could take a back seat. Mixing the head in would yield another few dozen pounds. But he couldn't add too much water, old drinkers would notice. How much liquor will this batch yield? Liu Xuan asked the key question. 800 gin of sorghum can produce 300 gin of strong aroma liquor, 400 gin of light aroma, or around 160 gin of sauce aroma. Given that strong liquor is prized these days, light aroma might not sell well. I made strong aroma. As for the most popular saucy aroma, our little workshop can't manage that yet. When it came to brewing, Xuan became more talkative. 300 gin. Excellent. Liu Xuan clenched his fists tightly. As luck would have it, almost everyone around Liu Xuan had a fondness for the bottle. His grandfather Professor Jiang and Master Meng were seasoned tipplers who enjoyed a drink whenever they had the chance. Chuqiu Guojiao and Huang Guosheng belonged to the category of those with low tolerance but an insatiable craving, and of course Liu Xuan himself could be counted among them. As for Gan Peilan and Xuan, their limits were utterly unfathomable. They seemed perpetually sober, the last one standing at the drinking table. Well before he began brewing, Liu Xuan had thoroughly researched the market. The industrial alcohol blend his grandfather bought from Hui Muslim Street cost $5 per catty. Master Meng's inferior blend, sourced from a private workshop outside the city and laced with a trace of pre-war liquor, sold for around $12. And the 20-year-aged Wugu Chun that Professor Jiang had drunk carried a market price of $3,000 with no supply to meet demand. At the thought, a wave of guilt washed over Liu Xuan. His grandfather had spent nearly his entire life savings for him. But now things were finally turning around. Liu Xuan was about to rise. After about an hour, the massive clay jar was nearly 2/3 full. Xuan estimated the yield at 300 catties of liquor, if not more. Liu Xuan reached into the jar, his fingers touching the liquid, and issued a command to the tiny creature within his body: decompose impurities and concentrate the alcohol to 52 degrees. Xuan cast a sidelong glance, muttering, "What kind of bizarre ritual is this? A brand stamp?" In his past life, Liu Xuan had read that 52 to 54 degrees was the golden alcohol content for Baijiu. Within this range, ethanol and water molecules bonded most tightly, forming hydrogen-bonded complexes about 1.2 nanometers in size, perfectly covering the gaps between taste buds on the tongue, delivering an exceptionally smooth texture. The first shot had to make an impact. If you're going to do it with excellence. Diluting with water. Was that something Mr. Liu, an outstanding entrepreneur of the apocalypse, would stoop to? Absurd. Target substance: liquid grain essence Baijiu. Alcohol content 52 degrees. Main components: ethanol and water. 90 trace functional substances: 10 rich in esters, pyrazines, terpenes and furans. Long-term consumption aids ethanol metabolism, improves microcirculation, dilates blood vessels, inhibits platelet aggregation, prevents cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, has antiviral and antioxidant properties, some anti-cancer activity, and no known toxic residues, suitable for safe long-term human consumption. The information transmitted by the tiny creature manifested in Liu Xuan's mind. Liu Xuan's tense face finally broke into an irrepressible grin. Truly, this was pure grain liquor brewed from mutated sorghum. Ordinary Baijiu's trace functional components rarely exceeded 2, but this poison sorghum brew boasted a staggering 10. This meant the liquor was smoother, mellower, more aromatic, and its health benefits far surpassed the ordinary. He picked up a small ladle, scooped a bit, and handed it to Xuan. "Xiaoan, you're the expert and you deserve the most credit. Take the first sip and then give our brew a price estimate." Xuan felt a pang of disgust. Who knew if Liu Xuan had washed his hands after using the toilet before sticking them into the jar? But the boss had spoken, and with such high praise, refusing would be awkward. He suppressed his revulsion, parted his lips slightly, and took a small sip, savoring it carefully. The rich, mellow liquid surged over his tongue, a sweet spring mingling and clashing at the edges, tempting him to swallow eagerly. His throat moved slightly, and the warm stream flowed down, neither burning nor stinging, leaving only a gentle trail like silk gliding into a deep pool. Xuan closed his eyes tightly, and 2 clear tears slid down his gaunt cheeks. He suddenly recalled a line from his father's diary: "This moment of solitary drinking is a secret ritual. Wine is a liquid philosopher, teaching sobriety through its sting and soothing the scars of time with its aftertaste. It ages storms into fragrance, distills time into mellowness, and finally on the lips of man completes the cycle of heaven, earth and grain. Drinking is drinking. Why the tears?" Huang Guozhong interjected inopportunely, instantly shattering Xuan's heightened emotions. Xuan shot old Huang a glare, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and after a long pause spoke solemnly: "Boss Liu, this is no longer wine, it's medicine. A cure for 1,000 sorrows, a remedy for all ailments, a potion to elevate the soul." Liu Xuan frowned. "Speak plainly." "Oh? I dare not set a price, but in terms of taste. This 52-degree, wait, why 52 degrees? Xuan looked at Liu Xuan in confusion, but seeing the deepening furrow on his brow, quickly continued: "It's 10 times better than the old man's Wugu Chun, no 20 times over. I'd estimate it at $5,000 to $10,000 per catty." Liu Xuan fell silent. Xuan had judged solely by quality, overlooking the fact that in this apocalypse the pool of people who could truly afford high-end Baijiu was extremely limited. Moreover, those people would devour you whole. If you dared to price it at 10,000, they'd strip 3 times that from your hide and suck you dry. Retail isn't viable yet, we'll have to stick to wholesale. A plan had already formed in Liu Xuan's mind. "So, can I have a taste?" Huang Guozhong drooling interrupted Liu Xuan's thoughts again. "Let's bottle it first. You'll have plenty to drink with Grandpa at home." Liu Xuan was eager to contact distributors. "No? Absolutely not. Putting it in bottles scavenged from the trash heap is a desecration of this divine liquor." Xuan's sudden howl startled the other two. "Then we won't bottle it, we'll use jars. Didn't we bring several aged liquor jars from your place earlier?" Liu Xuan thought for a moment and quickly assigned portions: 50 catties for Grandpa, 20 for Professor Jiang, 20 for Master Meng, 20 for Auntie, and 10 catties in small bottles. Seal the remaining 180 catties carefully. At last his hardships were paying off, and his tone carried an involuntary hint of triumph. With capital in hand, he could chase greater profits and secure more means of survival. "Auntie? Do you mean the auntie I'm thinking of?" Xuan's voice trembled slightly. Yes. This liquor has therapeutic effects. Make sure she drinks a moderate amount daily. Liu Xuan's tone was calm but every word was clear. Xuan was momentarily choked up. Even setting aside the liquor's benefits, the mere fact that his mother was one of only 4 recipients meant he had to acknowledge this debt of gratitude. He said no more, silently lowering his head to portion out the liquor, afraid that if he spoke his emotions would overflow. Meanwhile from the other side came the sounds of slurp tilde wow. Old Huang. Liu Xuan assumed his boss demeanor. Do you believe me when I say I'll tell Grandpa you drooled into his liquor jar? I wonder if hell break your legs. After bottling, Liu Xuan discreetly dripped 2 drops of source essence into the jar meant for Xuan's mother. With this dual approach there was no doubt they could cure her illness. On the way back, Liu Xuan cautiously pushed the cart loaded with white wine while Xuan and Huang Guozhong firmly held the canopy on either side, ensuring maximum stability and safety during transport. This first bucket of gold must not be squandered. The wine brought back this time includes 1 jar for my grandfather, 1 for Sus mother, and 10 small bottles which are samples for negotiation. Upon returning to the cleaning department's courtyard, Ma Feng savored the newly brewed white wine, his eyes flashing with uncontainable admiration. He first instructed Xuan to place the wine jar by his bedside, and after a moment of contemplation he personally moved it into the wardrobe and locked it with care. A treasure. It had been too long since he had tasted such rich and mellow fine wine. No, perhaps he had never experienced such an endlessly delightful wine in his life. After inquiring about the production quantity, Ma Feng gazed deeply at his nephew and asked meaningfully, Xian, how do you plan to sell this wine? Liu Xuan had already made plans and replied candidly, I'm not selling, I'm letting others sell. Oh? What do you mean by that? Ma Feng inquired curiously. Simply put, I will entrust this batch of wine entirely to a partner. Whether they choose to sell or use it themselves, I will only exchange it for necessary resources, leaving the bulk of the profits to the channel. Liu Xuan displayed a perfectly pained expression on his face. You seem to understand the situation well, Ma Feng said, sipping tea to suppress the scent of alcohol, and asked, do you have a suitable candidate? The Zhao family. Liu Xuan answered without hesitation, the image of a spirited figure flashing in his mind. The Zhao family. Ma Feng pondered for a moment, considering the entire Chiffon group. They are indeed the only ones left with both strength and some principles. He teased his nephew, what? Have you been charmed by Zhao Wenxiu? I just think she is trustworthy and a reliable partner, Liu Xuan replied, tactfully avoiding the point. Thinking back to the days when he was ordered around by that woman in the security department, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhao Shanhe has really hit the jackpot this time. You need to keep your wits about you. Your grandfather is getting old and cannot protect your business. Finding a strong backing is indeed a wise move. Just as the two of them were deep in conversation, cheerful shouts came from outside the courtyard. Little Liu Ji. Where are you? I'm back. As Liu Xuan stepped out, Qiu pounced on him like a joyful little deer. At least you have a conscience, you came back and had Xuan look for me. So what's the matter? I want to ask you for a favor, please pass this bottle of wine to Zhao Wenxiu. Liu Xuan took out a sample of the 1-pound white wine. Why do you want to send a gift to Sister Wenxiu? Qiu's pretty face instantly turned from sunny to cloudy, watching Liu Xuan with suspicion. Seeing the strange look in the other person's eyes, Liu Xuan immediately guessed that the kid probably misunderstood his intentions toward Zhao Wenxiu, thinking he wanted to steal her heart. He playfully slapped Qiu's smooth forehead. Smack. Ouch. Don't think too much. What gift? This is just a sample. I'm talking business with Zhao Wenxiu. Oh, then that's fine. I'll help you with this favor, but what do I get out of it? Qiu rubbed his forehead, laughing as he spread his hands. You won't miss out. Take these 2 bottles to drink. It's our own winery, so why worry about not having wine in the future? Liu Xuan took out 2 more bottles of wine. I'm not a drunkard. What kind of benefit is this? Qiu pouted in dissatisfaction. If you're not a drunkard, then who is? You're the one with the worst alcohol tolerance, always clamoring for wine. Hurry up and go. Remember to tell Zhao Wenxiu that I'm waiting for her in the small woods by the Ba River. Seeing Qiu still pouting, Liu Xuan had to coax, once this deal is done, I'll buy you whatever you want, is that okay? Yay? It's a deal. But you said it. I want the complete set of elementary school textbooks, and I want you to take time every day to teach me. Qiu's face instantly lit up, snatching the wine bottle and bouncing out of the courtyard. Liu Xuan watched his back, shaking his head and smiling helplessly. In the poplar forest by the Ba River, Liu Xuan carefully wrapped 2 bottles of wine in brown paper, waiting early at the agreed location. He was full of confidence in his flagship product, convinced that Zhao Wenxiu would definitely show up. Sure enough, not long after, a tall figure appeared on the forest path. Zhao Wenxiu saw the figure walking out from behind the trees, her lips curling into a playful smile. Why are we being so cautious, like spies meeting up? Sister Wenxiu, how have you been? Your charm surpasses the past. I've been looking forward to seeing you every day. Liu Xuan offered a well-timed compliment. Enough, you used to avoid me like the plague, and now you're sweet-talking me. Zhao Wenxiu teased with a half-smile, her gaze carrying its own charm. The wine is indeed excellent. Let's cut to the chase. Why choose me? What do you want? The woman got straight to the point. Powerful and beautiful. Liu Xuan confidently gave his evaluation. Phut. Zhao Wenxiu laughed at his serious demeanor. Little brother has a good eye. I never miss out on a good deal. The Zhao family will take this business. How much production do you have? The first batch has 150 pounds left and we can stably supply 300 pounds each month. Liu Xuan boldly estimated a production figure. After all, the raw materials still needed to be procured from Professor Jiang. The quantity is a bit low, but it should be enough. What are your conditions? How will the profits be divided? Zhao Wenxiu casually tucked her short hair behind her ear, her gaze sharp. The wholesale price is 500 per pound, no negotiations. I only need 5,000 in cash from the first batch and the rest can be exchanged for blue potions. For future transactions we can do goods first, then payment you can settle once your funds are back. Fair enough. Liu Xuan extended 5 fingers, his tone resolute. Potions? Do you want to become a martial artist? Don't inject randomly and turn into a fool. Zhao Wenxiu appraised Liu Xian's chiseled features, imagining his appearance if the injection failed, and couldn't help but laugh. How about this? You marry into the Zhao family, no bride price is necessary, just the detoxification technology for poisonous sorghum. The Zhao family will cover all potions below grade 6 and provide ancient martial arts manuals. How does that sound? The woman seemed to be testing him, half joking. Liu Xian's heart tightened slightly. These prominent families that had risen during the apocalypse were indeed not simple characters. The other party had guessed most of his secrets. He forced himself to remain calm and smiled as he asked, does Sister Wenxiu have any siblings? In the only daughter of the Zhao family. Zhao Wenxiu raised an eyebrow in response. That's not acceptable, I can't let Qiu down. Liu Xuan declared firmly. Zhao Wenxiu's face instantly flushed slightly as she playfully scolded, I didn't realize you and Qiu have such a close brotherly relationship. She deliberately elongated her tone, her eyes flashing with cunning. Well, since you don't fancy me, I won't force it. When will the transaction happen? The sooner the better. Zhao Wenxiu frowned slightly. The blue potion with 80% purity is hard to find, it will take some time to prepare. Liu Xuan felt warmth in his heart. This time he had indeed made the right bet. The other party clearly meant well, hoping to secure a higher purity potion for him to avoid failure in evolution. Of course, it might also be that they didn't want this newly opened source of wealth to be cut off too soon. But Liu Xuan knew in his heart that he didn't need such high purity at all. What he needed was a large quantity of low-cost potions. That was his true demand. Success rate ISNT, an issue, the cheaper the better. I've already passed the first hurdle. Since his grandfather's private purchase of medicine was likely no secret, Liu Xuan decided to pretend he had successfully entered the ranks. Oh? Little brother, you've been hiding your talents while making this move without a sound. A flicker of genuine surprise passed through Zhao Wenxiu's eyes. How long had it been? That youth who once pestered her with questions about martial arts fundamentals had now quietly stepped through the gate of the warrior. Big sister must remind you, even if you've passed the first hurdle, injecting an excessive amount of overly toxic potions can still cause irreversible damage to your body. Don't recklessly inject just to pursue progress. Zhao Wenxiu pondered for a moment before warning this seemingly rash newcomer to the martial path. She continued solemnly, generally speaking, warriors below the 3rd rank need at least a month to metabolize the toxins from each blue potion injection. If toxins accumulate excessively in the body, it can also be life-threatening. Mentioning this, Zhao Wenxiu seemed to recall her own ordeal of detoxification, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Wenxiu. I know my limits. Hearing this, Liu Xuan couldn't help but recall his own feat of swallowing a source core raw, and his anus tightened slightly. In that case, when can you deliver? The sooner the better. Zhao Wenxiu thought briefly and decisively said, my family has a concealed warehouse outside the city. Tonight at 7 we exchange goods for payment. How about it? Good. Liu Xuan quite admired Zhao Wenxiu's swift and decisive style, acting cleanly without any dragging. After detailing the pickup location, Zhao Wenxiu gave Liu Xuan a charming smile, turned around and left gracefully, leaving only a faint ethereal fragrance lingering in the forest. Meanwhile, Xuan asked Ma Feng for leave to take his share of 20 jin of liquor home. Liu Xian's words, this liquor has a nourishing effect, make sure she drinks an appropriate amount daily, were like a shot of adrenaline, injecting a faint glimmer of hope into his increasingly desperate heart. His mother's deteriorating health had always been Xuan's greatest worry. When the apocalypse broke out, Xuan was only 12. His father had died early and his mother was originally a mid-level manager at Shifeng Group. In the 10 years after the disaster, she endured countless hardships raising Xuan alone, only to fall ill from overwork. After losing her ability to work, she used her remaining connections to get Xuan a position at Shifeng Group, allowing mother and son to barely scrape by without starving. Watching his only remaining family member grow weaker by the day, Xuan was frantic, seeking medical help everywhere and selling almost everything of value in the house, but to little effect. He was not dull, in fact he was quite intelligent. When the poisonous sorghum first appeared, it was well known within Chiffon Group. After all, being able to grow highly productive grain benefited everyone to some extent. And that Liu Xuan could brew such fragrant fine liquor from the poisonous sorghum, which was considered waste, if there were no secret behind it, it would be hard to believe. The entire brewing process was done by his own hands. Liu Xuan merely rubbed the husks, dipped his hands into the vat, and the poison transformed into nectar. It was like magic. But one is often constrained by circumstances. "Hey, now you back?" came a weak call from the courtyard. "Mom, I brought something back. You'll have to head out again soon." Xuan stepped into the house and saw his mother sitting in the yard weaving a basket from wild grass. He quickly set down the wine jar, hurried over and snatched the grass rope from his mother's hand. "Mom, didn't I tell you? I'm here for the family. Just rest and recover. I don't need you to work hard to supplement our income." Seeing her son's anxious expression, Z's mother was about to explain, but a surge in her chest made her cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. "Mom. Don't worry, breathe slowly." Xuan quickly patted her back to soothe her, unable to bring himself to scold her further. After a long while, Z's mother finally recovered from the violent coughing fit. She reached out her withered hand, gently stroked Xuan's cheek, and showed a relieved smile. All right, Mom, we'll listen to you. He'll stop. My son has promised he'll surely make something of himself in the future." Xuan crouched beside his mother, his voice laced with concern and reproach. "You always say you'll stop, but you still sneak out to pick grass. Your body is so weak. If something happens to you out there, how could I live on? Silly child, Mom will have to leave one day. In the future you'll marry and have children. I'm afraid I won't have the fortune to help raise your kids. But I believe in you. Even without me you can survive in this world and live well. Just like when you were little and I had no time to be with you, you could still finish all your textbooks on your own. You will always be my pride." A faint but bright light shone in Z's mother's eyes. "No, that day will never come. Liu Xuan said that the apocalypse is desperate, but it also hides opportunities. When the researchers at the institute develop a mild potion, I'll definitely buy one for you, Mom. Then you'll live a long life." Xuan tightly gripped his mother's hand as if he could hold back the passing of life itself. Z's mother was amused by her son's words, but tears glistened in her eyes. Didn't she also want to live? At least to see Xuan settle down and have a family of his own. That way in the underworld she could tell his father, "Our son married a formidable wife. I didn't quite like her at first, but she treats Xuan well and they are deeply in love. They had a daughter just like Aina when he was little, beautiful and obedient." Z's mother was lost in her beautiful reverie. "Oh Mom, the liquor is ready." Distracted by his mother, Xuan remembered the important matter. "Oh? Tell me, how much did you brew? Where did the grain come from?" Z's mother asked curiously. She rarely went out now, and even then only along the deserted riverbank to gather grass. This once sharp and capable woman was now confined to the old house by illness, relying solely on her son's return to learn of the outside world. It had become her only window to reality. "All right." Xuan began to recount to his mother the many incredible things about Liu Xuan. This young Liu is indeed no ordinary man. Not only does he have the ability to turn stone into gold, but he is also loyal and grateful. Most admirable of all, he understands the principle of a man is as good as his treasure and knows how to protect himself. He's a remarkable figure. After half an hour, Z's mother sighed with emotion. She took Xuan's hand and gently advised, "Mom knows you have ability and pride, my son. But you can't be too aloof and self-righteous. All these years you haven't even made a close friend. I think this Liu Xuan has good character and heart worthy of your deep friendship." Xuan nodded seriously. Lately, as he interacted more with Liu Xuan, he had even grown accustomed to being called Little Anzi by him. When with him, even his facial expressions had unconsciously become much more lively. Ever since he arrived, Old Ma has been brimming with vitality, as if rejuvenated by several years. Even the cleaning crew enjoys interacting with him. Moreover, he can cook and his skills are remarkable. Xuan said, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. Recalling the dishes Liu Xuan had personally prepared, Xuan recounted in detail to his mother everything that had transpired since Liu Xuan fled the famine and sought refuge with Old Ma. Z's mother listened quietly for a long while, then pondered for a moment. Her gaze fell upon her son's face and her expression turned solemn. "Xiaoan, your mother has a suggestion. Listen carefully." "Go ahead, Mom." I'm listening intently. His mother rarely spoke to him in such a grave tone, and Xuan understood that what was to come was no trivial matter. Xiao Liu harbors secrets, and they are far from ordinary. But you must never attempt to pry them out. On the contrary, you should guard his secrets for as long as you can. Xuan's gaze wavered slightly, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. A mother knows her son best. Z's mother fixed her eyes on her son's expression, her tone sharpening. "These past days you've bought many medicinal herbs. I won't ask where the money came from, but you must keep a balance in your heart. Our Xu family will never betray friends for personal gain or act against our conscience." Xuan bowed his head in silence, absorbing his mother's teachings. You've always been clever, some things need not be spelled out. Mother trusts in Anna's character. If you've done anything improper it must have been for the sake of your useless mother. Mom, don't say that. Xuan's voice choked, slightly tinged with sorrow. I won't dwell on the past. But from now on I hope you will befriend Liu Xuan with genuine sincerity. He is destined for greatness. Follow him, serve him wholeheartedly, and perhaps my son will rise to prominence one day. Trust your mother's judgment, I have never been wrong about people. He received but a little help from us, yet immediately included me among his most important people and allotted us a share of the wine. This very sentiment alone is worth your loyalty. Hearing this, Xuan looked up. Oh Mom, Liu Xuan specifically mentioned that this wine has the effect of nourishing the body. He instructed you to drink it regularly in set amounts. I think this wine brewed from mutated grains might truly possess extraordinary qualities. How about you give it a try? He deftly changed the subject. Some matters were too deeply entangled, he didn't want his mother to worry. Oh? Bring it here, let me have a taste. It's been years since I last touched alcohol. Zhu's mother perked up instantly. Back in the day, Xuan's father was an avid drinker, and as his wife she had often joined him for a few cups. In her youth she and her husband had bonded over wine. For her wine was indeed a cherished delight. Xuan carefully poured 2 ounces from the jar and handed it to his mother. This time his swallowing was even more pronounced. Zhu's mother took a gentle sip and her eyes immediately lit up. Quick, don't leave it in the courtyard. Move it into the inner room for me. The taste. Calling it nectar of the gods would not be an exaggeration. If your father were still here, he'd go crazy. At this, Zhu's mother's eyes reddened slightly. The Xu family had been a lineage of winemakers, yet in the 10 years since the apocalypse they had had no wine to drink. She never imagined that in her twilight years she would receive such a large jar of supreme vintage. One sip and my whole body feels warm. It's been so long since I've felt this comfortable. This is too precious, I should save it for you in case of future hardship, it might fetch a life-saving sum. Mom, Liu Xuan insisted repeatedly that you must drink your full 2 ounces every day. If you don't, he'll start to worry. He also said, since we run a distillery, why fear a lack of wine? Afraid his mother would be reluctant, Xuan quickly invoked Liu Xian's words. Zhu's mother paused briefly, then broke into a smile. All right, he'll drink. You must help him brew wine with all your heart to repay his kindness. I thought our Xu family would never be connected to winemaking again in this lifetime. Unexpectedly you've ended up following in your father's footsteps after all. It's better this way at least than spending your days facing a mountain of trash. Son, work hard for Liu Xuan. From what you've said, he practices martial arts and has mastered such a lucrative skill. If he can find a patron to protect him during his vulnerable phase, he will surely soar to great heights. Support him with dedication, given his character he won't treat you poorly. Perhaps my son will one day become a martial artist, gaining a better foothold in this harsh world. This is your luck too, staying with old Ma and meeting him before his rise. If it were a few years later you might not even have the chance to see his face. Xuan felt a bit unconvinced and said, Mom, isn't that an exaggeration? In his memory his mother had never praised anyone so highly. Even someone like Bai Lizhang's success in her eyes was merely a matter of timing. But he knew his mother never made baseless claims. The Xu family was not only a lineage of winemakers but also a scholarly household. Both his parents had received higher education. His mother, alone and helpless in the apocalypse, had raised him single-handedly and preserved the family's ancestral home. Without caution and exceptional wisdom this would have been impossible. He himself had been exceptionally clever since childhood, devouring the books left by his parents. Though he dared not claim vast erudition, he considered himself highly intelligent. Yet his mother had never praised him so highly. From her tone she seemed to believe Liu Xian's future achievements might rival even Bai Lizhang's. Was this not overestimating him? Seeing Xuan's disbelief, Zhu's mother said sternly, Ana, I know you have ambition, drive and intelligence, but you lack a unique quality that Xiao Liu possesses. Haven't you noticed? Sometimes his words and actions don't resemble someone who has struggled through the apocalypse for 10 years. Not only is he impeccably courteous, but his heart is pure and untainted. Heed your mother's advice, never betray him and follow him faithfully. Seize this opportunity, it may be our Xu family's chance for a turnaround and your best option for living with dignity in this world. Xuan's expression shifted and finally, as if making a firm decision, he said solemnly, All right Mom, I've noted everything you said. From now on I'll help Liu Xuan brew the best wine. Not just brewing. You've always taken care of old Ma, from now on be even more attentive and serve the old gentleman with utmost care. Looking after those he cares about is more effective than directly flattering Liu Xuan. Moreover, since you have a sharp mind, keep a close watch on him. If he encounters difficulties, take the initiative to offer advice and solve problems, gradually demonstrating your value. Only then will your importance in his eyes grow. Xuan recalled how he had always been cold and indifferent toward Liu Xuan, and now he had to seek his patronage and serve him, a thought that left his expression somewhat conflicted. But the task of taking care of the old man seemed to have already been taken over by someone else. Xuan felt a sudden surge of intense crisis. Mom, since you're so happy today, let me share a drink with you. The fragrant aroma from his mother's wine glass made his mouth water. Xuan silently resolved next month the output of the brewing workshop must be doubled. As dusk deepened, Liu Xuan and Huang Guozhong slipped out of the city. They hauled white liquor stashed in their secret base, and by the last faint light on the horizon soon arrived at the Zhao family's warehouse beyond the walls. Fortunately, the hideout was not far, otherwise Liu Xuan would have worried about running into those bloodshot famished refugees along the way. The wilderness under nightfall only makes the desperate more dangerous. Those with any strength left gathered in packs, lying in wait like starving wolves in the dark, ready to strike. Thankfully, the exchange proceeded with unusual smoothness. Zhao Wenxiu had brought only 2 younger cousins. One named Zhao Lei was plain-featured but possessed a low pleasant voice. The other, Zhao Yuan, bore a long sword on his back that immediately caught Liu Xian's eye. Zhao Yuan stepped to the cart with steady footsteps, wrapped his arms around the massive wine jar, and with a deep bark of effort hauled it. The ceramic urn, well over 200 jin in weight with an additional 150 jin of liquor, was deftly lifted from the cart and set down without a tremor. Zhao Lei came forward, peeled back the seal, inhaled the bouquet with evident satisfaction. He dipped a long-handled ladle, drank a mouthful in one, closed his eyes to savor it, then nodded to Zhao Wenxiu in confirmation. Liu Xuan took from Zhao Wenxiu a bundle of crisp banknotes and a heavy iron box. Inside 14 vials lay arrayed, each flickering with an enticing spectral blue glow. The first deal was thus concluded. Zhao Wenxiu even obligingly tossed in 2 brand new disposable syringes, precious commodities in these desperate times. Liu Xuan inwardly thought the whole scene felt disturbingly like an illicit substance trade. See here, 60% purity across the board. 5,000 apiece. Don't grumble, low impurities good for your breakthrough. With the cash we're square. Zhao Wenxiu teased as she watched Liu Xuan stroke the vials as though they were treasures. Fine. Prepare 20 for me next month. Liu Xuan closed the iron box and turned to say. 20. Do you really need that many? I've told you an excess buildup of toxins will bring grave trouble. Breaking a boundary isn't achieved by potions alone, you must practice ancient martial arts and strengthen your body. Zhao Wenxiu said, concern creasing her brow. Don't worry, it's not for me alone. I have 2 elder brothers who need them too. The eldest is a policeman, the second is mixed up with the underworld. Liu Xuan hurriedly conjured 2 brothers as a shield, implying he was not acting alone and explaining the large quantity. By presenting his supposed brothers as cover, he both hinted at outside backing and justified the bulk purchase. Oh? So you have ties in both the lawful and the lawless. Then why not have your brothers handle the liquor instead of coming to our Zhao family? Zhao Wenxiu arched a brow, a thread of doubt in her tone. They, like me, only arrived in Anxi a month ago. They can't match the Zhao family's deep roots. Besides, Qiuqiu and I work in security and have been under Wenxiu's care. Letting you profit is my repayment. Zhao Wenxiu smiled brightly, clearly pleased. Hey, you've got some conscience. Your sister thanks you. How much can you bring next month? She asked. Around 300 jin maybe, Liu Xuan replied evasively. Some key ingredients are hard to find, without them would you dare drink the wine? Fine. When the goods are ready, have Qiuqiu notify me. Zhao Wenxiu tilted her head appraisingly, her gaze mischievous. By the way, sister, if you ever come across ancient martial manuals or swords like the one this brother carries, please keep me in mind. I'll pay well for them, especially defensive and speed-oriented techniques. Liu Xuan used the opportunity to deepen the connection and make a further request. Weapons are the easier ask, I'll find one for you when the time comes. As for martial manuals, they are rare, I'll keep my eyes open. Zhao Wenxiu nodded, then shifted tone. Our Zhao family excels in both spear and sword. As I said, if you were willing to marry in, our martial arts would be yours to study. She prodded half in jest. No thank you. I've got my pride, I can't stomach living off others, Liu Xuan replied with mock solemnity. Zhao Wenxiu laughed. So many promising young men claw to marry into the Zhao family and you've refused twice, what nerve? Her eyes roamed Liu Xian's figure with the amused interest of someone inspecting a curious thing. Very well, stubborn man. If any good opportunities come up, remember to come to your sister Wenxiu. She waved him off and left, mentioning nothing of a shared meal. Once Liu Xuan and his companion melted into the night, a tall pine-straight silhouette stepped from the shadows. Father, what do you think? Zhao Wenxiu called. Interesting. In the moonlight, a man of about 50 revealed himself, erect, imposing, his bearing stately. His facial planes were carved like a blade, his gaze sharp and imposing without fury. This was the vice president of Shifeng Group, Zhao Wenxiu's father, a 6th-rank powerhouse and head of the Zhao family, Zhao Shanhe. He's willing to give the lion's share of the profit to us simply to find a patron. Yet this lad is neither servile nor arrogant, his mind steady, he could accomplish great things. With old man Ma suddenly producing such a grandson, there will be much to watch, ha ha. In an instant, Zhao Shanhe's admiration curdled into anger. HMPH. The boy dared refuse my precious daughter, refused to marry into the Zhao family, what ingratitude. Enough, enough. For the sake of this fine wine I won't press the matter. The boy picking us as his patron shows some discernment, ha. Let's go home and open the feast. He declared, shifting mood so fast his daughter rolled her eyes. If the boy refuses to wed our family, might it be that he thinks you are a bit old? Weren't sure you didn't mention your sister when young. Zhao Shanhe mused aloud, suddenly playful. Of course not. HMPH, my plaything, even if I don't use it I won't hand it cheaply to her. Zhao Wenxia retorted instinctively, her brows rising. The next moment she realized the careless cruelty of her father's words and glared at Zhao Shanhe with wounded resentment, tiny fists clenched until knuckles cracked. Hey. Your old man was only speaking offhand, don't hit an old man. Zhao Shanhe sprang a hand forward, palm out like a shield, face suddenly wary. Zhao Lei and Zhao Yuan stood to one side, struggling to keep straight faces and stifle laughter. There was a feast to be had and fine wine to drink. They were elated, indifferent to whether father and daughter came to blows. There would be plenty to share from that huge jar. That afternoon the bottle Wenxia brought home had nearly sent the whole household into a scramble. Everyone nearly fought over it. Elated and even more impatient than the others, Liu Xuan had already hurried back to his tiny room, bolted the door and with excitement set about the grand plan for his cultivation. In the small room, Liu Xuan held his breath and focused, carefully extracting a bottle of azure liquid from the iron case. Success or failure hinges on this moment. He murmured to himself, closing his eyes and sinking his consciousness into his body, sensing the symbiotic worm dormant near his heart. He then dipped his fingertip into the test tube, summoning the worm with his will. Begin decomposition and purification. The command echoed in his mind. Upon awakening, the worm seemed extraordinarily excited by the abundant energy source nearby. It swiftly migrated to the tip of Liu Xian's index finger, extending several nearly invisible energy tendrils into the potion. The moment the tendrils touched the evolution potion, the cerulean liquid was visibly drawn out, flowing ceaselessly into the worm's body. Within its core alien space, the original milky white glow gradually gave way to a deep blue, then began to spin at high speed like a miniature centrifuge, emitting a low-frequency hum perceptible only to Liu Xian. Time passed slowly. Compared to the potion from his grandfather last time, this evolution potion was notably more toxic. Inside the worm, the blue liquid gradually shed impurities during the high-speed spin as harmful substances were broken down layer by layer. After about 5 minutes, the spinning slowed. The once turbid blue within its body turned clear and transparent, radiating a soft and pure glow. Success. Liu Xian let out a long breath. Within the symbiotic worm's core space, just like before, a mass of pale blue refined essence had formed. A feedback from the worm echoed in his mind. Target source essence modified. Source purified product from a composite chemical additive and nutrient source core mixture blue potion. Efficacy significantly slows the rate of telomere wear, enhances mitochondrial activity and ATP synthesis efficiency. Route of administration oral. Applicable subjects individuals with weak constitutions, those undergoing initial evolution induction. Warning: the original substance contains 32 types of high-risk mutagenic factors and neurotoxins, posing a risk of irreversible physiological damage. Purification complete. Should the harmful waste be expelled immediately? Store. Liu Xun commanded at once. The memory of the nearly suffocating stench from last time still haunted him. He continued. Over half an hour later, 14 masses of sky blue source essence floated within the worm. Their hue had shifted from deep blue to a crystalline clarity so transparent they resembled liquid crystal. The earlier unsettling aura of danger had vanished, replaced by a gentle yet vast surge of energy. Without hesitation, Liu Xian issued the release command. The worm expelled a mass of sky blue liquid which quickly merged into his bloodstream. This was his first time using a purified evolution potion, colloquially known as taking a dose. A wave of warmth instantly flooded his entire body. Unlike the violent energy from directly purified source cores, this potion, scientifically formulated with abundant nutrients and chemical compounds, had a much gentler power. This energy slowly and methodically permeated every cell. Liu Xian could feel his muscle fibers trembling subtly, his bones emitting an almost inaudible hum as an unprecedented tide of energy erupted within him. His body trembled involuntarily. His temperature skyrocketed and his skin flushed a burning crimson. Every inch of muscle felt as if it were tearing, and reforming bone density surged wildly. Blood vessels dilated, his heart pounded like a war drum, and his blood, as if pumped by a new engine, accelerated its circulation. Though free from toxic erosion, this drastic transformation left Liu Xian with a mingled sensation of pain and exhilaration. Gritting his teeth, he knew he was about to transcend from an ordinary man into a first-rank martial artist. Crack! As his bodily functions achieved a massive enhancement and his cells, muscles, bones and blood reached a new equilibrium, an invisible barrier within him shattered. Liu Xian's eyes snapped open, a fleeting glint of sharp light flashing within them. He felt as if every pore on his body had opened, his skin breathing on its own. Blood surged through his relaxed meridians and his heart seemed to beat with greater vigor. He clenched his fist joints, cracking crisply. His strength had increased at least fivefold compared to before. So this is the power of a first-rank martial artist. Liu Xian stared at his hands in disbelief. Moreover, he found his perception had become extraordinarily acute. He could even hear Xuan's heavy snoring from the next room, and through the pitch-black window he could clearly detect mice rustling and foraging in the garbage mountain 100 meters away. Outwardly still a lean youth, a fierce tiger now lurked within. No wonder that Wei brat dared to humiliate Ma Feng so arrogantly. Martial artists and ordinary people were already worlds apart. Why would a tiger care about a lamb? Yet he knew this was far from enough. He recalled Zhao Wenxue once saying that to advance from first to second rank one needed at least 5 injections of the blue potion, allowing continuous bodily transformation and evolution to break through to the next realm. Release. Release. Liu Xuan issued the commands in rapid succession. The worm instantly expelled 5 masses of sky blue source essence, merging them simultaneously into his blood. This time the energy came with a ferocious intensity. Even after purification, the simultaneous release of 5 source essences nearly pushed him beyond his limits of endurance. Damn, I overreached. Liu Xuan's entire body flushed red again, veins bulging like coiled dragons as energy rampaged wildly within. He couldn't direct the flow of this energy, he could only grit his teeth and endure as it scoured every cell in his body wave after wave. The pain was bone deep, as if a crude craftsman were scraping his flesh and bones with a wire brush. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, the worm inside him suddenly took the initiative, drawing the blood suffused with a pale blue glow into itself, then slowly releasing it again after a moment. This bizarre scene reminded Liu Xuan of a patient undergoing dialysis. A worm-powered blood dialysis machine. After an unknown span of time, the internal dialysis finally ceased. Break. Liu Xuan roared silently in his mind, and his joints crackled like popping beans. Second-rank martial artist achieved. He rose slowly, his stature seeming to have increased slightly. His once frail body now displayed smooth, defined muscle contours. Though not the exaggerated bulk of a fitness trainer, he could sense the terrifying power coiled within. He even felt a sensation of being overfull, a sign that the energy within had reached its peak. Most miraculously, he discovered he could now see clearly within himself. Previously it had been only a vague sensation, but now he could see the flow of his own blood and the tiny worm lying quietly near his heart. The worm itself seemed to have grown a size from this purification, its once entirely transparent body now faintly outlined in a milky white contour. Liu Xuan slipped silently into the courtyard. He picked up a discarded steel rebar from the ground and with a slight exertion bent it as easily as a strand of noodles. Liu Xuan slowly withdrew his stance, feeling the surging power coursing through his limbs and bones. So this is the strength of a second-rank martial artist. An unprecedented sense of confidence swelled from the depths of his heart. In this brutal apocalypse he finally had a sliver of capital to survive. Among all the people he knew, only squad leader Fang of Sector A was a second-rank martial artist. For a moment his rapidly inflating confidence even tempted him to seek out the other for a sparring match. Foolish. But the thought was barely born before he swiftly extinguished it. Only an idiot would reveal his strength. There were always greater heights to scale. A mere second-rank novice who had just stepped onto the martial path would be courting death if he grew arrogant. The road ahead was still long. Even with the golden finger of a symbiotic worm capable of efficiently purifying source cores and eliminating toxins compared to the behemoth of the mighty Han government, entities capable of developing evolutionary serums and systematically restoring ancient martial arts manuals, his own power remained pitifully insignificant. Liu Xuan reined in his thoughts and lay back down on the bed. Power surged within him like tidal waves. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. The path of evolution had only just begun. The next morning Gan Peilan was already bustling in the kitchen. Steam billowed from the steamer baskets as she prepared mantiu for Liu Xuan to take back to the breeding farm. It had become a custom to bring some mantiu for Professor Jiang, squad leader Meng and 3 colleagues on each return. But this time Zhong Yi's portion was naturally omitted. Liu Xuan would never let precious food become bait for Zhong Yi's misdeeds. The morning sun was not yet scorching. Liu Xuan and his grandfather sat in the yard basking in the warmth. After hearing Liu Xuan recount the previous night's transaction with Zhao Wenxue and the subsequent arrangements, Ma Feng furrowed his brows, his expression complex. He felt both relief that his grandson had gained formidable assets and fear that this might be the beginning of a calamity. "Xiana, tell me honestly," Ma Feng said, his gaze piercing as he stared at him. "Has old Jiang really solved the poisonous sorghum problem?" "Consider it partially solved." Liu Xuan's tone was hesitant and he instinctively avoided the old man's stare. Ma Feng abruptly stood up, circling him with a gaze as sharp as if trying to peel him open, sending a chill down Liu Xuan's spine. "Grandpa, why are you looking at me like that?" "I'm definitely my mother's son, your own grandson." Liu Xuan wasn't entirely sure himself. Even if he was, his soul had certainly been swapped. "Something's off. You seem a bit taller." "No? You've got something on your mind, a secret." "A big secret?" Ma Feng was categorical, hitting the nail on the head. Liu Xuan scratched his head and hesitated. "There are some little secrets. Grandpa, if you want to know, I can actually." "Stop right there. Stop immediately." Ma Feng waved his hands repeatedly, his expression turning stern. "If you tell it, is it still a secret?" If you tell me I might accidentally let it slip and then it reaches a third person, a fourth. And in the end it will only bring mortal danger upon you. Remember, this secret must rot in your heart. You cannot tell anyone, including me. Understand? All right. But if Grandpa ever wants to know someday, I can tell you anytime. Liu Xuan put on his usual obedient smile. HMPH. I've lived most of my life and heard all sorts of strange things. Do you think I care about your little secret? Ma Feng scoffed, his sharp tongue returning. In this world the dead can get up and bite people. What's impossible? You boys should just marry into the Zhao family as soon as possible. Let that idiot Zhao Shanhe protect you so you won't be targeted by some big shot and die without knowing how. Liu Xuan. At that moment on the 8th floor of the group headquarters, Zhao Shanhe, who was reviewing documents, sneezed violently. Which old bastard is gossiping about me behind my back? Taking the warm mantou still fragrant with wheat from Ganpeilan, Liu Xuan bid farewell to his grandfather and pushed his familiar swill cart back to the breeding farm. He first went to Unit 8 in the breeding area to prepare food for the little corpse. His mood had been poor the day before and Unit 8 had suffered as a result. He had originally thought it would only miss one meal, but due to the transaction it had gone hungry for an entire day. As he poured the laced food, Liu Xuan even thought he glimpsed a faint trace of resentment in the hollow pale eyes of number 8. He blinked trying to confirm, but number 8 had already lowered its head and was wolfing down the food. An illusion. Liu Xuan shook his head. Corpses had no souls. Even if they evolved into corpse generals or corpse kings, they only became more cunning and bloodthirsty, incapable of generating emotions. Just as he left the breeding area, Liu Xian's stomach growled. He had eaten full large mantou from Ganpeilan in the morning, but after walking just a few li, hunger had returned. It seemed his enhanced body had a greater craving for food. He initially thought of going back to the dorm to gnaw on some mantou, but then remembered the meals sold at the cafeteria. Since he had money in his pocket, he didn't mind going for something better to replenish his nutrition. It was breakfast time at the cafeteria and a long line had formed at the free counter. Liu Xuan glanced at it and walked straight to the paid counter. Line up at the free counter. A hoarse, impatient voice came from behind the counter. A middle-aged cook in a greasy apron was tapping his ladle with oily hands. His triangular eyes swept over Liu Xian's temporary worker uniform, narrowed noticeably, and his mouth twisted into a sneer of undisguised contempt. Seeing Liu Xuan unmoving, just staring at the food, the cook banged his ladle noisily against the porridge pot and sneered, "What? Want to buy? Take a good look, don't be scared." He deliberately pointed his long ladle at the price list posted on the counter. Today's menu: millet porridge, egg wrap, each set 50 yuan, $50. One set. The cook deliberately raised his voice, shouting with malicious intent. "If you can't afford it, get lost. What's a temp worker doing hanging around here? I can't even afford this fine food. This isn't for the likes of you. You'll take that set." Liu Xian's voice was calm and flat, cutting off his tirade. The cook, as if not hearing clearly, scraped his ladle against the pot rim, creating a jarring noise, and sneered, "You short-lived temp workers, can you even earn 300 a month? This one meal is..." His voice died in his throat. A somewhat worn but crisp 50 yuan note was passed through the window. Liu Xian's fingers holding the bill were long and slender, with distinct knuckles steady as iron pincers. The cook's sneer froze on his face, revealing his yellowed teeth. He stared at the bill, then at Liu Xian's impassive face. His Adam's apple bobbed and he fell silent. On the other side, the free line had also quieted down. People who had been waiting for a show instinctively craned their necks. Zhong Yi, who was in line, felt his sneer solidify. "There's no rule against selling to temp workers in the cafeteria, is there?" Seeing the cook frozen, Liu Xuan spoke again, his voice still calm. The cook, his face dark, snatched the money and stuffed it into the cash box, then turned to prepare the meal. His hand jerked violently. The ladle, already filled with porridge, tilted, leaving only half a bowl's worth. Then he slammed the tray, bearing only a half bowl of porridge, 1 egg and 1 wrap, onto the counter, glaring at Liu Xuan in challenge. Liu Xuan picked up the tray and turned away. "Eat up. Might as well squander your money while you have it, so it doesn't become some other bastard's windfall when you die tomorrow." A vicious curse followed him. Having been humiliated by a temp worker, the cook considered it a favor not to have spat in the food. Liu Xuan did not look back, but his fingers gripping the tray tightened slightly, leaving several indentations in the iron bottom. Weakness was the original sin, and being scorned by petty men was the norm. For a temp worker to buy a paid meal was inherently out of place. The cook's harassment, in a twisted sense, seemed reasonable. If it had been squad leader Meng, the cook would never have dared to let his hand shake. Liu Xuan silently walked to the temp workers' dining area and sat down. Amidst a sea of complex gazes, he picked up the wrap and took a large bite. Crunch! The crisp sound echoed loudly through the suddenly silent cafeteria. The man may be malicious, but his culinary skills are rather commendable. A sardonic smirk curled at the corner of Liu Xian's lips as he began to feast heartily. As he ate with gusto, the scrape of chairs nearby announced the arrival of Guo Zhao and Fei Renyi, who took their seats in succession. Guo Zhao's gaze toward Liu Xuan still carried a lingering trace of grievance like a wronged wife clearly not yet recovered from the series of blows the previous night. Even so, he offered words of consolation, "Don't bother with someone like that. Last time I went to buy food from him he actually spat into my tray right in front of me, ruining my meal. But oddly enough, the next time I went he treated me like royalty, bowing and scraping, even adding extra portions without charging more. It made me quite embarrassed." Liu Xuan thought to himself, he probably figured out your identity. And here you are playing dumb. What do I have to be angry about? I simply don't have the time. By the way, are you selling that defective blue potion? Whatever you do, don't use it yourself, it's very risky. Guo Zhao said with a grave expression. Not selling. Why? It's worth nearly 1,000. Guo Zhao looked utterly puzzled. Already fed it to the corpse. Liu Xuan speculated that Guo Zhao's no. 8 had likely been given the same treatment, mixed with the feed. Otherwise it could never have grown so powerful. So you knew all along. Otherwise how could your no. 8 have beaten my no. 10. Guo Zhao wore an expression that screamed, "I knew it." Liu Xuan mused that the essence within the evolution potion could continuously strengthen the corpse soldiers. This was probably no secret. Besides, even if others knew, they'd need the funds to buy the potions. People wouldn't even use them on themselves, let alone waste them on corpses. You actually fed potions to your corpse soldiers? Ryn was so shocked he could barely speak. His own no. 7 couldn't even get enough ordinary meat and grains, while next door they were already feasting on expensive seafood banquets. Both were corpse soldiers, yet their fates were so vastly different. What's there to be so surprised about? You're probably the only one in the entire breeding area still in the dark. Potions were precious and even Guo Zhao couldn't obtain them in unlimited quantities, so he had none to share. He studied Liu Xuan closely and spoke again. "Captain, have you broken through? I feel something different about you compared to yesterday, an oppressive aura." "Yeah, I went home. My grandfather bought me a blue potion. 1 injection and I broke through." Liu Xuan saw no reason to hide it. Showing off his strength appropriately was also a way to avoid trouble. "Ah. You've become a martial artist." Ryn felt overwhelmed by the flood of information. Just days ago all 4 of them had been scraping by together, and now everyone was getting rich, leaving him the only one still poor. A pang of envy tightened in Guo Zhao's chest. He had always longed to break through himself, but his family firmly opposed it, insisting he must wait for a potion with a success rate over 80% before allowing him to inject. But potions of that caliber were already being fiercely contested by major powers for their own children. Waiting for one to be allocated to him would take who knows how long. He couldn't help but envy Liu Xuan's courage to take a gamble. Either die or leap to another level of existence. That's incredibly bold. What was the success rate of the one you injected? Guo Zhao pressed. About 70%, I think. Very low side effects. Liu Xuan dared not mention that it was 100% safe. The ability to mass-produce martial artists was too sensitive to reveal. What? That must have cost 30 or 40,000. Your grandfather is really good to you. Not bad, I'm his only grandson after all. Liu Xuan's tone carried a hint of pride. It suddenly occurred to him that Guo Zhao might have access to cheap defective potions. If only. By the way, where do you buy those defective potions for feeding corpse soldiers? Can you get some for me too? Impossible. Even defective potions are in high demand. You know how scarce source cores are. My family only gives me 2 a week, barely enough for no. 10. Guo Zhao's voice was laced with frustration. Seeing their dejected faces, even their appetite lost, Liu Xuan found it amusing. He took out the steamed buns head brought from home that morning and handed 3 to each of them. Eat up. Freshly steamed this morning. Taking a bite of the soft sweet white buns, their spirits lifted slightly, though they still clamored for Liu Xuan to treat them properly, not just fob them off with a few buns. As the 3 chatted warmly, Zhong Yi approached. "Liu Xuan, where's my share of the buns?" Liu Xuan glanced up at him and replied coldly, "All gone." "You. There are still some in your bag, aren't there?" Zhong Yi pointed at the backpack by Liu Xuan's feet as if entitled to it. "Those are for Professor Jiang. None for you." Having seen Zhong Yi's malice clearly, Liu Xuan had no intention of enabling him further. You're going back on your word." Zhong Yi grew anxious. Using buns as bait was extravagant but effective. Without them, those people no longer wanted to follow him. After all, everyone who left with him had never been seen again. The refugees weren't fools. "Zhong Yi, let me make this clear. Not only are there no buns today, there won't be any for you from now on." "Got a problem?" After advancing to the 2nd rank, Liu Xuan spoke with far more confidence. He deliberately provoked the man, hoping Zhong Yi would strike first so he could show him the might of a 2nd-rank martial artist. Fine. Liu, just you wait." Since the pretense was shattered and he could no longer get buns, Zhong Yi revealed his true colors, spat out a threat and stormed off. You know everything. Guo Jiao looked up at Liu Xuan. Yeah. And has probably hooked up with Leng Wuji. I can't touch him. Liu Xian's tone was tinged with helplessness. In this world evil runs rampant while good is scarce. I only hate that I'm too weak, not even a martial artist. Otherwise I'd personally put an end to that scum. Guo Jiao's eyes blazed with fury. What scum? What are you talking about? Fei Rennie was still utterly confused. Just eat your bun. Sometimes I think being like you, not thinking about anything, not knowing anything, might actually be a blessing. Guo Jiao's voice was low, his face etched with confusion and powerlessness. If he couldn't even punish a vile wretch right before his eyes, what right did he have to talk about saving the world and helping the people? His father's transfer to Anxi City had only made things harder. He always came home with a furrowed brow, work was clearly not going well. These short 10-odd days of his first job had shaken Guo Jiao's confidence in his own abilities. Liu Xian's pointed questions made his ideals seem even more distant. This path, perhaps as Liu Xuan had said, was utterly impractical. Fei Rennie lowered his head, chewing on the bun. Playing dumb, acting humble and lowly, is that supposed to be a kind of blessing? In the following days, life in the breeding area seemed to enter a state of tense tranquility. Perhaps the lingering effect of the first assessment still persisted as the entire breeding area was bustling with activity. The corpse raisers were straining their brains, each displaying their unique talents, meticulously attending to the corpses linked to their own fates. Liu Xuan could not help but admire the unique management model of this world. Seemingly loose and reliant on individual initiative, there was no need for clocking in or meetings, yet it pushed people's enthusiasm to its peak. Liu Xuan referred to this phenomenon as the Doomsday Employee Efficiency Enhancement Mechanism. Not only the newcomers but even the seasoned corpse raisers were caught in an unprecedented frenzy. All of this was due to the annual corpse fighting conference, which was set to open in just 3 months. Meng Daby's 4-man team was also fully devoted to nurturing their corpses. Guo Jiao had team support and his number 10 became increasingly robust and imposing. Fei Rennie worked tirelessly to exchange for staple food, ensuring that number 7 would not starve. Only Zhong Yi's number 9, having lost the steamed bun bait and unable to deceive refugees, saw its living nourishment plan basically come to a halt, with the occasional morsel being a drop in the bucket, causing number 9 to visibly thin out. Liu Xuan divided the 2 portions of pure source essence into 20 parts, adding 1 portion to each meal, which was now only enough for number 8 for a week. As for the remaining 8 portions of the improved version, he was reluctant to feed them to the corpse. After all, the elderly at home needed to take them slowly and he had to reserve some for his older brothers. He could only use them sparingly, waiting for next month's new wine to be ready for trade, which would ease his financial burden. Liu Xuan was very eager about the newcomer rewards in the corpse fighting competition. The silver potion worth tens of thousands could not be purchased through normal channels. It was a necessity to break through the 4th rank. Who could resist such temptation? Therefore he paid extra attention to number 8, observing its condition closely every day. Feeling that eating slop daily was not sustainable, Liu Xuan specially spent 1,000 yuan to buy a nearly 200-pound wild boar from within the venue to supplement number 8's diet. This wild boar was acquired by the group from refugees outside. Its meat was smelly and greasy and the big shots were unwilling to eat it, so it was sent to the breeding area for those capable of paying to feast their corpses. Under the dual nourishment of source essence and fresh meat, Liu Xian's number 8 grew rapidly, seemingly even gaining intelligence. The most obvious manifestation was that it no longer behaved like other corpses, violently crashing and biting at the iron bars all day. It seemed to understand that such actions were futile and a waste of energy. Number 7 on the other hand showed a more bizarre change. It began to eat dirt. Indeed, the corner where number 7 curled up had been excavated down a layer. Liu Xuan had seen it with his own eyes as it used its sharp claws to dig into the moist soil, burying its head down and eating with great relish. Fei Rennie reported the situation to Meng Daby, who was equally bewildered. Having raised corpses for many years, he had seen them gnaw at dirt but never eating it as food. To address this, he specially applied to Granny Lung for funds and purchased a heavy mudguard panel taken from a large truck to completely cover the floor of number 7's enclosure. Guo Jiao's number 10 became increasingly formidable, its size almost on par with that of an adult corpse. When Granny Lung inspected, she even praised Guo Jiao, calling him a genius in corpse raising. However, Guo Jiao had his own troubles. Once he chose this path, he could only grit his teeth and persevere, at least aiming to win that tube of silver potion in the corpse fighting competition. Number 10's stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how much it was fed daily, it could consume it all. Even if it couldn't finish and vomited after a short rest, it could eat the vomit again. Such a bottomless pit would strain even a wealthy household to sustain number 10's consumption. Yet despite the heartache, feeding was still a necessity. He only hoped this work would conclude perfectly, winning the newcomer grand prize and leaving a good story in the circle of young masters in Anxi City before retiring with success. Besides raising corpses, Liu Xuan also kept himself busy. He either went to Master Meng's courtyard to help his wife with chores and enjoy a meal, or accompanied Professor Jiang at his home to chat with the elderly and lend a hand improving the meals. Once conditions improved, the free meals in the cafeteria, which tasted like pig slop, became increasingly hard to swallow, making it a norm to scrounge for food. Of course he never forgot to bring gifts whenever he visited, and with his finances easing he would bring his own ingredients, which naturally made his master's wife happy. He would never forget those who helped him and would only repay them doubly. Those dozens of pounds of wine nearly drove Professor Jiang and Master Meng, who tasted it, into madness. Liu Xuan still remembered the odd expression on Professor Jiang's face when he first tasted the fine wine brewed from his own cultivated toxic sorghum. Old Jiang had a complex expression. He understood that Liu Xuan must have solved the detoxification problem. When asked about promoting it receiving a negative response, old Jiang no longer inquired further, only requesting Liu Xuan to increase the monthly supply to 50 pounds on par with Ma Feng. Liu Xuan agreed, and only then did old Jiang feel satisfied. "We're getting old," Professor Jiang said, sipping the wine, his gaze distant. "Little Liu, I and your grandfather are now living by the motto, drink up while we can, for tomorrow we may not be here. We've lived enough, not afraid of trouble, worst case we die. But you're still young. You need to know when to gain and when to let go. When it's time to let go, just let go. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood, understand?" He was reminding Liu Xuan that holding on to such secrets would eventually attract the attention of powerful figures, warning him not to be blinded by great benefits. At that time it would be prudent to yield and offer the formula to preserve his life. Old man, you can rest assured I know how to navigate. I won't just charge forward blindly." After spending time with Liu Xuan, he surprisingly learned a few phrases from old Jiang's hometown dialect. Meng Darby was about the same that night. He drank a pound by himself. Drunk old Meng, aside from repeatedly reminding Liu Xuan to keep the secrets well, also reluctantly packaged a few pounds of wine to honor his master, who was Liu Xuan's mysterious ancestor. Whenever mentioning the old Taoist who introduced him to the teachings, Meng Darby always hesitated and spoke ambiguously. Liu Xuan was undoubtedly very interested if he could call out, "Master Ancestor, please accept your disciple's bow. Wouldn't that be a windfall?" He could also acquire 2 advanced ancient martial arts books, which would be a tremendous gain. Unfortunately, old Meng was always unwilling to disclose the details of the White Lotus sect, only saying the time was not ripe and that Liu Xuan needed to complete the initiation ritual to become a formal disciple. However, old Meng still taught Liu Xuan several complex hand seals said to be codes for identifying sect members. Liu Xuan's Dharma sword technique had made some minor progress. He was familiar with the basic sword moves and footwork, yet the profound techniques of force application, especially those that required synchronization of sword moves with one's own breath, with each move aiming for the unity of body and mind and integrating intent into the sword's momentum, still left him completely perplexed. He eagerly yearned for guidance from a true master, but unfortunately that ancestor's whereabouts were elusive, making him hard to find. Liu Xuan glanced at Meng Darby, who was squinting and savoring the wine, a look of bliss on his face, and murmured softly, "Sigh, did I end up with a fake master?" That night Liu Xuan, satiated with food and drink at Master Meng's, was humming a tuneless melody on his way back when a dark figure suddenly darted out from the side and barred his path. Liu Xuan looked closely and saw it was Zhong Yi. He hadn't seen him much in recent days, and now upon seeing him again his appearance had drastically changed. The arrogant aura of the street thug from a few days ago was completely gone. He cowered there, curled up like a crumpled rag. His work clothes were torn to shreds, revealing arms covered in purple finger marks and a few unhealed scratches oozing pale pink blood. His hands tightly gripped his trouser legs, and every breath caused his shoulders to tremble slightly, as if even breathing brought excruciating pain. Like a thoroughly beaten dog, he tucked his tail between his legs, devoid of any strength for a final struggle. Seeing Liu Xuan, he kept his head bowed so low it nearly touched his chest, forcing out a broken sound from his throat. "Captain. Captain Liu. I beg you. I beg you, sir, to save me. I know I was wrong, truly wrong. For the sake of our acquaintance, please give me a hand." Liu Xuan frowned, surprised which good Samaritan had disciplined him, reducing him to this state. Zhong Yi slowly raised his head, revealing a swollen, pale face. Pitiful. Truly miserable. It was as if he had been brutalized by a dozen burly men in succession. Satisfying. Truly satisfying. "No need to call me captain, I can't control you. State your business. I'm in a hurry to get back and rest." Liu Xuan's face was ashen, his tone icy. He could not spare a single kind expression for such a venomous wretch who would trick the living to feed the dead. Zhong Yi had spent years at the bottom, bullying the weak and fearing the strong in the underworld, yet he was an expert at reading people. He thought he had long figured out Liu Xuan's temperament, overly soft-hearted almost to the point of naive kindness, never stirring trouble, even sharing feed to help a waste like Ryn, allowing no 7 to barely survive. He had assumed that by bowing his head and pleading like this he could buy a sliver of a chance. But meeting Liu Xuan's ruddy yet icy-cold face, Zhong Yi felt only a surge of resentment rushing to his head. "Damn it. I'm like this and you're still putting on airs. You have a minister grandfather backing you, appreciation from old Professor Jiang, even Meng Darby looks at you differently. Why? Why not me?" If he weren't at his wit's end he would never have come to beg Liu Xuan. He had even gone to Leng Wuji, spending a full 48 hours in that room. At the thought, the faint glimmer of defiance in Zhong Yi's eyes was instantly extinguished, replaced by an abyssal terror. Leng Wuji was indeed, as the rumors said, a complete and utter maniac. Damn it, he wasn't into men, he was nothing but a bloodthirsty monster. His room was filled with glass jars soaking various human organs. severed hands, heads and more of men and women's. He was obsessed with savoring the pain on others' faces and even more obsessed with dismemberment. He used mop handles, wrenches, every object within reach to torment him, reveling in his naked mournful screams. Having experienced it himself, Zhong Yi truly understood the meaning of the saying circulating in the feeding zone, better to be toyed by granny than messed with by Wuji. Damn his ancestors. He had paid such a horrific price thinking he had found a backer that no. Nine's food source would be secure and he could swagger through the feeding zone. Who would have thought that countless nights of agony would only earn him 2 jin of mixed feed daily? The disparity between effort and reward was despairing. It was all because his no. 9 corpsemen accustomed to eating live humans turned its nose up at mixed feed. Without fresh flesh and blood it would rather starve. But the strange thing was, last time he secretly poured the leftover swill from Liu Xuan's bucket into no. 9's trough, it devoured 10 jin of mixed feed ravenously. Yet the next day, without the swillest food, it wouldn't even look at it. Seeing no. 9 growing thinner by the day, if he didn't find a solution soon he would surely be at the bottom of the next assessment. He didn't want to die, he just wanted to live. As long as he could live he would do anything. With a thud, Zhong Yi abruptly knelt before Liu Xuan, smashing his head fiercely against the cold stone floor. Brother Liu. Lord Liu. Please be merciful, spare a bit of no. 8's leftovers for no. 9. From now on he'll be your dog. A dog that can bark. Tell me to go east and I won't go west. I was blind before, but you're magnanimous, treat me like a fart and let me go. Liu Xuan was naturally aware of no. 9's condition. Hearing Zhong Yi's words he understood that the other must have scraped the bottom of his swill bucket, which made the picky no. 9 react. Head Meng had said that no. 9 was a lost cause. He also knew Zhong Yi's tricks, such methods had been tried before. Since no. 9 had tasted human flesh, it would take at least 3 months to reverse its habits unless it was starved to the brink of death before it might accept mixed feed again. And starving for 3 months would surely lead to last place in the assessment, likely unable to even defeat Fei Renyi's no. 7. Thanks to the occasional handouts from Liu Xuan and Guo Jiao no. 7's withered frame had barely grown a few ounces of rotting flesh and its spirits were rising daily. What exactly did I do to make you think I would help you? Liu Xuan's disdain was unmistakable. Tell me and it'll change. This kind of venomous person when cornered would even swallow shit. But once he caught his breath or even made a comeback he would never remember past favors, only seething over today's humiliation, waiting to repay it 100-fold. Zhong Yi was stunned at first, and when he grasped the deeper meaning of Liu Xuan's words the last glimmer of light in his eyes was utterly extinguished. He prostrated himself on the ground, hands flat like a pilgrim before Liu Xuan, making one final desperate struggle. Lord Liu. I truly have nowhere to go. Could you just give me a few steamed buns? Your great kindness Zhong Yi will surely repay. If you won't even help me I have no way out. You even help that waste, so why can't you give me a hand? You can't just watch me die. He shouldn't have mentioned the buns. At the mere mention Liu Xuan wished he could send him straight to the afterlife with a single punch. Steamed buns. Liu Xuan laughed in fury. My buns are for people to eat. Not for you to use as bait to trick people to their deaths. You. Zhong Yi's face instantly turned deathly pale. He never imagined the other had already seen through his schemes completely. You followed me. He jerked his head up, his ashen face flushing an unnatural red from shame and anger. It was just like when he was caught peeping in the girls' bathroom at 15 and was publicly reprimanded by the principal. Humiliation. Overwhelming humiliation. Since the matter was out in the open with Liu Xuan and Guo Jiao's hypocritical nature, there was absolutely no chance of getting their help anymore. He slumped to the ground, tilting his head to stare at Liu Xuan, his gaze turning fierce once more. He knew Liu Xuan trained in martial arts daily, if he weren't afraid of losing to him today. Zhong Yi's expression shifted several times, finally dissolving into a long sigh. Captain Liu, I just want to survive too. If I had a backer like you or a good father like Guo Jiao, who would want to do such a heinous childless deed? If I don't do it I die. If it were you, what would you choose? You won't help me and I don't blame you. That's just how this world is. Sorry for the trouble. With that he struggled to push himself up, clutching his back, and limped away unsteadily. He didn't head towards the dormitory, nor did anyone know where he was going. Liu Xuan stood still, his expression shifting like a stormy sky. He had expected Zhong Yi to turn hostile on the spot and had even prepared to kill him then and there. With no one around he could bury the body in some secluded spot. With Master Meng providing an alibi, the death of a temporary worker would hardly stir up any trouble. Liu Xuan had noticed the vicious gleam in Zhong Yi's eyes. Yet the other man had ultimately swallowed his pride and uttered those conciliatory words. Did he take Liu Xuan for a fool? A beast like that, ruthless to others and himself not even human, would pose a grave threat if he schemed in the shadows. If Zhong Yi had lashed out violently, Liu Xuan wouldn't have been concerned. But given his vengeful nature, being able to suppress his emotions at this moment made him somewhat formidable. With Liu Xuan's strength as a second-rank martial artist, killing an ordinary man who was merely slightly robust would take but a single blow. Yet Zhong Yi denied him that chance. If the man plotted against him from behind. On the way back, Liu Xuan pondered how to deal with the threat of Zhong Yi, but no matter how he turned it over in his mind, there seemed no solution. Finally, a resolute icy glint flashed in his eyes. It seems I must find a pretext to eliminate this menace as soon as possible. This was the first time he had felt such an urgent desire to end a life. On the other side, Zhong Yi, like a whipped cur, limped back to the breeding area and barged straight into Zone B. He stood silently by the iron cage, countless fragments of the past flashing through his mind like a lantern show. Fuck you. You monster worse than a beast. Eat shit. You've driven me to this. His eyes, venomous with hatred, stared fixedly at the pitch-black humanoid shadow within the cage. Guojiao Liu Xuan. You bastards just got lucky with your births. You have backing. What about me? I fought my way here all by myself. I knelt and begged you. And you wouldn't even lend a hand. And that perverted bastard Leng Wuji. His emotions spiraled out of control, plunging him into madness. Indeed, few who had been played with by Leng Wuji could remain sane. Since the company values this monster's life more than mine. Then before I die, I'll make sure you feel a real sting of loss. He pulled a paper packet from his pocket containing 2 white pills. He took one, ground it to powder with a stone, then drew a dagger from his bosom and without hesitation cut a large chunk of flesh from his own thigh. Sprinkling the powder carefully onto the flesh, Zhong Yi extended his bloody hand holding the meat into the iron cage. Heh. Number 9, you only eat living human flesh, right? Today I sacrifice myself to feed you. Eat. If it's not enough, Grandpa will cut more for you. Zhong Yi had completely lost his mind. He seemed not to feel the excruciating pain, as if the flesh came from someone else. Number 9, catching the thick scent of blood, lunged forward with a low growl and bit down, swallowing Zhong Yi's 2 fingers along with the drugged thigh meat in one gulp. Raw. The air thick with blood, Number 9's ferocity erupted fully as it let out a deafening roar at Zhong Yi. Heh. Enjoy your last meal. This drug cost me a fortune to get. If I can take down one corpse in my death, you'll count as a real man. Ha ha ha. 1. Zhong Yi's bloodshot eyes rolled mechanically. Pity. Only the last pill is left. Corpse men have insane regeneration, a small dose probably won't work. Who gets the last slot? Number 10. The strongest one. If it dies, that old hag Lung would probably grieve for half a year, right? No? Better make it Number 8. A corpse man and its keeper share a life, no matter the reason. If the lesser corpse dies, the keeper follows, an iron law. I trust Granny Lung won't disappoint me. Ha ha. Liu Xuan, oh Liu Xuan. You think you're so tough. I'll make you my burial companion. With that thought, he raised the dagger again, cut another large piece of flesh from his leg wound needed in the drug, and tremblingly shuffled to the Number 8 cage, thrusting his hand and the meat inside. After an unknown time, Zhong Yi lay sprawled beside the Number 8 cage, his face deathly pale from blood loss, lips black, muttering broken syllables only he could understand. Cold. So cold. Mom. Mom, where are you? Mom. Don't come near. I'm sorry. Wang Sanmazi said he'd trade half a sack of coarse rice for you. I agreed. They won't eat you, don't worry. Little brother. Why are you here too? Are you and Mom here to take me away? Don't hate me. I was so hungry. If I hadn't eaten you, we'd both have died. I don't want to die. Murky tears slid from Zhong Yi's eyes. Better one lives than both die. Little brother, don't blame me. I'll come. Join you soon. His murmurs grew faint, then ceased entirely. In the entire Zone B, only the agonized, frenzied roars of the 2 corpse men echoed in the dead silence. The next morning, Liu Xuan rose early to practice his sword as usual. He had barely begun when he saw squad leader Meng rushing into the dormitory area, panting and pale with panic, shouting something's happened. A big incident. Quick. Get them up. Follow me now. Meng Dabiao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes a tangle of anxiety and fear, his voice trembling. Chief, what's wrong? Take it easy, tell us slowly. Liu Xuan hurried over to ask. Don't ask. Move. Something's wrong with the corpse men in Zone B. Director Leng and the others are all there, ordering us to come immediately. I heard from the guards. They say the corpse men are dead. The corpse men are dead. Liu Xuan broke out in a cold sweat. What had happened? Guojiao and Fei Rini, who had just stepped out, heard this and were equally shocked. Fei Rini even began to tremble all over, barely able to walk steadily. Guojiao glanced at the panicked group and said in a deep voice, don't lose your heads first. Let's go see the situation. He wasn't too worried about the life bond with the lesser corpse. Even if he were willing, his father, an official in the city, would never allow his only son, the sole heir of 3 generations, to die like that. The group hurried to the breeding area. As they neared the entrance of Zone B, they saw over a dozen heavily armed guards surrounding the place. Granny Leng's hunched figure stood at the door beside her, the grim-faced Leng Wuji. You're here. She opened her murky eyes, her cold gaze slowly sweeping over the four. Director. Director. What? What happened? I made a round last night and the corpse men in Zone B were fine when I left. Meng Dabiao stepped forward, lowering his head in fear. Go in and see for yourself. 2 are dead. Though that brat has committed suicide to atone for 1 life. 1 more remains. As the squad leader, you won't escape punishment. Granny Leng's words were icy, foretelling more trouble for someone. The 4 entered Zone B with trepidation, and a thick cloying stench of blood immediately assaulted their nostrils. Zhong Yi's eyes bulged wide, his face frozen in utter terror. He was already dead. No. 7 and no. 10 relentlessly extended their ghastly white claws, emitting low guttural snarls as they lunged toward the stiffening corpse sprawled upon the floor. Deep within the iron cage where no. 8 and no. 9 were confined, however, reigned absolute silence, no sound, no movement. All is lost. A chilling weight plummeted into Liu Xuan's chest. Just yesterday he had been contemplating how best to eliminate Zhong Yi, yet the man had overnight delivered Liu Xuan a final grim lesson with his own life. At that very moment a frigid rasping voice rang out like a funeral bell echoing down the shadow-draped corridor. Head Overseer Meng Biaodao has failed in his supervisory duties, causing grave losses to the corporation. He shall receive 20 lashes, as an example to all. Liu Xuan, designated caretaker of Corpse No. 8, is sentenced to death by hanging. All personnel shall assemble at the execution ground at noon today for public sentencing. Before Cold Granny's words had fully faded, Liu Xuan's entire body tensed, muscles coiled like steel springs, his gaze darting across the guards with lightning precision, his mind racing through every sliver of possible escape. Director. Director. Young Liu has always been diligent and faithful, the strength of Corpse No. 8 is no secret to you. Please grant him 1 more chance. Head Overseer Meng's plea was cut short as a serpentine whip lashed viciously across his back. Crack. Cold Wuji's shrill voice pierced the air. Who dares question Mother's decree? Meng, aren't you the so-called veteran corpse tender? Never imagined your day would come, did you? Sneering, he swung the whip again and again, each strike landing with surgical cruelty, tearing flesh with sickening muffled thuds. Muffled chuckles rose from the doorway. Other corpse tenders gathered to watch the spectacle. Overseer Zhu pointed and jeered, his face alight with unmasked glee. Overseer Fang remained silent, his gaze lingering pensively upon the rigid form of Corpse No. 8 inside the cage. No one could fathom his thoughts. Young Overseer Liu stared blankly at the dark crimson pool of blood, his outward calm masking a flicker of pity, or perhaps sorrow born of shared fate, and for an instant something darker, wilder, almost imperceptible. After all, Liu had been present during those nights Zhong Yi spent with Cold Wuji. Liu Xuan gripped the icy iron bars until his knuckles blanched white. His eyes remained fixed on Corpse No. 8, whose limbs twitched faintly now and then, as his mind raced faster than ever before, scouring the abyss for a single thread of salvation. Meng Biaodao lay crumpled on the ground, each stifled groan striking Liu Xuan's heart like a hammer blow. Stop. Liu Xuan suddenly bellowed at Cold Wuji, the voice exploding like thunder in the suffocating stillness of the cell block. Cold Wuji recoiled in shock, his raised arm freezing mid-swing. Have you gone mad, you wretched temp worker, or are you simply tired of living? Daring to shout at me? His arm snapped sideways and the whip, charged with lethal force, whistled straight toward Liu Xuan's face. The leather whip shrieked through the air. Liu Xuan jerked his head aside. Crack. The tip slammed into his shoulder, shredding cloth and splitting skin, blood welling instantly. Searing agony shot up his spine, he clenched his jaw, releasing only a guttural suppressed grunt. I'll make you scream. Scream again. Filthy scum, you nearly startled me. Cold Wuji spat, eyes gleaming with twisted exhilaration as he raised the whip once more. The second strike came faster, fiercer, a blur of lethal motion aimed squarely at Liu Xuan's face. Yet instead of retreating, Liu Xuan surged forward, his right hand shot out like lightning and seized the whipping tip midair. The instant his palm met the lash, a searing stinging burn flared, but his fingers locked tight, immovable as iron clamps. A martial cultivator. Cold Granny, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened her clouded yet piercing eyes, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing her ancient gaze. Cold Director, I have something to say. Liu Xuan's voice remained steady, as though the blood streaming down his shoulder and the fire raging in his palm meant nothing. Cold Wuji yanked hard, yet the whip refused to budge, as if welded to an unshakable mountain. A flash of uncertainty crossed his face. Speak, Cold Granny commanded, her tone utterly devoid of emotion. A martial cultivator emerging now was truly unexpected. Thus the noon hanging would have to be postponed. Violations committed by cultivators required formal review by the corporation, their lives held far greater weight than those of ordinary corpse tenders. As team leader, I failed to detect Zhong Yi's transformation. These past days he rarely returned to the dormitory, nor did I know where he'd been sleeping. I should have reported this immediately to Overseer Meng, but I did not. Therefore these remaining 12 lashes belong to me. His gaze drifted almost imperceptibly toward Cold Wuji's shifting expression. With matters having escalated thus, he had no choice but to reveal his cultivation status, and redirect blame with calculated precision, forcing the sadist to shoulder some responsibility. Cold Granny observed every minute nuance of Liu Xuan's expression, and glanced briefly at Cold Wuji's evasive eyes, fully grasping the unspoken meaning behind his words. She knew her adopted son's nature better than anyone. That Zhong Yi had suddenly taken his own life, causing such catastrophic loss, would be astonishing indeed had it not been preceded by Cold Wuji's abuse and sordid machinations. In an instant Cold Granny moved, gliding forward like a phantom, her withered hand descending lightly, almost gently, upon Cold Wuji's chest. Boom! Cold Wuji flew backward like a severed puppet, slamming hard into the wall 3 meters away with a heavy thud. HMPH. Look what you've done. Cold Granny's voice was glacial. Cough, cough. Mother. I. Cold Wuji staggered upright, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, coughing violently, stammering yet too terrified to utter even a word of defense. Since he volunteers to accept punishment in Meng's stead, proceed. True to form, Cold Granny's maternal instinct ran shallow. This temporary worker's life was worth less than straw in her eyes. She administered a token rebuke, then turned tacitly permitting, even encouraging, Cold Wuji's vengeance against Liu Xuan. Good. Cold Wuji snatched up the whip, his venomous gaze locking onto Liu Xuan with rabid hatred and perverse delight. Come on then, castrated coward, scratch my back like a grandpa's pet. Liu Xuan tore off his tattered outer robe, revealing a sinewy bronze-hued back, and gripped the cold iron bars with a scornful laugh, his eyes blazing with undisguised contempt. Having sealed a mortal enmity, he might as well savor the moment, provoke his foe, disrupt his composure, and perhaps crack open a chink in his control. Let us hope your bones are as unyielding as your tongue. Cold Wuji moistened his lips, his gaze now raking over Liu Xuan's taut corded back, his eyes shimmering with a predatory, unnerving hunger. The whip cracked through the air with a piercing shriek, striking Liu Xuan's smooth back fiercely, instantly tearing the skin and leaving a ghastly blood mark. Leng Wuji pressed his lips tightly together, the excitement in his eyes growing ever more intense. Following closely were the second and third whips, each lash swifter and harsher than the last. Cold sweat streamed down Liu Xuan's forehead like a rivulet, splattering onto the blue bricks and soaking them with dark stains. His knuckles turned pale from the excessive force, with nails digging deeply into his palms, sending waves of sharp pain. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Guo Jiao and the others with their heads bowed and flickering gazes. Suddenly he tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing back a cry of pain that surged to his throat, turning it into a barely audible muffled groan. I'll make you toughen up. Make you toughen up. Accompanied by Leng Wuji's increasingly sharp voice of excitement, the whips fell like a torrential downpour. Blood droplets continuously seeped from the torn flesh, flowing down Liu Xuan's taut spine, pooling at his feet into a thickening stream of blood. Though already a second-tier warrior, far stronger than the average person under the relentless strikes of Leng Wuji, who was also a second-tier warrior, Liu Xuan began to see darkness before his eyes, and a persistent buzzing filled his ears. He bit down hard, his teeth clattering as the rich metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, yet he remained silent like a pine tree that stands tall and unyielding against a raging storm, steadfastly holding its blooded spine. At last, when the 12th whip fell with unprecedented ferocity, Liu Xuan could no longer suppress a heavily repressed groan, pressing his forehead hard against the cold iron bars, his damp hair sticking to his pale cheeks, his entire back devoid of any intact skin, blood and flesh, a ghastly sight. The hot wind carried a heavy scent of blood through the cage, and Liu Xuan suddenly grinned, looking down at the blood-stained ground and murmuring, 12 lashes. Liu Xuan has received them. Liu Xuan swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. Guo Jiao quickly stepped forward to steady his arm. Throw this kid into the cage, let him stay with No. 8. If No. 8 is not dead by tomorrow, everything will remain the same, Leng Po's cold voice echoed down the corridor. If it is dead, then send him to the headquarters for further judgment. As soon as the words left her mouth, 2 guards roughly shoved Guo Jiao aside, opened the iron cage and forcefully pushed the weak Liu Xuan inside, then turned to drag the corpses of No. 9 and Zhong Yi out the door. It was easy to imagine that No. 9 would be dissected for its core, its remains turned into nutrients for the earth. As for Zhong Yi, by tomorrow morning he would likely end up in the stomachs of the corpse eaters. Director. If No. 8 awakens, Liu Xuan will surely die in the same cage. He is a warrior, even if he makes a mistake it should be dealt with by the company leaders. Meng Dabiao pleaded, covering his wound, his voice trembling. HMPH, have I been too lenient with you? Do you need me to teach you how to do your job? Leng Po shot him a sidelong glance, her gaze as sharp as ice. No. Meng Dabiao wanted to say more but was harshly interrupted by Leng Po. Enough. Get out, lock it up. Leng Po had completely lost her patience. Guo Jiao and Fei Rini hurriedly helped Meng Dabiao up, glancing back at the blooded Liu Xuan, ultimately having to leave helplessly. Once everyone had dispersed, Leng Wuji slowly walked to the front of No. 8 cell, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. So Liu Xuan, you'd better die in there. If you manage to survive, I will show you what I Leng Wuji excel at. Hee hee. Clang. The heavy door of Area B slammed shut, leaving 2 armed guards outside. By Leng Po POS order for the next several hours no one was allowed inside. Liu Xuan struggled to sit up against the wall, gazing at No. 8, which twitched occasionally on the ground, a wave of regret surging in his heart. Had he known this would happen, he should have decisively eliminated Zhong Yi last night. To his surprise, a moment of hesitation brought about such a great calamity. Why should he have hesitated to find reasons to kill a scoundrel? Now here he was left to accompany the dead. Leng Po confined him here merely to take vengeance for her adopted son. If No. 8 awakened and attacked with his strength as a second-tier warrior, killing it would not be difficult, but this would certainly intensify his punishment, and even his status as a warrior would not spare him from severe consequences. If No. 8 died, he would still be doubly punished. This cold old woman is indeed ruthless. Ignoring everything else, Liu Xuan gritted his teeth. He absolutely could not be sent to the headquarters for punishment due to a mistake. Who knows, that old fox by Li Zhong might have been waiting for this day. At worst he'll carve a bloody path and roam the wilderness. But my grandfather. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. Release the source essence. Liu Xuan issued the command to the little insect within him. However, this time the little insect did not execute the order immediately. Just as he was filled with doubt, a cold stream of information suddenly flooded into his mind. Host's body is suffering extensive damage. Based on the current materials, it can purify components like atropine and scopolamine from the mandala toxin, which possess detoxifying anesthetic and analgesic effects. Do you want to purify? Liu Xuan's eyes brightened. He had thought the purple powdered toxin he had stored could only be used for killing, but unexpectedly it could also be purified for medicinal effects. But he quickly suppressed that thought. All the injuries were external and did not effectively address the issue. Anesthesia might relieve the pain, but being in a perilous situation, if he made himself unconscious, wouldn't that be courting death? Do not purify, release directly. He commanded once more. This time the little insect did not hesitate. Pure energy surged into his bloodstream. Liu Xuan suddenly curled up in the cold corner, his body uncontrollably convulsing. It was too fast. Liu Xuan's body had not yet fully adapted to the strength of a second-tier warrior. Using medicine again, even if it was the purified essence, the overwhelming energy nearly tore his meridians apart, bringing excruciating pain. There's no time left. A hoarse roar escaped his throat, his eyes filled with determination bordering on madness. He knew he had no way out. After tonight, tomorrow would likely be a life-or-death struggle. 15 minutes. Unlike the gentle flow experienced during his first use, this time the medicinal effect felt like a steel knife scraping his bones, repeatedly washing through his meridians, tormenting him for a full 15 minutes before gradually subsiding. Taking a deep breath of the foul air tinged with the scent of blood, a fierce glint flashed in Liu Xuan's eyes, and he simultaneously issued 3 release commands to the little insect. He remembered Zhao Wenxiu saying, for warriors the first 3 tiers are the foundation establishment stage. The more potent the medicine, the more solid the foundation. Liu Xuan was unclear how much stronger the improved version of the purified evolution potion from the little insect was compared to ordinary potions, but he knew that with every use he had to give it his all. Last time he had pushed it too far, with 5 doses barely escaping death thanks to the little insect's blood dialysis-like method. This time using 3 doses should. Liu Xuan still underestimated the situation. An indescribable agony exploded within him. It felt as if 3 searing iron rods had violently thrust into his spine, recklessly charging towards his limbs and bones. His skin instantly turned a deep crimson with bulging veins resembling coiled dragons, while blood surged and roared through his veins, producing a sound akin to boiling agitation. His bones cried out, emitting a sound of unbearable strain. Muscle fibers were violently torn apart and reassembled by the raging energy. His internal organs felt as if they were thrown into a high-speed grinder. His consciousness was nearly crushed by the compounded pain, darkness swirling before his eyes, yet he clung tightly to an unyielding will to become stronger. He must become stronger. Time blurred and flowed amidst the excruciating pain. Perhaps it was but a moment, or perhaps an eternity. Just as he felt his body on the brink of complete collapse and his consciousness about to sink into eternal darkness, a stream of information re-emerged in his sea of consciousness, detected that the host cannot withstand the drug's effects, decomposing mandala toxin, merging atropine and scopolamine to prepare an anesthetic agent. Do you wish to release? In the absence of a response from the host, injection will proceed immediately. Liu Xuan's pupils suddenly dilated, his head tilted, and he lost consciousness entirely. Meanwhile, the little insect swiftly took over his body, countless energy tendrils spreading from within, forming a dense web. The violent torrents crashing and clashing with one another seemed to finally find an outlet, surging madly into the little insect's otherworldly space. The little insect's extractor began working again. It was unclear how long had passed, but the little insect released a surge of overwhelming pure energy heat flow which surged into Liu Xuan's meridians with unstoppable force. Crack! It was as if a certain barrier had shattered with a sound. The vast power surged through every meridian like a flood, soothing the previously torn wounds, reinforcing every inch of flesh and bone. Under the influence of the potent anesthetic, Liu Xuan fell into a deep coma, completely unaware of everything around him. He entered a long and peculiar dream. In the dream, an indescribably powerful force flowed throughout his body, dispelling all pain, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and control. Every cell rejoiced as if breaking free from invisible shackles, basking in the glow of rebirth. This sensation was so intense that he subconsciously turned over in his sleep, sinking into deeper slumber. However, while Liu Xuan slept soundly, dark currents stirred outside the cage and the winds of change began to rise. The sky grew increasingly dark, as if ink was swallowing the last rays of light. In a quiet villa in the central urban area of Anshi City, the study was brightly lit, where Guo Jiao was fiercely confronting a middle-aged man behind the desk, the air thick with tension. "You Guo. If you do not save him today, from now on I will no longer recognize you as my father." Guo Jiao had been pleading with his father Guo Donglin for an entire afternoon. All soft-spoken requests had failed, and at this moment he clenched his fists, trying to pry open his father's stubbornness with this final threat. Behind the desk, Guo Donglin exuded a gentle and cultured demeanor. Even when his biological son pointed a finger at him, there was no trace of anger on his face, but rather a hint of a profound smile. "He Jiao, I remember that you have always despised the mixing of personal and public matters. To violate your own principles for a young man you've only known for a few days." He gently rubbed the purple clay teacup in his hand, his tone calm yet laden with undeniable caution. "Moreover, if I remember correctly, you declared unilaterally to sever ties with me last time and vowed to become self-sufficient. What play are you performing now?" Old Guo's eyes held a trace of doting, his words lightly teasing Guo Jiao's taut nerves. Guo Jiao's face flashed with intense struggle, as if he were engaged in an extremely difficult choice. Ultimately, he seemed to exhaust all his strength and gritted his teeth. 3 months. As long as you give me 3 more months, once I secure the championship in the junior group for the No. 10 I am cultivating, I will return home and obey any arrangement you set. A deal is a deal." Guo Donglin's eyes sparkled with a shrewd light, and he abruptly stood up, unhesitatingly grabbing the old-fashioned telephone receiver from the desk. "I will personally call by Liz Hang right now." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the cleaning department of Chiffon Group in the eastern district of Anshi City, a scrapper-looking young man was stealthily crouching by the door, straining to peek inside through the crack. "Who are you looking for?" A cold voice unexpectedly sounded from behind him, startling the young man. He hurriedly turned around, only to see a stern-faced young man resembling a stoic mask eyeing him cautiously. I am looking for. Who should I be looking for?" Fei Rini was anxious, scratching his head. He had dared to come to warn Liu Xian's family, but sadly discovered that he had no idea who to look for. The stoic young man was Xuan. He spoke coldly, without a hint of emotion. "This is the cleaning department of Chiffon Group. I suggest you leave immediately, or don't blame me for calling security." Right. I am looking for the cleaning department." Fei Rini clung to the last straw, hurriedly explaining, "I am Liu Xian's colleague. He is in big trouble. I am here to deliver a warning. Liu Xian is in trouble." Xuan's brow suddenly furrowed tightly. "How serious is it?" "Very serious. The sky is vast. There are corpses and dead people." "How serious is that?" Fei Rini hurriedly blurted out, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Xuan remained silent for a moment, his brows knitting into a deep furrow, and finally stepped aside to let him through. "Come in. Tell me everything in detail." He led the anxious Fei Rini quickly through the slightly worn iron door. In the outskirts, near the large breeding grounds of Chiffon Group, in the depths of a desolate and silent grove, a solitary Kongming lantern silently ascended, its dim yellow glow wavering in the thick night, appearing particularly eerie. Outside the breeding grounds, a refugee curled up in a makeshift dirt nest saw the lantern rise. A flicker of confusion flashed in his murky eyes, and then, as if receiving some kind of instruction, he quickly stood up and silently merged into the boundless darkness. In the grove, Meng Darby put away the kerosene lighter in his hand, a layer of terrifying intent shrouding his face. He stared hard at the cluster of buildings on the top of the back mountain, where the feeding area was heavily guarded. "Since you want to harm my beloved disciple Meng Darby, then don't blame our White Lotus sect for acting on behalf of the heavens." His voice was low but held a resolute determination. Watching the Kongming lantern completely vanish into the pitch-black night sky, Meng Darby's figure like a ghost silently crept up along the steep path of the back mountain. On this dark, windy night, it was the perfect time for killing and arson. That night, countless individuals tossed and turned, unable to sleep for Liu Xian's sake, as various forces harbored malicious intents and dark currents surged. Inside the cage, the small corpse puppet number 8 had miraculously withstood the corrosion of the toxin, yet the residual venom had not fully dissipated. It struggled to open its eyelids, a pair of pale pupilless eyeballs slowly rotating in the dimness, eventually fixing upon Liu Xian, who was sleeping soundly not far away. Twitching uncontrollably, it crawled toward Liu Xian inch by inch, driven by pure instinct, desperately craving fresh flesh to replenish its nearly depleted body. Number 8 dragged itself painfully before Liu Xian, a withered bluish claw with sharp nails trembling as it rested on Liu Xian's arm. It opened a wide mouth lined with fine fangs reeking of decay, poised to sink its teeth into Liu Xian's arm at that critical moment. Several transparent energy tendrils invisible to the naked eye suddenly shot out from beneath the skin of Liu Xian's arm and with lightning speed plunged deep into number 8's withered claw. Warning: incomplete nerve parasitic puppet detected, posing a direct lethal threat to the host. Autonomous defense mechanism activated. Injecting high-concentration mandrake paralytic toxin. Number 8, which had just raised its head, snapped down like a broken marionette, its head thudding heavily against the cold ground. Those pale eyelids which had barely opened closed weakly, once more completely losing their luster. Deep scan complete. Detected high concentration of engineered ribozyme within the target, exhibiting extreme instability and hazard. Initiate decomposition protocol. Detected residual modified source essence voluntarily provided by a symbiote within the target. Maintain supply and analyze its efficacy. Detected xenobiotic biological aggregate at the target's core with a unique energy structure. Extract host DNA sample for directed transformation and binding of the aggregate. Note: upon transformation completion, the target will establish a deep life bond with the host and exhibit absolute obedience. Detected host in deep sleep conducive to efficient recovery and evolution of bodily functions. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing host protection, no forced awakening initiated. Based on analysis of host's prior behavioral patterns and potential intentions, initiating automated modification protocol for the incomplete nerve parasitic puppet. Modification plan confirmed: first, completely decompose all harmful substances, engineered ribozyme, within its body. Second, release 10 units of high purity source evolution essence purified version to comprehensively enhance the target's physique and potential. Third, purify and reshape the xenobiotic biological aggregate using host DNA for homologous transformation, generating a new biosymbiotic aggregate. Modification command confirmed. Execute immediately. In an instant, countless faint, nearly invisible beams of energy surged from Liu Xuan's body, enveloping Number 8 like precision surgical instruments. Number 8's body convulsed violently as if electrocuted, subtle yet dense sounds of muscles and bones squirming beneath its skin, a silent earth-shattering transformation unfolding in the dark cage. Damn, that was one hell of a good sleep. Liu Xuan stretched his limbs unconsciously, a series of crisp pops echoing from his joints, and a wave of comfort made him let out a satisfied sigh. No. The next second he suddenly realized something was wrong and jolted awake. How the hell did I fall asleep? He snapped, his eyes open, scanning his surroundings warily. By the pale moonlight filtering through the cage's skylight, he saw a corpse puppet sitting quietly, perfectly upright, not far from him. Two pure white pupilless eyes stared unblinkingly straight at him with an indescribable curiosity. Holy shit. Liu Xuan jolted in fright, instinctively thrusting both palms forward with overwhelming force. Bang. Number 8's frail body, like it had been hit by a speeding truck, flew backward without resistance, slamming hard into the cold iron bars a few meters away with a sickening thud, then slid limply to the ground. Number 8 seemed stunned by the sudden blow. It clumsily turned over and crawled up, its ashen, twisted face wearing an expression that was almost humanly aggrieved. Its partially decayed jaw hung loosely, and with a weak labored inhale, its two grayish-bluish lips clumsily puckered into a twisted air-leaking circle. Boo. A faint, dry, distinctly leaky sound squeezed out from the twisted gap of its lips, mixed with an indescribable odor of decay and faint bioelectricity. This was no sound from a normal living being, it was more like a bizarre off-key note from a decrepit old bellows being strained to its limit. Number 8 itself seemed utterly baffled and intrigued by this sudden sound. Its dull, vacant, milky white eyes shifted sluggishly as if searching for the source of the strange noise. Boo, boo, boo. This time it tried a few more times, finally realizing that the weird sound was coming from its own mouth. Like an infant discovering its own voice for the first time, or Columbus stumbling upon a shocking new continent, it seemed to have found a fascinating new toy, repeating the action over and over with delight. Boo, 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 boo. Boo your damn head off. What the hell is going on? Even the usually fearless Liu Xuan was stunned by the utterly bizarre scene, a chill running down his neck. Boo. Number 8 let out one last faint puff of air as if understanding the scolding, and actually obediently stopped. It curled up quietly at the edge of the cage, hugging its knees, its posture exactly like a 5-year-old child who had suffered a great injustice but dared not complain. Holy shit. Liu Xuan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Fortunately, at that moment, a massive stream of information linked with his consciousness, presenting every detail of what had happened after he fell unconscious the night before. So, I somehow ended up with a completely obedient corpse puppet pet that can play boo 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 on its own. Damn, this is, even a pie falling from the sky couldn't be this crazy. Little bug. You're freaking awesome. After digesting the information, Liu Xuan was swept up in overwhelming joy, nearly jumping with excitement. He sprang to his feet with a sudden jolt. A thunderous boom echoed through the air. An invisible yet overwhelming wave of force erupted from his body, slamming violently into the iron bars of the cage. The entire structure shuddered with a resonant clang, and the dust and debris on the ground were instantly swept away. At the same time, he caught a pungent, rancid odor. Looking down, he found his body coated in a thick, greasy layer of black filth, impurities and clotted blood forcibly expelled during his breakthrough. Liu Xuan felt the surging, almost overflowing power within him. Instinctively, he threw a straightforward punch at the air before him. A sharp crack split the air as it was torn apart by the force of his blow. A clear sonic boom rang out. Third-rank martial artist, initial stage. He stood firmly in the center of the cage, his posture as upright as a drawn sword. All traces of his previous lethargy and weakness had vanished, replaced by a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. The cold iron bars remained as grim as ever, but now as he looked beyond them his expression had completely transformed. It was no longer the despair and fury of a prisoner but the cold appraising gaze of an apex predator. The cage remained but the trapped dragon had awakened. Standing in the center of the chilly iron enclosure, the moonlight streaming through the corridor skylight cast a pale desolate glow, stretching Liu Xuan's shadow long and distorted across the cold concrete floor. The crisscrossing whip wounds on his back had miraculously healed for the most part, leaving only a slight tightness. Yet Leng Wuji's venomous bone-piercing gaze, like that of a viper, was seared into the depths of Liu Xuan's heart like a branding iron. It burned his very organs, coalescing into a single blazing thought: kill Leng Wuji this very night. Zhong Yi's death had taught Liu Xuan a bloody lesson, etching into his soul a single truth: enemies must be slain on the spot, never left to see the sun rise again. In this breeding area everyone knew Leng Wuji was a twisted sadistic psychopath. Liu Xuan had dared to all but name him in front of old Madame Leng and the others. This hatred was now irreconcilable. Now that Liu Xuan had broken through to the third rank of martial artist, even without ancient martial arts, crushing a second rank like Leng Wuji with sheer strength and speed should be a simple task. The real challenge lay in escaping this cage. Boo! Boo boo! From the corner, number 8 let out its strange yet oddly endearing sound. Number 8. Liu Xuan's mind stirred. He ventured in a low voice, "Can you understand me?" A mysterious, inexplicable connection told him that a bond beyond ordinary understanding had formed between him and this little corpse. Boo! Number 8's pale milky orbs turned toward him and it gave an almost imperceptible nod. What? Liu Xuan's heart jolted. So intelligent. Was this modification truly this outrageous? Could it really have the potential to become a corpse king? He had no idea that thanks to the astonishing transformation orchestrated by the mysterious insect within him, number 8 had been completely reborn. If a corpse could possess a soul, then what now inhabited this body was undoubtedly the sprout of a brand new consciousness. The original amalgamation of alien organisms steeped in bloodlust and savagery had been utterly cleansed and restructured. In its place was a new symbiotic biological aggregate generated from Liu Xuan's own DNA and bound to him by a subtle connection. Could you understand? Liu Xuan suppressed his astonishment. Time was short, there was no room for detailed investigation. He leaned close to number 8's ear, his voice a mere whisper, and quickly began to lay out the escape plan. Moments later Liu Xuan focused his senses. The two guards in security uniforms were still lounging by the large iron gate of Sector B, their rifles slung casually with muzzles pointing downward. One of them had his head tucked in, nodding off as he dozed. Now was the time. The escape plan was in motion. Liu Xuan's hands shot out and gripped two rusted iron bars. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly as the immense power of a third-rank martial artist exploded forth. The iron bars let out a grating groan as they were forced apart, creating a gap of over 10 centimeters, just enough for a child-sized creature to slip through. Number 8, go. He whispered the command to the small corpse crouched at his feet. Number 8's frail body slithered through the gap with boneless ease, landing without a sound and instantly vanishing into the deepest shadows of the corridor. Seeing number 8 had successfully slipped out, Liu Xuan exerted force again, slowly bending the bars back into place as if nothing had happened. Then he violently shook the cage, producing a jarring clatter, and screamed in a panicked tone, "Guard! Guard! Something's wrong. The corpse is gone. Help! What's all the noise? You looking for death?" One of the guards, roused from his stupor, irritably swung open the iron gate and stomped over to cell 8. He kicked the cage in annoyance before shining his flashlight inside, his rifle muzzle trained on Liu Xuan. "Boss. The corpse. It's gone." Liu Xuan raised his hands, his face a perfect mask of terror and helplessness. "Gone." The guard frowned, gripping his rifle with one hand and the flashlight with the other, sweeping the beam more meticulously across the cramped cell. "What the hell? How is that possible?" The light scanned the empty corner. The guard indeed found no trace of the corpse. He instinctively leaned closer, trying to get a better look, his face nearly pressed against the bars. "Above you." Just as the guard entered the optimal striking range, Liu Xuan let out a sudden shriek. "What?" In the pitch-black eerie confines of the prison, the guard was startled by Liu Xuan's yell. He jerked his head up almost reflexively, the moment his gaze left Liu Xuan's. Within that split second Liu Xuan moved. The speed of a third-rank martial artist burst forth beyond ordinary comprehension. A blurry shadow darted to the bars like a phantom. A hand shot out through the gap with lightning speed, seizing the rifle barrel with pinpoint accuracy and yanked with explosive force. Thud. The immense inertia sent the unsuspecting guard's head crashing into the hard iron bars with a sickening thud that made one's scalp crawl. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed in a heap without a sound, completely unconscious. Liu Xuan's hand snaked through the bars, quickly searching the unconscious guard for the cage key. "Stop. Let him go." The other guard at the door, alerted by the commotion, rushed in with his rifle raised, the dark muzzle aimed at Liu Xuan, finger on the trigger. Liu Xuan, however, ignored his shouts and continued his search. He trusted number 8 to handle the rest. "I said stop. Move again and he'll shoot." A sharp click echoed as the nervous guard cocked the rifle, chambering around. Behind you. Liu Xuan finally looked up, flashing a cold, eerie smile at the guard. As if to validate his words, a slender, shadowy figure sprang up from the darkness of hell itself, leaping silently onto the back of the rifle-wielding guard. Your mother. Ua. Ah. Ah. The guard's threat instantly transformed into a choked, suffocating wheeze as his throat was seized. Before he could even pull the trigger, an indescribable searing pain shot through his neck, forcing him to release his rifle. His hands clawed frantically backward, trying to tear off the assailant clinging to his back. But all efforts were futile. Thud. The guard's knees buckled and he crashed heavily to the ground. His head lolled at an eerily unnatural angle on his shoulder, from his neck severed halfway, thick warm blood spurted out like a fountain. The crisp crack of a broken vertebra echoed starkly through the silent corridor. Then he collapsed like a heap of mud, devoid of all life. Number 8, with just 2 bites, had precisely and savagely torn through his neck. Liu Xuan finally grabbed the keys, unlocked the cell door and stepped out of the cage. His gaze swept over Number 8, who was about to continue feasting. Without a single word, just a look, and Number 8 instantly ceased its primal urge, crouching obediently by the side. Good 8, Liu Xian's voice carried a gentleness he himself didn't notice. Human flesh is dirty and disgusting. Once we're out, he'll roast you a whole wild boar, extra spicy. Bu. A faint guttural sound escaped Number 8's throat, as if it truly understood. It crouched on all fours quietly by the side and indeed did not cast another glance at the fresh bloody flesh nearby. Liu Xuan quickly stripped a relatively clean set of clothes from one guard and donned them. He and Number 8, one ahead and one behind, like two phantoms soaked in the night, silently melted into the impenetrable darkness outside the prison. Before long, outside the eerie little courtyard of Lungwuji, which stood apart from the breeding area, 2 shadows nearly merging with the darkness appeared. A dim yellow light still shone from within the room, and the faint clinking of metal instruments and ceramic trays could be heard. Clearly, after being reprimanded by Granny Lungwuji was in a foul mood tonight and had no interest in staging a new show. An old exhaust fan wheezed and rattled by the window, emitting a hoarse, dull hum. The thick, nauseating stench of blood mixed with the pungent odor of formalin seeped through the window crack and hit Liu Xian's nostrils as he crept closer. Holding his breath, he peered through the gap in the curtain into the room. Lungwuji was wearing latex gloves stained with dark, dried blood, pinching a gleaming, exquisitely crafted scalpel between his fingers. The blade moved with practiced ease, slowly slicing open the chest cavity of a mutilated female corpse on the operating table, producing a faint tearing sound. A strange, satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes were as cold as the perpetually frozen lake of Siberia, gazing without a flicker of emotion at the muscles and organs revealed beneath the blade. Don't rush, his characteristically shrill voice rang out, carrying a bone-chilling tenderness. He carefully used tweezers to pick up a piece of ashen-pale organ tissue, scrutinizing it under the shadowless lamp as if admiring a work of art. Soon you'll find where you're imperfect. Hee. Bu. At that moment, a faint yet clear, strange sound came abruptly from outside the window. Lungwuji's movements halted sharply. He listened intently, a flicker of displeasure and confusion crossing his face at the interruption. Who's there? Little Liu, dear. Is that you? A perverse, excited gleam suddenly flared in his eyes. He even stuck out his tongue to lick the cold blood spittle at the corner of his mouth. Holding the still dripping scalpel, he crept cautiously toward the door. Hearing Lungwuji's call, though knowing this, little Liu wasn't him, Liu Xian's pent-up rage erupted like a volcano. He no longer hid. He made a decisive, murderous gesture to Number 8 lurking by the door. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation. Number 8's slender frame erupted with terrifying power, completely disproportionate to its size, hurtling into the door like a cannonball. Bang. Crash. The flimsy wooden door shattered on impact, splinters flying everywhere. Lungwuji looked up in shock, his usual arrogance and perverse excitement not yet faded. But as he recognized the intruders, Number 8 and Liu Xuan, who should have been securely locked in their cages, his expression twisted instantly into sheer terror and disbelief. He opened his mouth to scream for help. But Number 8's speed exceeded the limits of human reaction. Like a grey bolt of deathly lightning, it lunged straight at him. Lungwuji, after all, was a second-rank martial artist. Amid his shock, he instinctively counterattacked. He drove the sharp scalpel in his hand fiercely into the charging Number 8. Thud. The scalpel pierced precisely into Number 8's abdomen. Yet Number 8 seemed utterly oblivious, as if feeling no pain. Those cold, rigid, immensely powerful hands had already clamped around Lungwuji's throat like iron vices. Ga. Ah. You. Lungwuji's cry for help turned into a desperate gurgle. His eyes bulged violently from lack of oxygen. Liu Xuan followed closely, stepping into the bloody torture chamber. His gaze swept over the array of knives on the nearby instrument table, and he precisely picked up a heavy, sharp, gleaming boning knife. Without a shred of hesitation, driven by long-suppressed hatred and murderous intent, Liu Xian's arm was steady as a rock. He drove the boning knife accurately and ruthlessly, deep into Lungwuji's heart. The blade sank to the hilt. For your 12 lashes. Liu Xuan leaned in, hissing a cold growl through clenched teeth, his hot breath hitting Lungwuji's rapidly cooling face. I return but one blade. You got the better deal, scum. Liu Xuan shoved aside Leng Wuji's still twitching corpse and immediately bent down to check on number 8's injury. He carefully pulled out the deeply embedded scalpel. On number 8's greyish-white skin the gruesome gash oozed only a small amount of thick black blood. Then visibly it began to contract and heal with new granulation tissue wriggling slightly like living things. It seemed that the modified body's regenerative abilities far exceeded imagination. This scene defying all logic was caught by the not yet dead Leng Wuji. His bulging eyes were filled with ultimate horror and the fear of death. A few final, clucking, sounds came from deep in his throat. His body convulsed violently a few times then fell completely silent, his eyes wide open in death. Having slain his enemy with his own hand, Liu Xuan barely had time to catch his breath when the corridor outside suddenly erupted with chaotic footsteps and panicked shouts. Something's wrong in Manager Leng's room. There's a commotion. Shit. That's a strong smell of blood. Are you dumb? When is Manager Leng's room not reeking of blood? No. This time it's different. I heard a fight just now. Quick. Call for backup. They had been discovered. Several guards drawn by the noise had already blocked the open doorway. The dark muzzles of multiple rifles were aimed nervously into the room, ready to spit deadly fire at any moment. Liu Xuan swiftly concealed himself and number 8 behind the heavy metal control console, his heart plummeting to the depths as cold sweat seeped from his palms. He had been too impulsive. He should have endured and fled first, then sought a chance for secret revenge. A trace of regret flickered in Liu Xian's heart, only to be swiftly replaced by a surging resolve. No. From this very night, from the moment I personally slay Leng Wuji, I Liu Xuan shall no longer cower or retreat. Vengeance will be exacted this instant. Whoever dares block my path, even in death I will shatter your teeth and bite off a piece of your flesh. He drew a sharp breath, suppressed the turbulent chi and blood, and suddenly rose to his feet. Prepared to face a fierce battle. Just as tension reached its peak, a moment fraught with imminent conflict. A colder, older voice seething with boundless fury and lethal intent pierced sharply from the guard's perimeter like an ice spear. Who dares act recklessly here? The crowd parted in terror like a tide, revealing the frail, hunched figure of the old Leng lady leaning on a seemingly ordinary iron cane, stepping forth from the shadows. Her eyes immediately fell upon Leng Wuji, sprawled lifeless in a pool of blood at the doorstep, then fiercely locked onto Liu Xuan within the room. Her deeply wrinkled, aged face twisted into a demonic grimace, her murky eyes erupting with terrifying madness and murderous intent. It was you. Who killed Wuji? Her hoarse, chilling voice seemed to carry shards of ice, nearly freezing the very air around them. Liu Xian's scalp tingled as every hair stood on end. He knew all too well the unfathomable power of this old crone. Today he likely faced inevitable doom, destined to perish here. The fiery passion that had surged moments ago was instantly replaced by a cold premonition of death beneath such overwhelming disparity in strength. Damn it, death is death anyway. Even if I die, I will bite a chunk from this old witch. Liu Xian's muscles tense like iron, ready to fight to the death and perish alongside his foe. At the critical moment, the entire perimeter of the breeding ground erupted like cold water thrown onto boiling oil, unleashing a deafening cataclysmic uproar. Thunderous shouts, piercing wails, heavy impacts, and the crackling explosions of buildings set ablaze intertwined into a chaotic torrent that instantly drowned out the tense standoff at the courtyard entrance. Trouble! Trouble! A guard scrambled over in panic, his voice distorted as he screamed, "Mob! Many rioters have broken in. Outside. Everything's in chaos. We can't hold them back." Everyone instinctively turned toward the gate of the feeding area. Meng Dabiao burst through the large iron door in a disheveled state, tumbling inside with his face smeared with soot and his clothes torn in several places. Mother! Dear mother! The mob has stormed in. Cutting down anyone they see. Looting everything. Run for your lives. He screamed, his exaggerated act stirring panic. As if to confirm his words, a dense roaring crowd surged violently through the wide-open gate like a terrifying flood unleashed. Most were ragged and gaunt, their eyes burning with flames of despair and rage bred from prolonged hunger and oppression. Among them a group dressed uniformly in coarse white robes stood out starkly amidst the ragtag refugees. They fought while shouting incendiary slogans, "The Three Saints Society kills the rich to aid the poor. We act on behalf of heaven. Shifeng breeding ground is ruthless to the living, a crime against natural justice. Brothers. Sisters. Ladies and gentlemen. Charge. Open the granary and fill your bellies." A minor leader among the white-robed zealots kicked over a warming brazier, igniting the nearby hay flames, quickly leaping skyward. He turned sharply to a hesitant new recruit struggling with the slogans, whispering sharply, "Shout. What are you dawdling for? The Hall Master has already instructed us. Tonight we are the formidable Three Saints Society. We bear the blame professionally. Ahem. We champion justice." The new recruit suddenly understood and yelled hoarsely in unison, "Right. The Three Saints Society. The Three Saints Society is distributing food. Robbing money, food and territory." After shouting he muttered under his breath, "Aren't we from the White Lotus sect?" "Shut up. This is operational necessity. Flexible faith. Got it. Also no improvising, remove the words rob territory. The minor leader grumbled lowly, raised his old rifle and fiercely pulled the trigger toward the pitch-black sky. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of bullets whistled through the air like a string of harsh firecrackers, marking the outbreak of this frenzied riot. The fire spread rapidly, greedily licking at the buildings and stored supplies, the blazing inferno painting half the horizon blood red. The rioting hungry masses, opportunistic White Lotus zealots of the Three Saints Society and the breeding ground guards who tried and failed to contain them, the entire area descended into a chaotic battlefield of slaughter. Piercing screams, discordant gunfire, clashing cold weapons and the thunderous collapse of burning structures filled the air incessantly. The old young lady was momentarily stunned by the sudden cataclysm, then her rage swelled boundlessly, a swarm of reckless ants, daring to wreak havoc amidst the chaos. Her gaunt figure flickered like a phantom into the mayhem, the unassuming iron cane in her hand transforming into a deadly serpent, striking precisely and ruthlessly to end the lives of several rioters nearby with unparalleled ferocity. Yet individual valor proved utterly insignificant against the frenzied, overwhelming tide of rioters. Moreover, the crowd included a considerable number of organized White Lotus sect followers. That old witch is formidable. Don't confront her head-on. Scatter and run. Loot the food. Seize the warehouses. The crowd shouted instinctively, avoiding the deadly zone around the old young lady, surging like a flood toward both sides. The old young lady's hawk-like gaze anxiously scanned the utterly uncontrollable scene. Though highly skilled, even she could not slay all the rioters alone. Finally, her venomous eyes once again fixed unwaveringly on the blood-stained open doorway of Lung Wuji's room. Through the swaying chaos of bodies and flickering flames, she clearly saw the so-called culprit who had slain her godson, Liu Xuan. Beside him, the little corpse number 8, whom she prized highly for his extraordinary potential, crouched somewhat bewildered at his feet, seemingly overwhelmed by the deafening turmoil outside. You little beast. Prepare to die. The old young lady unleashed a piercing, furious roar, swinging her iron cane to effortlessly fling aside 2 refugees blocking her path like a vengeful Shura as she charged into the room. Her withered arm raised the iron crutch high, channeling the vast chilling inner force within her. The tip of the crutch coalesced a terrifying power capable of shattering stone, and with a torrent of hatred she was about to strike Liu Xuan dead beneath it. With a thunderous crash, the heavy iron crutch descended ferociously. The sturdy metal operating table, unable to withstand the wrathful blow, was smashed apart into splintered fragments. The remnants of flesh and blood on the table, along with cold dissection tools, glass containers and debris, violently exploded and scattered throughout the room. At the critical moment, Liu Xuan awkwardly rolled backward to evade the fatal strike. Seizing the fleeting gap when her old force had dissipated and her new force had yet to arise, he lunged forward, channeling all his inner strength into a straightforward, all-out technique called straight charge at the mountain gate. His body whistled through the air as he slammed heavily into Old Lady Leng's seemingly frail frame. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Old Lady Leng's mouth. HMPH. An ant trying to shake a tree. With a casual sidestep, she effortlessly evaded Liu Xuan's desperate strike, moving like a ghost. Her desiccated palm landed seemingly lightly on Liu Xuan's exposed back, left vulnerable by his overexertion. With a muffled explosion, a sinister, icy and overwhelmingly powerful force instantly penetrated his body. Liu Xuan's vision went black, his internal organs felt as if they had been shattered and displaced. A metallic taste flooded his throat and he spewed a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew backward uncontrollably and slammed heavily into the brick wall behind him with a dull booming sound sending dust showering down. He then slid limply to the ground, unable to move. With difficulty, Liu Xuan spat out the foul blood from his mouth, slumping against the cold wall. A bitter self-mocking smile crept across his face. Impulse is truly a demon. Without sufficient strength, passion and recklessness are no different from seeking death. A flicker of undeniable gloom and despair flashed in Liu Xuan's eyes. A pity. I couldn't even bite off a piece of this old witch's flesh before I die. Old Lady Leng's face was shrouded in unshakable malice and murderous intent. She approached slowly, raising the blood-dripping frigid iron crutch once more. This time there was no obstacle. But just then number 8, who had been crouching blankly by the side, suddenly moved. Like a loyal beast protecting its master, it darted in front of Liu Xuan, using its body to shield him from Old Lady Leng. Still maintaining its crouching posture with its back to the vengeful Old Lady Leng, it clumsily pursed its bluish-grey lips and once again uttered the only peculiar syllable it knew aside from its roars. Die. The pain of losing her child had long turned Old Lady Leng's heart as cold and hard as iron. Her twisted face showed no trace of pity or mercy. The iron crutch continued its unstoppable descent, aiming to crush both the man and the corpse into a pulp. Yet in the final moment before the death-laden crutch struck, a gust of wind swept outside, blowing a tongue of flame inward. The leaping, dancing firelight precisely illuminated number 8's half-turned bluish-grey twisted face. That face was grotesque and terrifying due to its corporeal transformation, but at that moment, under that specific angle and light, the contours of its vacant eyes and the subtle arc of its slightly pursed lips were like a sudden rusted key that violently and forcefully unlocked the long-sealed, most tender and most painful prison door deep within Old Lady Leng's memories. The firelight flickered and the chaotic shouts and crackling of the blaze faded into a distant backdrop. Old Lady Leng stood frozen in place, Her eyes once filled with overwhelming venom and killing intent now seemed like shattered ice with fissures revealing an abyss of pain and daze. The floodgates of memory burst open, dragging her back to the desperate beginning of the apocalypse. When they had fled in panic from the old city of Shenyang, her family of 8 was still whole. But the road was too cruel. Death followed like a shadow. First, her lifelong partner to save a bit of food silently fell on a cold morning. Then her pillar-like son and virtuous daughter-in-law to protect her and their grandson were forever left behind at a crossroads, ambushed by bandits. One by one her loved ones fell until only she and her little grandson remained, struggling to survive amidst the ruins and wilderness. That child was her only reason to live, the last light shining into her grey existence. Only 5 years old, his smile was like a little sun. He would always call her grandma in a soft, sweet voice and clumsily wipe away the tears and dust from her face with his tiny hands. To ensure the survival of her only bloodline, the once gentle woman vanished. Old Lady Liu became ruthless and venomous, her heart as hard as stone. Relying on a desperate ferocity and a style of lavish rewards and bloody punishments, she managed to raise a band of several hundred people. They killed and plundered for supplies, trading their spoils for meager resources and protection from factions like the Chiffon group. Through countless life and death battles and fortuitous encounters, she forcibly broke through the threshold of the martial artist's path, even climbing to the dreaded 4th stage. She committed heinous acts, her hands stained with blood, all in the hope of securing a slightly stable future for her grandson. Perhaps it was karma. On the very first day they finally arrived at the rumored orderly city of Anxi, after enduring countless hardships, her only remaining hope, the grandson who always smiled sweetly at her, unfortunately contracted a fatal illness, burning with a high fever. She exhausted all the supplies she had plundered, begging every doctor she could find, only to watch helplessly as the child's breathing stopped in her arms, his small body growing cold and stiff. Extreme grief, like the most vicious curse, instantly shattered the once incredibly resilient old woman. She refused to accept reality, her mind completely fractured and deranged under the immense blow. She stubbornly believed her grandson wasn't dead, just sick, too tired sleeping. And that one day he would wake up. Later, people from the Chiffon group found her in her demented state. They told her the group had a way to revive her grandson. Already consumed by paranoid madness, she grasped at this like a drowning person clutching at a straw, willing to pay any price. She unreservedly offered up her band and all her accumulated supplies to Chiffon, only to receive the position of a corpse-raising leader at the Farmer Hollow Promizan. The little corpse she personally fed in Sector X. Now, amidst the flames, chaos, and the stimuli of extreme grief and rage, old Lady Liu's blurry vision clouded over. The face of number 8 before her, bluish-grey, twisted, inhuman, slowly and eerily overlapped with the innocent, adorable features of her grandson deep in her memory. The iron crutch she held high, imbued with lethal power, drooped weakly and crashed to the ground with a clang. The icy, piercing, murderous intent in her eyes vanished, instantly replaced by a near-maniacal, distorted love and tenderness. Bower. Is it Grandma's Bower? Her voice was dry and trembling as she walked toward number 8, as if in a dream, muddy tears of age spilling from her eyes, carving 2 clear trails across her grime-covered, wrinkled face. Grandma knew. You weren't dead. You were just asleep. It was them. They hid you from me, didn't they? She reached out a withered, claw-like hand, trembling, trying to touch number 8's cold, stiff, utterly lifeless cheek. She completely ignored the instinctive, threatening growl rising from number 8's throat and the viscous, foul-smelling drool dripping from the corner of its mouth. Babao, don't be afraid. Grandma is here. Grandma will take you home. Let's go home. She murmured like a broken lullaby, and without any caution opened her arms and embraced her long-year-for grandson with an almost devout posture. The next second, driven by the most primal instinct of a corpse, number 8 lunged down and bit. Those sharp yellow teeth instantly pierced through Granny Liu's unprotected, fragile throat without any resistance. Ah! A searing pain shot through her and Granny Liu's gaunt body shuddered violently. Yet on her twisted, aged face there was no trace of agony. Instead, she struggled to force out a bizarre smile woven from relief and consolation. With her last ounce of strength, she lifted her convulsing hand and gently, for the final time, touched number 8's icy cheek, her breath so faint it was nearly inaudible. Home. Go home. Warm blood gushed like a bubbling stream from the horrific wound on her neck, quickly staining her collar and chest. The light in her eyes dimmed rapidly and her body slumped forward limply. Until her death, her deeply lined face maintained an unusually kind, forced smile, as if she feared that the grimace of agony before dying might frighten her precious grandson she had found again. Number 8, however, merely chewed the warm flesh in its mouth blankly, then opened its jaws and spat out the blood and shreds with a hint of disgust, resuming its monotonous, meaningless pu-pu sounds as if it had only bitten into something unpalatable. Liu Xuan, enduring the churning agony in his chest and abdomen, struggled to prop himself up against the cold wall. Granny Liu's furious palm strike was insidiously lethal, nearly shattering his internal organs and almost sending him straight to the afterlife. He glanced at Granny Liu, who had met her end in such a bizarre way, and recalled fragmented rumors about her, a surge of mixed emotions flooding his heart. Ah, a complex sigh escaped him involuntarily. What the hell are you sighing for? Little ancestor. This is no time for that. Get the hell out of here. A head suddenly poked in from the doorway, the voice frantic and almost blazing. It was Meng Daobiao who had returned. Master Meng. Why are you here? What's going on outside? How did these refugees storm the farm? Liu Xuan, clutching his excruciatingly painful chest, gasped weakly. Don't ask so many questions. I heard those damned cultists from the Three Saints sect suddenly attacked, killed the perimeter guards and incited a mob to rush in and grab food. Meng Dabiao spoke rapidly, his face brimming with righteous indignation as if that were the absolute truth. The Three Saints sect. Why would they suddenly attack our farm? And of all nights tonight? Liu Xian's eyes flickered, repeating the words thoughtfully, casting a meaningful glance at Meng Dabiao. Master Meng. Could it be? What could it be? It was the Three Saints sect. Didn't you hear the leaders shouting outside? The Three Saints will rob the rich to help the poor. Uphold justice. I heard it loud and clear. Stop dawdling and follow me. The elite rapid response unit from group security is probably on its way. If we delay any longer, none of us will get out. Meng Dabiao stomped his foot in urgency, his words speeding up even more. Liu Xuan gave Meng Dabiao a long deep look, and the answer was already clear in his mind. He asked no more questions, only said sincerely, Master, thank you. Thank me for what? I'm not a member of the Three Saints sect. But you kid, you're something. I never imagined you'd escape from prison, make it here and kill Lung Wuji. That's truly ballsy. But this isn't the time to talk. Hurry. Before Meng Dabiao could finish, he seemed to recall something, a trace of genuine melancholy crossing his face as he muttered, what a shame. I guess he'll never get to taste that good liquor you brewed again. I can't leave. Liu Xuan shook his head, his tone surprisingly calm. What? Not leave? Have you lost your mind from that old hag's attack? Are you staying here to die? Meng Dabiao was stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. I'm still a prisoner awaiting trial, and I'm in the middle of my sentence. What does the riot outside have to do with me? If I run with you now, wouldn't that be an admission of guilt, proving I'm involved in tonight's chaos? When the group investigates, what will happen to my grandfather? What about all of you who have ties to me? Liu Xuan leaned against the wall, slowly straightening up, analyzing with clear logic. Meng Dabiao looked at this junior who had nominally learned little from him but now showed such loyalty and righteousness, and felt a warmth surge in his heart, an indescribable tide of emotion. It wasn't in vain that I risked everything to release the Baolian lantern and urgently gather the brothers from the branch to stage this grand show to save you. Good kid. Truly a man of honor and loyalty. He thought to himself, but his face revealed nothing. So, what's your plan? Go back to your cell. Meng Dabiao suppressed his emotions and pressed curiously. Yes, that's the safest place for now. The farm is fine, much cleaner than the muddy waters of the city. Don't ask too much. When the group's higher-ups arrive, you'll have my explanation. Liu Xuan paused, then suddenly remembered something, his tone turning urgent. By the way, with so many rioters breaking in, what about Professor Jiang? Don't worry. I know you have a special connection with old Jiang. I already notified the... I mean, old Jiang is absolutely safe under watch, nothing will go wrong. Meng Dabiao caught himself mid-sentence, realizing he had slipped, and quickly glossed over it, a trace of unease flickering across his face. As expected, Master thinks of everything. Truly impressive. Liu Xuan smiled knowingly, his expression saying, I understand, don't worry. Watching Liu Xuan call out to number 8 and stride resolutely toward the B-block cell area, Meng Dabiao's face twisted with complex emotion. He muttered curses under his breath, this little bastard playing coy with me. When the big shots from group headquarters really arrive, my little tricks won't cut it anymore, kid. I've done all I can. From here on, you really have to fend for yourself. His gaze swept over the bodies of Granny Lung and Lung Wuji on the floor, and suddenly, as if noticing something, his face filled with immense shock and confusion. No way. He could kill a 4th-ranked Granny Lung. How is that possible? Just now. His eyes locked onto the little corpse number 8 following closely behind Liu Xuan, and they widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. Holy shit. Number 8. How did number 8 get out? And it's following Liu Xuan like an obedient little lapdog. Damn, this world is getting more and more surreal. Liu Xuan returned to his familiar cell, even taking the leisure to roughly restore the broken lock on the door, creating the illusion that it was still locked. He sat cross-legged, forcing himself to ignore his internal injuries, closed his eyes to concentrate, and quietly awaited the arrival of the truly important figures. Outside, the chaos continued to rage. Those dozen or so individuals clad in identical coarse white robes and clearly organized charged with purpose into the depths of the breeding area. With swift methods they dispatched several zombie-like creatures on the verge of maturation, deftly extracted the precious source cores, and then as silently as they had come vanished into the thick night. The remaining hundreds of genuine rioters still scurried about like headless flies, looting and pillaging. Some of the more clever ones, clutching the limited supplies they had grabbed, took the opportunity to quietly retreat into the darkness and slip away. In the end, only 200 or 300 rioters, completely bloodthirsty or blinded by greed, continued to recklessly rummage through the area, searching for their imagined granaries and treasures. Just then, bang, bang, bang. Abruptly, dense and rhythmic gunfire erupted around the breeding farm. The crisp, cold and orderly sound pushed the chaos and uproar within to another peak. Run. There are so many security guards outside. The dense and rhythmic gunfire at the periphery like the death knell from the Grim Reaper was precise and merciless. Reinforcements from the corporation clad in uniform black combat gear and well-equipped had already arrived and were executing their operations with high efficiency. Like skilled hunters, they swiftly surrounded the entire farm, leaving no gap, and began to gradually tighten the encirclement, herding the panicked fleeing refugees like sheep toward the empty gravel square at the center of the breeding area. A few exceptionally lucky or particularly fierce refugees braving the whizzing bullets stumbled and crawled their way out of the first encirclement. Before they could catch their breath from the extreme exhilaration of escaping death, they looked up and their hearts instantly sank into an ice cellar. In the distance, rows of elite martial artists from the security department clad in black tactical gear and wielding various cold weapons that glinted with a chilling light stood waiting like stone statues, forming an even more despairing iron wall. Their eyes were icy as if looking at a herd of livestock awaiting slaughter. The screeching sound of wheels grinding against gravel erupted abruptly, grating on the nerves of every refugee in the square, making their hearts tighten as if on the verge of suffocation. Several modified black off-road vehicles, appearing heavy and ferocious, brutally rolled over the messy ground and came to a screeching halt at the edge of the square. A capable young man swiftly jumped out of the lead vehicle's passenger seat, skillfully and respectfully opened the rear door while carefully shielding the top of the doorframe with his hand. A pair of gleaming spotless black leather shoes firmly stepped onto the gravel-covered ground of the square. This faint sound made the 200 or 300 rioters huddled together in a dark mass in the center of the square shrink back in fear like startled quails. An elderly man of about 60 stepped out of the car wearing a well-tailored dark Zhongshan suit. He was slightly portly with his hair meticulously combed. His face was as dark as water and his sharp eyes slowly scanned the surrounding ruins of the fire, still emitting wisps of smoke and just extinguished. He said nothing and an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere filled the air. No one could fathom what was brewing in this tycoon's mind. Soon a group of people rushed up from the direction of the foot of the mountain. Leading them was the general manager of the farm, Director Fari. Still more than 10 meters away, Fari seemed to have all his strength drained away. He stumbled and fell to the ground, then crying and wailing crawled on all fours toward the elderly man standing in the center of the square, his posture abject to the extreme. Chairman. You've finally come. You must seek justice for us. Fari wept bitterly, his voice as pitiful as if his parents had died. Those damned rioters. Beasts. They killed people on sight, looted everything and defied all laws. Woo-woo, his originally expensive and refined suit was now scorched and full of holes from the smoke and fire. His already thinning hair was curled and yellowed from the heat and his face was a mess of tears, sweat and soot, making him look utterly wretched. Useless thing. The old man finally spoke, his voice not loud but carrying a heavy, imposing pressure. How many resources does the group allocate to you each year? Not only do you fail to generate profits and create value for the group, but now you've stirred up such a huge mess for me. This old man was none other than the supreme leader of Shifeng Group, Chairman Bai Li Zhong. Bai Li Zhong slightly straightened his somewhat portly belly, his gaze indifferent as he looked down at Fai, who was sobbing almost breathlessly at his feet. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, only cold scrutiny and extreme discontent. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate to the end. Bai Li Zhong's voice suddenly rose, carrying an unquestionable authority. I want to see who gave them such audacity. Where is Zhao Shanhe? Has Zhao Shanhe arrived? What the hell is he, the vice chairman in charge of group security, doing? As soon as the words were spoken, a hearty, slightly mocking voice came from the periphery of the crowd. Brother Bai, that's a bit biased. Everyone knows that the specific security defense of this breeding farm base has always been solely the responsibility of your dear nephew, manager Bai Li Wuyong. Now that something has gone wrong, why blame me first? The crowd parted like the Red Sea, quickly creating a path. Vice Chairman Zhao Shanhe was striding over with a majestic gait. He was not wearing formal attire but a combat suit for ease of movement, with a coat casually draped over his shoulders. Behind him followed a group of sharp-looking young men in uniform combat gear carrying various weapons, clearly his direct elite. Zhao Shanhe walked straight to Bai Li Zhong's side, his presence not at all inferior. Deputy Security Minister Zhao Wenxiu, along with the younger generation of the Zhao family, brothers Zhao Lei and Zhao Yuan, followed closely like guards, subtly positioning Zhao Shanhe at the center and forming a delicate confrontational stance against Bai Li Zhong's people. Old Zhao Bai Li Zhong suppressed his displeasure, trying to sound sincere and earnest. I know you've been working hard too. But lately Qiangshan Group and Wanhai Company have been making frequent small moves and provocations. Our search teams sent outside have also suffered repeated setbacks with meager gains. In these troubled times, as the group's vice president, you should take the initiative to shoulder responsibilities and share my burdens. Take responsibility. With what? Zhao Shanhe sneered, unwilling to save face for the other, his words hitting the sore spot. Now in the security department, besides the team my daughter Wenxiu personally leads, which still listens to me a bit, all the other brigades and outposts are beholden to you, Chairman Bai. How am I supposed to take responsibility? Isn't this like trying to make bricks without straw? You. Bai Li Zhong was choked speechless, his face turning even uglier. He found the family factions within the group who held military power quite troublesome. Shifeng Group, through continuous absorption and annexation of various forces, had secured nearly 30% of the market in Anchi City. However, it was inevitably plagued by entrenched interests and a top-heavy structure. Besides the powerful Zhao family deeply rooted in the security system, there was also the Wei family, which paid lip service while pursuing its own interests. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat reassured, as over 80% of the security department's personnel and equipment were firmly in the hands of his trusted confidants. As long as he had men and guns, these fellows wouldn't be able to cause much trouble for now. If you have any grievances, let's settle them down here. Bailey Zhong waved his hand, forcibly ending the topic as his tone turned cold. The priority now is to resolve the matter at hand. Where is Wu Yong? What have you found? At his words, a figure immediately stepped forward from the crowd. The man, around 30 years old, was not tall but possessed a sinewy muscular frame brimming with explosive power. Each step he took was exceptionally steady, clearly indicating formidable lower body skills, a true expert. What drew particular attention were his slightly upturned triangular eyes, glinting with shrewdness and cruelty, almost a hallmark of the Bailey clan's males. They carried an unsettling, sinister aura that made it difficult for others to meet his gaze. He strode quickly to Bailey Zhong, straightened his back and reported in a booming voice, "Chairman, the matter has been largely investigated. Based on a comprehensive analysis of the current scene, investigation, prisoner confessions and surveillance fragments, the preliminary judgment is that the external cult organization Three Saints Society meticulously planned this. They launched a night raid on our outer guard posts, created chaos and seized the opportunity to release the vast number of starving refugees who had long gathered outside the base, ultimately triggering this large-scale riot." The Three Saints Society. Bailey Zhong frowned. Why would they attack Shifeng Farm without provocation? If they wanted to steal food, seizing one of Jiangshan Group's grain ships would feed them for a year. Why target this poison farm known throughout the city? Where is old Lady Leng? Dead. And her adopted son Leng Wuji is dead too. Old Lady Leng's fatal wound was on her neck, looks like she was bitten to death by a corpse. And Leng Wuji was stabbed through the heart, a single fatal blow. Bailey Wu Yong spoke up. Dead. A fourth-rank martial artist was killed. How many experts did the Three Saints Society send? And what's this about corpses? Those bastards weren't after our farm's grain at all. Their target was the corpse cause in the breeding area. According to the surviving guard's testimony, over a dozen elite martial artists disguised as refugees stormed the breeding area, opened several cages, and we found 8 adult corpse bodies at the scene, all with their cores dug out. It's possible. Some corpses escaped in the chaos and are killing indiscriminately. As for why Director Leng was bitten to death by a corpse without any signs of resistance, that still needs investigation. Bailey Zhong's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth in fury. With the corpse fighting tournament imminent, the group's heavily cultivated corpses had nearly been wiped out. It seemed they were destined for last place again this year. He didn't care about the rewards, but the annual tournament was also an opportunity for various factions to showcase their strength through corpse battles. While the elite division was out of reach, Bailey Zhong had ambitions for the junior division. Why else would he have used his connections to purchase over a dozen young corpses from the military? The Three Saints Society's influence was vast, spanning every city across the nation. Even Bailey Zhong had to weigh the consequences of seeking revenge. It seemed he would have to swallow this bitter pill today. There are still some doubts. Squad leader Zhu, you explain. Bailey Wu Yong beckoned to the crowd. Yes. Yes. Squad leader Zhu scurried over to Bailey Zhong, flattering obsequiously, "Chairman, I have a report to make." Bailey Zhong sized up the man named Zhu and said, "Speak." "Yes. It's like this because a temp worker under Meng Dabiao poisoned 2 young corpses. Director Leng punished their team this morning. That temp Liu Xuan was locked in an iron cage by Director Leng, who said he'd be sent to headquarters tomorrow for judgment. Then tonight Director Leng was killed. I suspect this riot is connected to that temp Liu Xuan. How else could it be such a coincidence, punished in the morning, disaster by night?" Squad leader Zhu glanced deliberately toward Meng Dabiao in the crowd. "Bullshit. Zhu, you're slandering me. Liu Xuan is still locked in the cage with the corpses. Could he have flown out, conspired with the mob and killed second-rank Leng Wuji and fourth-rank Director Leng?" Meng Dabiao stepped forward, pointing at squad leader Zhu and cursing loudly. "How dare you!" Bailey Wu Yong bellowed. 2 guards rushed forward and seized Meng Dabiao by the arms. One punched him in the stomach, doubling him over and making him spit sour bile. "Meng Dabiao, I know you. You're a veteran of the breeding area. I hear you're deeply involved with the White Lotus sect. Tell me what's going on." Bailey Zhong's somewhat plump face darkened completely. "Which son of a bitch is slandering my grandson?" Before Meng Dabiao could answer, an elderly man's furious voice rang out from the side. A rusty old bicycle carrying 2 people rattled into the square. Xuan stopped the bike, panting heavily. The old man behind him jumped off immediately, strode up to squad leader Zhu and raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Slap. "When I founded Shifeng, you were still playing in the mud, you sneaky bastard. I knew you were no good just by looking at your shifty eyes." After the blow, Ma Feng didn't even flush or lose his breath. He continued pointing at squad leader Ju's nose and roared, "My grandson is timid and frail. Has never dared to quarrel with anyone. He wanted to farm to be a farmer to till the land properly and grow endless grain for Shifeng for Anshi. But in just a few days you bastards turned him into a corpse keeper. My poor nephew, he wouldn't even dare kill a fish in his daily life and you made him raise corpses. And you dare say someone like that colluded with a cult?" Old Ma rattled off a torrent of scolding at squad leader Ju like a machine gun, though his eyes occasionally flickered toward the grim-faced Bailey Zhong. "Old Ma, why are you here?" Bailey Zhong's eyes flickered. "HMPH. You think I wanted to come? If I hadn't, who knows how you'd have tormented my poor grandson." "What? Chairman, you have my useless sons and grandsons fawning over you. Now that I finally have a grandson to keep me company, you can't stand it either." Ma Feng snorted, redirecting his attack. "Don't say that. We've known each other for decades and we're in-laws. How could I harm your nephew? Besides, I only just learned from you that Liu Xuan is your grandson. Someone go and fetch young Liu out." Bailey Zhong forced a smile and gave the order. "Old Ma, you should have told me your grandson was here. Here's Suxian's Bailey Zhong's son-in-law, Ma Feng's son-nephew, and my 2 grandsons' cousin. Would I have mistreated him? I wouldn't dare presume. My daughter is dead. My son, I consider him dead too. Now I only have this one nephew. Bailey Zhong, I'm begging you, let him go." Ma Feng's tone carried a plea, but his sharp eyes were locked unwaveringly on Bailey Zhong's round face, not flinching in the slightest. On the gravel square, wind swept dust across the cracks in the concrete while rusted mechanical remains stood in silent stillness in the distance. Bai Lizhang stood with his hands behind his back, a shadow of gloom gradually gathering in his eyes. Ma Feng's demeanor was outwardly humble, yet every word he uttered was like a venom-laced blade openly pressed against Bai Lizhang's throat. This was no request but a public coercion cloaked in the guise of politeness. Every person present was shrewd enough to catch the accusation woven into his every syllable. Bai Lizhang would strike at anyone close to me. "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting?" A cold, lifeless smile curled at the corner of Bai Lizhang's lips, his voice steady yet laced with an underlying chill. He shifted the topic. "Old Ma, if Xiuxian refuses to come home, you should look within yourself. Frowning all day, meting out nothing but beatings and scoldings, who could endure that?" As his words fell, several security guards escorted a young man across the square. The young man staggered each step, seeming to bring immense pain. His tattered clothes, soaked through with dark dried blood, clung to his skin. His face was as pale as paper, yet his eyes blazed with a startling brightness. It was Liu Xuan. He lifted his head with difficulty, his gaze sweeping over the off-road vehicles that symbolized power, finally resting on Ma Feng. His voice, hoarse and raspy, forced out the words, "Grandfather. Why have you come? HMPH. You still remember him, your grandfather?" Ma Feng strode forward, abruptly scrutinizing his pitiful state. His chest heaved violently, his harsh rebuke barely masking his heartache. "How dare you hide something this serious from me? Does it feel good to be ground down like this?" Before Liu Xuan could answer, his anger flared even hotter. Pointing at Liu Xian's nose, he cursed, "Back then I told you to collect swill and you thought it was beneath you. And now someone gets you to do these heaven-defying deeds and you throw yourself into it. You even lied to me saying it was for feeding wild boars. You little brat, are you trying to infuriate me to death?" A suppressed snicker echoed from behind Zhao Shanhe. All eyes turned to see Wen Xiu lifting her chin, feigning innocence, even sneaking a wink at Liu Xuan. "Grandfather, a group's employee is like a brick, moved wherever needed." Liu Xuan steadied himself with effort. Though weak, his tone was resolute, carrying a defiant edge. "What kind of world are we living in? Corpse menaces are humanity's greatest threat. How can we defeat them without studying them? I didn't tell you. Only because I didn't want you to worry." His words were so righteously indignant that even Zhao Wenxiu was momentarily speechless. Meng Dabiao's mouth twitched and the surrounding crowd exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere falling into an eerie silence. "Look. All of you, open your eyes." Ma Feng seized the moment, waving his arm and bellowing with agitation. "This is a young man devoted to the group's interests, and you've framed and tortured him to this state. Colluding with a cult. How dare you sling such mud at him? Are you even human?" His gaze sharp as a blade stabbed at the trembling squad leader Ju. Squad leader Ju was already ashen-faced, trembling like a leaf in a storm. He had never imagined that this seemingly rootless Liu Xuan had ties to the great figure of Chairman Bai. He had only hoped to earn some merit with a few baseless suspicions and snatch the lucrative position of head of the feeding zone. Now it seemed he had lifted a boulder only to drop it on his own foot. At that moment, Bai Lizhang felt as if he were being roasted over a fire. Transferring Liu Xuan to the feeding zone had been his order, conveyed through Granny Lung under the guise of regulations to silently eliminate this threat. Yet Granny Lung had died mysteriously and Liu Xuan had survived. Now, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was caught in a dilemma. His thoughts raced and he decided to offer temporary appeasement. There would always be another chance to deal with Liu Xuan. Moreover, this boy held the secret of the poisonous sorghum. According to inside intelligence, the key to that mysterious fine liquor Zhao Shanhe's family was selling at high prices in Anxi lay in Liu Xuan's hands. The taste of that wine. By Liz Hang's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. It was mellow, rich and lingering, no less exquisite than the rare bottles of aged Wugu Chun. He quickly composed himself, a benevolent elder-like smile spreading across his face as he announced loudly, "Well said, Xiao Liu. If the group had more bold and responsible young people like you, surpassing Wanhai and Qiangxing to become Anxi's top enterprise would be well within reach. I am Bai Liz Hang. By lineage you should call me great uncle." His tone was warm, laced with just the right amount of concern. "Xiao Liu, you've suffered this time. How about this? Go back with old Ma to recuperate properly. Once you've healed, come work in the group's security department. It's close to home and convenient for you to take care of old Ma." The security department. That was a high-risk area in the group, second only to the mining zone in casualty rates, with constant violent clashes with Wanhai and Qiangxing personnel. By Liz Hang's seemingly caring arrangement was in fact a malicious trap, no different from pushing Liu Xuan into another abyss. "Thank you for your concern, great uncle." Liu Xuan seemed utterly oblivious to the malice, seizing the opportunity and calling him great uncle with natural ease. He mustered his strength. "Your nephew is still sturdy enough to endure. However, I've never been fond of wielding swords and guns. I'm far more interested in agricultural research under Professor Jiang. In fact, I have an immature idea in mind. I'm not sure if I should speak it." Ma Feng's eyelids twitched at the words. Zhao Wenxiu was once again left speechless. Jiang Wanshan, hidden in the farthest corner of the crowd, wished he could shrink into a crack in the ground. "Speak. Feel free to speak." Bai Liz Hang waved his hand grandly, putting on a show of magnanimity. "If it benefits the group, I'll give it my full support." Liu Xuan took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the entire assembly as he slowly unveiled his well-thought-out plan. "I want to contract the livestock farm. Grandfather is advanced in years and shouldn't be toiling in the cleaning department anymore. My idea is to invite grandfather to be the farm's director, while I, willing to serve as deputy director, will handle the daily operations." This? Bai Liz Hang showed hesitation. But Liu Xuan gave him no chance to refuse, speeding up his words and delivering them with clarity. "I have already made detailed plans. In the future, the farm will focus on 3 core industries: first, large-scale cultivation and solving the toxin issue of mutated sorghum; second, brewing the finest liquor in Anxi and even the entire northwest region. I've named it Liu Guanzhong brand liquor; third, implementing a new corpse rearing plan to stably supply source cores for the group." "Oh?" Bai Liz Hang was genuinely intrigued, leaning forward slightly. "Tell me more. Do you have a way to solve the mutated sorghum's toxin? How much can you produce stably each month?" The group's pillar mining industry was losing momentum and other projects were mere trifles. If what Liu Xuan said was true, any one of these 3 ventures could be an astonishing source of wealth. First, regarding the feeding of corpsemen, Liu Xuan articulated with clarity. "I plan to completely overhaul the current feeding model, ceasing the use of human corpses. The refugee camps nearby often yield mutant boars, rabbits and chickens in considerable numbers. I intend to trade grain for these mutant beasts and raise them in centralized pens. Edible meat will be supplied to the group's canteens. The inedible portions will be used entirely to feed the corpsemen, eliminating ethical concerns at the source and improving efficiency." "Excellent. But what about the grain issue?" pursued by Li Zhong. "Thanks to Professor Jiang's relentless research, we've achieved a critical breakthrough in purifying toxic sorghum." Liu Xuan's tone was resolute, his gaze fixed on the distant Jiang Wanshan, who was trying to shrink into obscurity. The latter gave a start. "With the current 300 acres of land at the farm yielding 2 harvests per year. After deducting all costs and the grain needed for brewing, I conservatively estimate that we can provide the group with at least an additional 200 tons of edible grain annually." 200 tons. Bai Li Zhong's eyes widened, his voice rising in shock. "Xiao Liu, are you sure it's not 200 catties? Currently most of the farm's land is planted with Professor Yang's mutant potatoes, yielding at most 20 to 30 tons per year with a strange unpalatable texture. 200 tons? Unimaginable. At the very least not less," Liu Xuan said, steadily dropping another bombshell. "I believe Chairman Bai has also tasted our newly brewed liquor. The liquor yield from mutant sorghum is roughly between 20 and 30, meaning 20 to 30 catties of liquor per 100 catties of grain. Based on this, I promise to provide the group with a stable supply of 20,000 catties of high-quality Liu Guanzhong series liquor annually." 20,000 catties. Bai Li Zhong gasped again, a number far beyond his imagination. As for the output of corpseman source cores, Liu Xuan paused briefly. "It's hard to give an exact figure now, but Captain Meng is an experienced corpse raiser." He looked at Meng Dabiao. "With sufficient food and proper management, harvesting over a dozen source cores annually should be no problem." At his words, the entire scene fell into dead silence. Bai Li Zhong sank into deep thought, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his arm, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons. Not only he but everyone around, Zhao Shanhe, Zhao Wenxiu, Meng Dabiao, the security personnel and even the refugees huddled together knowing their doom was imminent, gazed in awe at the young man in the center of the arena. In the dead silence, Zhao Shanhe's thunderous voice suddenly boomed across the square filled with unabashed admiration and support. I say damn it works. Bai Lizhong narrowed his eyes scrutinizing the young man before him, lean but with a spine of steel, while rapidly calculating the benefits and risks in his mind. If everything was as this youth described, then this farm, long regarded by the group as a worthless piece of chicken ribs, neither tasty nor discardable, might soon transform into an enviable gold mine, becoming the group's most promising and profitable core division. This kid was no ordinary fish. Not to mention how he had managed to secure Zhao Shanhe's support, even voluntarily ceding the lion's share of liquor profits, but the mere fact that he could persuade Guo Donglin, the newly appointed deputy city lord of Anxi, to personally intercede on his behalf, that was no small feat. If it weren't for that subtly weighted and significant phone call from Deputy City Lord Guo, would he, Bai Lizhong, have bothered to come out of the city for this trivial riot? A worthless farm, what did it matter if it all burned down? Jiang Guanshan. Where is Jiang Guanshan? Bai Lizhong scanned the crowd, raising his voice. Here. Chairman in here. Old Jiang, who had been watching the drama from the back, was finally thrust onto center stage, fumbling nervously with his glasses. Is what Liu Xuan said true? Have you really solved the purification of toxic sorghum? Bai Lizhong's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Jiang Guanshan. Feeling the pressure, Jiang Guanshan glanced instinctively at Liu Xuan, who was frantically signaling him. He steeled himself, choosing to trust the young man who always worked miracles. Probably. It should be true, right? His voice faltered, but his eyes gradually grew resolute. After all, Liu Xuan had indeed used those toxic sorghums to brew such an exquisite liquor. Though the name of the liquor was truly underwhelming. Liu Guanzhong. Tacky beyond belief. It might as well be called Jiang Ma brand. The old man grumbled silently. Bai Lizhong knew Jiang Guanshan's background inside out. Before the apocalypse, he had been a titan in the field of agriculture. After the apocalypse, the group had supported him, investing resources for his research on mutant crops. Unexpectedly, he had managed to develop this astonishingly high-yield mutant sorghum, though its only flaw was it was inedible. Knowing Jiang Guanshan as he did, Bai Lizhong understood the man to be pedantic and stubborn, valuing his academic reputation above all else. If he now hesitantly said it might work, then it was at least 60 to 70% certain, with no possibility of idle boasting. Unlike the fraudsters and charlatans of the old era, Jiang Guanshan was one of the few true scholars who still upheld academic integrity. This was the fundamental reason Bai Lizhong was willing to support him long-term. What if one day it actually succeeded? Now that what if seemed to be showing a glimmer of hope. Liu Xuan, Bai Lizhong suppressed the turmoil within him, his voice regaining its steadiness. You should be aware that the farm is a very important part of the group's strategy. Leasing it out is not impossible. But he shifted his tone, exuding the oppressive authority of a superior. If you fail to offer a commensurate price for the lease, or if you cannot fulfill your promises when the time comes, what then? Faced with the immense temptation before him, Bai Lizhong decided to agree for now. Once his insider fully uncovered all of Liu Xuan's secrets, it wouldn't be too late to deal with the old man and his grandson. Moreover, this move would also allow him to do Deputy City Lord Guo a favor, killing two birds with one stone. If the plan fails and the expected goals are not met, Liu Xuan straightened his back, his tone resolute and unwavering. I, Liu Xuan, am willing to offer my head as atonement. He looked at the barely concealed greed in Bai Lizhong's eyes, laughing widely inside. Old fox, just wait, he sneered inwardly. Once I've accumulated enough capital and successfully advanced to a high-grade martial artist. Next time you'll be leasing the entire Chiffon group. Good. A man of action needs Xiao Liu's spirit of burning one's boats and risking all for victory. Bai Lizhong seized the moment to praise loudly, trying to package this deal as a morale-boosting rallying cry. Especially in this apocalypse. If the group doesn't strive to grow, the wolves lurking outside will devour us down to the bone. Chiffon is the home of every employee. Its rise and fall depend on the collective effort of all of you. He cleared his throat, his voice carrying across the entire venue. I now announce the group's 17th personnel order. Comrade Ma Feng is appointed as the new director of the Chiffon farm. Comrade Liu Xuan as deputy director to oversee all operations, and Comrade Jiang Guanshan is promoted to chief research professor. This order takes immediate effect. Having announced this, he turned to Ma Feng, a faint smile plastered on his face. Old Ma, congratulations. You have a fine grandson. Ma Feng's face darkened, showing no hint of joy, and he snorted. What kind of joy is this? That little brat didn't consult me about a single word beforehand. Just like that has turned me, an old trash collector, into a farming old man. You'll settle this score with him later. Though his words were harsh, his heart was secretly overjoyed. Ma Feng had long wanted to leave that garbage disposal center reeking of decay. The farm was far from the headquarters intrigues, with fresh air, the company of his old friend Jiang Guanshan, and more importantly, he could keep an eye on this troublemaking grandson. It was a win-win situation. Chairman. What about me? Like a whipped cur, the former farm director Fei approached with a mournful face trembling as he asked. Bailey Zhong glanced at him, his tone indifferent. You. Go take over the cleaning department. Had it not been for Fei's years of service, his loyalty, and the fact that he had some merit despite his faults, the death of Granny Lung on his watch alone would have been enough for Bailey Zhong to make him suffer severely by his usual standards. Granduncle Liu Xuan spoke again as if he hadn't heard the earlier reminder about addressing him properly. There's one more thing, if I may speak. Bailey Zhong's brow furrowed immediately as if he had swallowed a fly. Xiao Liu, in a work setting it's better to use titles. We can discuss family relations in private. He had to stop this boy from making Granduncle an official address. Yes, Chairman. Liu Xuan readily agreed, quickly changing his address. Go ahead, what else is there? It's like this, Chairman. As you've seen, our farm is located in the wilderness outside the city, and this severe riot has just occurred. To ensure Professor Jiang's research results are secure and to guarantee the farm's future safe production, I urgently request the group's approval to establish a dedicated farm security team. It won't be large, just 100 people. And we won't ask for extra funding, all expenses will be borne by ourselves. This way we can protect core technology and assets. The team can also hunt mutant beasts and capture low-level zombies to replenish our zombie stock. It's a perfect solution. After hearing this, Bailey Zhong's warmth vanished, replaced by a chilling cold. This request touched his bottom line and he could never agree. The group has never had such a precedent. He refused flatly. The security of all subordinate units is handled uniformly by the group's security department. Don't worry about that. You'll order reinforcements here. I think it's a good idea. The loud voice rang out again, Zhao Shanhe. Chairman. You just taught me to take responsibility and share the group's burdens. Zhao Shanhe strode forward, his voice booming. I, Zhao Shanhe, will take this dangerous task. Leave the farm's internal security to the Zhao family, it will be absolutely foolproof. He had been looking for an excuse to strengthen ties with Liu Xuan, and this golden opportunity was not to be missed. Thinking of the Liu Guanzhong liquor, 20,000 jin for Bailey Zhong each year while he himself got only 4 or 5,000 jin and had to pay real money, a surge of anger welled up inside him. Who does he think I am? You. Bailey Zhong's eyes sharpened. Your current responsibilities are already overwhelming and the search team needs you. Where would you find spare manpower? It's better to let the group's security department handle it. He knew exactly what Zhao Shanhe was scheming. The Zhao family wanted to sink their teeth into this fat piece of meat. Chairman, rest assured, manpower is no problem. Zhao Shanhe was prepared, speaking confidently. Here's the plan. The Zhao family will handle the internal core area security. The perimeter gates and routine patrols can still be managed by the group's security brothers. Just these 2 young lads of mine. He gestured behind him at Zhao Lei and Zhao Yuan standing like spears, eyes straight ahead. Young people need experience. Let them learn from Deputy Director Liu Xuan. 20 people, I think just 20 internal guards will be enough to ensure the safety of the core personnel. Bailey Zhong's gaze swept over Zhao Shanhe, Liu Xuan and Ma Feng, weighing the situation rapidly in his mind. The Zhao family handles internal security limited to 20 people. As long as I firmly control the perimeter forces, they won't be able to cause much trouble. He mused inwardly. The priority now is to stabilize the situation and extract Liu Xuan's secrets. It's not wise to antagonize both the Zhao and Ma families at once. After a moment's deliberation, Bailey Zhong finally relented, though his tone carried a warning. Fine, let's proceed with Vice Chairman Zhao's proposal. He turned away from the others, his gaze landing on the trembling refugees, his voice turning icy. As for these riotous rabble, send them all to the mines. Meeting adjourned. With that, he didn't linger, bending to climb into the heavy armored SUV. With an engine roar, the convoy kicked up a cloud of dust and sped away, ignoring the desperate wails and pleas of the over 200 rioters behind. Fei stood dejectedly in place, casting a venomous glance at Liu Xuan before slinking away like a defeated rooster, head bowed. He never imagined that the joke he had shared with Jiang Guanshan not long ago would come true. This farm really had changed hands to the Liu and Ma families. Director Fei. Leader. Wait for me. Squad leader Zhu bowed and scraped, clutching at this last straw, following closely behind the ashen-faced Fei. When you take over the cleaning department, you must take me with you. I know the trash collection routine inside out. To be honest, before the apocalypse I was a junk collector. It's a perfect fit. He knew all too well that staying at this farm today would mean a life worse than death. On the gravel square, wails, pleas and shouts intermingled as the crowd dispersed, each heading toward a different fate. In the end, only those close to Liu Xuan remained: Ma Feng, Jiang Guanshan, Meng Dabiao and Shu Wen. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes finally settling on the young man in the center. Had this vast enterprise really been secured by him in just a few words? Seeing everyone staring at him intently, Liu Xuan rubbed his nose awkwardly and gave a sheepish grin. Grandpa, Professor Jiang, Chief Meng Xiaoan. Well, the thing is, it's like this. I was planning. Time flew by and over a month had passed in the blink of an eye. On the wilderness near the farm, withered branches trembled in the western wind, clinging to their last scorched leaves. Yellow grass rose above the ankles, rustling loudly with every step. Liu Xuan crouched behind a sheltered earth slope, his form as steady as a rock. His fingers bent slightly, resting lightly on the rifle's trigger, the muzzle pointing unwaveringly ahead. He seemed to merge with the desolate land. "There's movement in that tall grass on the left," Zhao Lei whispered, his high-powered binoculars slowly panning before freezing. "Good heavens. The bristles, these boar bristles, are tougher than iron wire. Judging by the frame, it's at least 400 jin or more." Before his words faded, a thunderous crash erupted from the withered thicket ahead. A massive black shadow like a cannonball smashed through half a dead tree with a boom and emerged ferociously. It was a colossal wild boar. Its body was covered in rough grey-brown hide caked with dried mud and filth. Two curved tusks jutted from its lips, gleaming coldly, each a full half-foot long. They had been hunting this raging boar for over an hour, finally exhausting its strength and forcing it into this relatively open area where it huddled in the deep grass, panting, no longer fleeing for its life. Yet a cornered beast will still fight. Realizing it could not escape the relentless pursuit of these two-legged beasts, the giant creature grew fierce. With a muffled roar, it lowered its head, aimed its tusks at the trio's hiding spot, pawed the ground and charged. Its heavy body rumbled across the earth, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Watch me blow its head off." Liu Xuan pressed his cheek against the wooden stock, assumed a standard kneeling shooting position, and squeezed the trigger without much aiming. Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire tore through the wilderness silence. The bullet struck the boar's left front leg joint, exploding into a vivid spray of blood. The boar let out a piercing shriek, its charge abruptly halted. Its front leg gave way and it crashed to the ground like an out-of-control heavy truck, tumbling several times, crushing countless flowers and grass before finally stopping. "Brother. Finish it off." Zhao Yuan, seeing the boar still writhing in agony, dared not approach and urgently called to his sibling. Bang! A second gunshot followed, crisper and more decisive. This shot was terrifyingly precise. The bullet entered through the boar's massive eye, instantly tearing off a small part of its skull. Now that was a headshot. Zhao Lei holstered the obviously modified precision rifle, a smug grin spreading across his face as he raised an eyebrow at Liu Xuan. "Look at you, just because you have a good gun you're showing off," Liu Xuan muttered, his tone dripping with envy. In today's hunting contest he had lost to this sharpshooter again. The bet was a full 2 jin of precious Liu Guanzhong liquor. Zhao Yuan seized the moment, his long sword flashing like a cold light as he cleanly plunged it deep into the soft flesh of the boar's neck, ensuring the beast was truly dead. It had been over a month since the shocking riot at the farm that had shaken the entire group. Ma Feng had long since moved his old team from the cleaning department from the city to this vast farm. The old man was now living quite comfortably. He would drink with Jiang Guanshan, bicker with him, or stroll along the ridges with his great-granddaughter Chichi in his arms, visit the breeding area to check on the multiplying livestock, or pluck a couple of emerald corn ears from the test field, savoring what he called an unimaginably pleasant, pastoral life. Jiang Guanshan was fully immersed in his second-phase hybrid sorghum grafting project. The first 200 mu of land had already been sown. This was another of Liu Xuan's unorthodox ideas. Since they couldn't quickly convert the mountains of mature toxic sorghum, why not at least detoxify the few bags of seeds Professor Jiang had provided before planting them? Old Jiang had been practically living in the newly built lab these days, obsessively studying the next generation sorghum seeds transformed by the tiny insects, nearly to the point of madness. Gan Peilan, aside from caring for Chichi, devoted her energy to managing the vast new home. The former farm director Farah's stately 2-courtyard compound, complete with a back garden, occupied a full 3 mu of land. With an abundance of fresh ingredients, she delighted her grandson and great-granddaughter with varied dishes, even attracting many close friends to join them for meals daily. Jiang Guanshan was a regular at every meal. The only thing that slightly disappointed Liu Xuan was that Qiu had not followed them, choosing instead to join the group's security department as Zhao Wenxi's personal secretary. As he put it, he wanted to forge his own path and return home in glory. Liu Xuan mused over those words, reminded of another rebellious youth, Guo Zhao. Rumor had it that the kid had increased his investment in number 10, consuming 3 inferior evolution fluids in just 1 month, determined to win top honors in the zombie fighting contest. Shift leader Zhu ultimately couldn't leave and now kept a low profile, trembling under the tyranny of the new breeding area supervisor Meng Dabiao. Liu Xuan hadn't killed him. Such a glib, opportunistic sycophant might prove useful someday. A new section of the farm had been set aside to expand the brewing scale of the new liquor. The hidden workshop from the secret base had been relocated entirely, along with the purchase of various electrical appliances thanks to the farm's high-power generator. The Zhao family, as promised, had dispatched 2 young members, Zhao Lei and Zhao Yuan, to the farm, accompanied by over 20 elite first-rank martial artists to ensure the core personnel's safety. The Zhao brothers spent their days with Liu Xuan acting as his personal bodyguards. The farm's outer defenses were tightly sealed by guards sent by the group's security department. Any movement of people or supplies was under their strict surveillance. The leader of this contingent was none other than the turtle giant who had once crossed paths with Liu Xuan and even considered making him a gigolo, the HR manager Xu Chu. Overall, under Ma Feng's governance and with the blessing of Liu Xuan's mysterious golden finger, this once struggling lifeless outpost had miraculously revived, brimming with vitality and promise. Liu Xuan often went out hunting, practicing his marksmanship and honing his martial skills. Let's take a break. We've got enough for today. After a grueling 5-kilometer cross-country chase, even Liu Xuan's brow was dotted with fine beads of sweat. He wiped the sweat away and was about to sit down when a sudden unusual rustling came from the dense withered grass ahead. Rustle. Rustle, rustle. What's that sound? The three of them instantly tensed their gazes, locking onto the source of the noise. Suddenly a faint but threatening whimper emerged from the deep grass, followed by the frantic scraping of claws on dirt. The next second a massive grey shadow burst forth. The creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, its matted grey fur caked with grime and clumped into stiff greasy tangles. Its eyes burned crimson like smouldering coals, and thick viscous drool dripped from its snarling maw as a deep guttural growl rumbled ceaselessly from its throat. A wolf. A giant wolf. Liu Xuan had never seen such a beast and could not suppress a low cry of astonishment. No, it's a dog. I've raised them before. This is a Siberian husky. Zhao Lei corrected Liu Xuan's misidentification. Damn it. It's a mutated beast, a mutated Siberian husky. Guard. Quick, guard us. Zhao Yuan reacted instantly, whipping the long sword from his back and lunging forward to stand squarely before Liu Xuan, shouting sharply. Not far behind, several Zhao family guards, who had been pushing a cart laden with game, immediately dropped the vehicle upon hearing the commotion and swiftly raised their rifles, advancing toward the trio in tight, disciplined formation. The mutated Siberian husky, larger even than a wild wolf, did not launch an immediate assault. Instead it circled warily around the boar's carcass on the ground, repeatedly snapping its head toward Liu Xuan and the others, issuing low menacing growls. Its intent was unmistakable, a declaration of dominion, a command to retreat. Humans, begone. This prey is mine. Leave now, or once I've devoured the boar, I'll devour you instead. So this is one of those legendary mutated beasts, the kind said to harbor source stones within their bodies. Looks clever, sly even, Zhao Lei remarked, raising his rifle to aim. Wait. Liu Xuan suddenly raised a hand to stop him, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Yuan, lend me your sword, I'll test it out, stretch my limbs a little. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yuan tossed over the long sword wrapped in dark sweat-absorbing cloth, adding a cautionary warning, be careful, its fangs can pierce iron doors. Liu Xuan caught the hilt with a reverse grip and gave a subtle flick of his wrist. The blade sang out with a clear resonant hum. Then stepping half a pace backward, he whirled his body with sudden fluid grace. The opening stance of the Dharma sword art, immortal points the way, shot forth like lightning. The sword traced a razor-sharp silver arc through the air, its wind pressing the surrounding golden grass flat against the earth. Seeing this, the mutated husky erupted with fury, not retreating but surging forward in a violent lunge, jaws agape, thick saliva and blood-flecked foam dripping from its maw. Phut. The blade pierced its thick hide only to be gripped fast by dense sinewy muscle, refusing to drive deeper. The beast's extraordinary resilience was evident at once. Though the thrust failed to kill, Liu Xuan remained unruffled. With a swift twist of his wrist, he transformed the thrust into a slicing motion, the sword arced downward in a clean diagonal cut, landing with surgical precision on the husky's comparatively vulnerable neck. Yet the soft whisper of steel parting flesh still fell short of a mortal wound, leaving only a deep bleeding gash. Repeated injuries ignited the beast's primal frenzy beyond reason. It launched itself into frenzied reckless attacks, claws slashing the air with shrieking force, while Liu Xuan's form wove like a phantom, evading every strike by a hair's breadth. With the physical prowess of a third-rank martial artist, and mastery of refined footwork, this clearly low-tier mutated beast posed not the slightest threat to him. Within moments the husky bore several new wounds, deep bone-exposing gashes oozing blood. Realizing it could not win, instinct finally overrode rage. It wheeled about, desperate to vanish into the tall grass. Liu Xuan had already achieved his purpose, to test the sword's technique. Seeing its attempt to flee, a faint smile curled his lips. His fingers clenched the hilt with sudden crushing force, so tightly that the handle emitted a faint gritty creak, making Zhao Yuan wince beside him. Liu Xuan exploded forward, 3 rapid strides carried him ahead of the fleeing beast, cutting off its escape. Then without pause he delivered a thunderous downward cleave, face-splitting strike. The sword descended in a shriek of displaced air, slicing the massive hardened skull cleanly in two as effortlessly as carving through a buttery cake. The husky's forward lunge froze mid-air, then it crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud, limbs twitching twice before falling utterly still. Warm blood seeped steadily from its severed neck into the thirsty soil. What a magnificent blade! Liu Xuan shook the blade sharply, flinging off warm droplets of blood, then held it up to the fading sunset light, inspecting its flawless unblemished edge gleaming bright and keen with unabashed admiration and delight. Zhao Lei stared dumbfounded. Incredible. Brother Xian, you wield that sword faster than I fire my rifle. Zhao Yuan hurried forward, cradling his sword like a treasured relic, inspecting the blade with anxious tenderness. That dog's skull is harder than granite. If you wanted to test its sharpness, I could find you a fine steel billet next time. No need to risk my precious weapon in brute force combat. Look at you, such petty concern, so stingy. Liu Xuan laughed as he handed the sword back, teasing gently. Next time we trade with your Zhao family, I'll acquire something even finer. You'd better not covet it. He turned, swept an arm grandly across the horizon and declared, fall in. Head home. Tonight everyone gets an extra half jin of Wu Guanzhong. Yeehaw. Long live Brother Xian. A chorus of cheers erupted, fatigue vanishing like mist at dawn. Zhao Yuan fetched thick sturdy vines and directed the guards to hoist both the heavy boar and the mutated husky onto the cart, securing them firmly with tight lashings. Thus the triumphant party set off toward the farm, their laden cart rolling steadily homeward. The setting sun stretched their silhouettes long and thin across the desolate plain. Laughing and jostling they strode toward the distant horizon, where wisps of cooking smoke rose above the hopeful expanse of First Farm. Indeed, Liu Xuan had loathed the old name, livestock breeding compound, so thoroughly that with the approval of his maternal great-uncle by Li Zhong, the newly minted signboard for Chiffon Group First Farm had been officially unveiled the previous day. Upon returning to the two-courtyard farmhouse, the Zhao brothers were already hard at work processing the day's game, pheasant feathers scattered across the ground mingling with the faint metallic tang of blood. Liu Xuan approached the ancient well, cranked the pulley and drew up a bucket of icy water. He lifted it high and poured it over his shoulder. Droplets cascaded down his chiseled spine, glinting bronze gold in the dying light. Continuously refined by essence of the source, his body grew ever more formidable, muscles carved with the stark precision of chisel and axe, each fiber coiled with explosive power. From the kitchen came the rhythmic clatter of woks and spatulas, followed by the rich earthy aroma of steamed coarse grains. Gan Peilan's gentle voice drifted through the curtain, back already. Dinner will be ready shortly. Liu Xuan grabbed a coarse linen towel to dry himself, calling toward the kitchen. Where's grandfather? A slender hand parted the curtain. Gan Peilan emerged wearing a faded, well-worn apron, her lovely face softened by quiet exasperation. He's gone to sell kanji again. Won't listen to a word I say. Again. Liu Xuan paused mid-wipe, his brow furrowing slightly. Didn't he just go yesterday? As one ages they become increasingly restless. Ever since Ma Feng settled down at the farm, he has been thinking about the laborers at Huimin Street. He constantly whispered to Liu Xuan, lamenting how those refugees couldn't buy his leftover rice, leaving countless pitiable souls to go hungry. Unable to refuse, Liu Xuan suggested a compromise to his grandfather to make and sell porridge. Food. The farm is overflowing with various grains. The blood and flesh potatoes planted by Professor Yang have filled the warehouse and no one wants to touch them anymore, making it perfect for porridge. This suggestion instantly revitalized the old man. He immediately called a few old buddies from the cleaning department to move the accumulated grains from the farm warehouse and set up a large pot to cook. 2 large barrels of porridge were carted to Huimin Street and sold out in less than half an hour. 3 maos for a big bowl. It was practically a loss-making venture. Ma Feng never gave away porridge. He considered himself no benevolent man. Alleviating poverty and disaster is the duty of the government. His act of selling it cheaply was merely to provide a lifeline to those struggling on the brink of life and death. At the dock one could earn $3 or $5 for a day's labor or odd jobs, and this 3 maos porridge could allow people to indulge in a warm meal without hesitation. Initially it was agreed to sell once every other day as a pastime for the old man. Little did anyone know Ma Feng became addicted to selling, and now every evening he would neglect his meals to stir up the workers to cook porridge, insisting on personally pushing the cart into the city. He even insisted on having Xuan ride that old-fashioned bicycle ahead as a pathfinder, seemingly treating this as a serious business. Liu Xuan felt a vague sense of unease rising within him. He was not worried about his grandfather's health. Secretly he had had the old man take 7 or 8 doses of diluted essence over the past month, and the once frail body was gradually growing stronger, perhaps one day breaking through to the realm of a first-class warrior. Even without practicing ancient martial arts, his physique far surpassed that of ordinary people. What truly worried him was that selling food at a price far below market value would inevitably stir up greed and malice in people's hearts. In this world, good deeds often invite not gratitude but covetousness. A shadow was brewing in the distance, and seeing the old man's cheerful demeanor made him swallow down the words of caution that were on the tip of his tongue. Are the old become younger? He wouldn't listen to advice, so let him be. The sun hung low and the afterglow had quietly stained the grey tiles of the old courtyard. Professor Jiang unusually did not come for dinner. Liu Xuan instructed the guards to prepare another food box to send over, then sat down with Gan Peilan and her daughter around the table. Tonight's meal was quite sumptuous, highlighted by a plate of braised wild chicken that glistened and emitted a rich aroma. Godfather, have some chicken legs. Eating them will help you grow taller. Chichi strained to hold the wooden spoon, trembling as she lifted a juicy chicken leg, carefully placing it into Liu Xian's bowl, her little face filled with pure concern. Liu Xuan felt warmth in his heart, a smile spreading across his lips as he gently ruffled her hair. Chichi, good girl. Godfather doesn't like chicken legs. You can have this one all for yourself and we'll save the other for great-grandfather, okay? With that he carefully placed the chicken leg back into the girl's bowl. All right. Chichi will grow taller after eating. The girl nodded vigorously, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Gan Peilan silently smiled, tearing off a delicious chicken wing and placing it into Liu Xian's bowl, her gaze soft as water. Just indulge her, look at how picky she is now. The dim light and steam rising from the dishes made this scene feel warm and dreamlike. Once upon a time in that dark and cramped refuge when Chi-Chi's biological father was still around, the dining table had also flowed with such simple yet precious warmth. Gan Peilan gazed at Liu Xuan, her eyes harboring an ineffable complexity of emotions. She naturally liked this younger brother who was more reliable than his age suggested, but this affection was pure and untainted by any ulterior motives. Whether he was the once destitute youth or the current powerful figure commanding this vast farm, having his protection and enjoying a slice of peace in this chaotic world was a great blessing from fate. She dared not, nor had she ever wished for more. She only wished for this peaceful and steady life to last forever. However, this fragile tranquility was soon torn apart by the commotion rising outside the door. Help! Someone come quickly! The panicked cries and chaotic footsteps grew closer. With a loud bang, the courtyard door was thrust open and Xuan stumbled in. Liu Xuan looked up and his heart sank sharply, an ominous premonition gripping him instantly. Xuan! Liu Xuan sprang to his feet, his voice tense with urgency. What happened to you? Where's my grandfather? Gan Peilan immediately set down her bowl and chopsticks, her gaze filled with concern as she turned towards the door. Xuan appeared disheveled with crumpled coarse paper stuffed in his nostrils, dark red blood still oozing out, smearing half of his face. His hands and cheeks were covered with abrasions and dried blood, his clothes torn and ragged, and his exposed arms were bruised. Liu Xuan. Ma Lao. Is hurt in the back. You. Don't panic. Xuan gasped, breathless and at a loss. Liu Xuan's aura suddenly turned icy. Where is he hurt? How did this happen? Where is he? Each word felt as if it were squeezed out from an icy crevice. Before he finished speaking, two similarly bruised and older workers appeared at the door, one straining to carry the unconscious Ma Feng while the other stumbled alongside to assist. The old man lay limply on the back of the worker, utterly silent. Witnessing this scene, Liu Xuan felt his heart shatter. He rushed forward in a single leap, carefully yet swiftly snatching his grandfather from the workers back into his arms. Hey? Xiana. As if sensing the warmth of his grandson, Ma Feng slowly stirred, weakly opening his eyes to see Liu Xuan's anxious face, and he even managed to force out a blood-streaked ecstatic smile. You don't know. Today I vented my anger. 2 or 3 little punks couldn't even get close to me. Do you believe it? Ha. What a thrill. Liu Xuan carefully laid the old man down onto his favorite Nan bamboo recliner, his fingers trembling yet moving swiftly as he examined him closely. Fortunately, although it looked severe, it was mostly superficial injuries with no major harm to his bones. His forehead had a gash, blood streaming down his face, and his body was covered in dark muddy footprints, evidently the result of being surrounded and beaten. Had it not been for the diluted essence he had secretly had his grandfather absorb over the past month, which had gradually strengthened his physique, he feared that this beating alone would have been enough to. A raging fury burned wildly within him, almost breaking through the dam of rationality, yet he forced a helpless yet relieved smile on his face, even adding a hint of jest to his tone. Grandfather, you're over 70 now, why are you still trying to act tough and fight like a young man? What a show of strength. Gan Peilan had already rushed out of the room carrying a medicine box and clean cotton cloth, squatting down to gently clean the wound on Ma Feng's forehead, suppressing the tears welling in her eyes. Chi-Chi tightly clutched the uneaten chicken leg, timidly standing by, her big eyes filled with tears, waiting for the adults to finish so she could give the chicken leg to her great-grandfather. It's not that we wanted to fight. It was that wei bastard who deliberately picked a quarrel. They? Xuan couldn't help but interject excitedly, his voice choked with emotion. Enough. Stop. Ma Feng abruptly cut him off, his voice weak but carrying an unquestionable firmness. In this world isn't every day on the streets filled with a dozen fights. It's nothing much. He turned back, looking at Liu Xuan, whose face was ashen and jaw clenched tight. His tone softened, carrying a pleading consolation. Xiana, your grandfather is truly fine. Don't take it to heart. Our lives have just begun to improve. Don't go looking for trouble because of this. Listen, I won't sell porridge anymore. Let's just shut the door and live our lives peacefully, okay? Liu Xuan saw through it all. Though Xuan hadn't finished the words, that wei bastard, were enough. He had long anticipated that his grandfather's low-priced porridge would eventually prick the interests of certain forces, but he hadn't expected them to stoop so low as to lay hands on an old man directly. The Wei family. He forcibly suppressed the surging killing intent, his face as calm as still water, his voice so steady it betrayed no ripple. All right, grandfather, I'll listen to you. The Wei family rose from the underworld with many men under their command. Even if we seek justice, now is not the time. Rest assured I have my limits. Just then Gan Peilan had deftly bandaged Ma Feng's wound. Chi-Chi immediately threw herself into the old man's arms, holding up the cold drumstick with her small hand, asking in a tearful whisper, Grandfather, does it hurt? Eat the drumstick and it won't hurt anymore. Ma Feng let out a hearty laugh which tugged at his wound, causing him to cough a few times. Yet he still managed to raise his uninjured arm to wipe away the golden teardrops on Chi-Chi's round face, his gaze so tender it could melt ice. All right. After eating our precious Chi-Chi's big drumstick, grandfather doesn't hurt anywhere. He glanced at the gloomy faces around him and struggled to sit up straight. What are you all standing around for? This old man's bones are still strong. This little injury is nothing. Eat. Everyone keep eating. Right, eat. The food is getting cold. Gan Peilan quickly chimed in, discreetly tugging at Liu Xuan's sleeve to signal him to control his emotions, and beckoned the still shaken Xuan and the two workers to take their seats. Liu Xuan silently helped his grandfather to the seat of honor at the dining table. His gaze swept over the clear footprints and stains on the old man's clothes. With every look his heart felt as if it were being repeatedly sliced by a blunt blade dripping blood. This dinner was as tasteless as chewing wax. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive, broken only by the occasional faint clink of chopsticks and bowls. After the meal, Liu Xuan helped Gan Peilan tend to the old man's washing and dressing change until Ma Feng fell into a deep sleep, his breathing gradually steadying. Only then did Liu Xuan gently close the door. As he turned, all pretense of calm vanished from his eyes, leaving only a cold undercurrent surging. He strode directly toward the side room where Xuan was staying. Just as he reached the door, before he could raise his hand, the wooden door creaked open from the inside. Xuan had clearly been waiting for some time, his face still etched with grief and indignation. Liu Xuan. Xuan's voice was hoarse as he hastily recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. It turned out that Wei Jiajun had personally set up the scheme, gathering over a dozen thugs who smashed the porridge stall without a word. Ma Feng, enraged, stepped forward to reason with them, but was shoved, insulted, and ultimately the situation escalated into a beating targeting the old man. In the end, Wei Jiajun arrogantly named Liu Xuan, demanding he come for a negotiation. Negotiate what? Liu Xuan knew all too well. The Wei family had long coveted the farm, and now, unable to restrain themselves, they were using this as a pretext to forcibly intervene. After hearing Xuan's account, Liu Xuan was silent for a moment, then simply raised his hand and heavily patted his shoulder. I understand. This wasn't your fault. Get some rest. With that, he turned and walked out of the small courtyard alone. The night wind picked up, carrying a damp chill. Dark clouds hung low in the sky, and muffled thunder rumbled deep within as if a heavy rain was brewing. Outside the courtyard gate, the Zhao brothers Zhao Yuan and Zhao Lei stood like two iron towers, silently waiting in the oppressive night. They had clearly heard the news and were awaiting his orders. What? Liu Xuan stopped, exhaling a breath of stale air, his voice cold and hard. Standing guard at my door like door gods. Zhao Yuan looked ashamed and stammered, Brother Xuan, we've heard about it. This is also our negligence. We thought the east side was our turf and old Ma was just selling porridge. We never expected such a slip-up. From now on, whenever Director Ma goes out, he'll assign 2 skilled men as personal guards. Zhao Lei then added in a deep voice, Brother Xuan, this time our protection was inadequate. If you have any grievances, well, accept any punishment without complaint. But please don't act impulsively. The Wei family. Without the patriarch's orders, we truly dare not engage them in conflict. Enough. I know. I wasn't counting on you anyway. Liu Xuan interrupted them impatiently, his tone icy. I'm just feeling stifled tonight and want to go out for a walk. The reward from last time, the experience voucher for the Heavenly Realm nightclub, I haven't used it yet. His tone was flat, as if he truly were just seeking some ordinary diversion. Brother Xuan. We beg you. The 2 men's faces changed color and they stepped forward to dissuade him. Just then, buzz. A formidable aura erupted from within Liu Xuan. Like a dormant beast suddenly awakening, an invisible shockwave radiated from him, stirring up dust on the ground. The Zhao brothers felt their chi and blood churn as they staggered back 2 steps before barely managing to steady themselves. The pressure of a third-rank martial artist unleashed without reservation. Liu Xuan slowly raised his eyes, a chilling light gleaming in their depths, his voice freezing. What? Now I don't even have the freedom to go out for a walk. Is your Zhao family going to stop me too? No. No, that's not what we meant. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Lei broke out in cold sweat, their breathing becoming labored. Then get lost. Liu Xuan withdrew his pressure, but his tone remained bitingly cold. I'm just going to find some fun, pick up a girl to vent my frustration. Do you think I'm stupid enough to go looking for death at the Wei residence right now? Without another word, he turned sharply and strode into the night. Stepping into the wilderness, his pace quickened until he was almost sprinting. The cold night wind whipped past his ears, but it could not dispel the burning tangle in his heart. His only family had suffered such humiliation and injury because of him. It felt like a venomous snake was gnawing incessantly at his chest. The killing intent boiled over stronger than ever before. He needed an outlet. He needed to make someone pay. In the sky, a pale lightning bolt suddenly ripped through the dark night, briefly illuminating his angular face etched with ferocity. The sky was dark, as if rain was on the way. It had been so long since it last rained. Boom. The electric snakes danced through the sky, accompanied by the occasional rumble of thunder. Liu Xuan stepped into the city, where the storm that had been brewing all night still had not fallen, the air heavy and suffocating, filled with a thick earthy scent and some ominous premonition. Once this rain poured down, it would undoubtedly be a rare and violent downpour. Both sides of the Hui People's Street were packed with low storefronts. Most doorways were adorned with ambiguous red lanterns under which the signs of XX Hair Washing House and XX Leisure appeared particularly glaring. Anyone with discerning eyes knew that these were merely thin disguises for establishments engaged in flesh trade. Interspersed among them were a few shops selling second-hand goods with everything from unknown parts to rusty weapons and tattered clothing all haphazardly piled together exuding a stale odor. If you're not buying, then get lost. Don't block the way and waste my time. A rough reprimand echoed from ahead. Liu Xuan looked up and saw a man resembling a waiter at the entrance of a shop impatiently driving away customers with a long ladle. The man being scolded was ragged, his face filled with anger he dared not express, ultimately lowering his head in defeat, his figure quickly disappearing into the dark alley beside. A cold smile curved at the corner of Liu Xian's mouth, finding the situation somewhat ironic. The waiter was scooping murky soup from a large wooden barrel into a chipped porcelain bowl handed over by a waiting customer. He was all too familiar with this job, having done it himself selling slop rice. Unexpectedly, after his grandfather's passing, this business was taken over by someone else. In the long queue, suppressed voices of anger whispered among themselves, drifting into his ears. Damn Wei family. They smashed old Ma's porridge stand in the afternoon, injuring people, and now they come to sell this pig food at a high price. They dare to charge 2 coins for a ladle of rotten water. Why don't they go rob? Who can argue with that? Those lucky enough to buy from old Ma in the afternoon said the porridge was so thick and fragrant. Those scoundrels from the Wei family. They better not let me run into them alone in the wild. I'll take one down with every encounter. Count me in. Old Ma was such a good person, charging only 30 cents for a ladle of thick porridge, giving us a chance to survive. This grudge must be avenged. Liu Xuan remained expressionless, quickly passing through the line filled with despair and the stench of sourness, ignoring the curses and sighs around him. Strangely, as he walked into the city and witnessed the curled-up, long-dead, starving corpses by the roadside, the emaciated children reaching out their small black hands to beg from every passerby, and the prostitutes leaning against the red-lit door frames with vacant hollow gazes and forced smiles, the overwhelming rage that had nearly consumed him gradually subsided. Especially when he saw several burly men with entertainment development department embroidered on their chests belonging to the chiffon group, holding sticks wrapped in tin and collecting protection fees from door to door, their faces filled with arrogance and disdain. A deeper realization surged within him. He clearly felt that the remnants of kindness and warmth from another peaceful world deep within him were being rapidly stripped away layer by layer in accordance with the cruel rules of this apocalyptic world. What replaced it were the barbaric laws of the apocalypse, cold, fierce, combative, and survival of the fittest. It was like developing a dual personality. This was no longer the era where complete legal protection ensured everyone's well-being, where one could leisurely snack on skewers while scrolling through their phone at night. This was a time of crumbling order, moral decay, and human lives valued as low as grass. An era where high-level warriors held the power of life and death, a dark age dominated by absolute strength. With the unprecedented little bug as his golden finger rising to the top was merely a matter of time. Initially he had his grandfather's shelter providing warmth, later he had the Zhao family's protection securing a foothold. Now, as long as he remained cautious and steady, not acting rashly, there would surely be a place for him in this chaotic and vast world in the future. Reflecting on this, Liu Xian's footsteps slightly halted and the surging anger in his heart dissipated, considerably replaced by a cooler sense of calculation. Perhaps the grudge against the Wei family could be temporarily set aside. Enduring for now, waiting until he breaks through a few more levels and possesses overwhelming strength before settling old scores, wouldn't that be more prudent? Just as his thoughts shifted and the killing intent waned, he looked up, for large and gaudy neon characters spelling Tianshong Ren Jian flashed before his eyes, shimmering with dreamy and hazy light, abruptly invading his vision like a luxurious beast ready to devour. Since he was here, why not go in and take a look? At the very least, he wanted to see what this so-called experience ticket could offer. With his mind set, Liu Xuan stepped forward, heading toward the heavy metal door of the nightclub made of poor-quality glass. Welcome. As he approached, 8 girls at the entrance, dressed extremely revealingly and adorned with vibrant makeup, bowed in unison, their sweet tones dragging out the syllables. They bent deeply, and in an instant a scene of whiteness flooded Liu Xian's vision, mingled with the strong and pungent scent of cheap perfume. Before he could fully adjust to the sudden assault of sensuality, an even more intense and fragrant aroma rushed towards him. A beautiful woman with her hair styled high, wearing a high-slit cheongsam, the slit almost reaching her thigh, and swaying gracefully approached him, her voice soft and alluring. Sir Tilda, do you have a familiar girl to accompany you? This is my first time here. Liu Xuan collected himself, took out the card that said Tianshong Ren Jian, experience ticket, and handed it over. Oh Tilda, is that so? The beautiful woman quickly glanced at the card, a fleeting hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes before her professional and sweet smile returned. Sir Tilda, our experience ticket can only be used for consumption in the hall's scattered tables. It includes a special fruit platter and a glass of our house-brewed beer. If you require any other Tilda special services, they will need to be paid for separately. Tilda, her words were laden with suggestive meaning. Understood. I'm just here to sit, not looking for a girl. Liu Xuan replied calmly. Very well Tilda, please follow me, sir. With a charming smile the woman turned, gracefully swaying her hips as she led the way. Liu Xuan silently followed, observing her. This woman's looks and figure would undoubtedly meet the standards of a movie star in his past life, yet in this apocalypse she could only serve as a lobby manager in this smoky nightclub. The oppression of the times was evident. He lifted a heavy leather curtain designed to block sound waves. In an instant a deafening wave of chaotic noise mixed with complex scents crashed over him like a tangible shockwave. The frenzied roar of heavy metal rock, distorted electronic synth sounds, and an ear-piercing shriek mimicking a goujing all violently blended together, nearly tearing apart one's eardrums. The air was saturated with the acrid scent of low-quality tobacco, the sour and spoiled aroma of counterfeit liquor, and a nauseatingly sweet odor of cheap air freshener attempting to mask everything. Various scents intertwined and fermented, creating an aggressively invasive atmosphere that infiltrated everyone's senses, attempting to strip away the last remnants of rationality. Liu Xuan's brow furrowed tightly as he suppressed his discomfort and stepped into the notorious Heaven on Earth nightclub hall. The hall was unexpectedly spacious, with faint traces of the grandeur from an era long past now reduced to a grotesque form of decadence after years of decay. The once exquisite frescoes on the dome had long since been obscured by years of smoke and grime, making them indistinguishable, while several powerful multi-layered laser lights spun wildly above, casting dazzling and dizzying spots of light that sliced through the chaotic space. The low-bearing columns had been crudely reinforced, exposing rusty steel bars and thick emergency pipes plastered with layers of yellowed wanted posters, reward notices, and gaudy advertisements for alcohol and women. The ground was uneven and pockmarked, with solidified black stains visible everywhere, standing out even in the dim and hazy light. In the center of the dance floor, a circular stage featured several voluptuous dancers, nearly naked, moving their bodies in sync with the thunderous music, adorned only with glittering sequins covering their key areas. Their eyes were vacant and dazed, their movements bold yet mechanical, resembling a group of exquisite puppets controlled by invisible strings, recklessly exposed yet devoid of life, making one suspect they might faint at any moment. Below the stage lay a scene akin to chaotic revelry. A large number of men and women with a bit of spare cash sought thrills, wildly moving their bodies under the influence of alcohol and music, emitting various meaningless howls and roars, letting all the repression, despair, and emptiness accumulated under the apocalypse burst forth in this extreme manner. Liu Xuan was guided to a relatively secluded corner booth. The sofa was worn and the table was coated with a layer of sticky grease as if it had never been thoroughly cleaned. He felt genuine disdain for the aestheticless primitive sensory stimulation of the celebration before him, slightly lowering his head, his sharp gaze sweeping around as he tried to observe this property controlled by the Wei family without drawing attention. A waitress dressed in scanty clothing adorned with reflective metallic pieces swayed her hips as she approached, placing a drink and a small dish on his table. "Here's your drink and fruit platter, enjoy, Tilda," the waitress' voice dripped with professional sweetness, lingering on Liu Xuan's rugged face and fit physique for a moment before she instinctively added, "If you need anything else, just call me Tilda. Even if you want to go to the public restroom, I can show you the way. It's very cheap, just $10. "Thank you, but I don't need anything." Liu Xuan coldly declined, his gaze falling upon the so-called homebrewed craft beer. It was a murky liquid presenting a suspicious dark yellow hue, with a few bizarre green bubbles accumulating on the surface, continuously releasing fine bubbles. Just being near it, one could smell an indescribably pungent odor reminiscent of industrial alcohol mixed with spoiled malt, combined with a sour chemical additive scent. The nearby special fruit platter was even more pitiful, featuring a few chunks of unidentifiable wild fruit, darkened in color and lacking any luster. Liu Xuan picked up a piece of fruit with his fingertip for a closer look, then disdainfully tossed it back. It was a mutated firethorn fruit. This thing could be found everywhere in the wilderness around the farm. Although the mutated fruit was large, it was extremely sour and difficult to eat. Only certain unpicky beasts would eat it, and only starving refugees would pick it to fill their stomachs. Workers on the farm would never touch it. With a hint of curiosity, he picked up the peculiar beer and cautiously sipped a small mouthful. A strong, stimulating flavor shot down his throat as if it were mixed with industrial alcohol, but the aftertaste brought a strange burning sensation barely swallowable. Just as Liu Xuan was sipping the poorly crafted beer with a critical attitude, he remained completely unaware that he had already been under the gaze of others for quite some time. Not far away in a semi-enclosed booth sat 7 or 8 burly men. They wore a patchwork of old tactical vests and tattered fabrics, each with fierce expressions, their eyes reflecting the coldness and bitterness forged in the apocalyptic wilderness. The table was piled high with empty glasses and remnants of indistinguishable food. Unlike the surrounding frenzied crowd, they silently drank or whispered to each other as if waiting for something. Among them, the most striking was a black-faced muscular man with a long scar across his face. He did not engage in idle chatter with his companions, but instead narrowed his eyes slightly under the flickering, dazzling neon lights, his gaze penetrating through the swirling smoke unabashedly and for a long time locking onto Liu Xuan. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, carrying a cold scrutiny and even a hint of an elusive, familiar feeling. A subordinate next to him handed over a freshly poured beer following his gaze and quietly asked, "Brother Biao, what are you staring at so intently?" "Nothing," replied the man known as Brother Biao, downing the drink in one gulp, his rough Adam's apple bobbing. "There's someone over there whose back looks familiar, very much like a brother of mine. But it definitely isn't him. That person looks capable, at least a second-grade warrior, while my brother doesn't have that kind of presence and he wouldn't come to such a place." "Brother? Is that the one you often mention, the clever one you wanted to bring in as our strategist? What was his name again?" "Liu. What was it?" "Liu Xuan." This black-faced muscular man was none other than Liu Xuan's long-concerned sworn brother, Zhang de Biao. After nearly 2 months apart, Brother Biao had indeed returned to his old profession, reassembling his own crew in this chaotic era. Brother Biao, are we really leaving tomorrow? Going out of the city to become bandits? I've heard. Things are even harder out there. A fellow subordinate chewing on some mysterious jerky asked hesitantly. Want to stay and die? Suit yourself. Zhang de Biao snorted coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. We've thoroughly offended one high group and the bounty is still posted at the black markets in trance. Not leaving. Waiting for them to catch you, pierce your collarbones with iron chains, strip you bare and display you like livestock for selection. Hey, maybe if some wealthy woman picks me I might enjoy a few days of comfort. A younger man attempted a joke to ease the tense atmosphere. With your pathetic look. Dream on, you fool. Zhang de Biao unceremoniously slapped the back of his head with considerable force. If one high catches you, do you think anything good awaits? Feel squeeze oil out of your very bones. He surveyed the room, observing the varied expressions on his men's faces, his voice dropping low. All of you keep your eyes peeled. Anyone unwilling to follow me, Zhang de Biao, can leave now, I won't stop you. Each to his own fate. Boss, what are you saying? A bald man immediately pledged loyalty. We brothers of the Black Tiger Gang stand by, never abandoning, never giving up. Well, follow Brother Biao to the death. Yes. To the death with Brother Biao. Several voices echoed in unison, their fiery gazes fixed on Zhang de Biao, brimming with almost blind worship and conviction. This dark-faced man was indeed resourceful and deeply loyal. In a short time he had made a name for himself in the Northern District, founding the Black Tiger Gang, ensuring his brothers not only ate their fill but even enabling a few to receive gene injections, stepping into the ranks of entry-level martial artists. For these desperados who had long cast aside life and death, following such a leader to enjoy the good life was the greatest fortune in this apocalypse. What else would they dare not do? As the gang gained fame, it naturally attracted the attention of major powers. One high group once attempted to recruit them, but Zhang de Biao scorned mingling with those devils who devoured people without spitting out bones. The very night he refused outright, the Black Tiger Gang's hideout was raided by one high security forces. Fortunately, Zhang de Biao had always been cautious, keeping important supplies and money elsewhere, allowing him to break out with a dozen trusted lieutenants and flee to the Eastern District, where one high held no sway. He had 2 original purposes for this trip: first to lie low, and second to find his long-lost third brother Liu Xuan. If his third brother was well, he would bid a quiet farewell, parting ways forever to avoid entangling him. If still struggling, he would recruit him, fleeing together to carve out a path to survival. Tonight was their final indulgence before departure. First enjoy for free, then grab what they could. At dawn tomorrow they would leave this colossal ruined city, venturing into the perilous wilderness to truly embark on an irreversible path of banditry. Howl! Howl! On stage, a half-nude dancer performed an exaggerated contorted backbend, her flesh quivering, igniting another wave of frenzied mindless roars from the audience. Liu Xuan found the noise grating, his inner turmoil growing heavier with disgust. Wei Jiajun had not appeared, dashing even the chance to ambush him with a sack. He downed the cheap throat-scorching beer in his glass, the burn ravaging from his throat to his stomach. Then he stood, deciding to leave this suffocating hellhole. At the entrance it was tightly blocked. Hey! Little lady all alone. Dressed so plainly, playing innocent in a place like this. Have a few drinks with us, big brothers. TSK, such a delicate face, come let me have a feel. A string of lewd vulgar jeers reached Liu Xuan's ears, laced with obscene filth. A few local thugs, clearly ruffians, were cornering a woman who had just entered, their words flirtatious, their hands wandering. Such tawdry scenes played out every night in this apocalypse. Liu Xuan was long accustomed to them and had no intention of meddling, not even pausing his steps. Yet just as the trapped woman turned her head in panic, trying to dodge a grimy hand reaching for her cheek, Liu Xuan's peripheral vision precisely caught that terrified yet achingly familiar profile. His body froze mid-stride, he turned in disbelief, his pupils sharply contracting amid the deafening music, locking onto the trembling figure pinned against the wall by the rogues. Double-checking. It really was her. Gan Peilan. How could she be in such a filthy, perilous place? Shouldn't she be safe and sound in the secure second courtyard of the farm with Chichi and Grandpa? Seeing the thugs leering as they tightened the circle, their filthy hands nearly touching her terror-stiffened body. An indescribable explosive fury, a mix of shock, rage and belated fear, erupted like a dormant volcano from the deepest recesses of Liu Xuan's heart, instantly incinerating all his reason. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Xuan spun around his form like an enraged leopard, unleashing astonishing speed. He brutally shoved aside 2 blocking thugs, yanked the pale, trembling Gan Peilan behind him and shielded her with his body. His movements were lightning fast, his strength overwhelmingly domineering. The thug staggered and stumbled backward, utterly unable to react in time. Liu Xuan. Gan Peilan, still shaken, cried out at his sudden appearance like a divine savior, her voice laced with a tearful post-crisis relief and overwhelming astonishment. What are you doing here? Liu Xuan's voice was unusually harsh, fueled by extreme fear and anger. He gripped her wrist tightly, his force causing her slight pain. I was worried about you. Gan Peilan looked up at his furious face, her eyes instantly reddening, her voice barely a whisper filled with grievance and fear. Old Ma was injured. After he fell asleep you left with a grim face alone. I couldn't bear it, afraid something might happen to you. Over the past 2 months Gan Peilan had made it her duty to care for Old Ma and Liu Xuan. Since Liu Xuan had adopted the sweet Chichi as his goddaughter, they had all come to see each other as true family. A woman like her, even with some wilderness survival experience, traveling alone late at night was fraught with danger, let alone barging straight into a den of wolves like heaven on earth. It was like a lamb willingly walking into a hyena's mouth, courting death. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Liu Xuan roared inwardly. Yet when his gaze fell on her pallid cheeks and those eyes brimming with unshed tears yet full of concern, all the harsh reprimands on his tongue caught in his throat, transforming into a sharp pang of heartache and overwhelming dread. If he had left just 1 minute earlier. If he hadn't happened to turn back at that moment. The consequences were too horrifying to imagine. What the hell, where did you crawl out from? Dare to ruin my business. The yellow-haired gang leader, finally snapping out of his shock, stormed forward, cursing, reaching out to shove Liu Xuan's chest. Liu Xuan didn't even deign to glance at him. His gaze remained locked unblinking upon Gan Peilan's face, as if confirming with desperate certainty that she truly stood unharmed behind him. Yet behind his back his movement defied mortal perception, faster than the eye could track. Without apparent preparation his wrist twisted and snapped shut in a serpentine flash, seizing the yellow-haired thug's outstretched wrist with lethal surgical precision. Crack! A sharp spine-chilling snap of bone ruptured the cacophony, crystal clear, nauseating, piercing through the rhythmic thunder of the music. Ah! The yellow-haired thug erupted into a gut-wrenching, splitting shriek. Clutching his wrist bent at an unnatural angle, he collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud, curling into a fetal coil as violent tremors racked his body, snot tears and saliva instantly smearing his contorted face. That harrowing cry momentarily drowned out even the blaring music. The throng of dancers froze midway as though struck by a universal pause command, hundreds of eyes snapping toward the source. Onlookers instinctively recoiled in unison, carving out a wider silent vacuum around the scene. Liu Xuan slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze upon the remaining thugs, stunned into paralysis by his sudden ruthless brutality. His eyes held no emotion, only an abyssal coldness, deep and fathomless, laced with unvarnished chilling intent to kill. Which hand? His voice was low yet razor-edged, like chilled steel scraping raw nerve, each word drilling into every eardrum with suffocating pressure, touched her. The remaining thugs were utterly cowed by that terrifying aura, their faces bleached bone white, not a single soul daring to utter a reply. Only the yellow-haired thug continued his broken agonized wails from the floor. One reckless youth, eager to impress his boss, forced courage into his trembling frame and barked, "Mother! Do you even know whose territory this is? You dare lay hands on a Wei family man? Take him down, break him." But before the gang could move, Liu Xuan did. The formidable strength of a third-rank martial artist surged forth, unrestrained, explosive, overwhelming. His figure blurred, then erupted into a tempestuous human cyclone, crashing headlong into the enemy ranks. Fists struck like artillery shells, elbows cracked like thunderclaps, knees drove like collapsing mountains, legs swept like 1,000 army tide, every joint refined into a weapon honed to lethal perfection. No wasted motion, only pure distilled velocity, explosive, devastating force, and strikes calibrated with unnerving bone-deep accuracy. Boom. A brutal straight punch slammed into the lead thug's face, his nasal cartilage imploded instantly, blood spraying as his scream choked off in his throat. He flew backward like a ragdoll struck by a speeding truck, crashing into a glass-top table laden with drinks, the shattering shriek of splintering glass and gushing liquor erupting in a violent glittering cascade. Crack! Almost simultaneously Liu Xuan pivoted his waist and unleashed a vicious whip-like side kick, steel-corded and precise, smashing into another thug's outer knee joint. A sickening crunch echoed unmistakably, the thug's calf snapped backward at a grotesque angle. He screamed, a raw tearing sound, then crumpled, clutching his shattered leg as he rolled convulsively on the floor. Thud. A third thug swung a bottle sideways. Liu Xuan didn't turn. In one fluid lightning-quick reverse elbow strike, his forearm slammed like a siege hammer into the man's temple, wreathed in howling momentum. Not even a whimper escaped him. His eyes rolled upward, white and vacant, his body went slack, collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut, utterly still. Chaos detonated, totally irreversible. Shrill female screams, guttural male roars, the incessant jagged shatter of glassware, the visceral grating snap of breaking bones, and beneath it all the manic accelerating pulse of the soundtrack, all fused into a dissonant brutal symphony of violence and death. The dozen bouncers stationed near the nightclub entrance finally sprang into action, but not to restore order. Like hyenas scenting blood, they surged forward in disciplined formation, converging on Liu Xuan with singular predatory intent to subdue him completely. Liu Xuan's figure darted through the maelstrom, ghost-like, elusive, impossibly fluid. Each evasion was flawless, slipping past blows by the narrowest margin imaginable, each counterstrike guaranteed a cry of agony and a body crashing down. He moved like a killing machine, governed by absolute immutable logic, efficient, merciless, tireless, erasing every obstacle in his path with chilling mechanical precision. Gan Peilan remained anchored safely within the small inviolable space he shielded behind him, untouched, unscathed. Her wide, beautiful eyes remained fixed on the carnage unfolding before her, her initial terror swiftly dissolving, replaced by something deeper, more turbulent. It was the profound, speechless awe of witnessing raw power wielded solely for her sake, a flicker of secret exhilaration, and beneath it all a sweet, intoxicating joy laced with quiet, trembling fear. He cares deeply for me. Within less than a minute, over a dozen men lay sprawled across the floor, groaning, writhing, utterly incapacitated. Liu Xuan drew a sharp, controlled breath, his chest rising and falling, his breathing slightly labored, yet his eyes remained as keen and piercing as an eagle's. Seizing Gan Peilan's trembling hand, he commanded, "Go." But just as they surged toward the exit, boom! The nightclub's heavy copper-plated doors exploded inward under tremendous external force. Then, like a black tide, over 20 men in matching black tactical gear flooded in, wielding gleaming machetes and iron rods. Liu Xian's sharp eyes caught it instantly. 2 men at the rear brandished standard-issue assault rifles. They moved with military discipline, focused, coordinated, radiating hardened professional lethality, utterly distinct from the rabble on the floor. These were elite trained private soldiers of the Wei family. Upon entering, they dispersed with practiced efficiency, sealing off every conceivable exit in the venue. At their head stood a young man with a sallow, venomous countenance. His gaze, cold serpentine, swept the devastation before locking instantly onto Liu Xuan, a lone figure wreathed in palpable slaughter shielding a woman. Wei family business. All bystanders, clear out. His voice, though low, resonated with cultivated martial energy, ice cold, penetrating, striking each eardrum like a frozen spike, sending shivers down spines. Martial artists, every single one. The crowd lingering at the periphery, still hoping for spectacle, now shrieked in abject terror at the name, Wei family, and the sheer scale of the assault. They scrambled wildly, tumbling over one another to vanish into the deepest recesses of the hall, desperate to avoid collateral annihilation. Recognizing the man's face, Liu Xian's heart plummeted. Indeed, fate offered no mercy. Wei Jiajun, the very man who'd led the assault on his maternal grandfather Ma Feng that afternoon, now stood before him, his intended target found at last. The worst possible scenario had crystallized. A direct, irrevocable confrontation with the Wei family was now inevitable. Their arrival was so swift and their numbers so complete that it could not have been a last-minute mobilization. It was clearly premeditated, as if they had been lying in wait nearby all along. Wei Jiajun's arrogant and sinister gaze fell upon Liu Xuan, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he slowly and deliberately applauded. "Liu Xuan. HMPH, you've got guts indeed. Daring to touch one of our own on our turf. Without an explanation today, I'm afraid you won't be walking out that door." His lecherous eyes swept over Gan Peilan, who stood behind Liu Xuan. "That woman stays too. Shall make a fine gift for my second brother." He paused, then leaned to whisper to a trusted subordinate beside him, "Go notify the second young master immediately. Tell him the fish has taken the bait, Liu Xuan has appeared." These words confirmed Liu Xian's suspicions entirely. The higher-ups of the Wei family had long viewed his farm as a fat lamb eager to tear off a chunk of meat. Negotiate. Negotiate, my ass. Concede benefits. To the Wei family. What a colossal joke. There was no room for mediation, only a fight to the death. Stay close to me. Don't let go. Liu Xuan growled at Gan Peilan behind him, his gaze instantly turning sharp and gravely resolute. He suddenly kicked over a waist-high metal trash can nearby. The heavy bin laden with filthy remnants hurtled toward the charging Wei family crowd with a dull thud, scattering garbage and briefly disrupting their dense momentum. At the same time, Liu Xuan shielded Gan Peilan more tightly with his left arm while his right hand shot to his lower back like lightning. With a soft metallic ring, a cold gleaming blade was drawn. It was a short tactical dagger looted from Leng Wuji's home, a weapon of superior quality. Its icy 3-edged blood groove reflected a chilling sheen under the shifting laser lights. Kill him. Beat him half to death first. Wei Jiajun's face twisted into a cruel grin as he waved his hand forcefully. The battle erupted instantly. Liu Xian's dagger danced like a silver blur, precisely parrying the slashing blades. His footwork shifted with lightning speed, blending the essence of Bodhidharma's sword technique into his movements, his form flickering like a ghost in the cramped space. Though wielding a short dagger, he employed the sharpness and density of a longsword, each strike aimed at vital points, the throat, the heart. The dagger tore through the air with a sharp hiss, clashing violently against the enemy's weapon, sending sparks flying in all directions. Though all his attackers were first-rank martial artists, not one could withstand a single exchange with him. Yet outnumbered and burdened with protecting the defenseless Gan Peilan, he soon found himself in a grueling battle after a few moves. With several ripping sounds, his arms and shoulders were slashed open, warm blood seeping out and soaking his clothes. Yet he seemed oblivious, his fighting style growing more savage and fierce. Gan Peilan clung tightly to Liu Xian's clothes, her knuckles white from the strain, her face pale as death. Her heart pounded wildly, threatening to burst from her chest. Though she was intelligent and resilient, having survived months in the perilous wilderness with her young daughter, the sight of such brutal close-quarters combat filled her with unprecedented terror. She watched Liu Xian's broad back, blooded yet unwavering, as he shielded her completely. A profound fear and a heart-wrenching surge of emotion intertwined, nearly suffocating her. Boom. Seizing a fleeting opening, Liu Xuan delivered a fierce, direct charge at the mountain gate, ramming his shoulder into an enemy's chest. The man struck as if by a massive log, let out a sickening crack of broken ribs and flew backward, blood spraying from his mouth. At the same time, his dagger darted like a viper's tongue, transforming into a lethal short sword as it stabbed and slashed. Two more assailants stumbled to the ground, clutching their spurting throats, briefly clearing a small space to catch their breath. What was originally a merciful sword technique rooted in the Buddhist principle of saving others without killing, was now imbued with a stark, desperate brutality, though his strikes grew somewhat frantic and disordered. Liu Xuan's mind remained exceptionally clear. He must not linger in battle. The enemy had overwhelming numbers and stronger reinforcements were surely on their way. His eyes swept the hall like lightning, instantly locking onto an inconspicuous narrow door on the side, likely leading to the kitchen or storage area. The guards there were the weakest. This way. Go. He roared, shoving the corpse of an enemy with a pierced throat into the densest cluster of pursuers. As they instinctively dodged and blocked, he seized the brief chaos, grabbed Gan Peilan and surged toward the back door like an arrow from a bow, pushing his strength to the limit. Worthless fools. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Wei Jiejun bellowed in fury, his voice cracking with rage. Two Wei family thugs near the door bravely tried to block the way. Liu Xuan's eyes blazed with murderous intent, his killing aura reaching its peak. His dagger, like a viper striking in the dark, slashed across a man's carotid artery at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, sending a spray of hot blood into the air. Simultaneously, he dropped his shoulder and twisted his waist, delivering a ferocious, turning, body-shattering rock, like a raging bear, sending the other blocker along with his weapon crashing heavily into the wall. Finally, he kicked out with all his might at the seemingly flimsy wooden door. Crash! The door shattered and burst open. Beyond the door, a dark alley piled high with rotting garbage and discarded debris came into view, a nauseating stench of decay rushing toward them. The cold, damp night air surged in, dispersing the thick smell of blood and bringing a glimmer of hope for escape. After him. Hes wounded. He can't go far. Everyone follow. Those outside blocked the alley entrance. Behind them came Wei Jiejun's frantic, almost crazed roar and the sound of more chaotic footsteps. Without hesitation, Liu Xuan gripped Gan Peilan's icy hand tightly and plunged into the foul darkness, relying on his memory to flee toward the Ba River channel. Notify all our brothers outside. Grab your weapons and follow me. In the nightclub hall, Zhong Debiao, who had just witnessed the entire fierce battle, could no longer contain his shock and worry. Only at the last moment did he catch a glimpse of the young man's cold eyes as he dashed out the back door. Now he was certain, the youth besieged and fiercely fighting was none other than his long-separated, desperately sought third brother Liu Xuan. The pitch-black night, like a primordial beast with gaping maw, instantly swallowed the two fleeing figures. The blooded yet resolute warrior and the terrified yet trusting woman raced through the depths of this concrete jungle built on the ruins of the apocalypse. Behind them, the cold pursuit pressed ever closer, and the bloody curtain had only just begun to rise. The inky night sky weighed heavily over Anxi City. The Heaven on Earth nightclub blazed with lights, while in the vast slums behind it a few dim kerosene lamps flickered faintly in the rain. Liu Xuan gripped Gan Peilan's icy hand tightly, dashing through the narrow, damp alley. The woman's fingertips trembled slightly, but she held his hand back firmly, their running footsteps splashing water in the mud. Catch them. Don't let them escape. Not far behind, the shouts of the Wei family's thugs tore through the curtain of rain, pursuing relentlessly. Those damned bastards, they usually disturb the peace with their howling at the nightclub, and now they've brought the trouble to the streets, came a sleepy complaint from a low wooden shack. Seems like they are chasing someone. Could it be another girl who escaped from there? Someone from a nearby shed chimed in. There's a girl and a man pulling her along. I reckon it's a man looking for his wife. TSK. Once a woman enters that den, even if she's found, she's soiled. Came a response from a wooden hut across the way. The soundproofing in the slums was terrible, and with the houses so close, a couple talking inside would have neighbors joining in. For a moment it was as if a small meeting had started on both sides of the alley where Liu Xuan ran, a constant murmur of whispers filling the air. Suddenly a pale bolt of lightning silently ripped across the sky, illuminating the slums as bright as day, then vanishing in an instant. Tap 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 tap. The footsteps grew more urgent. Liu Xuan's heart tightened. At this rate they would soon be caught by the martial artists behind them. Gan Peilan's breathing had become rapid and her steps began to stagger. Come quickly, I'll carry you. He stopped abruptly and crouched down. Without a moment's hesitation, Gan Peilan leaped onto Liu Xuan's back, her arms tightly encircling his neck, their escape speed instantly increasing. The tattered curtain of a nearby shed was quietly lifted a crack. A laborer, a regular customer at Old Ma's stall, caught sight of the pursued young man's face in the flash of lightning. The laborer sucked in a sharp breath, a trembling whisper squeezing from his dry throat. Master Liu. He clearly remembered that face. Last month he had bought swill rice from this young man. At the time his wages hadn't been paid and he only had 50 cents left in his pocket, but he wanted to buy 2 bowls. Without a second word the young man gave him 2 full ladles, just as generous as Old Ma. Later he learned that the one who had taken over Old Ma's rice selling was none other than Old Ma's own nephew Liu Xuan. It's Master Liu. It's the grandson of the great philanthropist Master Liu. The laborer snapped back to reality, a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. He cast aside all caution and using the greatest strength of his life let out a raspy roar towards the dead silent shanty town. Master Liu is in trouble. Master Liu has come to avenge the great philanthropist Ma. Neighbors. If you're a man, grab your tools. Block the lackeys behind him. This shout was like cold water thrown into boiling oil, instantly setting off an uproar. Crack, boom. Almost as his shout subsided, the long-gathering thunder finally crashed down violently. Immediately after, a torrential downpour poured down as if the sky's river had burst its banks, dense raindrops pounding on the shed roofs and muddy ground crackling like a burst of beans. But this natural din could not entirely cover the ensuing human commotion. Which Master Liu? The great philanthropist Ma's own nephew, the one who sold swill rice. Damn. Is it really him? Quick! Throw things to block the alley entrance. The shanty town's response was astonishingly fast. The good deeds of great philanthropist Ma went far beyond providing cheap swill rice for the poor in Huimin Street. The 30-plus elderly people in the cleaning department who had no one to rely on were all former old laborers from Huimin Street, too aged and weak for heavy work. Even children who picked up scrap nearby could go to the cleaning department's courtyard for a bowl of hot porridge or half a steamed bun. Ma Feng could be considered one of the few in the chiffon group who truly harbored a kind heart. These poor souls, usually bent by the hardships of life and wishing they could shrink into a crack in the ground at the sight of the Wei family's thugs, now erupted with a fierce tenacity like wild grass. Perhaps it was the years of kindness from Ma Feng, perhaps it was their long-standing hatred for the Wei family, or perhaps the majestic power of the storm and lightning itself gave them the courage to resist oppression. Bang! The broken wooden door of a nearby shed was kicked open. A lean man without even looking swung a heavy dark object he had at hand, throwing it with all his might at the dark figures chasing Liu Xuan, cursing, "Ill fuck your grandmother. Taste your grandpa's night soil." The object traced a less-than graceful parabola through the air. Under another flash of lightning, it was revealed to be an old chamber pot that had seen years of use. The filth inside mixed with rainwater scattered like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The burly thug leading the chase was caught off guard. Seeing an object with a strong odor flying towards him, he dodged in fright, slipped on the ground and fell with a cry of ouch. Landing flat on his back and getting a mouthful of muddy water which made him gag in disgust. Ha ha ha. Wang Laosan, you son of a bitch, you threw away your meal ticket. Someone on a nearby rooftop laughed. The laughter was abruptly cut off by a sharp female voice. Damned Wang Laosan. You waste. If you break that chamber pot, I'll have your hide. Get your ass back here. Clearly it was the lean man's wife screaming in fury. The man Wang Laosan shrank his neck, but seeing the pursuer's miserable state below, he couldn't help but feel smug and retorted, what the hell does a woman know? If we save Master Liu, won't the great philanthropist Ma reward us handsomely? Ouch. Before he could finish, a broken gourd flew out from the house and hit him squarely on the back of the head. While this was going on, others were busy too. Keep throwing. Don't let those bastards through. Damn it, I don't have anything handy. The mat. I don't need my old mat anymore. Nyo da, let's tear down this plank first. Our two shacks can become one. From another shed, a roll of frayed old bamboo mat was flung out, unfurling in the air like a broken net, aiming to cover the pursuers' heads. The pursuers, already struggling to walk in the deep mud, had their vision further obstructed by the heavy rain and the sudden flurry of debris, leaving them flustered and in disarray. Ouch. Who threw that? My carrying pole. Don't pull it. I can't afford to lose my work tool. Damn. What the hell is this? A head popped out of the window of the house that had thrown the mat. It was a half-grown boy, his face beaming with excitement. Dad. Dad. Did I throw it well? He was immediately slapped back inside by his father. Get back in there, you little brat. You'll get soaked. But there was little reproach in his tone. Even more so from some unknown corner, a few rotten winter melons and stinky vegetable leaves scavenged from the market were thrown. Though harmless in the environment of thunder, lightning, pouring rain and muck, these random items created an extremely disgusting and slowing obstacle. The pursuers cursed loudly, their speed severely hampered. They tried to parry with their blades, but only cut into soft mats and stinking rotten vegetables, which only made them more furious. The entire shanty town seemed to come alive in an instant, staging a chaotic yet fervent resistance amidst the deafening thunder and rain. Curses, shouts, the sound of breaking objects, women scolding, children screams, the frustrated roars of the pursuers. All mingled with the booming thunder and the rustling rain, forming a peculiar and vivid symphony of the streets. Liu Xuan carried Gan Peilan on his back, seizing the moment of chaos to finally create a safe distance. He turned into a narrower alley, temporarily shaking off his pursuers. Rainwater dripped from his hair, mingling with sweat and blurring his vision. Gan Peilan leaned against his back and softly asked, "Why are they helping us?" Liu Xuan gasped, a complex smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Because of my grandfather, the great benefactor they speak of." Gan Peilan fell silent, wrapping her arms around him even tighter. In the distance, the resistance in the slums continued. Those lives, usually as humble as dust, bloomed with astonishing courage and strength on this rainy night. Perhaps as the labor said, the kindness of the great benefactor had long sown the seeds of goodness in these suffering souls, just waiting for an opportunity to break ground and grow into towering trees. He turned back, the slums already plunged into chaos. Toilets were flying, bamboo mats scattered, and shouts mixed with footsteps, the once lowly faces twisted and deformed in the rain. He had distinctly heard the shouts just moments ago. He never expected that the good karma accumulated by the old man would return to him in such an absurd manner at this moment. Fortunately, he had restrained the impulse to unleash indiscriminate attacks in the slums, otherwise he would truly have felt guilty. The rain washed away the dirt and faint traces of blood on his face, but could not erase the fierce murderous intent that suddenly surged in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, gripping Ganpalan's soft thighs tightly as he lifted her up. His palms sank into the warm cotton-like flesh, and even through her drenched thin shirt he could clearly discern the full curves that resembled the moon. Liu Xuan. Forget about me, just go. Ganpalan gasped, struggling to slide down his back. If you carry me, neither of us will survive. Take good care of Chichi. She almost shouted this phrase, her voice scattered by the rain, yet each word struck heavily in Liu Xuan's heart. Liu Xuan remained silent, his arms tightening around her like iron, his voice cold as steel. Conserve your strength, don't talk. Rainwater flowed into his collar from her scattered hair, and amidst the chill a faint sweet warmth of her body escaped, mingling with the unknown scent of blood entangled in the humid air. Even as a third-tier martial artist, after enduring a series of fierce battles while carrying someone, he was already on the verge of his limits. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and each step into the muddy puddles nearly drained him of all his strength. Woof woof, woof woof woof. The barking suddenly grew closer, more alarming than human voices. Over there. Don't let them escape. Release the dogs. Hurry, release the dogs. The Wei family had even brought hunting dogs. The rain caused Ganpalan's body to slide down, and Liu Xuan quickly lifted her again. This sudden movement caused her chest to crash heavily against his back, the two soft masses being firmly squeezed together, then sliding past each other. He choked on his breath, nearly gagged by his own saliva. Liu Xuan stopped, lowered Ganpalan, his voice urgent and deep. With dogs we won't escape. You go first. Ganpalan did not, as in typical plots, cry out, if we're going to die, let's die together, nor did she pale and apologize, I've dragged you down. She simply clutched Liu Xuan's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his drenched sleeve. In her rain-washed eyes determination and resolve burned like flames, shockingly intense. You. Liu Xuan breathed out this word, his subsequent words transforming into a silent sigh. He had long known what kind of person she was, just as when he had rejected her and her mother she had turned away without hesitation, even planning to sell the information to the authorities or major companies with such fierce resolve. Get away. He finally shouted, I'm going to use my killing move, don't get in the way. Ganpalan heard this, her fingers trembled slightly, and she finally let go of him. She stumbled back to a large rock not far away, quickly curling up to hide behind it. Woof. Almost at the moment she concealed herself, two shadowy figures burst through the rain, their claws kicking up mud, charging straight for Liu Xuan. These were two mutated hunting dogs from Liaodong, their drenched fur accentuating their terrifying size of over 2 meters, and their fangs gleamed with a cold white light in the night. Liu Xuan did not retreat but advanced, suddenly thrusting both palms from his waist towards the attacking dogs. Release. He commanded his parasitic entity, Little Bug. The 20+ pounds of mandrake poison powder stored within the little bug's internal space had finally awaited the moment to unleash death. Two thick columns of purple powder erupted from his palms like venomous snakes, hissing with corrosive sounds upon meeting the rain, accurately striking the two vicious dogs. At the moment the powder touched them, the dogs seemed to be choked by an invisible hand, their whimpering abruptly cut off. The leading dog crashed into a muddy puddle, its limbs convulsing violently as it frantically clawed at its throat, tearing open bloody gashes. The other dog was even worse off, its eyes bursting out with murky fluid, crazily spinning in the rain as it bit at its own tail until its mouth was drenched in blood. In less than 3 heartbeats the two vicious dogs lay in the mud, spewing black blood, their legs still mindlessly kicking, resembling frogs boiled alive. Nearby the furious curses of the hunting dog's owner could be heard, but Liu Xuan simply slowly retracted his palms. The rain washed away the remaining purple powder between his fingers, the flowing purple water even corroding countless small holes into the muddy ground. Kill. The second young master has ordered. Just leave 1 breath surround him. Several more columns of purple powder gushed forth, engulfing the first few people who charged in. The chilling shrieks instantly pierced through the rainy night. Those few people fell to the ground, rolling as if splashed with strong acid, their skin rapidly rotting and turning black, soon falling silent. Damn. This kid is sinister. It's poison. He knows how to use poison. Back off. The survivors retreated in terror, no longer daring to approach Liu Xuan even a step. Who dares to retreat? Kill without mercy. A cold voice like a venomous snake rang out from behind, instantly halting all retreat. More than 20 men clad in black tactical suits, well-equipped, surrounded a young man emerging from the rain. The young man appeared to be around 27 or 28, his complexion pale, and a lingering sinister aura hung around his brow. Rainwater dripped down his gaunt cheeks, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. Second young master, this kid is too sinister. Wei Jiajun leaned closer to the young man, his tone flattering yet filled with fear. Last month he was kneeling before me like a dog, and just a few days later. Not only has his strength surged to the 3rd tier, but he also possesses such methods. The young man's lips curled into a wicked smile as he stepped forward slowly. Liu Xuan, I've long heard of your name. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly pierced through the sound of rain. My name is Wei Dagong, the 2nd of the Wei family, 4th tier. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the carnage like a scanner, lingering for a moment on those who had been poisoned before continuing. You can't escape tonight. Why don't we talk? If you nod your head, today's matter is settled. How about it? His tone was calm, as if everything was under his control. Talk my ass. Liu Xuan spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, finally releasing the pent-up frustration in his chest. This mandala poison powder was potent, but it was indiscriminate, attacking friend and foe alike. Fortunately, the heavy rain today kept the toxin from dispersing easily. If it were a clear day, even he might have suffered. HMPH, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. A cold glint flashed in Wei Dagong's eyes. Even as a 4th-rank cultivator, he dared not casually test the power of that strange poison powder. Soon you'll taste the bone-tendon hand of my Wei family. Charge. He waved his hand, and the 30 or 40 thugs around him bared their ferocious intent, roaring as they lunged again. Liu Xuan took a deep breath, pushing both palms forward like a humanoid poison mist sprayer, once again unleashing a deadly purple pillar of powder. He had to conserve his strength for the arduous battle ahead. There were still over 10 pounds of poison powder left, enough for these cannon fodder to enjoy. Puff. 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 The powder column spewed forth and screams rose in succession. Liu Xuan cautiously retreated while spraying, doing his utmost to avoid the drifting poison powder. Within moments, over half of the charging enemies had fallen, their deaths gruesome. Under the cover of night and rain, this riverbank had transformed into a veritable hell. Suddenly he halted his retreat. Not far behind him was Gan Palin's hiding place. Men. Wei Dagong waved his hand coldly. Open fire. Don't aim for the head, a 3rd-rank martial artist isn't that easy to kill. 4 guards holding automatic rifles stepped forward, their dark muzzles steadily aimed at Liu Xuan. 2nd young master. The gunfire is too loud, won't it attract the police? Wei Jiajun whispered a reminder from the side. We can't worry about that now. Wei Dagong said decisively. At worst, we'll hand over a few broken guns and find some scapegoats to rot in jail for a few days. He stared intently at Liu Xuan's seemingly endless stream of poison powder, a deep wariness and greed flashing in his eyes. Where did such a vast amount of poison powder come from? It seemed to materialize from thin air in his palm. A magic trick. Wei Dagong stood with his hands behind his back in the torrential rain, his posture seemingly relaxed, but every muscle in his body was taut. All flashlights aim at him. Fire. Just as the trigger was about to be pulled, crack. A stark white lightning bolt tore through the pitch-black sky, followed by a rolling thunderclap. Then, illuminated by the lightning, dozens of jet-black spectre-like figures burst out of the dense forest on the right flank of the Wei family's formation. Silent, yet carrying overwhelming killing intent. Bang. 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 Before they even appeared, the staccato roar of gunfire tore through the rain curtain. With sharp whistles, a group of fierce men charged out from the woods. The leading 7 or 8 men wielded double-barreled homemade shotguns, their muzzles spitting tongues of fire, sending a hail of hot steel pellets spraying toward the Wei family ranks. The guards who had just raised their guns didn't even have time to pull the triggers before they fell with screams, blood blooming in the rain. This group was gaudily dressed, but every one of them was stocky and ferocious. Many had blood-soaked bandages on their heads or hands, clearly already wounded, yet they still brandished various weapons, roaring like bloodthirsty tigers as they threw themselves at the Wei family line. Their wild charge was marked by the particular frenzy of desperados. The leading dark-faced man was especially intimidating. He was broad-shouldered and thick-backed, squat and sturdy as an iron tower, his face a mass of knotted flesh with a hideous scar slashing from his temple to his jaw like a centipede crawling across his face. He charged at the front, firing 2 shots into the crowd before casually discarding the hot shotgun. Reaching behind his back, he drew a thick-backed ghost head saber. With a flash of the blade, he cleaved a Wei family thug to the ground. At the same time, he roared like a thunderclap, "Which bastard dares to hurt my 3rd brother?" It was Zhang Debiao. He and his 20-odd desperados had plunged into the Wei family's formation like a dagger from the flank. The Wei family thugs, first stunned by the volley of shotguns and then thrown into disarray by this utterly reckless charge, couldn't mount an effective defense in the chaos and were soon beaten back step by step. The ghost head saber in Zhang Debiao's hand traced dark deadly arcs through the rain, its whistling sound tearing through the air as it continuously split the rain curtain. Wherever the blade passed, blood would spray, accompanied by piercing screams as another life was heavily felled into the mud. His strength was astonishing. With each heavy downward chop, his opponents were cleaved in two along with their weapons as severed limbs and broken blades flew in all directions. Where did these scumbags come from? How dare you meddle in the affairs of Chiffon Group? Wei Jiajun, who had led the siege against Liu Xuan today only to be counterattacked from his own stronghold, was already seething with anger. Now seeing yet another group of reckless fools launch a sneak attack, he was furious. If he couldn't prove himself before the second young master today, he, a distant relative, would surely be branded as incompetent. Believing himself to be close to the second-rank realm, he forcefully drew a thin but sharp cleaver. With a loud roar to bolster his courage, he charged at Zhang Debiao, intending to behead the leader and redeem himself in the second young master's eyes. Clang! Slash! Squelch! A single exchange. Zhang Debiao's immensely powerful strike with overwhelming force sent Wei Jiajun flying back 7 or 8 meters. The thin cleaver snapped in two, spinning off to who knows where. Wei Jiajun crashed heavily into a muddy puddle, clutching his arm, which was severed at the shoulder and spurting blood, letting out a pig-like squeal. My arm! My arm! Back when Liu Xuan knelt before him for his grandfather, it was this very hand that had tapped Liu Xian's head in wanton humiliation. Now Zhang Debiao, as the second brother, had inadvertently collected some interest for Liu Xuan. Seeing Wei Jiajun cut down, Wei Dagong remained expressionless. HMPH. A mere second rank dares to act wild before me. An ignorant fool. Wei Dagong didn't even spare a glance at his wailing kinsman on the ground. His aura suddenly surged and a layer of invisible yet solid protective chi instantly activated, repelling the pouring rain. With a flicker of movement, he shot through the rain curtain like a ghost, his palm striking out lightly yet with lightning speed toward Zhang Debiao. 4th rank protective chi. Biao Ji, a veteran of the underworld with a keen eye, knew instantly that trouble was coming. He hurriedly raised his ghost head saber to block his chest, channeling all his strength to meet the palm strike. Boom! The palm and blade clashed, producing a dull explosion of chi. Zhang Debiao felt an irresistible, overwhelming force surging toward him. His tiger's mouth split open instantly, and he and his saber were sent flying back over 10 meters like a broken kite, dragging a long deep furrow in the mud before he could barely stop. A sweetness rose in his throat and a mouthful of blood nearly sprayed out. He tried to get up several times but failed. Boss. Biao Ji. Second brother. Seeing this, the 20-odd desperados' eyes turned red. They immediately abandoned their current opponents, quickly contracted their formation, and showing no fear of death, surrounded and shielded the struggling Zhang Debiao. Though startled, they did not panic. Their eyes blazed with even fiercer malevolence as they fixed their gaze upon Wei Dagong, their demeanor unmistakably that of desperate defenders ready to die together with their master. A scornful, disdainful smirk curled at the corner of Wei Dagong's mouth. These mere rabble who had barely crossed the threshold of the 1st rank were nothing more than chickens and dogs to him, a cultivator of the 4th rank. He shifted his stance once more, preparing to charge forward and personally slaughter this motley crew of unknown origins. With a sharp hiss, 2 thick pillars of deep purple poisonous powder burst forth from Liu Xian's palm. At that very moment, like venomous pythons endowed with life, they angled viciously towards Wei Dagong's face, forcing him to halt his advance and retreat a step to evade. Liu Xian's heart sank like a stone, fully aware that they were likely trapped in a hopeless situation. In the martial arts hierarchy of 9 ranks, the 4th and 7th ranks represented 2 insurmountable chasms. Those below the 3rd rank had merely stepped through the gateway of evolution, relying on robust vitality, strong sinews and bones, and ancient martial techniques to perhaps match 100 ordinary men. Standard small-caliber firearms, unless hitting a vital spot, could hardly take their lives easily. They were the very foundation of human combat power. But once one crossed into the 4th rank, it was an entirely different realm. Not only could one's inner force transform into protective body or a vastly increasing defense, but one could also unite will with force projecting power to injure foes. With profound ancient martial arts, every move and gesture carried tremendous might. The Wei Dagong before them had clearly solidified his position in this realm. As for those above the 7th rank, Liu Xuan had only heard of such beings when the Zhao brothers boasted in their cups. It was said that such an individual alone could rival an army, their every move capable of invoking divine abilities and Dharma manifestations, even subtly influencing the very laws of the surrounding world. Who exactly are you people? Wei Dagong's gaze swept over the grass blades, rapidly corroding black by the poison. His pupils contracted slightly as he silently retreated another half step, his voice icy and piercing. Killing my Wei family disciples, meddling in Guan Shifeng's affairs. Who gave you the audacity? Shock and fury churned within him. He had never imagined that in the eastern district, on this desolate riverbank near Huimin Street, there lurked such a band of desperate outlaws, not only daring to strike against the Wei family but also possessing equipment and ferocity beyond his expectations. That black-faced leader, a mere second-rank cultivator, had taken his full-powered palm strike, charged with wrath, and yet only vomited blood and flew backward without dying on the spot. His physical resilience far exceeded that of his peers. What unsettled him even more was that seeing their leader wounded, not a single man fled. Instead, they instantly formed a formation to protect him, the ferocity and resolve in their eyes far beyond what any ordinary mob could muster. And they possessed so many contraband firearms. Almost every one of them wielded a sawed-off standard hunting shotgun. In the city of Anshi, firearm control was extremely strict. Even the registered security forces of the 3 major conglomerates had their few rifles subjected to regular military inspections. Yet this gang dared to flaunt such firepower within the city. Their level of desperation was unimaginable. They held the Chiffon group in utter contempt. They were the most reckless of the reckless. The Wei family had thoroughly investigated Liu Xuan's background. He was merely a boy struggling to survive in the slums. How could he have befriended and commanded such ferocious desperados? Suspicion swirled in Wei Dagong's mind. Coupled with Liu Xuan's meteoric rise to the third rank within a single month and his uncanny ability to release poison, a powerful sense of unease and murderous intent surged violently within his heart. This boy and his followers absolutely could not be allowed to live. They must be utterly eradicated before they could truly grow strong. Yet a flicker of anxiety also surfaced within him. The intense gunfire from earlier must have already alarmed the surroundings. The Anshi patrol or other forces were likely on their way. But he was also deeply wary of Liu Xuan's bizarre poison, which meant certain death upon contact. His status was noble, his cultivation hard-won. Why should he risk himself needlessly? That poison was truly sinister and violent. Wei Dagong forcibly suppressed his surging qi and blood. His gaze dark and venomous swept over the group of murderous outlaws as he deliberately slowed his tone. May I ask which path you brothers walk? I am Wei Dagong, Deputy Director of the Entertainment Development Department of the Chiffon Group. This Liu Xuan first drove my Wei brothers to their deaths, and today he has slaughtered many more of my clan. This is an internal affair of the Chiffon Group. I ask you to grant us this convenience to stand down now so that we may meet again with goodwill. He deliberately stressed the word Chiffon Group, hoping the shadow of this behemoth would force them to back down. Bullshit. Zhang Debia, leaning on his ghost head broadsword, its blade now bearing a deep palm print and slightly warped, struggled to his feet. He spat out a mouthful of dark clotted blood mixed with fragments of his organs. His voice was hoarse but dripping with undisguised contempt. A bunch of pimps making a living off the whore trade, putting on human skin and thinking you're white-collar elites. Spare me your stinking farts. He took a deep breath, suppressing the searing pain in his chest, and his curses grew louder, rolling like thunder through the rainy night. Every one of you from the three major groups, your hearts are blacker than mine, a veteran of the underworld, and your tricks dirtier than the sludge in a gutter. Others might fear your Chiffon name, but your Meng Hu Bang doesn't give a damn. Come on then, show me if that tortoiseshell aura of yours can withstand the steel pellets from my brother's scatterguns. He grinned savagely, his gaze slicing across Wei Dagong's livid face like a knife. Listen up, Wei. If you dare touch a single hair on my third brother's head today, from tomorrow onwards my Meng Hu Bang brothers will be haunting your whorehouses on Huimin Street day and night. Well, ambush your lone pimps with blackjacks, toss earth mines into your establishment, scare your Johns shitless, and see how you can keep your godforsaken flesh trade running. Screw your ancestors. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Debiao's tirade, laced with insults and mockery, triggered a roar of laughter from the desperados behind him, their morale soaring instead of waning. He had already thoroughly offended the Wanhai group and was being hunted across the city. Adding another enemy like the Chiffon group was merely a case of many debts, no worries. After all, he was already planning to skip town and become an outlaw after this job. Whether he was caught by the authorities or not, death was the likely outcome anyway. Why should he care about offending one more Wei family? Seizing this opportunity, Liu Xuan quickly retreated several steps and steadied Zhang Debiao, whose frame was slightly swaying, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Second brother. Ha ha. Good third brother. Zhang Debiao wrapped his arms around Liu Xuan in a firm embrace, the crisscrossing scars on his rugged face seeming to soften slightly. I spotted you at the Heavenly Realm earlier and thought you looked familiar, but I didn't dare believe it. Damn, it hasn't been that long. You used to be as weak as a little chick and now you've become this fierce. You're truly my good brother. We united in the midst of despair. The joy in his heart was beyond words. Second brother, how did you end up here? Liu Xuan asked urgently. I don't even ask. Zhang Debiao wiped the rain mixed with blood from his face. Couldn't make it in the North City anymore. I was planning to find you and see if you'd be willing to head out into the wilds with me. Never expected this. He gave Liu Xuan's shoulder a heavy pat. You've made it even bigger than your big brother. Already at the third rank. Tonight I was planning to pull one last job at the Heavenly Realm to scrape together some travel funds before heading out. Who would have thought I'd run smack into these bastards chasing you? Wei Dagong, watching from a distance as the two men actually began reminiscing right in front of him, felt a violent twitch in his eye and his lungs nearly burst with rage. He stared at Liu Xuan and Zhang Debiao as if they were already dead men. He had already secretly sent a signal to his elder brother Wei Deji, and he was confident that reinforcements would arrive momentarily. When they did, he would have these two carved into human puppets, tortured to the brink of death before finally sending them to hell. Liu Xuan felt an equal shock in his heart. He never expected that his second brother Zhang Debiao had already stepped into the second-grade realm. In the past he could not discern the depth of his brother's strength due to his own weak capabilities. Now it was evident that his second brother must have practiced some extremely powerful defensive ancient martial arts, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to withstand a furious strike from a fourth-grade martial artist without dying. It was not surprising that Zhang Debiao had become a local strongman in Yang City, having entered the ranks of martial artists. His visit to a great city like Anshi, leveraging the wealth he accumulated to further elevate his cultivation, was also quite reasonable. Third brother, now is not the time for talk. Zhang Debiao quickly suppressed his smile and gestured to the 20 or so brothers around him. The crowd understood immediately, skillfully shifting their bulging backpacks from behind to their chests, quickly extracting thin waterproof paper tubes with fuses from within. A faint smell of gunpowder began to permeate the air. Zhang Debiao received a heavy backpack from a trusted subordinate, pulled out a brick-like object wrapped tightly in thick plastic bags, and then took out a military-grade windproof lighter. With a click, a flame leapt up, igniting the fuse. The oil paper tube effectively blocked the rain, and the fuse immediately emitted a rapid hissing sound as it burned. Damn you! Taste my thunderclap! Zhang Debiao exerted all his strength, hurling the heavy block in his hand towards the most densely packed area of the Wei family's camp. The block traced a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground, splattering mud and water. The Wei family's thugs instantly stirred, retreating in panic. Even Wei Dagong's expression changed slightly as he instinctively urged his protective energy and darted back 10 meters in the blink of an eye. They had clearly witnessed the earlier actions of their opponents and knew very well what kind of deadly item was flying toward them. A homemade bomb. Several beams of trembling flashlight beams immediately focused on the fallen block. It was stuck in the mud, still emitting wisps of blue smoke and making a continuous hissing sound. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. 1 second, 2 seconds. Hiss, the blue smoke gradually diminished, finally emitting a faint hissing sound before completely extinguishing, leaving no further movement. A dead silence fell, only the sound of rain pattering around. Damn. Thunder. Zhang Debiao's fierce expression instantly turned to embarrassment and rage as he turned to the lean young man who had just handed him the backpack and shouted, "Is this the waterproof guarantee you gave me that could explode even when thrown into water? You let me down at such a critical moment. Just wait and see how I deal with you." The youth known as Lazy looked aggrieved and stammered, "Brother Biao, this really isn't all my fault. We've been running in this heavy rain for so long, the fuse, even though it was wrapped in oil paper, it couldn't withstand being soaked for so long. This thing isn't a turtle, it can't stay submerged forever. Run." Zhang Debiao was decisive. Seeing his trump card fail, he did not hesitate to bellow, "Run." He saw Liu Xuan had already pulled out a soaked and shivering woman from behind a large rock and immediately issued a retreat order. Did he really think Zhang Debiao was a fool? How could he not realize that Wei Dagong was stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements? If the Wei family's main force surrounded them with just the 20 or so of them, it would be impossible to escape. Want to run? Chase them down. Leave no one behind. Wei Dagong would not allow them to escape easily. Seeing this, he immediately shouted sternly. He had worked hard to force Liu Xuan out of his lair. He could not let the juicy prey slip from his grasp. If they let them escape after suffering losses today, what face would Wei Dagong have left? He no longer held back at all. His inner strength surged violently and a faint blue protective energy swelled around him, pushing the surrounding rain away like a tangible airflow. With a sudden movement, he lunged towards the retreating Liu Xuan, moving at an astonishing speed. Damn it. Take another hit from your grandpa's thunderclap. At this moment, the youth called Lazy suddenly pulled out another identical homemade bomb from the backpack, his movements quick as lightning. He lit the fuse, raised his arm and accurately threw it towards the airborne Wei Dagong. HMPH. Trivial tricks. Wei Dagong snorted coldly. Despite his surprise, he remained calm. Noticing that the bomb was not flying fast, he did not dodge but infused his steel knife with protective energy, intending to strike the flying block to send it back. However, just as his flashing steel knife was about to strike the bomb, boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. A dazzling fireball erupted like a miniature sun, instantly engulfing that space, and the violent shockwave expanded in a circular motion, even pushing and evaporating the dense rain curtain away. Wei Dagong was at the forefront. His protective energy could barely withstand less than half a second before giving a cracking sound under immense pressure. He felt as if he had been struck by an invisible giant hammer, and his expensive, finely crafted suit was instantly torn into countless charred strips, smoking as it hung on his body. His meticulously styled hair was completely blown apart, standing on end like a huge black sea urchin. He didn't even have time to scream before tumbling down like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily into the mud with a loud thud, splattering a large amount of murky water. The entire world seemed to fall silent for a moment. Second young master. Quick! Save the second young master. All the Wei family's thugs and guards were stunned by the sudden violent explosion, ceasing their pursuit and rushing to the spot where Wei Dagong had fallen, creating chaos. Who the hell would have thought there was actually something that could blow up? Who would dare to chase recklessly? Ha ha ha. Stunned her. You really thought I was a dud? What a pipe dream. Lazy laughed heartily as he ran back with the team, turning around to mock loudly. You should have asked around in Beicheng about the name of your Thunder Gong's grandpa. The thunder I create would make even the king of hell acknowledge it. Several beams of frightened flashlight beams trembled as they focused on Wei Dagong. There lay the dignified second young master of the Chiffon group, a fourth-grade martial artist, looking utterly miserable in the muddy water. His once pale face was charred, black blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his eyes rolling back and his body twitching involuntarily. His ragged holy outfit was still emitting wisps of blue smoke, giving off a strange smell that mixed sulfur, gunpowder, burnt fabric and an indescribable aroma of roasted meat. Cough, 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 cough. Wei Dagong suddenly coughed out several mouthfuls of black smoke, his chest heaving violently, his mind buzzing as if swarmed by a million bees, and every bone in his body throbbed with excruciating pain. With great difficulty he managed to raise his head with the help of his subordinates, only to see Liu Xuan and Zhang Debiao's group taking the opportunity to break free from the encirclement, disappearing at the edge of the distant woods. An overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage instantly consumed all his rationality. Chase them down. His voice was hoarse and cracked like a wounded beast roaring, notify my elder brother. Go ahead and intercept them. If one escapes, I'll make you all fucking pay. Wei Dagong, a dignified 4th grade martial artist, was actually forced to this state by a group of ragtag runaways using such despicable means. He was completely engulfed in a frenzied rage. As Liu Xuan and his group stumbled into the long-abandoned factory by the Ba River, the torrential rain that had persisted through the night finally began to subside, dwindling into a drizzle that pattered against the rusted iron roof with a monotonous, oppressive rhythm. The interior of the factory was vast and dark, thick with a mingled stench of rust, mildew and motor oil. Discarded parts and debris littered the floor, with puddles of water reflecting faint glimmers of light. Yet they could no longer push forward to break through the encirclement. Less than 200 meters behind the factory lay the wide Ba River, their planned escape route, now seemingly out of reach. Around the factory countless blinding beams of flashlight swept back and forth like searchlights, cutting the broken windows and open doors into a lattice of light and shadow. The clamor of footsteps and shouts grew nearer, clearer. The Wei family's pursuers had arrived faster and in greater numbers than anticipated, forming a tight encirclement that sealed off the abandoned factory completely. Damn it. Even when we offended one high group back in the day, they didn't pull out a force this big. Zhang Debiao wiped the rain mixed with blood from his face, his grim expression darkening further. Panting heavily, he turned to Liu Xuan and said half jokingly, half seriously, "Third brother, you didn't screw the Wei family patriarch's wife, did you? All this fuss for you?" Liu Xuan leaned against the cold wall, forcing a bitter smile as his chest heaved. "It's a long story. In the end, it's all about the trouble caused by profit. I told you long ago, why grovel in some damn company? Better to follow second brother in the underworld, live by the sword, drink freely, eat heartily. Isn't that more satisfying?" Zhang Debiao spat, his gaze shifting to Gan Peilan, who stood pale and soaked beside Liu Xuan yet still exuded a striking beauty. He raised an eyebrow. "And this is sister-in-law?" No. Liu Xuan and Gan Peilan denied almost in unison, their voices echoing sharply in the empty factory. A faint blush crept across Gan Peilan's cheeks and a trace of disappointment flickered deep in her eyes before she forcefully suppressed it, regaining her usual composed detachment. "She's a friend's mother. Her daughter calls me godfather," Liu Xuan explained briefly, his breath still uneven. "Oh, godfather her." Zhang Debiao deliberately drew out the word, flashing a knowing grin at Liu Xuan. "That's basically god sister-in-law, same thing. He could tell from how desperately Liu Xuan had protected the woman at the nightclub that their relationship was far from ordinary. "Third brother," Zhang Debiao's laughter faded as he surveyed the encroaching beams of light around them, his voice dropping. "Too bad we probably won't get to toast at your wedding. Looks like we're done for tonight. Just hope the big brother can avenge us later." There was no hint of regret in his tone for coming to the rescue, only the realization that he hadn't expected the Wei family to go to such lengths, as if they sought nothing less than death. He let out a cold laugh, the fierce, reckless look of a desperado resurfacing on his face. "But even if I'm going down, you'll take plenty with me. Brothers, are you afraid?" "Hell no." More than 20 blood-soaked men roared back in hoarse voices, their cries reverberating through the factory, drowning out the noise outside. "I owe my life to Brother Biao, pulled me out of a pile of corpses. Every extra day is a bonus. Don't worry, Biao will die before you. Let's do this. I want to see how many of them I can cut down. Yeah. Kill one to break even, two, and you're ahead. Fight them to the death." Liu Xuan watched these desperados brimming with murderous intent and even a touch of reckless optimism in the face of doom, and a complex emotion surged within him. These were second brother's men. He took a deep breath of the air thick with rust and blood, lifting his head to scan each face, some savage, some weary, all etched with defiance. "Brothers, today I've dragged you all into this. I'm sorry." He paused, then raised his voice with unwavering resolve. "Second brothers are my brothers. If we survive this, I will repay this debt. If not, on the road to the underworld, we'll be brothers again. Enough with that crap. We're children of the martial world, no time for sentimentality," a scar-faced man growled. "Exactly. Brother Biao's sworn brother is our second-in-command of the Tiger Gang. Dying for him is an honor. Right. The Tiger Gang never abandons its own, especially not the second-in-command." Liu Xuan's lips curled into a faint ironic smile. Well. Not long ago he was forced into the cult White Lotus Society, and now has inexplicably the second-in-command of the underworld's Tiger Gang. What a life. He shook off the distractions and asked in a low voice, "Any brother got a spare weapon? Lend it to me. Second-in-command, use mine." A man immediately handed over a replica long saber with a deep blood groove. Liu Xuan took the heavy cold blade, feeling its weight. Gripping the hilt, he pointed the tip toward the faint light streaming through the broken roof and declared, "Good. Today, with you brothers standing by me, I have nothing to offer but this. Let me be the spearhead and cut a path for us all. We fight our way out. Everyone who survives must avenge the fallen. Crush the Wei family. Fight them to the death. Charge out." The crowd's fervor surged to a peak. Liu Xuan turned to Zhang Debiao and said quickly, "Second brother, have the brothers toss the remaining explosives out first to cause chaos, then we charge." Zhang Debiao grinned sheepishly. "Third brother. You think I raided an arsenal? That was the last one, already used it on that bastard Wei Dagong. No more explosives." Liu Xuan was taken aback, then realization dawned. The brothers' earlier synchronized motions of pulling out packs and yanking fuses had mostly been a bluff and act for the Wei family. His second brother had learned the art of deception over the years, still fierce but now cunning enough to fool even his own people. Without another word, he grabbed Gan Palin's cold wrist firmly with one hand and gripped the heavy saber with the other. His eyes fixed on the wide-open warehouse door where shadows were drawing closer, he took a deep breath and roared like a wounded tiger, "Kill! Charge!" With Liu Xuan and Zhang Debiao as the sharpest tips, the remaining Tiger Gang members formed a crude but death-defying triangular assault formation and launched a countercharge toward the entrance. In an instant, the two sides clashed violently again at the narrow warehouse doorway. This is a brutal melee devoid of any skill. The limited space at the entrance forces the combatants to be almost facetto-face, with bodies pressed against each other, leaving no room for intricate techniques, only the most primitive and bloody slashes, stabs, roars and wails. The dull thud of blades striking flesh and bone, the anguished cries of those facing death, and the furious roars of anger mixed together with blood splattering everywhere, staining the ground and walls a shocking dark red. Though the Wei family has many members, the terrain restricts them, preventing a large number of their forces from effectively engaging, which allows the fiercely fighting and strategically positioned Tiger Gang to gain the upper hand for the moment. The enemies keep coming, yet Liu Xuan and his group struggle to break through the blockade and escape the warehouse. The battle has instantly devolved into a cruel Tugof war and war of attrition, with casualties occurring every second. Meanwhile, within Anxi City, a team of emergency mobilized military police is preparing to set off. The intense gunfire from the slums and riverbank has finally forced them to take action. In the security department of Chiffon Group, Zhao Wenxiu is personally leading the fully equipped Zhao family squad, like a blade in the darkness, silently rushing toward the scene of the incident. Additionally, on the wide and dark surface of the Ba River, an unlit cargo ship, evidently modified for armed purposes, is swiftly approaching this area, moving against the current. Various factions, each with different intentions, are converging from all directions toward this suddenly heated abandoned warehouse by the Ba River. At the entrance of the warehouse, it has transformed into a bloody meat grinder. With the passage of time, fresh lives are extinguished beneath the cold blades, forever collapsing in the mud and pools of blood. Casualties continue to rise on Liu Xian's side, originally counting him and Zhang Debiao. There are now only 18 remaining, all struggling to hold on, and nearly everyone is injured, severely depleted of stamina. At this moment, Gan Palan displays astonishing calmness and professionalism. She is no longer panicking but actively drags the severely wounded soldiers unable to fight to a relatively safe area, tearing her clothes into strips to perform emergency bandaging and stop the bleeding. This former head nurse of the emergency department handles external injuries with skilled decisiveness, managing to set up a small temporary aid station in dire circumstances. Outside the factory at the rear of the Wei family's team, two calm figures stand quietly. One has a deep purple birthmark on his left cheek shaped like a half-melted map boundary. His face bears another kind of unusual bruise, indicating he has already experienced the effects of Liu Xian's strange poison powder. This purple figure is none other than Wei Deji, the Wei family's eldest son, who arrived earlier. The other person has a face as dark as coal, expression grim as water. It is Wei Dagong, who has just barely recovered from a recent explosion. The two strongest fourth-tier warriors of the Wei family, the sons of the family head Wei Yang, have gathered here. Liu Xuan has gained several deep wounds that expose bone, and excessive blood loss makes him feel dizzy, with darkness frequently clouding his vision. His arm swinging the long knife feels increasingly heavy, as if filled with lead. He silently regretted not purifying and absorbing all the poisonous food in the warehouse, or else the poison powder stored within the little bug would not be on the verge of running out as it is now. It seems I really might meet my end here tonight. This thought uncontrollably flashed through his mind. He looked at the blooded brothers of the Tiger Gang beside him, still fighting fiercely, and then gazed toward the dark mass outside the factory, where at least half of the Wei family's elite forces were yet to engage in battle. The gap in high-end combat power and overall numbers between the two sides is like a chasm. Ha ha ha. Liu Xuan, are you not going to kneel down and surrender? Wei Dagong shouted loudly at the crumbling warehouse defense, arrogantly declaring, "I will only chop off your limbs and spare your worthless life." Liu Xian's eyelids grow heavier with every swing of his knife. It feels like it might be his last. The continuous fighting and fleeing have exhausted all his physical strength and inner power, leaving him only with a stubborn will to keep going. At that moment, a sharp flash of light like a venomous snake tore through the chaotic battlefield, ruthlessly slicing toward Liu Xian's unguarded neck. The attacker is a Wei family's elite who has been lurking on the side, waiting for the right moment, with strength reaching the third tier. This strike with its angle timing and force is perfectly executed. Liu Xuan, already at the end of his strength, cannot even begin to block or evade it. The shadow of death instantly envelops him. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing erupts. In the nick of time, the slightly curved ghost-headed large knife once again stands before Liu Xuan, blocking this fatal blow. It is Zhang de Biao. But in saving Liu Xuan, he has left himself wide open and his already suppressed form can no longer evade. Phut! A cold blade flashes past, fiercely cutting into Zhang de Biao's shoulder, exposing bone, blood gushing out like a fountain. Damn! Zhang de Biao grunted, the tremendous force overwhelming him, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Third brother. Second brother. I can't hold on. I can't protect you anymore. He struggled to utter these words before his consciousness began to blur. Several nearby brothers of the Tiger Gang with red eyes roared as they desperately pulled him back from the front lines. Damn you! Take a hit from my grandpa's thunderous strike. Seeing the defense line about to collapse, a young man named Lei Zi erupted once more. He suddenly ignited a backpack's fuse and with all his might hurled it toward the densest part of the Wei family's crowd. The fuse on the backpack hissed in the air, sparking dangerously. The Wei family's thugs were terrified by the earlier horrific explosion, and upon seeing this they instinctively retreated in panic, causing a slight disorder in their formation, finally giving Liu Xuan and the remaining Tiger Gang members a precious moment to breathe. All eyes were fixed on the backpack that landed in the muddy water. The fuse burned fiercely, making a hissing sound until it burned out. The anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. A dead silence followed. The next second, angry roars erupted from the Wei family's ranks. They have no explosives left. It's fake. Kill them all. Realizing this, the Wei family's thugs charged even more ferociously. However, just at this moment of despair, boom! 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 3 thunderous explosions, nearly deafening, erupted from the middle and rear of the Wei family's forces without warning. The terrifying flames and shockwaves instantly engulfed the densely packed crowd, mixing severed limbs and blood with mud and rain soaring into the sky. The sudden upheaval plunged the entire battlefield into a deathly silence. The 3 deafening booms nearly tore through the rainy night. The horrendous explosion shockwave, carrying mud, bits of flesh and severed limbs, crashed against the warehouse entrance like a tangible tsunami. Liu Xuan and the several Tiger Gang brothers beside him were utterly unable to withstand such ferocious power. They were forcefully hurled into the air, crashing heavily back into the warehouse interior, splashing up a mess of mud and water. Wah! Liu Xuan felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, his ears ringing incessantly and stars dancing before his eyes. He struggled to lift his head, instinctively searching amidst the chaos for the brother skilled in making homemade bombs. What's going on? Lazy. Tui. 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 Not far away, Lazy, who had also been flipped over by the blast wave, scrambled to spit out the mud, filling his mouth, his face a mix of terror and inexplicable excitement as he shouted hoarsely, "Holy shit! This commotion! Where the hell is the artillery firing? That's the real deal." Outside the factory, the Wei family's force, which had been aggressively surrounding the area, was now in utter chaos. The terrifying explosion, far exceeding the power of homemade explosives, had completely shattered their psychological defenses. The survivors in sheer terror flung themselves into the muddy ground, trembling violently, wishing they could bury their entire bodies in the muck, their previous arrogance nowhere to be seen. What's happening? Where's the shelling coming from? Wei Deji, looking disheveled, crouched behind a section of broken low wall, roaring harshly. The purple aura on his face, not yet dissipated, twisted into an even more ferocious expression due to shock and rage. Brother. The river. It's from the river. Nearby, Wei Dagong lay flattened like a startled loach in the mud. Hearing this, he carefully raised his mud-smeared face, pointing a trembling finger towards the dark, vast expanse of the Ba River, his voice tinged with tears. There's a boat. The boat is firing. He had been thoroughly traumatized by the explosions, instinctively completing the prone and concealment maneuver at the very first blast. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards the Ba River. Through the faint moonlight filtering through the gaps in the clouds after the rain and the peculiar reflection off the river's surface, the outline of a sizable flat-bottomed cargo ship gradually emerged from the darkness. A boat. Liu Xuan, fighting off dizziness, looked out through the broken window, his heart filled with shock and doubt. Who is it? Who dares to use heavy firepower within the city of Anshi? Could the military be getting involved? He rapidly ran through everyone he knew in his mind, yet couldn't fathom who would possess such power and be willing to come to his aid at this very moment. Cough. Cough. On the other side, Zhang de Biao, receiving emergency bandaging, coughed from the pain. He glanced at the river, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Third brother. When did you get in touch with the Qiangshan group from the West City? On this Ba River there's absolutely no other merchant ship that would dare to openly mount cannons and shell people besides them. Qiangshan group. Liu Xuan frowned deeply, trying to recall. His mind only flashed images of the miserable captives that Cold Granny had used for blood drawing to lure the corpses. Aside from those unlucky souls who had already fallen to the zombies, he had never had any direct contact with the Qiangshan group. I don't know any of their people. That doesn't matter. Zhang de Biao bared his teeth, wincing as the movement pulled at his wound. Hey, I heard that Shifeng and Qiangsheng have been at each other's throats over the eastern docks lately. This is probably Qiangsheng's people seizing the chance to cause trouble for Shifeng. Perfect, let the dogs fight. We can catch our breath and watch the show. Liu Xuan was momentarily speechless, his emotions complex as he looked towards the river. At that moment, aboard the seemingly ordinary flat-bottomed cargo ship, 3 light mortars had been set up on the bow deck, their dark muzzles angled dangerously towards the ruins on the riverbank 300 to 400 meters away. 7 or 8 young men dressed in uniform blue and white outfits and moving with practiced skill were nervously yet efficiently calibrating firing parameters and carrying shells, preparing for a second round of bombardment. On both sides of the ship, over a dozen guards in the same attire stood solemnly holding automatic rifles, their sharp eyes scanning the riverbank with extreme vigilance. If it were daytime, residents of Anxi City would immediately recognize the blue and white uniform as the iconic attire of the Qiangshan Group, the organization firmly controlling the city's waterway transport lifeline. Behind the small artillery position, a young woman in a purple outfit was surrounded by armed guards, protected like a constellation of stars around the moon. Her long raven black hair was tied up in a sharp high ponytail, revealing a fair, delicately featured oval face. Her bright large eyes were clear and spirited, yet held an undeniable intelligence and decisiveness, radiating a commanding aura as she glanced around. Her form-fitting purple dress fluttered sharply in the damp river breeze, adding a touch of charm and valiance to her presence. However, in stark contrast to her beautiful face were her murderous commands: fire another round for me. Aim carefully. Blow those Shifeng bastards to hell. Avenge our brothers who were captured and fed to the corpses. This pretty girl, barely 20 years old, stood with her hands on her hips, issuing orders with an undeniable authority. Beside her, a middle-aged man wore a pained expression, almost bending over to touch the deck as he pleaded in a low, bitter voice, "Young miss. Think twice. Firing cannons within the city. This is too conspicuous. The chairman won't be able to explain this tomorrow. Besides, these shells are precious. Using them on these small fries from the Wei family is really not worth it. How to explain is my father's business. Right now I just want to get justice for my wrongly killed brothers." The girl called young miss waved her hand dismissively, her tone resolute. "We've finally caught them with their main force gathered by the river, such a perfect target. How can we miss this chance? Fire." Without giving the captain a chance to plead further, she thrust her slender hand forward sharply. Flames flashed again from the bow gun positions. 3 shells with a piercing shriek tore through the night sky like death's invitation, slamming precisely into the area where the Wei family crowd was gathered. Boom. 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 Even more violent explosions followed. Mud-severed limbs and screams intertwined once more into a symphony of death. The middle-aged Captain Huang Liang watched the smoke rising from the shore, drenched in sweat. As the captain of this armed merchant vessel and a long-time employee of the Qiangshan Group, he knew well how serious a taboo it was to use heavy firepower within the city. With these few shells fired tonight, his career as captain was likely over. But facing this headstrong young Miss Sun Hongmian, the only daughter of Qiangshan Group chairman Sun Wanqiang, he could only swallow all his grievances, truly suffering in silence like a mute person tasting bitter herbs. Sun Hongmian seemed unsatisfied with the impact points of the second salvo. She was personally gesturing and directing the mortar crew to make fine adjustments, preparing for a third round of strikes. Just then the sudden roar of violently revving car engines erupted from the direction of the riverbank road. Several heavily modified off-road vehicles welded with thick steel plates charged along the riverside road like steel beasts. Dazzling beams from roof-mounted spotlights swept across the river surface like swords, ultimately locking onto the armed merchant ship, flooding its deck with blinding light. A slender figure leaned out from the passenger seat of the leading off-road vehicle, expertly manning the heavy machine gun mounted on the roof, its cold muzzle aimed directly at the merchant ship. A cool, furious female voice crackled through the loudspeaker, cutting sharply over the roar of the river. "I bet it's you, the little quilt. No one else at Qiangshan Group dares fire cannons in the city, except you. Do you really think Shifeng has no ships, no artillery, and thus no power to rein you in? Try firing another shot, little quilt, and see if I won't sink your rust bucket vessel and feed it to the fish tonight." Sun Hongmian squinted against the blinding glare, raising a hand to shield her eyes, but her tongue was swift and sharp in reply. "Your ship is the rust bucket. Your whole family are rust buckets. Zhao Wenxiu, I have no time tonight for your petty squabbling. If you value your skin, take your people and vanish, before someone gets caught in the crossfire." Click. At those words, Zhao Wenxiu sneered coldly, yanking the bolt back with a crisp, decisive motion, chambering a heavy round, her gesture radiating unambiguous menace. "Enough talk. Tonight I speak for the Zhao family. You may wage war on the Wei clan, I couldn't care less. But inside that warehouse stand people the Zhao family must protect. Sun Hongmian, if you do not retreat this instant, I'll gladly send you and your crew for an icy dip in the river right now." Sun Hongmian was no woman to yield without a fight. She and Zhao Wenxiu were near peers in age. Years ago, during a period of corporate collaboration, they had crossed paths frequently, even counting themselves close friends. Only recently had their two conglomerates severed all ties, their rivalry erupting into open, bitter conflict. Now facing down a former confidant's gun barrel, her temper flared white hot. Order your people to withdraw, release mine. Otherwise there is no negotiation. Sun Hongnian pointed firmly toward the warehouse, unwavering. Your people. Zhao Wenxiu paused, her gaze sharpening instantly upon that phrase. Her mind leapt to Liu Xuan's sudden entourage, over 20 hardened fearless mercenaries, and her brow furrowed deeply, thoughts racing. If this were merely internal factional infighting, the Zhao family's intervention, taking a side, would be defensible. But if Liu Xuan had truly conspired with the rival Qiangshan group, then the nature of this affair would shift entirely, becoming dangerously volatile and politically sensitive. As she weighed her options, torn between caution and duty, a disheveled figure scurried breathlessly from behind the Wei clan's ranks, Wei Deji, who had just barely finished detoxifying. He frantically smoothed his rain-soaked, mud-smeared hair and rumpled suit, flashing a fawning smile as he approached Zhao Wenxiu's vehicle. Wenxiu, what brings you here in person? This minor matter hardly warrants your presence. Zhao Wenxiu's expression froze into glacial disdain. She cut him off without hesitation. Deputy Director Wei, we are not on familiar terms. Address me by my title. And I'd like to know precisely what your Wei family intends to do. Liu Xuan remains head of a department under our group's umbrella. Are you so brazen as to abandon even the pretense of decorum? To deploy private soldiers openly for assassination? Do you hold any regard for corporate protocol? Wei Deji choked mid-sentence, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face, before swiftly reassembling his practiced self-assured grin and smoothing his wet hair. A misunderstanding, Wenxiu, this is absolutely a misunderstanding. Let me explain, Ua. Before he could finish, a grotesquely exaggerated, unmistakably deliberate dry heave echoed across the river, from the merchant vessel at its center. Then came Sun Hongnian's crystalline mocking laughter, carried far by the river wind, ringing out across the water's expanse. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wenxiu. Hasn't Wei birthmark been pining after you for 5 or 6 years? Why not just say yes? You two are practically heaven sent for each other. Ha ha ha. The laughter struck Wei Deji like a lash, his cheeks flushed deep crimson, swelling to the hue of raw liver. Just as Zhao Wenxiu's frost-laced expression tightened further and her finger tensed on the heavy machine gun's trigger, on the verge of delivering Sun Hongnian a lesson she'd never forget. A new thunderous wave of engine roars erupted from the opposite end of the riverside road, deeper, denser, vastly more imposing than the 3 SUVs Zhao Wenxiu had brought. Through the rain's grey veil surged a steel tide. Leading the charge were 2 massive wheeled armored personnel carriers painted in deep black special police livery, their bulletproof tires grinding relentlessly through mud and mire. Behind them rolled 4 light infantry fighting vehicles, each mounted with a menacing 40mm automatic cannon turret, its muzzle gleaming with cold lethal intent beneath the downpour. Further back stretched over 10 military trucks shrouded in taut rain-lashed tarps, jolting violently, unmistakably laden with troops. Official authority had arrived, not quietly but with overwhelming, undeniable force. The IFVs surged into the ruins unimpeded, their armored hulls crushing rubble and brick beneath their weight. They deployed instantly into combat formation. Their icy cannon turrets swiveled with mechanical precision, one battery locking onto the armed merchant vessel midriver, the other sweeping mercilessly across Zhao Wenxiu's SUV convoy and the warehouse entrance. Several military-grade high-intensity searchlights blazed on simultaneously, far brighter than any vehicle headlight, flooding the entire ruin zone, the riverbank and the ship's deck in blinding surgical white light, revealing every detail with merciless clarity. The cacophonous battlefield fell into a surreal, suffocating silence. Well, we're utterly screwed now. Inside the ruined warehouse, Zhong Debian peered through a narrow gap, watching the IFV's cannon capable of shredding steel settle steadily upon his position. His heart plummeted, flooded with a bitter, hollow despair. Bang! The lead APC's hatch swung open. A pair of polished black military boots descended decisively into a murky puddle, splashing water with authoritative finality. A middle-aged police officer leapt down, tall, erect, his shoulders bearing 3 silver stars. He wore a tactical raincoat. Rainwater streamed ceaselessly from the brim of his cap, washing over a face carved with stern, commanding angles, his hawk-like eyes scanning the scene with razor-sharp intensity. Behind him stood over 100 fully armed elite paramilitary officers, motionless as statues, their rifles trained unblinkingly on every armed figure present. Rain drummed monotonously, oppressively against their ballistic helmets and combat gear, the sound of death drawing near. The officer's gaze first swept over Zhao Wenxiu and Sun Hongnian like twin blades of ice. With a subtle, precise gesture, he pointed toward the 2 women. Tell Zhao Shanhe and Sunizhou, they will report to my office tomorrow at 9 a.m. for tea. And bring by Li Zhong along. He paused, his voice dropping lower, but thickening with ironclad authority. You've stirred up chaos for half a month without pause. Do you truly believe our police bureau exists only as window dressing, idle and ineffectual? Now. Leave. Immediately. Absolutely, Uncle Shu. I did bring some top-quality priming tea from Qingcheng this time. You'll have my father deliver it to you in person tomorrow. Sun Hongnian reacted swiftly, immediately sticking out her tongue and retracting all her arrogance. Without hesitation, she turned to urge her subordinates, quick. Set sail. Get out of here now. Uncle Zhu, please let me explain, this is truly a misunderstanding. Zhao Wenxiu also stepped out of the car, hurrying to the man addressed as Uncle Zhu. Her tone was respectful yet pleading. Among those the Wei family is hunting, one is our own department head at Chiffon Group. Could I possibly? No? Director Zhu Fendu interrupted her without mercy, his voice resolute. One High Group has officially filed a police report. Tonight's incident is preliminarily classified as a gang of hardened criminals long entrenched in the North City fleeing to the East City to engage in a turf war and shootout. Every single person inside the warehouse must be taken back for a full investigation. No exceptions. Having said that, he gave Zhao Wenxiu no further chance to speak. He spun around, faced the abandoned warehouse, and gathering his strength began to shout. His voice, though not strained, seemed to carry the force of thunder piercing through the torrential rain and striking everyone's eardrums. Listen up, those inside. I am Zhu Fendu, director of the Anxi Police Bureau. You have 3 minutes to lay down your weapons and walk out with your hands up. Anyone who resists will be shot on the spot. We have cannons. We have guns. We have time. But we will not give you a single extra second to continue wreaking havoc on this pure land of Anxi. The countdown begins. Zhu Fendu abruptly raised his wrist, his gaze fixed on the military luminous watch face glowing with a faint green light. An invisible pressure spread with each tick of the second hand. Inside the abandoned warehouse, the remaining members of the ferocious tiger gang were all wounded, leaning on one another, their faces inevitably showing tension and despair. Everyone's eyes turned to their pillar of strength, Zhang de Biao. Biao Ji looked around at his brothers who had followed him through life and death, then suddenly let out a hearty laugh. The sound echoing in the empty warehouse was bleak yet heroic. Brothers, I'm sorry I couldn't lead you to a better life. I've had 2 months of fine food and drink with Biao Ji, enough good times to last a lifetime. What's there to fear? Biao Ji. Give the order. Let's fight them to the death. All of you shut up. Zhang de Biao's laughter ceased abruptly as he roared, put down your weapons. Outside are armored vehicles and autocannons, there's no escape for us. Being caught by the police and taking a bullet is better than falling into the hands of those inhuman bastards from One High Group and being tortured to death. This damned apocalypse, I'm done with it. He took a deep breath and shouted with all his might, brothers, walk slowly on the Yellow Springs Road. Let us be brothers again in the next life. Brothers again in the next life. Over 20 men roared in unison, their tragic voices merging into an unyielding torrent that briefly drowned out the rain outside. Liu Xuan remained silent throughout. He did not shout slogans but exchanged a glance with Gan Peilan before silently helping the severely wounded Zhang de Biao to his feet. Tears brimmed in Gan Peilan's eyes, yet she was unwaveringly determined. Liu Xuan let his actions speak for him. Taking the lead, he dragged his exhausted, battered body forward, guiding this group of men who had given up resistance step by step out of the ruined warehouse. Blinding searchlights immediately focused on them. Director Zhu Fendu, expressionless, merely waved his hand. Take them away. Like wolves and tigers, the military police rushed forward, roughly placing thick black hoods over everyone's heads. The world was instantly plunged into darkness. A few young members, reluctant and slow to comply, were immediately struck by rifle butts, groaning as they fell into the mud. With their sight completely taken away, a primal panic spread in the darkness. Liu Xuan felt his arms tightly seized as he stumbled unevenly through the mud. Then with a violent shove he was thrown into the cold metal compartment of a truck. Endless jolts and bumps. After what felt like an eternity, the truck finally stopped. Liu Xuan was dragged out, pushed down a damp cold corridor, and then violently shoved into a cramped space. Behind him came the heavy clang of an iron door slamming shut and locking. Every sound indicated that he was now imprisoned. The black hood remained on his head. Through the coarse fabric he could only faintly perceive the dim hazy glow of a small yellow lamp somewhere down the corridor, utterly unable to discern his surroundings. Damn it. Locked in a cage again. A surge of intense humiliation and anger welled up inside him, nearly suffocating him. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing as he sought a way out. His own life for now should be safe. Bai Lizhang clearly hadn't gotten what he wanted from him yet and would inevitably try to protect him. But his second brother Zhang de Biao and his men were in grave danger. From what Director Zhu had said, One High Group had already used its influence to try to eliminate them through official channels. His thoughts were a tangled mess, but one idea stood out clear and firm. He could not let his second brother die. No matter what, he had to save him. Extreme exhaustion washed over him like a tide. The weakness from severe blood loss finally overwhelmed his will. Leaning against the icy wall in this cell reeking of mold and despair, Liu Xuan's consciousness gradually faded as he sank into a restless slumber. After what seemed like an eternity, a sharp grating sound of metal scraping woke him with a start. The cell door opened and someone entered, roughly yanking the black hood from his head. The sudden light caused him great discomfort. He squinted, taking a while to adjust before he could see clearly. The torrential rain outside had long ceased. Daylight now streamed in through a small window high in the corridor. When he finally looked up and saw the person standing at the cell door, he was jolted. Big brother. His voice trembled uncontrollably with emotion. Even with his extraordinary experiences, he was still at heart just a young man in his early 20s. Having endured a night of bloody battle, the brink of death and imprisonment, seeing Guan Changhai, someone he had not met for a long time, a man who was both a brother and a mentor, shattered all his defenses. His emotions surged beyond control. Guan Changhai's eyes were bloodshot and swollen, clearly from a sleepless night. He stared intently at Liu Xuan, his tone filled with a mix of frustration, reproach and barely concealed deep concern and pain. Didn't I tell you? Huh? Getting involved in the underworld, taking the crooked path, it's a death wish. None of you listened. Not a single one. And now look. You've all been caught in one fell swoop. Satisfied? Last night, as soon as you were captured, I received news. Guan Changhai suppressed his emotions and quickly said, "You can leave now. Someone outside has paid your bail and the paperwork is already done. They are waiting for you outside." He stepped aside to let the prison door open. "What about my second brother and the others?" Liu Xuan hurriedly grabbed Guan Changhai's arm, his voice low and urgent. Guan Changhai's expression instantly darkened as he shook his head heavily. His situation has escalated too much. Not only did it stem from old grievances with Beicheng and the Wanhai group, but last night on Shifeng's territory they also killed more than 20 people and used explosives. This time I'm afraid the odds are not in his favor. Can we not? Liu Xuan wanted to plead further. Stay out of this. Guan Changhai interrupted him, his tone resolute yet carrying an undeniable sense of responsibility. I will find a way. We cannot just watch as the second brother faces death. He supported the weak Liu Xuan and stepped out of the oppressive cage. By the way, Guan Changhai added, the woman who was with you Ganpeilan has also been bailed out. She should be waiting at the entrance now. The heavy steel door of Yinta First Prison slowly opened before Liu Xuan. As soon as he stepped out, a group of people who had been waiting outside rushed forward. His grandfather Ma Feng was agitated and immediately lashed out at Liu Xuan with a flurry of scolding, trembling with anger. You brat have grown wings. Huh? Did my words fall on deaf ears? I told you not to show off. Not to stir up trouble. But you wouldn't listen. Now look at you. You even dared to associate with those ruthless killers. If it weren't for that girl Wenxiu who helped smooth things over, you would have gone straight down to reunite with your mother. The old man was clearly very agitated, slightly stumbling as Dho and Shu hurried to support him from either side, repeatedly comforting him. After scolding Liu Xuan, Ma Feng turned and saw Ganpeilan, who was pale and haggard beside him, and his anger flared even more. And you? He is young and foolish, but you are not. You not only didn't stop him but also followed him to that kind of den. You should just be grateful to have come out intact. Hurry back and burn some incense. Ganpeilan lowered her head, her hands tightly twisted together, not daring to speak, lost in her thoughts. Many people had gathered at the scene. Jiang Guanshan, Meng Da Piao, Huang Guozhong, as well as Guo Jiao and Fei Rini had all arrived. Several older individuals surrounded Ma Feng, trying to persuade him, while the younger ones gathered around Liu Xuan, inquiring about his injuries and situation with concern. A black SUV rolled down its window slowly, with Zhao Wenxiu sitting in the driver's seat. She took off her sunglasses, nodded at Liu Xuan and said in a clear voice, Liu Xuan, get in the car. I have something for you. The torrential rain continued to ruthlessly wash everything away, attempting to erase all traces, yet the shouts and the chaotic rescue efforts were etched into the memory of this night more profoundly than thunder. Weary and disheartened from a night of fierce struggle, Liu Xuan silently opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat of the SUV. His and Ganpeilan's escape was entirely thanks to the Zhao family, who had covered the exorbitant bail of $100,000, 50,000 each, which was nearly several years' worth of income for an ordinary family. The car had a faint fragrance lingering inside, contrasting sharply with the smell of blood and filth clinging to Liu Xuan. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse yet earnest. Sister Wenxiu, thank you. I will find a way to repay this money as soon as possible. If cash is insufficient, I will use the proceeds from the future Liu Guanzhang wine to offset it, and I will ensure the Zhao family does not suffer losses. Zhao Wenxiu did not respond immediately. She turned her face, her sharp brow slightly raised, and her gaze lingered on Liu Xuan's face for a long time before she spoke with a half smile. What's wrong? After spending a night in this iron cage, have you lost all your edge? This does not seem like the Liu Xuan who vowed to surpass the 9th rank of martial arts and dared to storm the Wei family's casino alone. Her tone carried a hint of mockery along with a subtle probing. Liu Xuan instinctively glanced at Dho, who was busy calming his grandfather outside, feeling speechless inside. This bastard has reported every boast he made while drunk to Zhao Wenxiu without missing a word. It seems they really have something going on. He pursed his lips and did not reply. Zhao Wenxiu no longer pressed, turning to retrieve a long object wrapped in dark oilcloth from the back seat along with a heavy metal sealed box, and handed them to Liu Xuan. Here, the item I promised you last time. This box contains 20 vials of evolution potion, blue vials with a 50% success rate. As for this, she tapped the long wrapped item, it's an ancient sword from my family's collection. I don't have cash left. Helping you smooth over relations and pay the bail has nearly emptied my savings. Oh, by the way, this sword was specifically sent to you by my father. He heard that you caused quite a ruckus at the Wei family last night and he is very pleased. Let me calculate. Adding the market price of these 20 blue vials and the 100,000 bei you currently owe the Zhao family, the equivalent of 600 jin of Liu Guanzhang white wine. Liu Xuan, you better not easily put yourself in danger again, or this investment by the Zhao family will truly go to waste. A sword. Liu Xuan's attention was immediately drawn to the long-wrapped item. He carefully placed the metal box at his feet and trembled slightly as he accepted the package. Unwrapping the tangled cloth, a long sword with an ancient design and a slightly cool sheath came into view. He took a deep breath, firmly grasped the hilt wrapped in an unknown dark leather that felt exquisite, and applied pressure slowly. Clang! A clear dragon-like sound of the sword being drawn suddenly echoed, and a condensed cold light burst forth from the sheath as if it were a living being, instantly capturing all of his attention. A good sword. Even though Liu Xuan had no deep knowledge of cold weapons, the aura emitted by this sword in his hand was worlds apart from the so-called Longquan swords he had seen in his past life. The exquisitely crafted sword that Zhao Yuan had shown him previously had already amazed him. If it were placed in his past life, it would undoubtedly be considered a treasure that could cut through iron like mud. However, when this sword was drawn merely half a foot, the chill emanating from its extreme sharpness and the metallic quality that seemed to breathe on its own made him truly understand what a treasure of the ages was. This sword measures approximately 1.2 meters in length, the perfect specification for a swift and ferocious single-handed swing. The blade was about 2 fingers wide, with a spine standing tall like a dragon's backbone, smoothly tapering from the heavy cloud-shaped guard to the tip, forming a sharp arc that combined both mechanical elegance and lethal efficiency. Its surface was not the mirror-like polish of modern craftsmanship, but a matte light-absorbing texture forged through countless hammerings and repeated folding, as profound and deep as the starry sky. Yet what stirred the deepest dread was its edge. That edge was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet devoid of any fragility. A faint cyan luminescence flowed along its perfect curve, and an intangible, all-tearing sharpness lingered around it, as if it could cut even a gaze and silently cleave through steel. The hilt was wrapped in cool, fine-textured leather, fitting his palm with uncanny perfection, as if custom-made for him. The confined space of the car prevented Liu Xuan from swinging it freely. He merely raised his arm slightly and felt the sword become an extension of his limb. Where his intent went, the blade followed without the slightest hint of sluggishness or weight. No wonder ancient warriors would sacrifice everything, even their lives, for a single fine sword. A perfectly matched supreme weapon could elevate one's combat prowess beyond measure. Seems you like it. Zhao Wenxia watched the despondency in Liu Xuan's eyes vanish, replaced by a blazing light, and chuckled softly. Even I didn't expect father to gift you this cherished Duan Shui, water-cleaving sword. He paid no small price to acquire it back then. Liu Xuan snapped out of his awe, pondered briefly, then looked up at Zhao Wenxia and asked bluntly, "What does the Zhao family need from me?" He wouldn't utter empty pleasantries about undeserved favors. This sword was extraordinary to him, enough to boost his practical combat ability by several notches, a coveted asset. All in this world boils down to exchange and binding of interests. He, Zhao Wenxia smiled. Father said a fine sword goes to a hero. Though you're not quite a true hero yet, your courage to storm the tiger's den alone and challenge the Wei family marks you as a bold warrior. He appreciates you. Of course. Her eyes shifted subtly. Big sister here also appreciates you. Consider this the Zhao family's long-term investment in your future. If one day you truly soar to the heavens, don't forget the timely aid the Zhao family offered in your hour of need. Deal. Liu Xuan replied resolutely without a hint of hesitation. He slowly sheathed the Duan Shui sword into its unassuming suede scabbard, picked up the metal case with solemnity, and opened the car door to step out. Standing by the car, he turned and said to Zhao Wenxia with utmost gravity, "Sister Wenxia, please convey to Vice Chairman Zhao I Liu Xuan will forever remember the grace of today's gift and rescue. I shall never forget it. One day I will repay it handsomely." With that he clutched the long sword and metal case, turning to walk toward Guo Zhao. Zhao Wenxia watched his upright yet burdened back, momentarily dazed, then a meaningful smile crept across her pretty face. She donned her sunglasses, floored the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle roared like a beast, kicking up dust as it sped away. Inside the car she murmured to herself with anticipation, "Little brother, now let big sister see just how big a storm you can stir up."